Hello everybody and welcome to Nation Wars 2019. It is time to conclude the round of 16 here today with 4 more matches that we've got coming your way. We already know about 6 of the round of 8 participants, and yeah, it's time to find out which last 2 teams are going to make it in there.
Why am I so little?
I don't know, the chair was all the way down.
What the hell?
Those keep moving around.
I know you're tall, but you ain't that much taller than me. Jeez Louise.
But I don't slouch either.
Neither do I. I just have long legs, tiny upper body.
Sure. Anyway, happy to be back. Of course, we've had a lot of really good games, really good play days so far. I think yesterday kind of stands out. Like, we had, honestly, a lot of epic games, I thought, and a 7 maps USA versus Netherlands, which was pretty cool to see.
And came down to the very final fight, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's the craziest thing as well. Like, often you have a nationwide that goes 3-3, but then game 7 is a stomp, or you can see it coming for like 5-10 minutes and one player is clearly leading. Yesterday ended, very abruptly. Like, Harsens runs up that ramp. We're like, does he have enough? Can he do it? Can he do it? It's like, yes, no, yes. And then 2 adepts just kind of killed everything on the other side of the map. A little bit heartbreaking for the Dutch, but obviously awesome for the Americans that they will move on to the quarterfinals. Now, before we start today, of course, we have a little video for you guys that will explain in detail how Nation Wars 2019 truly works.
This year's game format has been adjusted to accommodate more competitors. The game starts with a round of 40. 8 countries with the highest WCS point counts automatically qualify for the next round, whereas the remaining 32 countries are set to compete in a single elimination match. 16 winners then join the pre-qualified nations and continue to the next round, where 8 groups of 3 countries are set to play in a round-robin format. In each group, the country with the lowest point totals is eliminated. The remaining 16 countries are divided into 4 groups to play in a well-known double elimination bracket, also referred to as the GSL group. The top 8 countries then continue to play in a single elimination bracket, and the final 4 to battle it off live in Paris for the 2019 Nation Wars Championship title.
All right, and that's it for the format here. Hopefully you guys are still awake after this. And yeah, we're going to be getting started here with Brazil versus Mexico as our first matchup today. Here are the results so far and who qualified in each group. In Group A, we had Italy and Canada making it out. Group B had South Korea and United States. Group C so far had Finland. And later tonight, France is going to make it out of this. Ooh. And then in Group D, it's going to be between China, Brazil, and Mexico to make it out in second place. And Germany is already through.
Group C and D will be very exciting. A lot. No,
don't try and take her job, okay?
To be honest, that does sound like one hell of a job, you know? Can you sound like artificial intelligence? Yes, I can. I do have.
I do every day.
I do have a Google Home as well. This is going to be the first group that we're going to kick things off with. Group D. Obviously, we had Germany qualifying earlier this week. I still chuckle at Showtime saying he was truly never worried in Game 6 or 7 while being all in. I was like, Tobias.
I was sweating bullets.
Yeah. I was like, Tobias, I thought you were in trouble, my friend. But he's like, nah, I was never worried. Like, we had that one. So Mexico versus Brazil. Obviously, a lot of history between those 2 countries, right? A lot of the players have gone up against each other countless of times in the Copa America that they have going over there as well. I mean, Calazur versus Special, I think that's a classic in the foreign scene. I don't even know how many times it happened already. My man Todd is Cham here. I said it before. I know that he didn't look that good so far in the games we had. He had a rather underwhelming performance, but I still think that Cham has really leveled up. I think he has grown tremendously as a player, and I absolutely do think that he can carry his way today for Mexico.
Team Rising, of course, will be bringing the casters / streamer skills. And he's one of the better ones, I think, that we have, you know, out of all the casters that actually play the game. I think he's very, very decent himself, but special. That record, 41-17. He's definitely the hard carry of this team, and probably Mexico will need no less than a pretty good performance out of him to be able to be successful, I think, against Brazil.
Well, absolutely. Juanito made a little tweet as well, saying that he was just kind of disappointed with the way that he played after BlizzCon. He's been struggling a little bit, but he said no excuses. I'm just going to do my best, and I'll try to do a better performance next time. And we've got Brazil over here. This is, of course, a very fun team as well. Eric blew us away with that ZVT that he had against Time on World of Sleepers. I mean, that was just nuts.
Yeah, and like, honestly, totally unexpected. You know, like when I look at the Brazilian lineup, I'm thinking, all right, Kelazur, you know, pretty hyped about the game. Turkey Dano, some cannons, some cheese shenanigans. Eric didn't really know too much what to expect. And in particular, it caught me by surprise that he played like such a longer game with like so many bases and like so many different units. Lurkers versus Terran. I mean, what is this, StarCraft Brood War?
Lurker-nitis. Apparently it's a thing on the World of Sleepers, and I'm totally with you. I was like, yeah, I know Eric is good. He's got some experience under his belt. He's been to like the WSGs. He's been to a couple of WCS events. But I always thought that if Eric wants to win, he's going to have to win quickly, briefly. You know, I had no idea that he was going to beat Time being on 80 drones and just nitising Lurker all over the place. Now, these are our first 3 initial matchups here. We've got, Jim Rising versus Turkey Dano.
On Acropolis. All right, elaborate. Why?
Because
tell us everything you're picturing, like the cannons going up.
The robos, Jim being frustrated with Protoss, calling it a baboon race, you know, like I can see it happen. Now, obviously, Jim Rising does know Turkey Dano very well, so maybe Jim opens 12 pools, something along those lines. I don't know exactly. I don't even know if that can be good against cannons, but it's not necessarily the sweet dream, right?
Yeah.
And then we had Eric going up against Special. Is that correct? Did I see that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
On Ephemeron.
Oh, and that means that we have Kelazur versus Chem as well. Now, that's going to be a sick team.
Thunderbird.
Yeah.
Guys, once again, make sure to connect your Battle.net accounts to Twitch, as you can level your war chest while watching this very stream. Yes, it's amazing. You don't even need to log in or play anymore. Well, to be honest, it's probably better if you do that as well, right? It's like keep those skills up, but watching a Twitch stream and leveling the war chest at the same time.
Yeah, of course.
What's next with technology?
I mean, in the end, if you get that XP for those sweet skins, you may as well use it, right? I mean, it's like, imagine you have all the skins, but you're like, I don't want to play a lot of game right now. Like, what if I run into a barcode? Don't worry, I'm familiar with that feeling, and it does sting, okay, guys? However, there's also non-barcode people out there. Lovely nerds on the ladder.
Oh, Gaming TV, Roddy.
Yeah.
Been laddering quite a bit, and streaming as well. But yeah, first matchup here going to be Jim Rising versus Turkey Dano on Acropolis, and if you're Jim Rising here, you've got to be a little bit nervous, I think, going up against somebody as wild as Turkey Dano, who's capable of throwing in many different kind of cheeses, and is very unlikely to play standard and macro, right? Like, well, what would it take for Turkey Dano to do that?
In PvZ, I think it would take hell freezing over. Like, I just don't really see that happening. You can obviously open up with cannons and take the game from there. Anyway, guys, here we go. We're already into the first game of the day. Is that a record, Todd? 9 minutes into the show? On the left top side, we're looking at the main base. Somebody who's very passionate about this game. He casts a lot. He streams even more. But he also knows how to build the swarm. It is Jim Rising.
Good call on the early pull, Kev. Wow. But do they have the same decal? That's amazing. His opponent in the green, representing Brazil, Turkey Dano.
It's the 14 pool, right? Which I do kind of like, because it's slightly more economic than the 12 pool, so it makes things a little bit less drastic. I can only imagine that these two guys have a personal meta, right? That we can't possibly know, because we don't know what happens in every single ladder game out there. But Turkey Dano plays a lot on the North American ladder, and Jim Rising, well, he plays on the North American ladder every single day. So I'm sure that he has thought about what is my most ideal, optimal way of going up against somebody like Turkey Dano. And I think that's the reason why Turkey Dano is cannoning this far away as well. And this is probably where he's going to start his fortress of cannons, shield batteries, and I can only assume Immortals and a Prism, correct?
Yeah, and I mean, we saw this kind of build being used previously, and Zerg just going into a ton of Ravager very early on, and then just spamming Corrosive Bite on every single building of the Protoss player. And yeah, that was defended very convincingly at that time. So I think Jim Rising probably saw that, and I wouldn't be surprised if this was what we saw. But hey, where's the Roach one? Yeah. Like, you would want to be going for it already.
Nidus maybe then. There's a chance that he goes for Nidus.
You would have two guesses for that. Hey, starts metabolic boost. Oh my god, this is like he scouted this, so I don't really understand.
No, this is clearly the way that he wants to deal with this. The Cybernetics core has been wiped in at home. I'm with you as well, because the Roach defense did look pretty convincing a couple of times.
Yeah.
Now, I did have a little chat with Turkey Dano, and he said that in one of those games, he just made a horrible mistake. Like, he built his Robo, I think, too early, so he couldn't get his second Stalker. And then by the time that he finally could make an Immortal, I think he was supply blocked for a second.
Who
Now,
was that game against?
I think it was Isono.
Yeah.
Correct.
And remember, the Lynx went across the map. They were walking on the wall. They forced the cannon there. So there it is. The Roach run finally going to go down.
Yeah, but what is Roach speed going to do here for Jim Rising? Oh, excuse me,
Link
Zergling speed, yeah.
He might be planning...
I'm just
I don't
swarming
know.
swarming the
I mean,
cannons, like going
yeah.
for full...
Yeah, good luck with
assault. Yeah. That's kind of like hoping that your opponent doesn't have the right amount of cannons, and that you can just make an insane amount of links, and you can take out all the cannons. But that's one of those dicey moments, man.
Saving lava.
Yeah. These fights against links, or links against cannons and shield batteries, I feel like they get so wild, right? And you don't know exactly what you're working with. 5 Roaches being built immediately. Jim Rising working with only 19 drones. So he's clearly really going for it. He wants to shut this down before this party ever truly starts.
It's going to be 8 Roaches on the way now. The economy of Jim Rising not that great.
9.
I almost feel like he should stop mining gas maybe and make a ton of links behind this, but he will just maybe keep on massing Roaches. No Ravagers have been morphed yet.
Yeah, and he's going to have a very hard time morphing Ravages as well, because he made 9 freaking Roaches, Todd. So I think for Turkey Dano, every shot that he can get up, every little bit of real damage, right? I think that's awesome, because it seems like Jim Rising really just wants to crush all these cannons. Now we've got the 14 links, Todd. He's just going to go for it. He's literally just going to click on all these freaking cannons and batteries. I think that Turkey Dano would be very, very... happy if he could just warp in one more cannon. Like, one more cannon,
yeah,
I think would just provide a little bit of extra DPS.
He already has 4 up there with 2 shield batteries. The 2 Stalkers, they will be kiting the whole time. Here we go. Jim Rising will get on top of this position here. Both Queens have rejoined the fight as well. He's going to want those shield batteries to run out of energy as soon as possible so he can finish off those cannons.
I don't think this is good enough, man. That's a lot of Roaches going down. Sure, the cannons in the front went down, but there's still a safety cannon. The batteries are still alive as well. Now the next wave of links could get dicey. Turkey Dano has to be very careful. But I actually think that was an alright fight for Turkey Dano. As long as he can get the next wave of cannons up, then I think he pretty much has it, man.
Yeah.
Because this was a massive investment, but Jim Rising knows it. He's on the clock. He's going for it.
Yeah, he's going to get on top of that Immortal here. Shield battery is still helping tremendously. The cannon's doing a ton of damage. The Immortal, he's going to go down.
Yeah.
And actually, since most of these cannons died, in terms of damage, yeah, there is not that much left over.
Well,
Turkey Dano never requeued a second Immortal either.
Yeah, but 2 more cannons finish up though, and Jim Rising is starting to run out of steam. That Queen is going to go down. The other one is going to take quite a bit of damage. I would love to see him cancel that Stalker and go for another Immortal now, right?
Actually, well, there is so few units that
Oh.
Stalkers can kite a bunch.
He chrono boosted the Robo, and now he makes his Immortal when chrono boost expired. But I think this went all right, man. Now he's still got cannons. Jim Rising is so stubborn. He's going to go for it one more time. But with these cannons up, he surrounds the Stalker, but he's not even getting it, Todd.
Oh
He's
God.
losing an insane amount of Zerglings. Jim Rising is in all the trouble. And is Turkey Dano going to get a cheeky win over here on Acropolis?
Looks like it. I think the reaction by Jim Rising was not appropriate here. We saw Iasonu finding success against this kind of build with just a ton of Ravagers early on. Oh, he almost gets the surround here. Gonna trap 2 of these Stalkers. That's very nicely done actually for Jim Rising. I really thought he was out of this, but this kind of puts him back in now.
2 drones going down does hurt a little bit, right? Because you look at that economy,
What?
it's underwhelming.
Second Robo?
Well, Immortal Prism. At this point, it doesn't make sense to build gateway units anymore. You've got your Immortals, we all know. You get 2 Immortals in a Prism, and you truly start peaking. Peak performance. You may not like it, Todd, but that
This is what it looks like. Please no. 17 walkers to 23. Neither player looking to try and build up that economy further. It's just so not cost effective at this point.
Yeah, no. I think the first wave is almost like an all-in from Jim Rising, right? Like, yeah, if he swarms all the cannons there, maybe he was hoping that Turkey Dano would go easy on the cannons, because a lot of Zergs like to just defend against this and spam some corrosive ball. Now, there are a couple of Ravages out, but once again, the economy is so freaking bad. Immortal does get surrounded. Well, okay, good pick up there by Jim Rising. Can he get the second one as well? That would be ridiculous. Should not be possible. He's doing quite a bit of damage, though. Immortal gets a Roach, gets another Roach. Oh, wow.
Finally, he's going to go down.
Going down.
Yeah, 2 counts. 2/3 of the army of Jim Rising for it here.
Yeah.
I feel like this almost might be like a meta game affected game where maybe, they met on the ladder and Jim Rising did this build and he managed to break Turkey Dino because the defense against Ravager or Masling Roach is like completely different, right? Against Masling Roach, you need to get more shield batteries and more cannons. If you don't get enough of those, you're going to get swarmed and you're going to lose instantly. So maybe Jim Rising did that previously, won a game, and then this time around Turkey Dino was like, not again, made a ton of cannons, made a ton of shield batteries, and then had the somewhat easy defense.
Yep, just the right amount of DPS, right? Like, sure, in the end, 3 cannons went down, but if 1 cannon still remains and Jim Rising has lost 8 of his first 9 roaches, he's in trouble. And Turkey Dano losing those 2 Immortals was a little bit sloppy, but I really don't think it's going to make a difference, because now with the War Prism out, I just don't really see him losing Immortals anymore.
Yeah.
And Jim Rising, his economy is so freaking bad that I have the feeling that we are watching right now the beginning of the end, and Turkey Dano getting a good point on the board here for Brazil. That's an upsetting defeat for Jim Rising, right? Because I'm sure that he would have loved to do well here in Nation Wars. He's always motivated to show off what he's made of. But this is not working out for our Mexican Zerg player.
Yeah, Turkey Dano, really good with the micro as well here. Always evacuating, saving these Immortals, and Jim Rising's just running out of options. I mean, he's never really had any other than Roach and Ling. Could have added more Ravagers, but it feels like it's just too late at this point. 4 Immortals, good luck.
It is not going to be enough. GG gets called, and my man Turkey Dano takes out Jim Rising on the big stage. That's a victory that I think you can be very proud of, Todd.
Yeah.
Like, that must feel good, that must feel nice. Just well done. I think that normally Jim Rising is supposed to have a little bit of an edge here. He is higher on the ladder than Turkey Dano. Turkey Dano is not bad, of course. It's like maybe 5'8", 5'9 MMR. But Jim Rising often sits at 6k, sometimes even 6'1". So, very well done.
Turkey Dano is often in your stream, but he doesn't play like you at all.
No, we are.
He draws no inspiration from you, apparently.
The only thing is that he does like to sometimes go for the Phoenixes as well. If it's like PvP and there's a cannon rush that happened, and it's like, okay, I did damage, but now I have to transition. Like, he will go for a hidden base and Phoenixes or something like that.
Yeah.
And he also likes to spam gateway units, very simple gateway units. Just Zealot Stalker, no upgrades, charge, blink, forever.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
And he was able to find success here in this one. I'm sure, like, also when you suffer a loss like he did versus Asano, you also gonna reconsider every single little detail. You mentioned you talked to him and he said, he made a big mistake with the robo positioning. It definitely will make you better the next time around. Some players, they'll look at that game and they'll be like, oh, okay, I need to just counter it the exact same way as this guy did. But that's the thing. The next time, the person that did the build will do it better as well.
Yep. And we also mentioned it a couple of times, like, we shouldn't forget that we are casting a couple of players that don't have an insane amount of experience playing on a big stage, getting the pressure and then to deal with the pressure. It's different playing in Nation Wars than it is playing on ladder. We saw that with Vanya, for instance, like, we know that this kid is very good, but he just wasn't able to show it. But Turkey Dano, he gets a couple of games in Nation Wars, and then maybe the next time he's like, all right, let's not get silly anymore. I know how this feels. I know what I'm going to do. And this time, I think he did it very well. Let's get ready for Game 2. Are we speed running today, Todd? This is going fast. On the left top side of Ephemeron, we are looking at the main base of the Brazilian Zerg player who had one hell of a game against time. It's Eric.
His opponent in the reds, playing Terran, representing Mexico. Hoppy, special. An absolute legend, of course. One of the most, I think, appreciated pro gamers that we have, He's got all of his own memes, including certain chips and all that.
This Dorito for Juanito. That does actually have a very nice ring to it.
Yeah.
And then
I don't know what it is about this one, but
you see all the little chippies in the chat. Like, yes. To be honest, the nacho cheese chips are pretty amazing as well.
yeah,
I'm a big fan. May or may not have had a couple over the last year.
a cheeky little cheese dip, Never saying no to this one.
Now, obviously, Eric had the spectacular game against time, like we already mentioned a couple of times. Now, this map is, of course, very different because there are no rich Vespian guises on Ephemeron. And I think overall, this is an alright map for Bio. I'm not gonna say that this is like the sweet dream, right? I think Triton is maybe a little bit better for Bio than this one. But I still think it's quite playable here. And I'm kind of expecting to play special to play Bio here as well, because I've seen him do it before on this map.
I remember whoever wins here will have to take on China for a qualifying spot into the quarterfinals. Pretty tough group.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Germany was in it as well, of course. Germany ending up on top. China looked incredibly good in the early rounds. They were the only team to go 8-0 in the round of 32. Was it round of 32? Yeah. And they also went, I think, 4-0 in that qualification match. I don't know if they had one, but I think they did. So they've looked fine, but then they struggled a little bit. They ran into Guy Mauer and his friends.
That was close. The SCV took too much damage to be able to keep on blocking there, so that's actually the hatchery going to go down before the Reaper gets there. A little bit annoying. Special wasn't able to achieve that, but good for Eric.
So far, so good. Obviously, it's going to be very important for Eric that he is... whoa, that's an early roach warren, Todd. That's a little earlier than you normally see them. I don't have the feeling that it is like, oh, I want to have a safety roach warren to get a couple of roaches out against the Hellions that Juanito is going to make. No.
I didn't realize Eric had such a Chad voice.
Yeah, Eric is a Twitch meme. Ooh, the Lynx do get one Marine, that's nice. Look at this, delaying the Hellions as well. That's actually kind of nice, right? Yeah. Because I think the Hellions are supposed to sort of figure out and scout what is happening on the other side of the map.
So I think he's saving lava. Nothing has been scouted so far, and I mean, for Special to use a scan, it's as likely as Roddy to finally get a big tattoo. We talked about yesterday, so probably not going to be happening.
You don't believe in my bald eagle tattoo, Todd?
I think for USA to win is a long shot. It's possible, but yeah. I don't believe you're ready to commit or a big tattoo either.
I mean, I guess by the time we continue Nation Wars, there is a chance that the new patch is live, though. Imagine if Protoss is suddenly super broken and Neep and MCanning just go godlike.
Tell you what, I'll go with you.
Hey, to be honest, it's actually good, right? Okay, that's quite a few roaches. Juanito not realizing what is happening. One Hellion does go down. There are drones being built behind this, so this is not like an all-out, all-in, but obviously you do want to get something done, right, with these 6-7 random roaches that Eric made.
And when you do that, you're hoping there's not going to be a bunker, which now started. And if it's up just on time, there's Marines on the way as well. Special looking to try and buy a little bit of time here around the ramp. Maybe KDA charge can help with this. But yeah, the bunker will be done in a second here.
Very random build, but this is kind of the stuff that Eric likes to do, right? He can prevent it, I think, at
I got the SCV.
No.
That was close.
Well, you're going to have to repair it. There are a couple of Ravages in the mix. Rossival will land where the SCVs are. So this bunker goes down, but the Banshee is already out. And the Banshee is going to shut this party down. But for Eric, it's just about making this go on for as long as possible, right? Make sure that he's not able to...
Oh, Cloak! He's going for Cloak!
I don't think that's going to happen. Seems a bit unlikely.
Yeah, repair on time, and with the Ravagers already being dead, that means there's not going to be any corrosive bite.
That's sweet.
Well, Special is so smart. He realizes that this wasn't going to help much with the defense against the roaches. He counters attack. You don't want to be attacking the hatchery.
This is actually a really sweet move. I like it a lot. All of the roaches on the other side of the map. Obviously, Eric was playing very economically behind it. Look at the amount of damage on the drones. Can he get a few money shots off? I mean, the Queens are really struggling and getting on close, or getting on top of these Hellions. Wow, 13 drones went down. How many SCVs went down? Like 2, 3?
One.
Well, that was not supposed to happen. I don't think this worked out for Eric, though.
Yeah, the counter attack was so brilliant by Special. Able to kill this many drones now. The Banshee is going to come into play. He does have Cloak.
Yep, there is that. There. And that was the only sport that was done, by the way, so Eric getting a little fortunate there. But this is super annoying, right? Because how is Eric supposed to send drones from his main and natural towards his third base now? I don't think that's possible. The Banshees are always going to be hovering around. They're going to just snipe all of those drones. Even the Queens are going to have a hard time protecting other Queens. Uh-oh.
There's a spawn position. He's getting one more as well to cover the other side of that mineral line, but that's going to be cancelled there.
Yep. The potential of these Banshees is insane. I mean, these Queens right now are outside of Spore range. One Queen takes an insane amount of damage and will actually go down here. There is another Queen in the main base that's a little bit out of position. Like these Banshees, it's not even about the direct punch that they deliver, but it's basically like little jabs that's going to happen for like the next minute and a half, 2 minutes. And this is going to be so frustrating for Eric to deal with. Because he can't.
He's behind on the worker counts. We see a Baning Nest going down now, but I mean, Special's already the third command center. It's got the third command center finishing now. And from there, you can expect that he's going to go into full macro mode, get a ton of units out, and then down the line start pushing. And because Eric has been so busy being aggressive and defending, we see the creep spread evolving very, very slowly. In terms of securing a fourth base, it's going to be so much harder with this little creep spread going around currently.
The response of Special, of getting that Banshee immediately as soon as he saw that there were roaches making their way to the other side of the map, I think was absolutely brilliant, right? And I do wonder that if Eric is wondering as well, he's like, what would have happened if I would have just reinforced my initial opening with 1,000,000 Zerglings? Because you played very greedy, right? Like, it felt in a way that Special just knew that this was just a poke. It was a poke that was supposed to annoy him, supposed to deal a little bit of damage, but it wasn't an all-out, all-in. Because he wasn't really getting any bunkers on the high ground. There was one very exposed bunker on the low ground. But he's like, no, a single Banshee is going to shut this party down. And after that, if I can just do a little bit of damage on the other side of the map, I know I'm going to be more than fine. Well, 2 Hellions, they got the world.
1-1 now on the way for Eric. He's going to be going into a ton of units here momentarily. I mean, you have to expect Special to keep on being aggressive down the line. Special might just be waiting for his upgrades to complete. Of course, Combat Shield would be very important as well. And you want to build up that tank count a little bit too.
There's an Overseer here to protect these screens.
Oh, these screens were ready.
Yeah.
That was an ambush right there.
I'm very worried though, because we were most likely going to look at a fight with 1-1 Marines, Combat Shield, a couple of Marines, against 0-0 Link Bay. Now, obviously, if Banelings connect, the upgrades don't matter that much, but I don't know.
Centrifugal Hook is almost finished, so that's something that he's got going for him. And Combat Shield's not done yet, so Special needs to make sure he cannot fight yet. I mean, you don't plan on fighting head-on against Banelings anyway, right? You'd always pick up and evacuate.
Definitely not on creep. Off creep. Sometimes these Terran players like to channel their inner Beyond and go for some 6 splits. Infestation Pit getting dropped there already. And Burrow as well. Okay, Eric.
Put cheeky burrowed Banelings coming into play to make the game. Even if you do it once, it's already worth it if you get like a big connection.
This is the real army though. A couple of tanks in the mix as well. More Marines showing up.
There's no creep on the top right-hand side.
Nope.
At all.
That fourth base thought I think is going to be in a little bit of a pickle. 14 Banelings are morphing, but the rocks are still up as well underneath where these Banes are morphing. So there is no chance for Eric to set up some sort of a flank, some sort of a surround. He's going to go for it. A couple Banelings. Nope. He decides to disengage, and this is bad, man. I do like the counterattack.
Yeah, he's might get a cancel on that 4th command center. To be honest, he has a lot of Ravagers. So the tanks, it's kind of tricky for them. Oh, he's going to move in. I didn't think that was going to happen. I thought he was just going to use Cozy Bile, but Eric wants to get the cleanup here.
Oh, good save on that last tank. I mean, that was a risky move, but I think Eric almost had no choice, man. He's like, I just want to go for it, see if I can get lucky. Corrosive Ball almost connecting with Marines. You never really see that. Those are the only Banelings, by the way, that are currently morphing, as far as I know. Imagine if Special gets a counter or cancel. Yes, he is going to be able to cancel almost all of them. Wow. 1 or 2 Banes do connect, but this was still a pretty disastrous fight for Eric.
He redropped the 1 Marine to try and buy time for the tank to do more. Special. This attack is going to be defended, but behind this, Eric trailing behind in supply. 66 drones currently, and a tremendous amount of pressure being applied by Special, dropping all over the place now.
Yep, and there are 10 Banelings morphing, but I don't know where they are, and there are no other Banelings, so these links, that might actually be enough for now, because they do have those 1-1 upgrades, and 1 hero Baneling was rolling forward.
That was funny too, because Special dropped there, and then Eric looked there, and he was like, oh, I got my Evos, I'll start some upgrades, and Special was like, am I a joke to you? Started targeting one of them, went down to about a 3rd hit points.
I actually thought he would prioritize sniping the Baneling nest there, but I think he was just kind of shooting. I think Special knows that this game is going very well and that it's his game to lose at this point. A couple of Banelings do blow up a few Marines in a Marauder, but Eric simply needs more, guys. He's not catching a break at all. He's starting to fall quite far behind in the supply. I know you've been looking, Todd. You're keeping an eye on it. You know what? You're looking at the right numbers at this point. Special's army is better, and Special simply has more.
90 army supply to 30. Eric trying to hang in there, but he's running out of everything here.
Yeah.
29 links in the production time, not going to be enough. Special scores a very important point here and equalizes the scoreboard between Mexico and Brazil.
I wonder what was the idea behind that opening, right? Like, obviously, there's a couple of links that try to draw the Reaper back, but yeah, they draw the Reaper back, and they delayed the Hellions for a little bit. But still, the moment that the very first Hellion saw the roaches, Special's like, all right, little bunker, Banshee already almost out. And he's like, I'm gonna be more than fine. Maybe this game plays out in a completely different manner if those 2-3 Hellions don't kill those 13 drones, right?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe that's what was actually the real MVP move here for Special.
That was so smart, because defensively, like, they're just not that great against roaches. You know, they would have just died and not done really much. So he's like, oh, you you've already made a bunch of units. You're likely to have gone back into drones behind this. It's only for those 5 queens to defend, and they were out of position once these aliens made it to the main base. To be fair, there was not too much attempt at evacuating here out of Eric. You know, usually like you leave the drones that are close to the aliens there, and then you evacuate with the rest. So I don't know, maybe he was looking elsewhere at this stage.
Yeah.
But that was way too many kills here.
Maybe he was afraid that if he would box a bunch of them, that they would all clump up, right?
Yeah.
And the Hellions would get even bigger shots off.
So like he prayed that somehow.
Yeah.
It's like you're getting attacked by a bear. You just crawl in a bowl, and you're like, hope maybe he'll live.
No, you just roar at the bear. Like if he runs towards you, you're like, "Rawr!"
I'm pretty sure that's the opposite of what you're supposed to do.
Oh no. You smack it in the face. Stalked and slapped up. Don't think a bear has ever been stalked and slapped, Tots.
Yeah, I don't think he would like it too much. You're damn right about this.
I think the game could have ended here, by the way, if that one Baneling doesn't connect with like 9 Marines in the end. Yep. Couple Marines going down there, but obviously Special just being miles ahead in this game.
That was a great timing, by the way. That was before Burrow finished. Imagine a couple Burrow Banelings on the bridge. Good luck passing those customs.
After Eric played such a sick game against Time, I was kind of hoping that he would be once again be able to amaze us, right? And just play out of his freaking mind. But this game, unfortunately, the build just didn't really work out. And the counterattack of the Hellions really put him far behind. And I think if you fall behind against Special in this matchup, whew, I mean, good luck.
Good luck coming back.
Yeah, I know. Like, Special's really good. Obviously, his macro is always on point. I think in general, the micro is good. It's so hard for us. Like, Zerg is good, guys, but turning things around when you're behind in a ZVT and you're working with less economy, less units, it's going to be quite difficult. Which means we're going to get ready for game 3 here between Mexico and Brazil. We are looking at a encounter between Chem and Calazur, and I think this is personally a very exciting one.
Oh yeah, definitely. How you doing, man?
Doing good, Funky.
You are?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Didn't sleep very well, I have to admit. Like, we finished up late, I played a couple games, and then, you know, at like 3:15, I was like, all right, I'm going to try to sleep. And I really had the feeling at like 5:15, I was still awake. People were playing music in their cars down the street. Like, I'm listening to Rihanna, like, we found love in a hopeless place. I'm like, oh my God. At 4:50 a.m.
That's not what you needed.
Yeah, I was like, did they make this song about Le Gare du Nord or something? It's quite unlikely indeed to find some love there, but just couldn't fall asleep.
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. A lot of love stories, actually good ones, start in Gare du Nord.
All right.
In the top left-hand side of our screen and on Thunderbird as well as the blue Zerg representing Team Mexico is Cham. Or Sham.
Yeah. Cham.
Cham.
There's always a roll with Cham.
Cham.
In the right bottom side, we're looking at Mr. Worldwide himself. Name a place that he didn't live yet. It's Calazur.
Yeah, it's an interesting opposition between those two. They've got a pretty deep history, if you think about it, being from the same region. You said it, Calazur did travel a lot, but they're still, usual contenders of Copa America. And they play there quite a bit. So a classic opposition here between Mexico and Brazil in general, right?
Yep. For the people who wonder, what is this Copa America thing all about? It's obviously a tournament that's happening in the Americas, but it was separated from North America. So when we had Challenger going on, Calazur is like, well, I can either face a couple of good players and Juanito, or I can have to compete with like Neep and Scarlet every season. And Calazur is like, you know what? I'm going to flex that Brazilian passport a little bit. Like, sign me up for the Copa. And Calazur basically qualified for multiple WCS events in a row. Most of the time second behind Special, right? But once in a blue moon, he's able to steal a couple series as well.
Yeah, he's been able throughout his story to beat his nemesis in the TVT matchup. But yeah, we'll see. Today, it is a TVZ. And based on their, careers, both of them, I would say that right now Calazur should be the favorite, but Calazur has not been as how should I put that? Maybe not as whoa, I can't find my word actually. It's the beginning of the day for me, guys, and I'm still figuring out how to speak English. It's a difficult language. But yeah, he has been way more into StarCraft and playing more games and more tournaments in the past. It's not his best year in terms of results, definitely. And so maybe it changes a little bit the opposition between those two. Because if I look at it, I'm like, yeah, Calazur has this, right? But then I don't think that's easy. That's as easy to make as a call right now.
No, I mean, you're definitely correct when you say that Calazur is the more accomplished player between the two, and has been historically regarded as the better between these two. I'm definitely with you on that one. But I said it in the previous Nation War, I want to give a little bit of love to my boy Cham. Be keeping an eye on.
What happened there?
Sniped.
Oh, he got sniped with the Marines. Okay.
I really feel that over the last few months, Cham is one of these guys that's like really motivated, right? Like there's plenty of guys that practice for tournaments, but then you also have the Chams out there that just practice all the time because they want to make that next step in their career, and they don't just want to be a good Zerg in the foreign scene. Like, no. Cham is like, you know what, Rainer, Cyril, I want to join that mix, you know. I want to be a Lambo. I want to be an E-Laser.
Yeah.
And Cham is really good, but he's not really there yet. But he's clearly doing whatever he can to make that next step. I'm going to be honest with you, if I was a Terran player right now, I wouldn't be super eager to go up against Cham because I have the feeling that he's in pretty damn good shape.
Oh, no, never. I mean, he's always been a really aggressive player. I don't know if he still plays that way these days because we've said it. I mean, playing a reactive kind of play style in Zerg right now in ZVT might be the most effective tactic. But historically, yes, Cham is a player that would, especially at the beginning of Legacy of the Void, he would bust out like, 50 drones, 1-1 timing all in with Roaches and Ravagers. That was kind of his style. Remember a couple of series against Marine Lord, for instance, where he went for those kind of strategies. Now, the maps are a little bit different. They are more, I would say they're more suited for a more macro-oriented style.
Sorry to interrupt you, but look at that supply block.
Yeah, that's a pretty massive one, actually.
It's a big one, man. Just started that Overlord as well. It's the kind of stuff that's just not supposed to happen, right? Like when you go up against somebody like Diego, you want to have as smooth of a game as possible. And of course, some people, and me too, like I like to joke somebody's like, oh, for Zerg it's no problem. You can just build 11, 12 drones at once. But the real story here is that 5, 6, 7 of those drones could have already been out, right?
Yeah.
They could have already been mining. So this does really hurt your economy quite a bit.
Yeah, the earlier you get those drones, the better your economy. I mean, the number is interesting if you look at it at any point, but if you get it earlier, obviously, you'll be mining a little bit more minerals, a little bit more gas. You'll be able to throw down those extra buildings and everything.
He is building an insane amount of drones, by the way. I really feel like he's banking on the fact he's like, this Calazur is not going to make a couple Hellions and just drive by. Like 14 links, I really feel like that's the absolute bare minimum, right? Like imagine if Diego shows up with 8 Hellions and passes by these queens. Well, good luck, have fun, Cham them, because I think you're going to end up losing 25 drones.
No, he's playing a rather greedy game, Cham, that is, but at the same time, Calazur, as you said, he's not going for those 8 aliens. He stopped at 4. He didn't go for any extra Liberators, I believe, didn't go for any Banshees. He's just going and he's just playing the map for what it is. Thunderbird, we said it, really good map to go into 3 base economy as fast as possible, and that's what we're seeing right now. 5 minutes 30 into the game, we've got that 3rd CC on location, 52 SCVs, double upgrades, super fast. And on the side of Cham, it's more about the Spire and the Bailing Speed. Bailing Speed is I don't want to die to any Marine shenanigan kind of thing, because if you do have Bailing Speed at decent creep spread, there's no reasons that Marines alone will do the trick. Like you have to be beyond level, right? Like to target down those Bailings, and even on creep beyond had a lot of problems with it. So Bailing Speed is a safety net. Then Spire, I like it because it's a really good tempo unit that will allow you to harass left and right, but also snipe important units. So I kind of like that, but it's going to be so late in terms of those upgrades.
Yep.
1-1 is about to finish as the Evo are finishing up on the opposite side.
No, I was looking at that as well, and I was like, why does he still not have any Evo chambers? And then he's finally dropping them, of course, right where Crow is looking, because our boy Crow is just on the money. I mean,
of course.
These Zergs are synced up, you know what I'm saying? I'm actually worried here for Cham, man. I feel like his army sucks. You are right, Bailing Speed is perhaps the most important upgrade of them all. But, like imagine one scan, those creep tumors get pushed back. Suddenly it gets a little bit awkward. I really think the game plan here for Cham is just buy time with those mutas, right?
Yeah.
Snipe off reinforcements one by one. Maybe find a medevac somewhere. And then you just survive with Bailing Speed. Then you get 20 more drones. Suddenly he's at 82 workers. And then you take the game from there. And it might actually work out, don't get me wrong, but it feels a little wonky.
Because if you do go a little bit too aggressive on the side of Terran, if you get those Marines sniped, and right now I think that the tank is in a lot of trouble. Let's see what happens here as Calazur loads up the remaining Marines that he had on the opposite side of the rock. I will defend the tank in the end, but it did get taken out. A couple of mutas died in the process, but I think that's what he wanted. I mean, he wanted to snipe that tank, and now suddenly Kalazur, I said it before, if you've got bailing speed on the ground, those Marines are not going to be enough. And mutas, they'll be able to intercept those medivacs. But now with reinforcements coming, I think Cham has to retreat right there.
Didn't start +1 melee yet, by the way. I hope that Cham is going to pick up on that soon, because we already mentioned how bad his upgrades are going to be. I mean, these mutas, they need to do a lot of work. This is exactly what I was talking about. The muta count is not that high right now, though. I'm really worried for Cham here, man. I really feel that his army sucks. He got a bit fortunate, I think, picking up that first tank. This time the Bailings actually do not connect with the Marines at all. I think Diego's kind of owning Cham.
Yeah, he is, and he's going to probably take out that 4th base if he can target it down. Now we've got some Marines covering for the tank on the high ground, and now 3 medivacs worth of Marines are actually in the low ground, pressuring those Queens, pressuring those Bailings, and yes, he's going to go for a flank. Bailings connecting pretty decently in the bottom side, and he's actually going to be able to clean that up. But with reinforcements coming, and still, like, the amount of minerals and gas that he invested into that defense, that's not even good enough.
And look at the minerals, by the way, that Cham is banking. 1,400 minerals. You got to spend that money, mate. I don't know if he's been missing injects or what exactly is going on. He did build a lot of links, and obviously then eventually... I mean, I actually know that he's supposed to float gas. I don't really know what's happening.
Yeah, I don't really know.
He's been making
either.
a lot of mutas, I guess, and he's been bleeding out quite a few. The upgrades are going to be absolutely disastrous. I cannot remember the last time I've seen it. Well, it would pick up there on the medevac with 4 Marines inside of it. When is the last time you saw 2-2 bio against 0-1 Zerglings?
Yeah.
Like, what?
That's not going to go well, because I mentioned earlier that Marines by themselves should not be able to take out huge amounts of Banelings. This time with 2-2, those Banelings, they're going to explode so fast, man. It's going to be a terrible bloodbath, an acid bath, actually, if you will. Mutalisk here trying to get another snipe. I like the fact that Kalazur never tried to attack those rocks, so those Zerglings and Banelings, they can't run at the tanks. Now we've got a Thor also to secure that position. I like it a lot. And even Mutas, they can't really take fights against +2 attack Marines. Like, you can see it. He got like 4 or 5 Marines. He lost a Muta in the process. That's not worth at all.
No, I mean, Cham is still on 83 drones, and that's nice and all, but the upgrades look so disastrous. Meanwhile, Kalazur is so on the money with his upgrades, right? As soon as +2 attack is done, bam, fires up +3 immediately. Like, this is... I have not seen this in forever. Like, +3 against +1 in the same production tab in a game where nothing weird happened earlier.
It makes it a weird game, but it clearly wasn't. I mean, it's just a Zerg that wanted to go for Mutaling Bailing and forgot about his upgrades, did a lot of like late Evo, doesn't really know how to spend his money either. He went for an extra hatchery on the left side. I believe he does have a macro hatchery as well. Well, at least he needs to, because he can't spend his money. And I was talking about that fight between Mutas with no upgrades against 2-2 Marines. Look at this. This is not even fun for our player. Wow.
There's some big shots there as well. Bro, can you show us how many Mutalisks have gone down in this game?
17, man.
And I guess that's the reason he's floating minerals, right?
20 mutas. Like, well, as we were watching this, I think a Thor shot actually killed 3 extra mutas here. And honestly, he can just freaking F2 A-click this time, because Marines with 2-2 against 0-1 Banelings and Zerglings, that's not even going to be fun. Like, the damage output that's going to come from those Marines is going to be so huge that every single unit is actually going to die before it actually reaches close combat.
Yep, I really think that we're looking at the beginning of the end, and that's crazy, because Cham has 1,700 minerals in the bank. He still has 77 workers, but his army, it sucks, guys. I'm sorry. Not being rude to the Zerg players out there, it just sucks. Everything that he has right now on the map is not capable of fighting these well-upgraded Marines. 70 Marines by Diego. Of course, kudos to Kalazur, by the way, who's been playing at a beautiful pace, non-stop aggression, the way that we know Diego likes to play, the way that we know what he's perfectly capable of as well, but a rather underwhelming game from Cham.
Yeah, I agree. That 4th base is going to die. And he's taking his sweet time, Kalazur, that is in here. A lot of Banelings actually connected pretty well to a huge clump of Marines. But Kalazur is just taking his time. Maybe he wants to wait for his 3-3 timing, but you said it, it's a beautiful game by him, but that's not like he was pressured into something weird. He didn't have to force his talent there. He just played a normal game with his double Evo. +3 attack.
Is done.
Done. It's 1-1. 3-2 Marines against 1-1 Zerglings and Banelings. That's just not a good fight. Even Mutas are getting owned, and they are in a huge number, and they cost so much more.
Now, if you guys wonder what happened in this game, why is Cham in this position as he's actually going to go for a big counterattack? But this army is mentally strong. Like, I really think the whole game plan is, I'm going to get 12, 14 mutas real quick, and I'm going to be super annoying with them, and I'm going to make him play my game, and I'm going to get super greedy. This is obviously a cool counterattack that, yes, it's probably going to kill some damage, but it's going to have to kill 80 SCVs, and there's only 67 SCVs on the map, so...
All right.
Unlikely.
F2, A-click, steam those Marines. And look at this. The Banelings, they can't reach +3 attack. Look at this bloodbath. Kelazur will win this game 2-1.
Yeah.
Now, in favor of Brazil. But you said it. Really underwhelming game, I think, from Cham. Because he had a game plan, but it looked like one, it didn't work at all. Like, that was probably not the right game plan, if I may say. And it wasn't also not really well executed. And the fact that even he skipped he skipped or actually forgot about that +1 melee is a huge deal. I mean, TVZ, when you're playing Mutiling, Baneling against Marine, Marauder, Tank, Medivac, whatever, it's just, it's a numbers game, yes, and it's a position game, it's a micro game, but it's also an upgrades game. And when you're that far behind in terms of upgrades, you're gonna get demolished. Like, you don't even need to have the best splits in the world. You just need a lot of Marines, steam those, and just click until everything is dead.
Yep. I really think, like I said before, when we looked at that counterattack, I think the game plan was, I'm gonna be greedy, then I'm gonna get a whole bunch of mutas, and I'm gonna be freaking annoying, and he's gonna just like be occupied in dealing with my insane amount of mutas, and meanwhile I'm gonna get everything on my side of the map. It's gonna be really sweet. I'll catch up in upgrades, I'll go up to high. I think that was kind of the game plan, but since he started bleeding out mutas so quickly, he was forced to remake the mutas over and over again. And as awesome as Mutalisk are in like picking off a reinforcement one by one, or getting a couple of SCVs, sniping a medevac here and there, defending against drops, they are not that good in frontal fights. But Kelazur is like, I'm gonna force you to keep making mutas, and you're gonna be forced to literally use them in the frontal fight over and over again, and that's just not where the mutas shine at all.
Even that counterattack, and you mentioned it, I mean, it's a pretty scary counterattack. Look at what happens at the end of it. There's like 3 Banelings remaining, there's still 3 Marines and a tank waiting for it, because the upgrades are just too bad. Those Marines, they tanked quite a bit, and this time even on creep, that was a rough fight. That was a rough game for Cham. I don't really know what happened there. He obviously is a better player than what he showed, because honestly, if you're Kelazur right there, you're loving those kind of games, because you didn't even have to drop, you didn't have to go for, you know, like and he did micro pretty well, and you know, what he did playing with the rocks, like
the rocks survived till the bitter end, by the way.
Exactly.
I feel at one point Kelazur was like, these rocks have been so good for me, I'll never take them down, you know.
Yeah,
they don't deserve that.
You're right. Yeah, don't take the rocks out. I mean, those Zerglings, Banelings, they'll have to wait and, you know, get shelled away by a lonely tank on the high ground. Now, it's just like, he didn't have to do anything quite drastic. Didn't have to go for those double drops or try to go for crazy splits into the map. He just had to gather his units, go from one side to the other. I'm going to take out that 5th base. I'm going to take that 4th base, and just splits occasionally. But once again, like when you're playing Marine, Marauder, Medivac, tanks, even Widowmines or Thors in that case, you're expected to do a lot of stuff. Like, you know, you're expected to go into heavy multitasking, play super fast. He didn't even have to do that in that game.
It was a pretty smooth game from Diego. Of course, great macro on his side and on point with those upgrades. Guys, we still have the Maturino page. Maturino.com/nw2019. It is right over here.
This is hard, right?
You guys went easy on Saturday. On Friday night, you guys did some serious shopping. Of course, if you head over to this page, there's a bunch of awesome products that are all related towards or related to Nationwide 2019. So you guys can spend some money. People often sit there at home and it's like, I want to support StarCraft tournaments. How can I do it? Well, over here you can get awesome products for the money you spend, and it is a great way to support the actual tournament as well. You know, it's a nice little thank you to the lovely folks over here at O Gaming who work very hard at making it possible. And a portion of the money that you spend will go towards increasing the prize pool for the pro gamers as well. So this seems like, you know, when people always ask, I want to support the tournament, this is an easy way. You get something in return and you support the tournament.
It's a win-win-win situation. I'm loving it. Right now, Brazil does a lead against Mexico 2-1. We'll go into a quick break, and when we return, it's going to be the second phase here of that first best of 7 of the day. Don't go anywhere. All right, people, it is 2-1 in favor of Brazil. Will they be able to go into the deciders match? We will have to decide, but first, they have to take down a pretty solid StarCraft 2 player in the name of Juanito.
Now, I know that there is a good chance that it's going to be Diego first, but I'm hoping. I'm really hoping for Turkey Dano here. And I do think that's going to be a long shot. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Like, as much as I love my boy Turkey Dano, I don't know if the Void Rays and Tempest are going to cut it against Juanito, but that'd be a very fun match, and I would love to cast it. Obviously, we rotate after 2 maps, and I only have 1 more.
Oh, sad Roddy. I can make it so you stay, man.
Yeah,
No worries.
I would love to cast Turkey Dano against Special, yes. That would make me happy.
Honestly, like the way I see it is maybe you throw down Turkey Dano first, right? No? You think it's Diego?
Yeah, most likely he's going to have to play Special anyway, right?
Yeah. But you can delay it before and just wonder if your boy Turkey Dano can actually take the win. You know?
Who gets the map pick right now?
It should be Mexico
Okay.
because they'll let 2-1.
Yeah, so maybe actually, like realistically, the chance of Kalazur winning is bigger, right? So if you wait 1 round and then Kalazur can play his favorite TVT map, like I don't know.
Which is not that much of a difference, but I do agree. It would be the one to decide. They will go for Kalazur. I expected Turkey Dano because of what you said, because of the fact that maybe you throw Turkey Dano on a map, or maybe it's more important for him to decide the map because of his weird strategies.
Yeah, okay.
Then I guess it makes it even that way, but. I expected maybe a Turkey Dano first, but that will be a TVT, and this is like Copa America 101, or not 101, like Copa America finals most of the times.
Yep. Yeah,
Special
winner bracket final and the overall final.
Yeah.
Alrighty, guys, here we go. This man has been playing really well so far in this season of Nation Wars. Can he continue and get a very important first win here over Special? In the left bottom side, we're looking at the main base of the man living in the Netherlands. It is Kalazur.
In the top right-hand side, one of the greatest foreign Terrans ever playing for Mexico is Special, or Juanito.
Yeah, the map theory crafting is fun in that regard, because I think there's an argument to be made for both sides, but maybe Kalazur just said like, hey, TVT is TVT, like I really don't feel particularly good or bad on any map. Then absolutely it makes a lot more sense, because with the way that Turkey Dano plays, guys, I play a lot of Protoss, but I always have the feeling that guys like Turkey Dano, Printf, they play a different kind of race than I do.
Oh yeah,
you know? Like we work with the same lasers, but it plays out in such a different manner that I don't necessarily know which maps are sweet for them and which maps are horrific. So maybe the moment that Special said like, I'm going to start things off on World of Sleepers, maybe Turkey Dano is like, no, there's no build for me that's good on that.
I can't put my cannons and my proxy targets on this one. I don't like it. Let me play on a different map. It's interesting. It is interesting because I feel like in a normal situation, if you had like a slightly worse player and he was still alive after the first sequence, you would like to throw him on the map that he doesn't select, and you would like your better player to choose the map if it's now a tie 2-2. But the fact is, their best player is a Terran, so it's TVT. TVT, obviously, you might have a preference for a map, but it's not like you're gonna get an advantage out of the map, because that would be silly, because it's a mirror matchup, so both would benefit from the same features of the map. And at the same time, their Protoss player is not your usual kind of player, and he might like different maps than most of the other Protosses, and making him putting him in a situation where he can select the map might increase his chances that are rather slow at the to begin with, though. So I do understand it now.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like if I think about myself, right? Let's say like I have to play a very important PvP.
Yeah.
I don't know, like if I can't really think of one map that I'm like, I think the one thing that you can think of is in mirror matchups is if you are an aggressive player going for maps where there is no ramp into the natural, that is something that maybe works in your favor, right? Like for instance, Disco Bloodbath, there's a ramp going into the natural. This map, I would say it's rather flat. Like I know there is a ramp, but it's a little bit further away.
Further away.
So it's very easy to be on even footing for certain pushes. But we'll see how this plays out. Normally, obviously, Special is the favorite here, but not by an overwhelming margin, right? It's just like two really good Terran players go up against each other. You give a small edge to Special because he's got the bigger achievements in his career, and in general has won more important matches when these two play against each other, but it's pretty damn close.
So both of them went for the same kind of opening because, as you can see, it was a Reaper kind of gas first, Reaper expand on both sides. Now the 1-1-1 transition comes in, and both players will go into Raven production. The only difference is the overwhelming amount of Hellions that Special has been able to produce. Whereas on the side of Kelazur, it's been all about those pesky Marines. It is interesting. That would open up some paths for probable, even potential drops. But as we can see, that both players, they want to go for that Raven. So drops will not be a feature in this map. Hellions would be a little bit faster to go and push across the map in combination with those Ravens if he does want to. And as you can see, he's actually moving out as Kelazur is just randomly showing up with a Hellion and Reaper. He's going to get that full scout and probably a couple of SCVs as well.
Yeah, should be able to get 2 or 3 very quickly. An auto turret is going to be annoying, but you can always just avoid the auto turret, and that is exactly what's happening. But what's going to happen on the other side of the map, there's a lot of potential for these Hellions getting some good shots up, also avoiding the auto turret. Meanwhile, Kelazur lost his Hellion and his Reaper, so now the ball is in the corner of Special. He's not getting much.
That is really good for Kelazur.
Yeah.
He only lost, I believe, one
SCV.
One SCV or 0, but most likely 1.
No, 0.
No, 0 SCVs actually. He did lose 5 Marines, which hurts because you did use a lot of your timing on that reactor. Most of the time that was used on that reactor was on the barracks to make Marines, but at the same time, Special did lose 5 Hellions in the process, and those are more expensive, guys.
I love that Crow is following this tank. He's like, guys, this tank is going for a little adventure. I'm like, yeah, that's not exactly sure what it was on about. It's like, I guess I should go home, right? I guess I function better in a team. There's no I in team.
Yeah, solo tanks are, not that great. Covered by a couple of Marines, covered in the air by a Raven. Suddenly, it's a better life for your good old siege tank. Now we've got the Adam Swapperoo, and as you can see with the barracks landing on top of a tech lab, should be seeing Bio for Kelazur, as we've got double Raven in the main base. Going to take a fight here and try to lower the number of Marines. Also work on that reactor. I don't think he should be able. Oh, he will actually get it.
Easy pickup.
That's pretty sweet.
Yep. It's just annoying stuff, right? I'm actually surprised that he pulled SCVs there as well. I would never do that. But I guess my precious lost mining time. I mean, these Ravens are going to run low on energy, but not the end of the world for Kelazur. He still had a sweet start. I think he's still ahead. His third base is a tiny bit faster, but above all, he's working with more of a real army at this point. Now, of course, Special is already going into that important Viking production. I don't think we have any Vikings on the side. Kelazur somehow. The entire army is missing it.
He dodged that entire Marine tank.
You get gnarly, man.
Push out with double Raven, and keep in mind, those Ravens, they've been used offensively, which means that Special's Raven don't have that much energy. He does have a third Raven, which makes it a little bit better.
Wow, that's actually kind of cool. Can obviously delay this command center from landing for a very long time. I don't know if these tanks are capable of getting anything else. There is an SCV here that's going to spot this entire army, but
alarm.
Quite uncharacteristic for Special to see an army this late when it's already sieging up. But he does have Vikings, so I don't know how much Kelazur can get really done here. He's being annoying, sure, but I don't think there is much he can kill.
Yeah, it's just a tempo-based attack. Like let's just let's tango a little bit. I push across, grab a couple of SCVs, couple of shots there. I make you paranoid. I make you expend a scan, and at the same time, you can see that those kind of moves actually started to have an impact here because Special is rather late on his upgrades.
Yep, the eBay is only being built. Well, the upgrades of Kelazur are already well on their way.
The upgrade master today, Kelazur.
Yeah, I know. He's just on point, man. Diego not skipping a beat when it comes to those eBays. And I mean, upgrades are super important in this matchup. Said it time and time again. Of course, Marines fire incredibly quick. So it's really nice to get an attack upgrade. Probably benefit more from it than any other unit in the game.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Once again, the push out from Special. A couple of tanks, actually 5. Pretty decent number. The scan will reveal the position of the army. That was smart by Special. not walking into those 5 or 6 siege tanks. Interestingly enough, no Vikings on the side of Calazur.
Yeah, that's risky though, right?
It is super risky.
Well, he's got one, but it's super out of position, so it's going to get picked off immediately. Interference matrix has been dropped, and that means -2 tanks very quickly. One Viking does go down there, but Special's actually executing this quite well.
Yeah, he is. 72 SCVs though. Calazur is banking a little bit more minerals and gas each minute on the 3 base economy on both sides. Now 1-1 is about to finish, and I do like the fact that if he realized that he was super ahead in terms of the upgrades, maybe medivacs are a good idea, but you don't want to keep it with the main army, with the tanks actually. You want to go for... Oh, that's super smart. He had the time to unsiege at least one of those 2 tanks before the Matrix actually landed, which is nice. He saved the tank in the process, but he's being, slightly but surely attacked and put in some kind of a corner right there.
Good usage of these Ravens, but the Marine count is starting to get really high, and this is something that you got to be very worried about if you're Special. Don't forget, he is behind on those upgrades as well. I like the spacing of the air units that Calazur did there, right? Because it's very easy to lose that final Raven, to lose that medevac, but he's doing a very good job in avoiding those Vikings of Special for as long as he can. Could find all of the air units here, gets a Raven, gets a Viking, very well done, great pickups.
Yeah, he got 2 Raven and a Viking, and that was most of the advantage that Special had, but yeah, he did walk into siege tanks here, and he lost a lot of them, as we see a lot of the 2 Ravens from Calazur coming from the left side, and here blocking so many tanks, but he did lose so many units just before that attack happened that it could have been so much better here for Calazur, but Special was able to hold on.
Yeah, if those extra tanks, by the way, don't show up, that's a disaster for Special, but they did show up in the right time, and now Calazur is only in a little bit of trouble, because yes, he's got a lot of Marines, but he doesn't have any tanks, man. It's 7 against 1 tank.
Yeah, he needs to buy time in the middle of the map. Targeting down individual tanks is a pretty decent idea, but here, so many Marines from Special are actually going to win that fight. It's 21 Marines against 17, 2 medivacs against 5, but especially 7 tanks against none. And here, Calazur, he will have to do some kind of a magic trick here to stay alive as he gets a couple more tanks, but that's not going to happen. Magic doesn't exist, guys. Sorry to let you know. But this time, he wasn't able to build those 5 tanks out of thin air.
I did not expect that to play out like that, because it actually felt the start was good for Calazur. And I'm pretty damn sure that from now on, if you look into the dictionary and you look for slow and steady wins the race, I think you'll find that replay right there, because that was a slow-ass push, okay, guys? There's no other way to put it. Basically started sieging in the middle of World of Sleepers, but slowly, but steady. 1 siege, 1 interference matrix at a time. Special's gaining ground, and right when Calazur thinks like, okay, I know you have a few more tanks here, but this is still my moment. I saved 1 Raven, I've got plenty of interference matrix. I'm gonna go for it. 3 more tanks show up, and you can just see it like mid-fight. He's like, that was not supposed to happen.
That was not supposed to happen. It's also kind of sad that he did take those shots, those early shots, those ones.
Yeah, that's...
We can see the Raven, the shadows of the Raven are actually on the north side, and if he doesn't take those shots, maybe he has a couple extra Marines, but right there, you're right, you're 100% right. If those 3 tanks on the right side don't show up and don't siege up, he loses everything here.
That's crazy. Beautiful, beautiful timing there by Special on the reinforcements, and that is really a game-winning move if I've ever seen one. Calazur looked at that army for a long time. He knew what he had to do to take care of it. He just didn't know what they had to do about the other unit showing up right on that very exact moment. StarCraft 2 really is a game of seconds, because if that army is trailing for just 4 or 5 seconds, that is a wash, and I really think Calazur cleans that up. I'm not saying that he just immediately wins the game, but he's in a sweet position then, because the upgrades are going to be better. He's economically in a very sweet spot. A bit painful.
All right, we do have a couple of tweets here with the hashtag nw2019, and we've got some pets here. Little kitty watching some StarCraft 2 here. Later once he's awake.
Memes. Spanish memes, that's kind of hard. That account is Rodzerback. That's a bit close to my name. It's like Rod?
Rodzerman.
Like
Rotterdam.
Who took care of my Twitter account over here? I mean, I would love to tell you guys what's happening over here, but I have no idea.
Me either.
My Spanish is bad. I have been watching La Casa de Papel, but All I know is Mr. Professor. Allez la France. France playing later tonight. You guys pumped?
Hey, of course I am. And look at this. It looks like he already got his hoodie or t-shirt. I think it's the hoodie or t-shirt of Nationwide.
Yeah, that's cool. No,
so they do show up eventually. Just not at the O Gaming studio.
Exactly. Well, it's nice that Sebastian got a t-shirt, but meanwhile, I've plugged it 27 times and I haven't got a freaking t-shirt.
All right. As who's our admin here was also doing a couple of
rehearsals. I gotta say,
mic rehearsals.
If you guys ask me, what is your favorite thing about Nationwide? There's a lot of great things about this tournament, but my absolute favorite thing is that you guys actually use other staff to do all the rehearsals, like the microphone checks. Todd and I are just sitting in our room, eating Kinder Buenos, playing some ladder games, and meanwhile, other people here are checking the microphones. It is fantastic.
Isn't that amazing? All right, let's go for that game number 5. Now it's tied 2-2. And, well, the guy that you wanted to cast so badly, Roddy, is now here. Turkey Dano will go and face against Special. But it is time for a caster switch as Johan Mello will join me here on the casting desk. And I'm dying to ask him.
I'm back.
How was your Big Ferno?
The burger?
Yeah.
It was good.
Yeah.
Definitely gonna keep me satiated for a few hours until we order the real dinner later on.
Yes.
Until then, I'll munch on more chocolates.
I know you will.
All right. Map number 5 here. It is Nation War between Mexico and Brazil, starting in the top left-hand side of the map, playing as the Blue Protoss, representing Brazil, Turkey Dano. The Forge. Oh my God, versus Terran.
Interesting. A Forge from Turkey Dano. What's happening here in the bottom right-hand side? A guy that might know that some cannons are coming his way because of his opponent's tendency of doing those. This is the longest intro in the old world. Bottom right-hand side, he is Special from Mexico.
Is he gonna target the back of the middle line? Here we go.
Yes. Oh snap! That is sick.
No way. Don't tell me this is gonna work. How?
So
what?
Right now, I feel like you evacuate your main because they. Oh, that is.
What a guy!
What a freaking god!
He
honestly,
can't block everything, but he's blocking a second cannon from going up.
Yeah, and he's gonna win that fight.
He's trying to do it again. More cannons are gonna go up. Actually, that's a pylon on the left side, I think.
This is so sick. I literally can't believe that just happened. Because now the pylon on the right side gets destroyed, and there's only one cannon, a single cannon.
The probe took a beating already. It's trying to corner it.
But that's the second probe. The first one actually died.
The cannon will finish, but it's already solo on hit points. SCVs are gonna kill it.
It's not even gonna kill it, a single SCV. Now he tries to go for a gateway and another cannon, but I think this is already done, man. It's already lost. He's actually Todd will remove his jacket because he knows he might be on camera in just a few seconds, as we've got a first Marine that will go and hit at those pylons, and even that first gateway cannons are already dead. And Turkey Dano, I think the dream is dead, man.
That's refinery trick won the game, I think, for Special
it
here. Without this, I think he would have just died. 2 cannons would have gone up in the back of those pylons. And now with the defense, I mean, how are you supposed to transition? Turkey Dano is getting a gateway back at home, but he's just so far behind at this stage.
And you see, like, I'd say sometimes luck actually favors champions and those great players, because Special, yes, he did figure out, I don't know if that was on the fly or if he actually faced that before, but that refinery trick, he also got so lucky that the SCV literally did the exact perfect trajectory the first time he tried, which is amazing. So sometimes you've got la réussite du champion, you know, like that luck that tends to favor the guys that are already like top-notch players. And now you've got a Reaper in your base, and without a single fighting unit, you might lose some probes.
Yeah,
and I'm telling you, Special is on top of it.
He's trying to hang in there, but I mean, he's going to take so much damage from that initial Reaper already. I mean, once the rush fails here, it's always going to be an almost unrecoverable position. And he's not even starting a Zealot either. He has to wait until the Cybercore finishes, then Chrono Boost either a Stalker or an Adept. In the meantime, Special is feeling on top of the world. He's getting a Starport, he's getting a second CC on location.
Yeah, this Reaper basically already won the game. Like he's now gonna kill 5, 6 SCVs. Looks like I was right. Did win the game instantly because GG gets called and Turkey Dano has to tap out of this game. And see, we were talking earlier with Roddy of where you would send Turkey Dano and which map, and why don't you send him as the first player in the all kill phase. Like, maybe because of how he plays, he wants to have the perfect map to go for some kind of things. And definitely, you wanted that map to get that pylon positioning that goes into the main, to get that cannon up. But then you face a living god in Juanito, and it's like, okay, you know what? I think I can go through extractors if I build a refinery, and boom, GG.
That was very well done by him. Guys, we're going to head to a break. When we come back, it's going to be the conclusion of Team Brazil versus Team Mexico. We'll see you guys right after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now 3-2 in favor of Mexico. Who's going to be the revived player for Brazil? Todd.
There's something on the desk.
There's something on the desk indeed. Sorry about that, guys. It was super quick break, super quick game.
Having a little vape in between the games.
Of course, my man. All right, 3-2. Obviously, it has to be Kelazur, right?
That was it?
If it is Turkey Dino, I would lose my mind.
Oh, yeah. What about Eric?
If it is Eric, I'd be surprised, but I would not lose my mind.
Okay, I thought you were going to say I'm going to get like a Aldem a Progresso tattoo on my chest.
That would have been amazing. No, that can't be my first tattoo. I love Brazil and I love that saying. No, not at all. Tattoo free.
If France wins this, you need to get something.
If wins the tournament?
Yeah.
If France wins the tournament, I'll get myself a tattoo.
Of what?
I don't know. Of Marine Law's face.
Wearing a tank top.
Marine Law's face on my butt. How about that?
You know you can't go back on
Please
it, right?
don't win the tournament now.
Like it's over.
Who do I shake hands with? With myself?
You don't need to shake hands.
With
like,
myself?
Everybody just heard you. Like there's thousands of people watching. So
just a tiny Marine Lord's face. Or a tank top. Just a tank top. A random tank top. I don't know.
That's amazing. You know Roddy said he was going to get a tattoo, right? If you had Team USA won. A bald eagle.
Really?
Yeah.
Did he say that?
Yeah. He said that.
Yeah. Interesting. There's a lot on the line now.
USA finals. Oh. Somebody's guaranteed getting a tattoo. Kelazur, is going to be the one coming back out, not to
See?
anybody's surprise. And he needs to take out special and then probably special again. So
Yeah.
we've got some TVT here, some good TVT coming up.
And you know what? That makes me a happy nerd. I love me some TVTs. Great matchup and great players. In the bottom right-hand side here, representing Brazil in the green is Kelazur Diego.
His opponent in the red representing Mexico. Playing Terran as well. Big Puppy, special.
Ay, papito. Are they speaking both Portuguese? Like, how come
Yeah.
Special knows Portuguese?
Is it really that different to Spanish, Portuguese?
I think it is like slightly different.
Yeah, there's a bit
Obviously,
of both.
like there is a lot of words that you can
Yeah.
probably easily translate between both languages, but it's still a different language.
They're just talented like this.
Yeah, I mean,
Multicultural.
to be at that level, playing Terran in the foreign scene, they have to be talented.
Yeah,
I can
right,
guarantee you
right.
that. They probably speak 7 languages. Can best
Some of the smartest people
bench
on this
press,
planet,
like-
some might say.
200 kilograms or whatever. I have no idea what I'm talking about, but anyways, double racks on the side of special. This build is starting to become some kind of a, I would not say a staple, but it becomes part of the gigantic, well, not gigantic actually, because there used to be like maybe 3 openings.
Yeah.
And now it seems like it's becoming the 4th one, you know? Because
One of these standards.
yeah, one of the potential standards that you can open with, because usually that double racks Reaper actually existed before, but it was more of an aggressive opening. This
Yeah.
time it's going to be in the main, so usually you use it as a defensive defensive mechanism to avoid getting 2 racks proxied yourself, I think. It is interesting, but the follow-up is really nice because then you get something kind of close to what you have when you do a 2-1-1 in against Zerg, which is a tech lab and a reactor on both barracks, and then suddenly you've got you allow yourself to go for quick marine production and quick steam, especially.
I think it uses the fact that everybody has to scout and you pretty much have to open for Reaper a lot of the time there.
Yeah.
So if you can catch that one Reaper and really punish, it's very rare that we have this kind of builds in StarCraft, I find, right? Because a lot of the time, if you think about a build order and you're quite convinced that somebody's going to do it, there's ways that you're going to be able to exploit it, which is what this build is designed to do. But then what do you do against this build to try and exploit that? Then maybe you play a little safer and you stay at home. So I like that Kelazor, he hasn't really taken any risk. He's opening with a bunker almost as if he completely anticipated this was going to happen, but that the main base is going to be the weaker point here with the 3 Reapers diving in there now.
All right, the Reaper actually going from the natural and jumping into the main is going to get taken out. Now a Marine does fall.
That Marine didn't
It's like, nah,
do anything.
I'm not having a good time, guys. Why are you sending me back to the main base? There's 3 Reapers there. Those guys are crazy. All right, Factory comes up after that. It is interesting. It is an interesting build. I'm really enjoying this. The first time that I saw it being used with actual results was Time in the global finals, the group stage against our good friend Maru. He used it, I think, 4 out of 5 times in their original matchup. And now
Oh
we're
my
seeing
God.
more and more players do that. Actually, it's interesting that Special would go for it when you know that obviously Special is really connected to the Korean scene. He's one of the best players in the foreign scene to copy those builds as fast as possible because obviously he knows all of those Korean programmers, especially TY, and he's
Yeah.
also kind of close with the Time. So it makes sense that those builds are being used by all those guys.
Kelazor, to be honest, he's defended fairly well so far, really minimized those damages. Now, Reapers are going to come back in KDA charge, really doing a ton of damage against those Marines. Can he punish and get all the 3 Reapers? Looks like it. I mean, they were traded for, I guess, not that much information. I mean, he saw the saturation on the natural, which is about even with Specials currently, who's already mining from one of those gases there. And we have the first Raven on the way now for Special.
Yeah, I think like the best thing that happened there was just a little bit of scouting, obviously, but the number of units that he was able to kill.
Yeah.
But it's really decent. Like trading all those 3 Reapers for all the units that he was able to kill. Not too shabby here. Nothing to be ashamed of.
Special is ahead on many things. He's getting Steam Pack way earlier. He's already got one of the gases only mining for a while on his expansion. He's getting the +1. So it's a bit weird because Kelazur is just kind of massing units without upgrades right now, right? He never made a Raven. Instead, he's getting Vikings. It feels like Kelazur wants to build up a tank and Viking count to have air control and then do a push with a bunch of Marines without steam and combat shield.
Yeah. But this will have to deal damage. Like it will have to, because for now, Special with that huge advantage on the Stim Pack, finishing right now before the Stim Packs actually even start on the side of Kelazur. If he messes that up, if he doesn't secure a proper position with his tanks, then suddenly in an open fight he's gonna get crushed by Marines with Stim. So he has to be worried a little bit about crossing that map. Kelazur will go forward with those 4 Vikings as he grabs himself a little bit of map vision with that Hellion that's been properly microed for a bit now. And 2 Medivacs on the left side, and that's what I meant earlier.
Yeah.
Double Medivac, 16 Marines with Steam. I know it can be crushing in a lot of matchup, but in TVT, if you don't have the same amount of Marines... nice interception though. If you don't have the right amount of Marines, and those Marines get stimmed like all
and, yeah, he can
in the natural...
He's landing inside of the main base while he's attacking at the expo now.
Okay, this game is gonna get hectic real fast.
This is gonna go into a really weird base trade where Special's dropping across the map. He gets on top of his production facilities. Remember, he's the only one who has Steam Pack.
Yeah.
So that's gonna help a ton here with his bio and medivacs that he's got there. Special repairing on time back at home on that bunker.
This is so important that he gets that keeps that bunker alive. On the opposite side, we already have 19 SCVs dying, and I don't think that you will ever be able to regain control over your natural or your main base here if you're Kelazur. And at the same time, Special, he has 3 tanks in his main base to avoid being overrun here. The CC in the main base getting targeted down by those Marines, never gonna fall. SCVs are in high number repairing that CC at the moment. And finally, we will get a pushback onto that double drop pressure. But that was so cheap for Special. Those 2 Medivacs worth of Marines, that's not too much.
Yeah, but to be honest, they've traded a ton. Special, he has more SCVs left over, but he's gonna have to get some trades here on the expansion. He didn't want to lose that eBay, plus the depot that were there. There's Vikings still flying around, landing, dealing damage to whatever they can.
That's greedy by Special. Landing that CC here on the third base. Okay, thankfully those Marines will be here to clean that up. But,
and Special definitely, like in the last 30 seconds, dealt a lot more damage than Kelazur would have liked him to. So remember, Kelazur never went into Steam Pack. They didn't have +1. It's just regular Marines, regular human beings.
Yeah, no Stim Packs, no drug, no power enhancing drugs here available.
No drug-infused automatic weapons.
Imagine. 28 Marines against 3.
4 tanks to 1. Yeah, this is 4 tanks and 27 Marines against 1 tank and 3 Marines. If there were ever a time to look at the supply, if there were ever a time for the soup to lie for Brazil here, it's gonna be now.
Yeah, it has to be now, and you have to be super smart in terms of positioning if you wanna keep or you wanna remain alive. If you're Kelazur, with the low number of tanks that he has, no, tanks actually, not even plural here, only 1 tank, and the second one is about to pop out just a few seconds. But 2 tanks is not going to be enough to cover for the entirety of his 3 bases. Now, Special scans, he sees that there is not that many units. He will want to go for a frontal attack. Yeah. Does he go for it? He will go for it. Vikings are the only thing that Kelazur has that's better than Special. That's what Special has. But so many Marines with +1 attack. There's nothing that can beat that right now for Kelazur. And Brazil will have to tap out. GG, well played, gets called. And Mexico will move on to the deciding match.
Congratulations to them. They will face China. And it's not going to be an easy one. We saw China was playing extremely well previously in the tournament. They only fell to Germany so far. And yeah, impressive from Special here to see him, come back out, be that convincing here against a Brazilian team who definitely had earned their place here in the round of 16.
No, of course.
Was one of the good contenders.
I mean, they are a team that does pretty well in Nation Wars usually, and it's not the first time that they've put out some pretty decent results here. But this group proved to be a little bit too much for them. I mean, when you look at it, what is it? Germany, China, Mexico, Brazil. That's a really tough group to get out of. So yeah, no hard feelings, I would say, for Brazil. They did their best, and Kelazur proved to be a really great player. We already know that. Turkey Dino sees his chance to go for weird strategies, and he was able to take out to win a game in a PvZ matchup. But PvT against Juanito was a little bit too much, and then that was the opposition of those two heavy raiders, and it seemed like Juanito was just one step above. But that build order that he used was just really good, and I feel like Kelazur probably underestimated it, and going onto the map like this, super aggressively, when your opponent open for double barracks, means that you're going to be facing a lot of Marines with Stim, and I want to highlight that, but it's kind of... if I had to make a comparison, I would say, like, Zerglings with like great upgrades in ZVZ are usually beat by same upgraded Zerglings in the matchup. But that's the same thing in TVT. You've got +1 Marines with Stim. You don't have none. You don't have any. Like, suddenly you'll have to be perfect in terms of your Viking control and minimap awareness to always be in the right position with tanks and Vikings, because in a frontal fight, you'll get demolished. And that's exactly what happened. When the game got hectic, those Marines, they were the best units on the map.
I think it's really cool that we saw everybody from Team Brazil shining at some point. We had Eric with the epic game versus Time. Turkey Dino won versus Jim Rising today. And had a really nice game there as well. Kelazur, obviously, was still the ace most of the time here. Came back out versus Specials. So they'll be back stronger next Nation Wars. Brazil, one of the better countries that we have in StarCraft 2.
Yeah.
But yeah, for now, we're going to head to a break. And then when we return, it's going to be Team Mexico going up against Team China. We'll see you guys in just a minute. Welcome back to Nation Wars 2019. It is time for the decider match of this group. It's going to be Mexico going up against Team China. Are we ready for this one, kid?
Bring it on. I mean, I was hyping up China a lot in the round of 32. They didn't really deliver so far, even though they won their opening match.
Yeah.
But they couldn't get it done against Germany, even though it was close. But I don't know, just expected a little more. In the end as well, time going for a lot of all-ins. Now, in his defense, that could have something to do with the fact that he's playing like Terran online from China. Probably has a very high ping. And I think that Terran has been getting better in the longer games, right? Like, I think obviously the goals, the EMP improved, that helped a lot. And
Improved, yeah. That's the word for it.
Yeah, no, it got a little stronger, Todd.
A little stronger.
It has a nice kick to it right now.
Yeah.
But maybe he's kind of worried that he's not going to be able to avoid disruptor hit, so that he won't be able to dodge Storm or lens EMP before Storm goes off. So maybe that's why he went for some of those all-ins. But I'm still expecting great things of this team. And I still think China is the favorite here, even though Juanito looked really good in the games that we saw from him. I mean, he did what he had to do, but even when he fell a little bit behind, he was still able to turn it around.
And China has had some really close series, actually, in the round 16. 4-3 versus Brazil, and then 3-4 versus Germany. Just was a little too good for everyone here in this round. Now they go up against Mexico, who they haven't faced yet. And special in that, in those last few games here that he played, looked really good, I thought. So might come down to maybe a few of the games of special versus time if they were to play.
Yeah, and I'm also curious to see if Cham can step it up, right? Because I have been giving a lot of love to Cham, and so far, he's letting me down a little bit, Todd.
Everybody that you hype has been doing.
Not everybody. A lot of the guys that I hype did perform. But yeah, Vanya and Cham, that one ain't really working out so far, but I still believe in those guys.
You know, we keep giving props to Time, by the way, and saying like he's the ace and everything. Look at that ISNU record.
Yeah, but it hasn't been updated because he did lose in the previous matches.
Yeah, well, still gonna have a pretty good record regardless, right?
Yeah, of course.
He's like that guy in the football match, you know, he gets like 6 assists and stuff, and we're only talking about the same guy that scored like the easiest goal of all time because he was in front of an empty.
Penaldo?
Yeah, like, yeah, exactly.
Ronaldo scoring penalties, they call him Penaldo.
Well, is there somebody like this, like a midfielder that like does everything? He dribbles, like he passes everyone and stuff, and then like some guy scores and he takes all the credit.
The guys that give the assist in general, they do get a lot of love because people keep track of that. But there are very important midfielders that don't really get on the board with like assists even. But for instance, like N'Golo Kante from France, like everybody that's an expert in football will say that he's amazing, but he doesn't really give a lot of assists and he doesn't score a lot. But he gives like the assist to the assist, right? So he's very important in that regard.
I see. Makes the ball evolve from the center of the field to forward. Here's the Mexican lineup. We have special Jim Rising and Cham. And yeah, Jim Rising is not having the easiest of times so far here at Nation Wars.
He's been struggling. I mean, a rough game, especially against Turkey, they know, right? And that's somebody that he should know. He should be familiar with the style. So I was a little bit disappointed with his approach and the way that he thought he was going to deal with those cannons and those batteries. But yeah, Cham for me, kind of the mystery here, because so far it's not working out. Yeah. And losing against Calazur, I don't want to make it seem like that is like upsetting or that's terrible. Like, no, that would always be maybe at best 50-50 for Cham. Like, he's an underdog there, but I just know that he can play better. The game just did not work out at all, right? He was floating 1800 minerals for like 5-6 minutes straight almost in the end of the game. The upgrades were super late, like unheard of late. So I want to see if he can do better going up against Time. Then we also have Cyan for the special. Tough draw, I think, here for Mexico, no?
Yeah, I think it was always going to be with how good China is in general. Jim Rising getting ISNU, the man absolutely on fire. Yeah, definitely would favor China going into these matches. But again, Mexico, we shouldn't count them out. By the way, Juan Carlos Tena Lopez. This man has 4 names as his full name.
Oh, big name, big player, Todd.
His name is as significant as he is. I got a lot of respect for Special. You know, like he's one of those players that's always had one of the highest practice regime out there. He's always played a ton, always willing to go to Korea, train with the best. But yeah, first and foremost, it's going to be Time going up against Cham.
You noticed that when Fonka is not on the desk, we're kind of speedrunning this show, you know? Everything's going so fast, no interviews. I feel like the Yo Gaming crew just doesn't trust us, Todd. They're like, an interview with Todd and Roddy and Mexican and Chinese.
They're not as good at it.
No, they're like, this is not going to flow well. You know what?
Next match, if Funka is back on the
We'll get
desk
an
here,
interview.
I'm sure we're getting an interview.
Absolutely. And we're going to make sure that he's on the desk as well. Don't you worry, guys. All right. We're getting ready for the first match between China and Mexico. It's a big one for Cham. So far, this season hasn't really been his season yet. But if he's able to somehow take out time here, and we know how freaking good time is in TVT as well, thinking that most likely Special is going to have to carry again, this would be a massive moment. We'll forgive you for all the other games, Cham, if you can get it done over here. In the right bottom side, hailing from Mexico, playing as the Green Zerg, it is Cham.
His opponent in the red, representing China this time.
Getting close to the end, Todd. It's been 6 days in a row. A lot of long days. Like a shorter show is like 6 hours. Most of them are like 7, some even 8.
Long days? In the heydays of esports, this would have been a pre-show.
That is true, and we would have all done it ourselves as well. We would have had to switch the scenes ourselves, like set up the Skype interview.
Here's the computer and
put up the lobbies as well, invite the players. Yeah, you laugh, but like...
Yeah, I know.
My days in 2010, 2011 were absolutely horrific.
Referee, production, caster.
Yeah. No,
and then you get paid only for one of these jobs in a fraction of it.
Yeah, exactly. It's so funny as well when people come up to me at like a BlizzCon. They're like, Roddy, I just want to thank you for your hard work. And I'm like, my hard work, mate? I've been sitting on the balcony drinking beer for the last 3 days. Like, I'm not doing anything over here in Anaheim. I'll show up tomorrow at 8 a.m. and then I'll cast a couple series. And every now and then I'm on the desk. But there wasn't really a desk this time. I was like, I'm having it easy these days. Young Roddy.
Maybe they match for your hard work back in the day.
Yeah. Young Roddy was a warrior, man. Like 9-10 hour IEM qualifiers, having to find games myself, join games, set it all up.
Grab the sub on the way.
Yes.
I remember you ate at Subway every day in those days too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I had to power through. You think we had catering, Todd? No. I was in charge of that as well. Wasn't even allowed to have a bathroom break. I had to pee under the desk.
The fuel that fired all the StarCraft shows way back then.
That last part was a joke, guys. I did not pee under the desk.
What about Mr. Bitter? What did he get back then for food, like every time you guys would go to the studio?
I don't know. We had a lot of delivery, you know, so we'd get like a pasta or something. But German delivery...
Pizza D.
Yeah, a lot of it. But it, like the first few times I had it, I was like, this is really good. And then I started having it more. And I'm like, it's not that.
No, it's... Yeah. I had the lasagna a couple times.
Yeah.
I theorized it was in a freezer for 6 months before. I just put it in the microwave and delivered it to me.
Oh, I had a feeling mine came out of Spain because it wasn't good for the restaurant anymore. They're like, this is overdated. And they're like, well, Germany, Pizza DE, they might still deliver it.
And so they did. Time's going to require a short pause there.
400 ms.
400 ms, yeah.
That's better than his clan tag, though. His clan tag says 9,999.
That would be a lot.
Yeah, that back in the day still.
I guess, yeah. He's in China right now, he must be, right?
I think so, at least. Don't know anything about him being in the house. I'm sure that if he was in the house, maybe we would have seen him walk by when No Regret was on the interviews and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I guess it's kind of quiet in the house right now in South Korea. Of course, there's a gaming house that's being run by No Regret. He's doing an awesome job there for all the nerds that want to spend time in Korea and practice on the Korean ladder. But I think like this time of the year, you know, you're getting closer towards the Christmas holidays as well.
Yeah.
I think in January it will really start picking up again. I think they're already fully booked for January as well. I saw a list of players. It's like 8 or 9 players or something are going again.
They actually have like, you can book the time.
You have to let them know in advance.
I mean, I don't know, No Regrets running it. I just figured he'd let anybody in, and if there are too many, he's like, oh, here's a carpet.
No, it's really cool as well, because he also like obviously, you know, it's still a business. There are bills to pay. So I think he rents out a couple of computers and rooms as well. So if somebody is very ambitious, you know, that is not very well known, they can pay a couple $100 and they can live in the house in Korea as well for a little while. So I think that's very cool.
We're back in it. When is Roddy going to go there?
You know, I actually was talking to No Regret. And, oh no, another pause.
I mean, that's why we're talking about random stories as well.
700 ms now. But that pause only made it worse by 300 milliseconds. You know, I was talking to Jake, and I think it was the beginning of 2018. And I was like, hey, Jake, I'm actually like, I was playing a lot back then. You know, I was grinding. I was just beat my personal MMR record. I was like, it would be amazing to just give the GSL qualifiers a shot one time.
Yeah.
You know? And I was like, if No Regret can qualify, who's going to stop me? You know what I'm saying? No. Joking, of course. But I really wanted it, and I was looking a little bit around the dates, but honestly, this year has been so freaking crazy with StarCraft 2.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like I've been on the road every other weekend pretty much.
And also,
Sometimes-
it's like a heat of the moment thing where you're like, you're feeling very confident, and then suddenly later you might not feel as confident and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember when CM Punk was going to fight UFC, and we said if he wins, we're going pro MMA, even though we never trained. So, like, I mean, heat of the moment thing, you know?
No, exactly. So I would have loved to give it a shot because I'm sure I would enjoy spending some time with Jake and Scarlett and stuff as well. But unfortunately, it's so hard to find like 3 or 4 weeks without a StarCraft tournament that I have to work. Like, it's almost impossible. And as much as I love playing, like, I don't really want it to get in the way from the casting. But maybe one day, thought we're still young, you know. I see 34-year-old, who was it just? Red, crushing Bly, who owns like 7 houses in Kiev, Como is winning. So if Red can still show up and deliver a pretty dominant performance, who's going to stop me from one day making it into the GSL?
Red is red. I guess.
Imagine listening to the cast of Tasteless and Artosis while you're playing the GSL. Wouldn't that be something?
Well,
What are they going to talk
not
about?
simultaneously, but you rewatch the VOD, you're like,
Yeah, of course.
I just got cast by the epic duo. Tastosis cracking jokes about Battletoads instead of commenting my game.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Like, this has been my entire life's work. It's like, you know what I've been playing lately? It's like, jeez, man. Like, it took 7 years to get here, Tasteless. Give me some kudos, please.
I don't know why, but your impression of Tasteless is pretty good, I think.
You know why Zangief is so hard to kill? Hit points, Dan. Hit points.
Oh my god.
then it's like, all right, we've got the factory going down.
Like, yeah, thinking, talking about factories.
Queens and links are on the way. Hopefully everything is good here, guys. We apologize for the inconvenience, but obviously we are still in the online phase of the tournament, so every now and then there are going to be a couple of pauses. But I'm happy to see that things seem to be all right. And I just want to see...
He didn't go up to 1,000 MS this time.
that's a lot of queens, and that's a 4-minute layer, Todd. Now, Chem, after he tried to play macro a couple times, he may just go back to his old tricks and bust out a Nidus build here. I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah, I mean, why not? If he's not confident in a longer game, Paintingness is going to go down now. Time would have to see it coming, ideally, to defend. I mean, for now, it's still droning up, right? It's still pretty early to be able to say. Well, okay, never mind. He's droning up. It's not going to be like a super aggressive build.
It's an insane amount of drones, actually.
Yeah.
I'm actually shocked. Like, I know that it looks cool when somebody's building 18 drones, but that shouldn't be the case, right? Like, the drone production should be a little bit smoother.
I mean, if you go into units at the last second and then you barely have enough, that's the dream, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, in this case, I don't know if he realizes what's about to hit him. He's still making only drones.
Yep, and he has a couple of queens, but they're all out of position. I would actually like to see these Hellions not morph into Hellbats immediately, Todd. I would go for a little drive-by, because there's only a single queen here. Is he gonna... He's gonna morph them all immediately.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it might work out, because it's just Hellions. More Hellions showing up on the right top side as well.
Oh my god, these drones don't even know where to go. They're kind of cornered. The Spore actually putting tremendous work on this Medivac. The drones were clumped up for a second, but Shams buying time. There's still another attack here on the third base as well, which the Queens are pushing back. So far, great defense. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's actually working out very well.
Is this the dream? He made a ton of drones, made links at the last second. Okay, maybe I spoke a little bit fast. Oh!
Well, that's just 3 for now. It's going to be 6 probably in the end. Few Hellions do make their way into the natural because the Queens are a little bit slower. So finally, Time is getting some real damage. 14 is nice, and it's going to stay at 14. Now looking into working on 57 against 47. I know 14 looks really good, but you got to take into consideration that the Viking went down there. The Reaper went down. 4 Hellions, well, 8 Hellions in total, and a Medevac. I actually think it's quite acceptable to be losing 14 drones there.
Yeah, I mean, he's still on 64. He can go back into heavy droning for a little bit before going back into units. I don't know about that Spire location, though. A little bit awkward around the natural wall, which was spotted, by the way, by Time. So he's going to get turrets on Time. No pun intended. How do you stay away from that word? When
You don't. You just roll with it, because it's always going to happen, and it's okay. It's not a big deal. Now, the Evos are going up. It's important, obviously, that Chem is a little more on point with his upgrades. He forgot the +1 melee against Kalazur. We don't want to see that happen again. Nope, this time he's on the money. Todd starts his, both of his upgrades immediately. Now, the most important thing is that he clearly wants to build a lot of mutas. We saw that in his earliest EVT as well, that he needs to keep Time on his side of the map, right? You don't want to just be chasing around units on your side of the map, because that's not what mutas are for, because then eventually you're going to be forced to fight. No, these mutas need to be be in the face of time. They need to be annoying and pick off any SCVs that they can, or maybe a couple of stray Marines. Basically just anything and keep time busy.
They look like bats.
Yeah.
This skin.
It's got big wings, no?
Yeah. Oh, needs to be careful not to get cornered there. I'm actually pouncing on this with the Marines that he had in the area. Still finding some damage.
Yep.
As long as you save the Mutas as well, they regenerate their hit points so fast.
Getting so many, by the way. It's 5 more. So he's really going ham on the Mutas. And this is indeed what I had the feeling he wanted to do against Calazur. This time I think it's working out a little bit better already. He's on 80 drones as well. Champion definitely is a very greedy boy in general. They got away with it. Time meanwhile is making his accidental Reaper. This time in a little bit of trouble, you thought. Like, I know right now if they would fight, Time's army is better, but I don't know if he's going to be able to fight.
You know what I would tell you? Just look at the supply. It's not like Champ's super far ahead or anything.
Yeah, but he has Baneling speed, correct? That already finished up?
Yeah.
Yep, okay.
A little bit later on the upgrades. I gotta say, Champ's control here on this Mutas has been really good. Never really sloppy, never really overextended. And I know that just because I say that, he's gonna fly into a bunch of Marines in a second, but so far, so good for the Mexican Zerg. No, we don't mind whatsoever, by the way. Just a pure Marine tank style.
Yeah, there is a second factory going down, but might just make more tanks indeed. I'm starting to get a bit worried here for Time, Todd, because I have the feeling that he's not going to be able to move out without getting sniped by the Mutas. The Muta count is very high. This is obviously what Cham was dreaming of. Like, at this point, he's got enough Mutas. He's 20 Mutalists, man. He can actually dive on a turret as well.
Yeah, these add-ons are going to be under heavy fire as well. Cham is really keeping Time pinned back at home now. And Time, I mean, he's got his upgrades on the way. He's got another command center. He's trying to minimize the damage that's been dealt from this.
Look at that Reaper. The accidental Reaper.
Oh my God.
These
Oh my God.
Marines, but I must feel like he could fight that. I know with the 1-1 upgrades, you don't really want to do that. The Mutas are kind of surrounded, but they'll always get out. That Reaper goes down.
That Reaper was the worst ever.
Oh, finally a couple Mutas do go down, but now Zerglings show up as well. That's a very nice move. This fort base is obviously not a planetary yet. There are a couple of Marines, well, quite a few Marines there actually. Cham may want to think twice about that one.
And look at that creep spread. Now it's really going as well. Cham is on 5 bases, getting his upgrades, getting everything that he needs. And as he gets close, I mean, he's pretty much maxed out now. He's going to want to look to trade his Banelings. Just kill as much as he can. He gets on top of some of these tanks here.
Wow, gets all 3. That's so nice. Just dives in, gets 3 tanks, gets out of there
He's
again.
going to attack.
He could actually fight those Marines. Those Marines had no medevac support. A lot of Banelings rolling forward. The planetary is not done yet. Here we go. This is a very big moment for Cham. The splits are good. They're really good, but a few Banes do still survive. Man, what a hold by Time.
Yeah, that was a lot more cost effective for Time. But here's the thing. Cham's on 5 bases. He doesn't care. Like, as long as he trades units there.
Yeah, but he's also still on lair, right? Look at Crow. Crow's like, I'm a Zerg player, guys. Please, like, he's not getting a hive. Talk about it, you dirty Protoss guys. Like, no, the Cham does make, or Crow does make a point, being the dedicated observer. This is a unit composition that will eventually run out of steam. I'm not
especially if Time was able to get 3-3, like
exactly.
+3.
Yeah, that's the old school Pole TVZs, right? I feel like Pole played a million TVZs back then, where it's like, Pole is losing, but back then...
He's surviving on like 2-2 and then 3-3 kicks in.
Yep, and then he beat Jaedong in like the WCS thing, and he beat Hydra.
He beat everyone.
Yep. Okay, there is a hive being thrown down right now. These Mutas may find that medevac, that'd be very nice. 8 Marines inside of it as well. Jackpot! Ding, 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 ding.
I just see the jackpot, can you believe it?
What did you win? 10 supply. What
hey, that's a win. Huh? I'll take that win. 10 supply. 2-2 upgrades just completed. Cham, he's right now, I think he wants to be aggressive, but he knows that Time is just kind of sitting at home and waiting for him to attack off creep. So he's kind of having to stay patient. So they're both making the most of the situation, but it's benefiting, I think, Time more, obviously, if he can get closer to maxing out. I'm surprised he hasn't gone for any Widowmine at all, any Thor. It's just like mass tanks plus Marines, right?
Yep, I mean, that's good in surviving.
Oh, yes, 2 Thors.
Not very good in moving out.
Jeez, Crow is like so sassy.
If Time does get 5 bases, then obviously he's still more than into this game. But there is a chance, though, that this is going to be a much longer one, right? And Time is going to need to increase the quality of his army. Because just Marines are not going to cut it forever, especially not once Ultras are out, maybe a couple of Infestors. Cham, once again, another fight here before the planetary. Once again, likes to fight before those PFs are done. The Baneling connections are quite good. There's more Banelings coming in from the left side. But there are still plenty of Marines surviving, though.
He's going to blow up the planetary fortress.
Yep.
Oh, which is lifted off just on time. The Midas is going to try to go to work on it, but I don't think they will have time to actually finish it. Very nice save here by Time, who will survive for now. They're really, I think, both making the most of that situation there.
What is the unit's lost resource step telling us about this game, numbers-wise? So Cham losing a little bit more, but he's been mining a little bit more as well, so that's quite acceptable.
Yeah. He's going up to 6 bases here. I mean, it's going to be insane gas-wise. Like, he's going to get so many ultras. We already see it Time transitioning into a little bit more Marauder-oriented army. It doesn't feel like Time is like at a place in his economy where he actually could transition very easily into stuff like Ghosts yet. What do you think?
No, I do think that's the plan eventually, right? And a double starboard, a couple of Liberators with advanced ballistics, because I don't think Marines are going to cut it forever. Maybe as soon as that 5th base is up and running, that's when Time is going to make that move. There's our Ghost Academy, so you're onto something, Todd.
Yeah. Medivac. I love how he's just like one lone Medivac. He's like, please don't send me out there. It's scary. There's creep everywhere.
Yeah, there is creep everywhere. Look at the minimap. At this point, it's pretty much impossible for Time to catch Cham off guard, because Cham is always going to see these attacks incoming. First Corrupt is being built. Do we have a Great Aspire? Did I completely miss a Great Aspire? Okay.
Just Aspire. He's getting an upgrade before morphing that. I guess it can help deal with Medivacs. Sometimes there's going to be Libs as well coming into play. Not really using the Ultra Ace Cavern. I'm surprised there is no more attacks on the 3rd base. And as I say that, okay, so there it is. Banelings and Lings. It's like you're maxed out as Zerg. So you want to try and trade some of these units here for economic damage. Oh my god, what is this French cheese with a hole in it?
Yeah,
it goes right through it.
Don't even need to blow up the depots there. Doesn't get too much in the end though, right? 7 SCVs and maybe a couple missiles. This is so silly.
He's like, do I go in? No.
Yeah.
You should just blow up the depot line almost at this point.
That is not the Great Wall of China, Todd. That one is way better. You've been there, right?
No.
What? Didn't you live in Beijing for like 4 years?
No comment.
Oh my god.
You need to wake up to go there, bro. I went to bed at 6 a.m. for years.
I feel bad about going to Beijing like 3 or 4 times for just a couple days, and I've never been there. But
I went to Forbidden City.
Okay, great job. Why?
To me.
Did they have a 7-Eleven there or something?
I think they have a Starbucks.
Yeah, you needed a Kinderboy, didn't you? You're like, oh, look where I am at. Why are all these people taking pictures of the local 7-Eleven over here? Well, Cham is sitting on a lot of money, guys. But Time is doing what we were talking about, and that is increasing the quality of his army. So he's
Cham really trying hard to find some damage here and there. And he's been doing a good job of that, but Time is really locking it down here on those 5 bases now.
Where's that second starport?
There's still the hole in the wall.
Yep, there's still the hole in the wall. He's still only single starport. I want to see some advanced ballistics, Todd. Now he's getting drilling claws. 16 minutes into the game. All right. Oh, that's a very confused ultra.
Ooh, some snipes. I go off here on these ultras. The quality of the army here of Time is actually insane. And because he's got less SCVs, his maxed out army is actually bigger as well. 127 to 1 in 14.
An insane amount of Marines, though. Banelings coming in from every angle. A beautiful engagement here once again by Cham, but he does have to go up a ramp. Cloak is being used. I don't know, do we have an overseer? Yes, we do. More Banelings rolling forward. But the splitting and micro by Time is excellent. He's going to clean all of this up. And I know that we mentioned the bank of Time, and excuse me, of Cham, and Cham is rich. But if you do that 2 more times, you won't be very rich anymore.
Yeah. I mean, he's still mining here from a ton of bases. It's very tricky for Cham, right? Like, to be honest, Time is on 165 supply, and he doesn't have much of a bank. So if he kept on fighting like this could be beneficial. But usually this is a stage in the game where if you're the Zerg player, you keep on morphing a ton of Banelings. Maybe you attack that PF at the top, try and blow it up at once.
Maybe a Knight is in the main base, Todd. What about that?
Yeah, that army is also a little bit immobile, right? Ghost's not the fastest unit out there.
Tanks, Taurs, super slow. So I wouldn't mind a Knight is in the main base at all. Now he's building Liberators. I really would have loved to see that a little bit earlier. That one wouldn't mind.
Is there anything in the Nidus yet? Because he sent the overload to the main base, but hasn't made one. So maybe that's the next wave.
Oh, the overload got sniped.
By the way, this is really hard to spot, that one.
Yep. right on top of the extractor because there are hit points there as well. Banelings coming in from every single angle once again. Tanks are doing left behind. Time is in trouble, man. Time is supply is plummeting a little bit. A couple of drones did go down, maybe to the nuke. But Cham's still rich, still just rolling forward, and these girls can do nothing but run.
And he's finally finding some insane damage. Cham, who's known to be a pretty aggressive player here, took the game to the later stages against a very strong time and said, you know what? I can go up to 6 bases, 7 bases myself, go into ultras, go into that hive tech and wreck you.
Getting a couple of goals there.
That's a massive win, by the way, for Team Mexico here.
Absolutely.
If Cham wins.
Yep. Because maybe they'll revive Time, right, to play against Special, but then Time basically needs to win at least once, if not twice, if Special is still alive at that point. And don't forget that Cham will get another crack at maybe an Iasonu, maybe a Cyan, you don't know who ends up winning, and Cham is capable of taking out these top players as well. This is finally, I mean, you made fun of me for hyping up my boy for Cham, and I know he had a couple rough games so far, but I think he played very well here.
I made fun of you because everybody you're hyping up loses, not just for Cham. But yeah, he's really delivering here. He's going to get right in there on top of this army here. Tons of banings. This is not a really nice ramp to attack into, but he goes for the CC instead. And Cham, in our opening match of Mexico versus China, he goes up against the best Chinese player, Time, and he gets a victory here. A very important point on the scoreboard for Team Mexico.
Yeah, this game, of course, started off with all these Hellions. I really would have liked to see him keep these Hellions in regular mode just a little bit longer. And obviously, the medevac took too much damage of this Spore Crawler. Because, like, Cham was playing a very greedy game. He's supposed to take an insane amount of damage here, and he didn't take an insane amount of damage. Like, yes, he lost 14 drones, but the investment of time was bigger than killing those 14 drones. And then on top of that, there is an insane amount of freedom for Cham afterwards. So he just made even more drones, and that allowed him to very casually go up to 20 Mutalisk.
Cham was actually perfect here for a very long time, by the way. It took a while before he finally lost his first drone, and then he lost a whole bunch, but the fact that he still had so many alive, like, you know that as soon as you've killed all of these Hellions, you can just go right back into droning. The Muta control really made the game for him, because it kept Time pinned back at home and unable to move out, unable to really do anything. It forced him into a very defensive game, which really played into Cham's favor. Cham never really overextended. I mean, you could argue that this was a bit of an overextension, right? Attacking off creep into like that massive an army, but he reset the tank count perfectly every time. He always had a ton of banelings. He managed his resources really well this entire game.
Yep. Time just couldn't really attack, right? Because there are 20 mutas flying around as well. Now, as much kudos as I want to give Cham, I do think it is important to mention these games, of course, are being played online, and we did have 2 pulses right of time, and we don't know what happened in the rest of the game, but there is a good chance that the ping was quite high for him and that he just wasn't able to show his A game. That's obviously always unfortunate. Playing from China, the internet can be a little tricky sometimes. It can be good, but there are also days where it's simply not that good, and it did seem like Time was struggling a little bit with that.
Oh my god, these banings connected so hard onto everything. Even the ghosts were having a tough time staying alive. Made sure he had an overseer in every single one of these attacks, and that last 360 no scope snipe on this army, pretty massive. The amount of banelings that were made and died this game, by the way, but boy did they do some damage as well.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen probably 200 banelings, something along those lines in this game for sure. The next match in this Nation War is going to be Cyan versus Special. Mexico now up 1-0. Don't forget, of course, Mexico has always done excellent in Nation Wars. Last year they made it to the offline finals in Paris, all the way to the semis, where eventually South Korea proved to be a little too strong. No, wait, the Netherlands. The Netherlands, we were the ones. We were the ones to take out Mexico last year. Unfortunately, the round of 16 is going to be our finals. Our final stop this season. Mexico still in it to improve that top 4 performance of last year. So we're getting ready for game 2. Special versus Cyan.
Cyan's a tricky customer as well, right? He's capable of doing a little bit of unorthodox things. It's kind of hard to pinpoint exactly what his style is. So that can make it tricky also for somebody like Special to face him. I mean, who knows? Special might have some insider info, right? Cyan is like one of those guys that has played in the WC circuit. Might also encounter Special on the Korean ladder at times, you know, when they're both playing there.
Yeah, he's absolutely... Even I've played Cyan a couple times on the Korean ladder. When I used to live in America, I played on KR sometimes.
Yeah. How did it go?
Not too good. I actually had a draw once on year 0. We had a draw, believe it or not. Pretty ridiculous. Like he had 1 Archon left and I had 3 Stalkers left, but he kept the Archon near 2 shield batteries and on top of a ramp, and I had no high ground vision. So a draw in PvP, quite rare.
Bad.
Yep. In the right bottom side, we are looking. The main base of the Chinese Protoss. His nation is down 0-1. He wants to tie it up. It's Cyan.
And in the northwest, in the green, representing Mexico, it is Special. Also known as Princess, Kitty, Major, many other names.
Wendy.
He had a Wendy ID.
Yeah. Many different names over the years.
I heard that a lot of his IDs were like IDs that other players had before in Brood War or something like this.
Really?
Yeah.
Thought they were Pokemons.
Wendy's a Pokemon.
Pokemon trainer.
Hey, he's really into that as well.
There was a time where he would send everybody Pokemon videos over and over again.
No, but like there was even events where he was like, "Hey, can I use your laptop? I need to prepare for my match." I was like, "Yeah, sure." And then like he's loading up a bunch of Pokemon videos on YouTube. I'm like, "What are you doing? Get out of my room!"
He's like, "No, this is important."
Remember when he did the prank calls in Sao Paulo?
The what?
He did prank calls. He called people's room and he was like, "Hey, this is Mr. Robert.
Yeah.
Like, your room has been charged for like 400 euro." And I was like, "Okay, like, I don't know how people are falling for this, but first of all, Mr. Roberts in Sao Paulo with like some broken accent, and then you're telling about people about a bill in euros, and people are still believing you. This is not even the local currency." He tried to get a polo.
Oh,
like, he got a bunch of people.
That's so long ago, but I
Yeah.
didn't remember. Yeah, he called my room as well, but I didn't fall for it. I'm like, what?
You just hang up?
Yeah. I was like, who's this? And then eventually I heard, I was like, it's Juanito.
What a guy.
Reaper is going to hop into the main base. There is a Stargate, and the Reaper is going to spot that. So that's obviously a very nice start for Special. But this Reaper is super trapped and will go down. Whoa! Tricky.
Yeah, that won't be expected. And also, nobody scans anymore. All right, let's make that very clear. Nobody ever scans in this situation.
Wait, what?
Here.
Did he cancel it too soon? Oh my god, the Reaper, did that Reaper still had vision?
That's possible if he canceled him, like as it was done.
Yeah, because you keep... What? That's so silly. What? That's terrible.
It's still not gonna scan though. But I mean,
Yeah,
what
but-
do you get out of Twilight anyway? That really would surprise.
You know what you would
Might just
get?
before Blink.
What he should have done is cancel the Stargate and just rebuild the Stargate.
Double Stargate.
yeah, exactly. Mass Phoenix. Oh man, that's really unfortunate. Dark Shrine, okay.
You mean cancel before he saw the cancel?
No, like cancel in his side.
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah,
when the
okay,
Reaper
yeah,
goes
yeah.
down, you rebuild
Yeah,
it.
makes sense.
The last thing they would ever expect of a cancelled Stargate is an Oracle.
If you think there is a Stargate unit coming, you would get turrets, right? Which counter DTs. But
Well,
do you think he canceled on purpose?
oh yeah, absolutely.
But no, I mean, he canceled on purpose while Special had vision.
No, I don't think that. No, of course not.
It might be.
Maybe, but my brain is not that big, Todd, so I cannot possibly make the speculation. But I feel that Special so far playing it like he's still playing against the Stargate. Maybe the Reaper went down, he saw the Stargate, and maybe he
Yeah.
already looked home. Maybe he doesn't actually have vision of...
Cyan is thinking ahead. He's like, Special is going to try to counter without turrets. He's going to get Widow Mines, Vikings, but no turrets. And then my DTs are going to walk in. They're going to start swiping away
That is
like Roddy on Tinder. And
What?
SCVs are going to fall.
What? This actually could get very bad, Todd. The Dark Shrine is almost done, guys. We don't have an eBay, and we don't have a Raven. Now, how much energy do we have on these lovely orbital commands? There is one scan available. Todd, there is literally one scan available. This is a disaster. I think Juanito... Oh my god, he just dropped the mule. Todd, can you do the rest of this game while I close my eyes and you hold my hand?
Let's get Funka ready for the next interviews already, Cap. Adepts are going to shade in as well. He's trying to take the attention away from the DTs, but they're not going up. Where are they going?
Cyan.
Guys,
Cyan. I mean, there's one scan maybe available now.
Yeah,
Wait,
there
kill
should
the
be
depot.
soon.
Why don't you kill the depot?
Oh my God, no.
What? What are we watching?
oh, he actually escapes the scan, but when is
Yeah.
the next one? When is the next scan?
That's the one from the natural. The
Okay,
next-
so yeah.
But it's probably the Raven. But
It's
he
in a
should've-
while. Yeah, he can get in there. He's going to force a mass repair. Oh my god.
Can you out-repair that? Yes, you can. Okay, I don't think he's going to be able to save the depot on the right
There's
side,
a Raven on the
though.
way. It's 70%. Okay, he needs to buy some time. Special needs to run around, make those DTs derp a little bit. He almost has the scan, I think, as well.
Yeah,
8 SCVs have died so far. A few more are gonna die. The Raven cannot come out soon enough. I think it's 95%.
No stim, mate. So this now is already a success, guys. It's a massive success. I feel like it could have been an even bigger success.
Well,
Now-
this is better if Cyan is throwing a bunch of DTs away for nothing.
No, but I mean, if he would have gone up to the ramp immediately with the 3, there would have been 0 mining of both bases for quite some time. But this was still all right. It worked out in the end, but I feel like it should have been game over.
Yeah. If he
It's-
had gone straight in the main base, I think it's game over.
Yeah,
he just kills
absolutely.
too many SCVs.
Yep. And there is no mining, right? Because you have no detection in natural, you have no detection in main, and it was 4 DTs as well. So even if you lose one, let's say 2 to 1 scan, you can still split them up, and there is still 0 mining. Special's got a lot of work to do. Obviously, without Stim, like, it's hard, right? But
Is he gonna follow up attack?
he really doesn't have to, but maybe he just wants to be annoying with a couple of stalkers. I think the Marauder count's not that high, right? I think the first Marauder is currently being built. So you can always guide a little bit with your stalkers. And as soon as Blink is done, you do kind of... Okay, wait, he has charged me for Blink? What a mad lad. Can you believe that?
I think it's good in his situation, right?
Yeah, worked out.
Some Protosses would even have skipped Blink entirely, made a bunch of Archons and attacked. Well,
He's
apparently
gonna
Cyan's
attack
still-
with
still
charge
good.
and Blink against a Terran that doesn't have Stim. I feel like this is not even fair, I thought.
He does have a Liberator.
Yeah. It's a single forge. I'd like to see a second forge here from Cyan, and I'd also like to see him drop a Robo-Bay. Like, I think if you get 1 Colossus in a game like this, it's super over.
Yeah.
Of course, you can go Storm as well, but I actually think Colossus is a little bit more reliable.
Maybe, the biggest worry would be like if Special manages to take the 3rd base, go into a Ghost Academy, and then has some of those sun-sized EMPs
Yeah.
and deal with these mass charge loads.
Like, maybe an SCV, I wouldn't say SCV pool, but he doesn't have that many SCVs. I feel like as long as you survive the first wave of Stim Bio, I think you should always be okay here with the economic position that Cyan has. And I think just having 1 Colossus to rely on their Guardian Shield, you should be more than fine.
Are we going to see a meme tweets about DTs and their win rates eventually, like there was about the proxy racks?
Because DTs have been doing very good.
I think they've been doing, right? Like, I didn't really keep track of how many games they won and lost, but it feels like they've been doing really well in those games.
I mean, I was
Even
like,
on your stream, man. Told you to make Dark Shrine a couple times, you know?
I lost a game because of Dark Shrine as well.
Well, I don't think the Dark Shrine was the problem there, Kev, but sure.
So I've won games from bigger deficits, okay? Cyan is playing this out very safe. I'm still going to repeat myself. I'd love to see a Robo-Bait, though. I find it kind of crazy because he could lose against an insane amount of Marines.
I think he's worried about an attack, which, by the way, will be coming here in a second. So he just massed units. There is a Raven, so that means anti-armor missile against huge amount of charge loads. He could actually kite like crazy and maybe win a fight.
Obviously, the warp is maybe force fields can buy some
Oh my god,
time.
this is a bad position for Cyan.
What are you doing, Cyan? Okay, he's going to drop force field.
Oh my
This
god.
Is, oh my god. Now the SCVs are coming as well, so that is the SCV pool thought. He
That's
could
your
actually
timing
lose here.
special. Special, it's now or never. He's going to get right in there. We don't want at the front, he's going to be sniped. He needs to start
kidding me?
kiting back. SCVs need to be at the front. Archons are going to remove them from the game so fast. Interference Matrix on one of these Archons here.
Guardian Shield is massive, but all of the Zealots are gone. The Immortals only feel a little bit
Oh
exposed.
my.
The Bio Army is still going strong. Special was 15 workers behind, a base behind, didn't even have Stim. There is a counterattack. He's losing everything at home, but can he win the game? With these Marines, you always want to let the Marauders stand in the front. They have to tank the shots. 59 army supply against 25. I think Special can do it here, man.
Yeah, he needs to kite maybe. He's kind of standing there. I guess he's not too worried about this low amount of charge loads. He's going to get rid of all of these probes here. And if I was him, I'd get on top of this army ASAP here. Dark Templars are being warped in. He wants to go into Archons. Special cannot give him the time to reach this. On the other side of the map, he's mining again.
He needs to save scans, right? Because Dark Templars could... No, he's still got a Raven. What? My god, he's still got a Raven with the push as well. So he is running low on Medivacs, but 1 or 2 Archons is simply not going to do it. The last few Stalkers are not going to cut it either. More SCVs are going down, but Special is turning this game around. I can't believe it. I thought he was super dead. I think he was supposed to be super dead. 4 DT showed up with 1 scan available, no eBay, no Raven.
Even
And
those
somehow-
Medivacs are like solo on hit points. The fact that he's keeping the Raven alive, it's not even allowing Cyan to try and go for anything like more Dark Templars. And Special with one of the most insane comebacks we've seen here in this tournament. Will be taking game number 2 of this nation war, and Mexico goes up 2-0.
Yeah.
What is going on?
And both their star players are still alive now as well, right? Both Cham and Special will at least have one more shot, if not 2 more. I mean, awesome. I love a comeback, Todd. I love a miracle story, but sometimes, like, the StarCraft critic in me is just like, this was not supposed to happen, okay? Like, in no universe is this supposed to happen. He has 4 DTs. He somehow clicks them next to the ramp. So in the first scan, like, now he's giving up a lot of time, right?
That's so weird that he misclicked that.
Yep.
Cyan got pranked, like all those people got pranked in Sao Paulo, man. Got called by Mr. Roberts.
But even after
a
this,
hefty bill.
like, even though this was not the best execution, and then I'm putting it lightly, it was still good. It was still a victory, guys. These Dark Templars still paid off. So he had so much time to go for Colossus, and Colossus are so much more reliable than Archons, like in every single way. I think they're more reliable. Storm could have done the job as well, because 1 or 2 storms will get it done.
But I think he just kind of fell apart. Also, even like, he should have been looking to disengage here when anti-armor missile was on his army. Also, I mean, once there's 2 Matrix like this, it's pretty hard, I guess, to disengage against a steamed army, but
I still agree with
when
you.
half your army is just not working as effectively. I mean, if it was Showtime, he would have told us what an easy hold this is, right?
Yeah, so it's like I was never in any doubt. 27 supply. He's like, no, that army's going to run out of steam. No, that was, I mean, amazing comeback by Special indeed, but we got to be a little bit critical of the decisions that Cyan made in the last 3 or 4 minutes of this game, because...
Yeah, nice. He's +2 armor completed.
Yeah.
5 units left.
But then he's also mostly relying on, like, not even double forts, right? If it would have been pure, I even think pure gateway would have been better than the 3 Archons. I'm really not that big of a fan of Archons there. Like, if he just swarms it with like 12 Stalkers, 2 Sentries...
Well, the problem is that they weren't even fighting, because Matrix was used on both of these guys, or like 2 out of 3, I think it was.
Oh, I feel like this was the only way for poor Cyan to lose this game. And he's a great Protoss player, and he has shown us some great Protoss magic in the past, but this was a little bit of a throw. Now, I don't know if he has an ambition to apply for the Red Sox, or the Yankees, or the Dodgers. But that looks like a mighty fine arm to me, though. Write down that name. That man can throw.
Oh, you sound like a real sports fan, a real sports enthusiast now.
Yeah. What can I say?
Then again, you've given me a couple of bad tips. Yeah, Super Bowl. I was like, who's going to win? You were like, LA.
Oh, last one. Hey, I told you Liverpool was going to win the Champions League. I did all right there. That was an easy one.
Yeah. I don't think I bet those. On this.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, I did?
Yeah, you bet $100.
Oh, yeah, okay.
All right, we've got a couple of tweets coming. Of course, guys, keep your tweets coming. We want to see what you guys have to say. I know this dude. He's always...
Do you know what the caption says?
No.
Enjoy the trip to France because you're not getting any prize money.
And that's actually kind of sick. He's a cool dude. Guys, this is our last day for now. The last day of the round of 16. After this, we're going to take a break because, of course, Home Story Cup is coming up. So keep those tweets coming. Hashtag nw2019. Show us your setup. Show us your food. Show us how you're watching these games.
Some pets.
Yeah, the puppies. Where are the puppies?
Any kind of pets.
A very low amount of puppies over the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed.
We had one in studio at least.
Yeah.
We had Domino yesterday.
Domino.
Yeah.
That's a great name. You know, the one thing
What
I
do you
can
laugh?
say, I don't know, because the way you put it. It's like, yeah, we had Domino. It's just
That's the name of the dog.
I know, it's a funny name. Thinking of pizza when you say Domino. Or the board
Everything
game.
is food, everything related to food.
No, or like the game, you know. I used to play Domino. Well, Domino was a cute puppy. We had a couple nice pictures with the dog as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, show us. Show us how you're watching. This is our last day. You guys are going to have to miss us.
Oh, last day in a while.
I know.
We'll be back for the round of 8 later on.
You know what they say, Todd? People never know what they have until it's gone.
Yeah.
I know you guys are used to us right now. 6 days in a row, 7-8 hours a day. But next week on a Monday afternoon, you're going to be like, it is a little lonely.
Well, we're
without
like
Todd,
Monday,
Brody,
yeah.
and Funky in the living room, isn't it?
On Tuesday, 6 p.m., people are going to come online. They're going to be like, where's Nation Wars? It's not there.
Oh, it will be live.
Maybe the Muslims online. No, because he's not streaming that much.
Now, the Muslim will be on his way to Berlin then.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, Home Story Cup is next week, so I guess we'll be back.
Yeah, but that starts on Thursday, though.
Yeah.
You know, people on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you guys are going to be a little lonely. So send us those tweets. We are waiting for the next play. I do believe we had a little update of from our producer, but I didn't hear what he said.
Me neither.
Maybe. Okay, we are still waiting. China has problems. I mean, yeah. After that previous game, it's pretty safe to say that they've got some problems, all right? Like, jeez.
If those DTs didn't work, I don't know what will. But to be fair, Ayasunu has been the one, with a pretty clean record. Like, I think he's lost one map.
At least.
Two?
Yeah.
Okay.
He lost against Germany. I think he lost a game against Brazil as well.
Germany, man.
No, of course.
Who did he lose to? Big Gabe?
No, Gabe lost to Time in a TVT. Ayasunu probably lost to Showtime?
Yeah.
Yeah? I
don't know.
Either Showtime or Lambo. Maybe Lambo. I think Lambo beat Ayasunu, if I recall that correctly. Funky's going to look it up for us.
Lambo is extremely good, obviously. And yeah. Jim Rising, it will be his time. If there is ever a time, imagine. We've had this in the past too, especially in team matches where like a player, who you wouldn't expect to be the ace of the team just kind of comes out and like seals the deal. They've got all the momentum in the world. Obviously, there still would be a revive, but that'd be a great time for Jim Rising to score a point here versus Ayasunu.
Oh, yeah. Funky just told us that Showtime is the one who beat Ayasunu. And I think that was on Thunderbird, if I recall correctly, with a couple of failed Nidus attacks. Yeah. We looked at it and it was just like a bunch of roaches running around. And I'm like, well, this is not really that next level Zerg play that we were hoping for. But maybe Ayasunu can step it up here. Ayasunu is absolutely capable of winning a couple of games in a row. But now things are looking really bad for China. There's no other way to put it. Because it's 2-0. But it's not like 2-0 with like the next map is guaranteed. But even if Ayasunu wins, Ayasunu, in my opinion, is going to be an underdog against both Chem and Special. I know a lot of people might not agree with him being the underdog against Chem, but I kind of think he would be.
Really?
Yep, that's my opinion.
Man, you're really counting Ayasunu out, aren't you?
No. I think he will be Jim Rising. But I think against Chem, it's very close. It's 50-50. I know certain people will be like, oh, Roddy, shut up. Like, Ayasunu is way better. But I actually think Chem, with all the
Why would
practice...
Tasteless say that?
That wasn't a taste. That wasn't my Tasteless
That sounded a little bit like the...
No, not at all. I don't think so. That was my
It's
chat
a little bit
voice.
deeper voice.
That was my Twitch voice.
Are you done?
Say again? Producer?
I think the players are...
There is a player incoming. That's good news. I was like, they are not coming. I was like, well, that's kind of awkward. Like, what do we say now?
How do we break the news?
Yeah. It's like, that's not a very subtle way of bringing it. It's like, well, guys, they are not coming. But it turned out that it's player incoming, so that works.
Going into this series, if anybody had told me that Mexico would go up 2-0 in the first two matches, I would have said you're out of your mind.
But the time in Cyan as well, Todd.
Yeah. Here we are.
Here we are indeed. A lot of pressure right now on the shoulders of Ayasunu to bring it back and keep the dreams alive of China of going into the quarterfinals. We know that this is an excellent team, and I do truly believe that if they will make it to the offline finals, that they could really show us some magic. But they're struggling right now online, and things are starting to look dicey. I can't believe about that last game. I'm getting joined by Funky. Did you watch that PVT, Funky?
Yeah, that was really crazy, honestly, because usually when you get that kind of opening, when you get that kind of damage with your early opening with DTs, usually you're not supposed to come back as a Terran. I usually tap out, you know?
And the funny thing is, it could have even been worse. Like, the damage was quite devastating, but it could have been worse. It probably should have been worse. Anyway, we're going to move on about this PVT, and let's see if this man can start striking back for China. There's going to be some pressure on his shoulders in the left top side of Thunderbird. We're looking the main base. The Zerg player, it's Ayasunu.
And in the bottom right-hand side, he could put his team in an amazing position if he were to win this game, putting them at 3-0. He is Jim Rising. Bit a nice little monkey next to his hatchery.
Yeah, he's been rocking it for a while. I kind of feel like the story of China in this tournament is going out like a candle. That's kind of what this is starting to feel like to me. They started off so promising, they looked so good, really started to feel the hype around these guys. And I still believe that Time is world-class, don't get me mistaken, guys. But he had a very unfortunate game, was obviously struggling a little bit with the ping as well. Now Cyan losing that game in the way that he did. Like, it would have been... It's always bad when Time loses immediately.
Yeah.
But I think trading Time for a special would have actually somewhat be all right, you know, because then Cyan is still going strong. You are kind of expecting Ayasunu to win, but Cyan losing that game, that feels like a massive slap in the face to me. As a little bit of a China fanboy.
I know I've been quite the commentator talking about all the maps and everything, but why would you send Time on Acropolis, man? That's so weird. I really do not understand. I think it's a really, really tough match, tough map to play TVZ on, and that's mostly what you're gonna get because Mexico is not going to send Juanito on Acropolis. So yes, you'll get a Zerg. Maybe they expect it, but once again, like it's going really deep into the the thinking about the maps. Maybe they expected Jim Rising, and then they're like, okay, the map is not that good, but time is so much better than Jim Rising that it should be okay. But then you've got Cham. Cham is part of the team, and yes, he's not as good as Juanito, but is a really decent top Zerg here in the American region. So.
It was good, by the way.
It is dangerous to go to send your best player, that is Terran, on a map like this.
Yeah.
I really do not understand.
It was cool, by the way, to see the idea of the build that Cham was going for actually work out this time, right? Like we kind of went over with the insane Muda count, and actually being aggressive rather than just defending. So this time it just worked out
it shows that
lot better.
He probably just messed up that previous game. He was just not feeling it that day and or at that moment, and just in general not playing a good game. But this time around, you've got a slightly better map for that kind of style. You can see how a huge Mutalisk cloud can be a real pain and a real nuisance for Terran. And the transition into Ultralisk, everything looked really, really fine in that game for Cham. And Time didn't know how to really counteract that kind of style. So now China is in a bit of a pickle, man. Like 2-0 after that, losing both Times and Cyan. That's going to be hard. ISONU needs to win this game for them to feel a little bit more comfortable going into the second phase. Once again, you can still believe in the capacity of Time to go and win some extra games. Then when he would be revived, I'm guessing he would be the player to be revived, right? But still, the fact that Juanito is still in the lineup for Team Mexico means that even if Time is an amazing player these days, he's going to have to play against another amazing player in the TVT matchup, and that's not easy victory by any means.
Yep, and he's still going to get Cham perhaps one more time, and Cham is also, as we just saw in Acropolis, not a free win, and there's going to be a couple of worse maps out there as well. I mean, Acropolis is bad, but it could be a lot worse as well, so... We'll see, World of Sleep is still out there, I think, in this Nation War. So we'll see how it all plays out. Pretty quick lair, right? On the side of, well, actually, no, it's quite even. Jim Rising a little bit ahead, but not that far ahead. We obviously know about Jim Rising. We know that he likes to be an aggressive Zerg. That's why he's using the monkey deco as well, because he often talks about himself that he plays like a monkey. It's kind of how he describes the North American server in general.
The baboon.
Yeah, baboon plays, monkey plays.
Zergling actually gets the scout onto that lair. It's actually kind of sad that Jim Rising did get scouted here, but he's also going for something rather unusual here with that +1 melee upgrade.
Spire then, right? Spire.
It's usually Scream Spire. If you see +1 melee, you expect that Spire play, which is not that bad, obviously, on Thunderbird. I mean, there's a lot of a path that you can exploit with Mutalisks, as your opponent is trying to run around all those ridges and cliffs and stuff like that. So might be interesting.
It should always be Spire here, guys. Or he's bringing the Rainer special back, the Ling Lurker. But unfortunately not. There's a Spire. It was so funny when this Ling Lurker thing came popular because they all claimed it, right? I thought it was so funny. When,
I'm the inventor of the Ling Lurker.
Oh, Rainer's build's so sick. And Risky's like, I don't want to be that guy, but I've actually been doing this for the longest time. And then Lambo's like, to be honest, 6 months ago in this ladder game, I did the Ling Lurker as well. It's like 7 people, 7 different Zergs claimed.
I'm guessing Stefano might have said something. He was like playing with Lurkers really, really early back in the days in ZVZ. But he was also playing like Spore Spine Lurker.
I just know a lot of people claim that build all at the same time after Rainer got that one victory on year 0 over Serral. Thought that was kind of funny. Good scouting here by Isono. He knows what he's going up against. Drops the Hydralisk then on his side of the map immediately.
Interesting.
Economically, this is a very even game.
Yeah. It's interesting that ISONU throws down the Hydra then, because obviously it looks like it's the most appropriate answer. You need a unit that crosses the map and that can actually shoot at the air. But usually you see a lot of Zerg players, they're like, okay, you're going Mutas, I'm actually going to pressure the crap out of you with literally a lot of roaches and maybe a queen, maybe a Nidus with some queens. Wow. In this case, it's only going to be Hydralisk.
That was really good for Jim Rising, by the way, because it was all right before +1 missile attacks finished up. So 3 roaches going down and getting a Kenzo on that 4th base. If he shows up there a couple of seconds later, +1 will be done. Those roaches are going to have a much easier time dealing with all of this. this mailing drop is doing some alright damage, right? Getting 3 drones is not bad. It's a decent attempt, but obviously not what your sweet dreams are made of.
Yeah, he's also salvaging a couple of those banelings that were built earlier into that game. But as we know, there might be a lot of Zerglings still being produced on the side of Jim Rising with that +1 melee. We'll see if he decides to invest into that +2. But for now, it's nothing but Mutalisk, and that's a lot of Mutalisk. I think
3 Hydras, 4 Hydras out of position. I would fight that immediately with the Mutas. And that's what Jim Rising is thinking as well. This is really bad news for Cyan, man. 5 Hydras going down like this. Like, what are they doing? They're completely exposed. Gotta be a little bit more careful here, Jim. But Jim is feeling it after getting us first. That's like 8 Hydras going down. Now a Queen is taking a lot of damage as well.
And then now that lone Hydra on the north side is going to get taken out, and there is still Mutalisk being rallied on top of everything. Do we have any spores? Is there anything to defend, like in terms of static defenses? Because right now it looks like it's snowballing a little bit out of control here.
Yes,
There's not even a spore there.
I feel like Jim Rising is running away with this game. I mean, his Lings have upgrades as well, so they're getting a nice little surround on the Roaches. A few Hydras are going to try to save the day. And then supplier-wise, it still looks even. But if there's no anti-air, it's 15 Mutas at this point.
Yep. I would like him to go for that. Yeah, that's 4th base. I mean, if you can remove one of those bases from your opponent, that means that all those lavas, those extra lavas, are not going to be key and not going to be used.
Spend your money, Jim. I actually think, okay, that's a bit painful. That's -1 Muta. Second one almost goes down. I want him to keep on the pressure, though. As long as the Hydra count is low and all of the Hydras are not together, and now a few more Hydras showed up on the right side.
Yeah.
I still think this is all right. You want to stay as active as possible, because if you're outnumbering the Hydras by this much, picking them off one by one can eventually mean you can overrun them. And then if you take the 4th base out, it's game over, right? So attacking that 4th base to pull units out of position is very sweet. Jim was floating a lot of money. I think if he would have done that better, he would have already been in an even better position. Like, not saying he would have won the game, but he could have definitely created a bigger advantage for himself.
I'm not a huge fan of that move, actually. He's going to lose a lot of Mutalists there. He already lost a couple. And Crow was showing us earlier as we once again see those Mutalists trying to take a fight, but now there's just too many Hydralists. Those trades are not but going to be cost effective. 24 extra Zerglings I like, because that could mean a lot of Banelings, but no Baneling speed on the side of Jim Rising. So usually when you're playing a lot of Mutalists like this, or really heavy Mutalist play like this, you would like to have Baneling speed, because your opponent is going to be a lot of Hydralisks.
You know what would have also been the play, as Rainer would say? Because when he was fighting with the Mutas, right, and he was hunting down these Hydras one by one, he suddenly showed up with 20 extra Lings, and he sent them towards the 3rd base, which was kind of cool, but there were a couple of Roaches there. That fight took a little while, extra units popped. If he would have just right-clicked those Zerglings on the 4th base, that 4th base would have been super dead by now.
Yep.
Because there was absolutely nothing that Jim Rising could have done, unless he sent all of his Roaches there, but then the Mutas could have taken it out. Like, I like Jim's position, but
It could have been better.
I remember a certain throw in a Muta Ling Bane scenario against Hydras and Lurkers from not too long ago. You know, perhaps a rather
Who
important
are those guys?
a rather important match at the WCS Global Finals. So just being ahead with this comp is not going to be enough. You need to start crushing.
Yeah, you need to deal extra and critical damage. This is pretty decent. Those 4 extra Banelings going at Suited Queen, that was a little bit painful, because only 6 drones did fall in the end, and that was for 7 and 8 Banelings. Finally, the Baneling speed will be researched on the side of Jim Rising, but there's already a couple of Lurkers that are being produced at the moment. How many do we have on the field? 5, soon to be 9. So that's going to be a number that you don't want to take fights against, and especially with some sport. Big guy, does he really want to take that fight? I'm not sure about this.
Against Lurkers as well. A lot of extra Lurkers are morphing. They're going to burrow immediately. Jim Rising? Question mark?
Yeah, no, I don't like that. Yeah. He threw away so many units there, and so many expensive ones though. Like, he still has a pretty decent Mutaflock, and he will be able to take out 3 Queens, which is nice, and he does have control over that area. Okay, killing the Lurkers, I do enjoy that. I think it's a really good pick-off.
The other Lurkers
3-4
are not
Lurkers, and
seeds
even the spore on the top sides.
Started bad, ended good.
Yeah. I really hated it at first, but also, like, the Zerglings did buy some time for the Mutalists to do a lot of stuff, which is killing most of the reliable anti-air, and then those spores, they were out of position. Here, Ayasone is actually going to bleed out a couple extra Roaches. In the middle of the map, the Mutas are following rather closely. Zerglings to get a couple of surrounds as well. We have Hive on both sides, so both players are actually gonna keep on increasing their technological abilities here, especially with Vipers. That could be key. Even potential Broodlords. I don't know if that's going to be a feature in this game, but that could still happen with Aspire in play. And nice income advantage for a bit now for Jim Rising. Now it's back to equilibrium for the moment, but we do have the first Vipers. They are on the side of Iasonu.
I'll see. How many Spore Crawls do we have right now? I see 2 more, because I'm kind of worried that he's running out of anti at one point. Okay, he's got 12. That should be enough, with a couple of Hydras here and there as well. It's a game, right? Like, it does feel like Jim Rising has been quite far ahead ever since he was able to find those first Hydras, because it's such a domino effect. You know, you get the first 4, and then you get a few more, and it really starts piling up. But he hasn't really been able to close it out, and I feel like he was quite eager in trying to do so, but he's going to be forced to also tech up eventually, right? Because at this point, Iasonu is turning himself into like a little Fort Knox over here, and you can try to run by forever, but it's not going to work anymore. Oh, he's going Ultras.
Yeah.
But with Vipers at least.
Yeah, he needs those Vipers, because we've seen it in the past. Ultralisk against Lurker is not a good fight for the Ultralisk player. Here, Mutalisk did find a little bit of damage here on the third base. Now taking out some spores, but look out! Parasitic Bomb.
Wow,
nice blitz. He actually
Rising.
selected the exact right Muta that was being hit by that attack. Nicely done, killing the Extractors and evacuating with the Mutalisk. That's pretty cool what he's doing right now.
That was really good. Like, I actually get a smile on my face when I see that, because sometimes even the best pro gamers out there, they can struggle in like some scenarios like that. You even see so Dark, you know, like he selects the wrong 2, and then he selects 2 more or something. Little Jim Rising just sitting there, pop, insta, perfect selection, perfect deselect from the group. Well done.
Yeah, well played by him. Couple of Ultralisk are being produced at the moment, 30 extra Banelings, but he doesn't really have room to use those Banelings here. Like, we've seen a couple of run-bys happening from the south side, and the east side didn't work at all, and you don't want to bleed out too many Banelings. Once again, they don't look like much, but they cost a lot. Now Vipers are...
Can he do it again?
Yeah, will be
Can he do it again?
Does he have the... Oh, he's actually going to take the fight. And once again, nice splits, but there's 2 of them this time.
The first one was really good. The second one stuck around a little bit too long, but still pretty decent job there by Jim Rising. Saves almost all of his mutas. I am starting to worry though. What's the Lurker count?
Okay.
Wait,
he didn't like that queen for some reason. 12 Lurkers.
Okay, that's good, but it could be better, right?
Yeah,
like 16, 17, maybe even 20 eventually. Why not?
Okay, I feel like if he wants to attack with this, and it looks like he will, Jim Rising that is, he wants to avoid like a really terrible fight, because that's the kind of army that can, if you play cards right, like if you use your spells correctly with the Vipers, maybe you can win this fight, or at least trade effectively. But if you mess that up completely, then you're in a terrible spot.
Can somebody tell Jim Rising that you cannot go for a Baneling run by if there are 7 Lurkers sieged up around the base?
Yeah, it doesn't work.
No. Like, that's kind of the frustrating thing about his playstyle for this map specifically, right? Like, we even saw on Disco Bloodbath that eventually it's hard to find out. Oh, that's a nice pick-off. Getting 2 Vipers just like that. Parasitic Bomb, 1, 2. This one was kind of easy though, Jim, because they weren't clumped up and they were right on the outskirts.
And if we're being mean, he could have moved away the Muta to the right side or south side instead of going through the Mutalist. But we're being
He's still doing all right
now.
I panic sometimes, and then they still all stack up, and they're like, "Oh, stop, guys!"
So once again, like, time is working for Jim Rising at the moment because of the high number of bases and the strong economy that he has. So now he sees that base on the left side.
Oh no!
No. You don't want to do that.
I don't know, man. I feel like Jim is panicking a little bit.
Yes, and now he gets Nidus.
Yep. I feel like he doesn't like games like this, so now he's getting a little desperate to end it. What? Sniped.
I've seen that changeling, but the Nidus, that's like 8 times its size.
I guess Jim just felt like doesn't have the DPS. Units are going to unload. Actually, it's a risky move by Aseno. That's a very risky move. He's going to get another Blinding Cloud as well on top of the Lurkers. That's really good by Jim Rising.
Yeah, super nice crisis management here on the side of Jim Rising. Just a couple of Lurkers are still alive, but once again, Blinding Cloud will cover all of those up easy peasy. And that was expensive, and really expensive for a player that's also working with less minerals, less gas, less drones, less bases. So even more painful here for Ayasonu.
Yeah, those links showed up just in time, right? If ISM has 3-4 more seconds to unload more, spread the lurkers a little bit better, and then all those spikes can go towards the ramp, then it would have been really good. But now it just didn't really work out. But really good response there by Jim Rising. Love the blinding cloud as well. Love the priority of sniping the next Nidus too. Well done.
And we've gone 7 bases for Jim Rising. I mean, that's
Why
14
is Jim
extractors.
such a macro god?
If he takes that fight properly, and it doesn't look like it for now because he does need those blinding clouds. They were a little late to the party. And now, oh my God,
bomb.
don't club,
Jim,
don't club your army. Everything's
Jim,
going to die.
you all game long. No.
Oh, no.
Okay, that's a lot of Mutas going down. Maybe the time with the Mutas kind of gone anyway, but that was a painful one.
Yeah, that was a really, really painful one. If he were able to if he was able to take out that base, and once again, I really do believe that he would have been able if he used his Viper correctly and maybe handled the parasitic bomb a little bit better. That could have been lights out for Ayasonu. Now, he did win a lot of time with this.
Yeah.
Being able
Look
to
at
stay
Ayasonu's
alive.
mineral bank, by the way.
Yeah, 4,000 minerals here.
Sweet baby Jesus. That's a lot.
What about some defensive spine crawlers as well?
Just more
for,
drones and more
Rising?
into spines and spores.
Yeah.
Because I have the feeling that Jim does not feel like... Okay, he's going to get a greater spine now. That's cool. Yeah, I really like this move and just replace those drones immediately. You do want to take your gases, of course. Like, gas is the one thing that Ayasonu is lacking. Just needs more lurkers. I mean, 12 is good, but we can already see what he's getting done with 12. I'd like to see a few more. I like the Burrow Drosh harassment as well.
I mean, he's climbing back into this game, but I still don't see a win condition here for Ayasonu.
Oh, I do. I see like 2 more bad fights into lurkers, mate.
Yeah, but that's not a win condition, right? Is it a win condition? It's more of a throw condition out of your opponent, I feel.
Well, we just saw PVT, my friend.
I have seen it.
Special wins that one.
You know what? Like, it made me happy.
Yeah.
I loved it.
More Vipers on the way is cool. Like, I obviously agree with you that like Jim Rising is winning this game right now because he's still got the bank and he basically has all the time in the world to figure out how he wants to tackle a guy having an insane amount of lurkers. But I have the feeling he's just not very good against it.
Okay, Hydralis now pushing towards that southern base. Maybe you just want to evacuate this one. Like, you're out of position. That means that you're gonna have to take a fight in a little bit too fast for your liking, I feel. All those 4 lurkers in the back. If he realizes and he uses a blinding cloud, that would be amazing. That counterattack with Zerglings is really nice. It's going to kill a lot of economy. Now all the Ultralisk are going to try to take that fight.
More lurkers on the right side.
Oh my God, this is really good for Jim Rising right there. Hooking out a couple of lurkers, but doesn't have the DPS to kill those out. 16 drones did go down in the background to that counter
and
attack.
And this army get home though. Yeah, this counter attack with Lynx is fantastic. That's one thing that's going absolutely awesome for Jim Rising. But I think he's going to end up losing all of his ultras here, and he's not really getting that much. Can he at least get the base? Getting the hatchery here would be big, especially after just killing 34 drones. Jim Rising, can he get the base? I think the answer is no.
Yeah. He did kill a lot of Hydralis, but he didn't touch the lurker number.
Sick. Wow, what a counterattack. These Lynx are actually dealing more than anything else.
Yeah, and they don't even have the crackling upgrade, the adrenal upgrade. 14 drones and 14 Ultralisks. That's not something you see every day in production time, I feel, at the same time. Well, about 14 workers, but also 14 huge Ultralisks. Interesting. Here, the Vipers did survive on that last fight.
Is this a scary moment? Okay, we've got 12 lurkers. Is this a scary moment though for Jim Rising? Because if he now takes a bad fight, Fonka, that massive bang that we're talking about, it's gone, okay? But Ayasonu doesn't know what we know. Ayasonu's army might have actually been stronger there.
Yeah, it could have been. I mean, lurkers are amazing in this matchup. That there's no way around it. He doesn't really know about that base on the north side, as Crow has showed us.
What a game.
And it is an important base now, because it's getting closer and closer. Even though, like, he did kill a lot of drones onto that third base of Ayasonu, he also killed the hatchery.
I think he's just gonna go for it. I really have the feeling that Jim Rising, like, at this point, he is frustrated.
I've had enough.
He's panicking a little bit, and he's like, I've had enough, and I think he's ready to A-click. And he's either gonna crush really hard, or he's gonna get crushed, and then he has officially thrown the game. Because I know he still has all the drones and stuff like that, but if he loses this army, he cannot rebuild this anymore. It's a sick puppy army, though.
Ultralisk in ZVZ are just, like, really interesting units, I feel. I mean, Ultras, that's a way of throwing out games. I mean, he does have Viper in combination, but it is a pretty highly demanding technical fight to take.
It is
using
good
those
actually
lightning
that,
clouds.
that Jim is not like closing his eyes at this point and that he didn't make the insane A click because I was like, oh, if he wants to do a concave now. I have the feeling he wants to end this game so badly. Don't you have that feeling too?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, of course. Of
it's
course.
just-
When you've got so many ultras, you're feeling like you're on top of the world, but obviously lurkers, they destroy that a lot, and he's being harassed quite a bit. I mean, harassment here on the 4th pace, in the natural as well, and at some point it's tilting you a little bit. It's like, can I get a minute for myself?
And one spy does go down, but there's still a great spy. More roaches
Every
showing up on the
single
top
base is being
side.
attacked.
Yeah, very good roach play here, right, by Iasono.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't even feel like he's really the one with map control. Still has a very annoying lurker over here as well. That's going to get a cancel on this base. I feel like the longer this goes, the better it is for the lurker player, though, right?
Yep.
Because Ultras, like, I feel like I've seen them lose a couple games lately.
Yep. Once again, a random lurker dealing a humongous amount of damage here onto that 4th base. No detection available. Now, finally, an Overseer shows up.
17
Okay,
lurkers.
we've got Broodlords in the production time, I feel.
Yeah, that's very smart.
Yeah, finally. Because, I mean, if there's something that Lurker don't do is dealing with Broodlords.
Yeah. Well, the lurkers with adaptive talents are very fast, so I guess for Iasono then the key is going to be just avoid them, right, for now. Because there is no clear answer for those Broodlords. Just avoid them for as long as you can.
All right, Broodlords have been scouted for sure now. 11 extra drones. That's good that Jim Rising doesn't forget about just getting a better economy, because he did lose like so many drones in the last 5 minutes. About 40 or 50 drones did go down.
He
with that
lost
roach aggression.
7k resources more up to this point, is that correct?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, he was on 6 or 7 bases as his
Against
opponent
4.
was on 4.
Yep.
So obviously, if this game is still going on, some player actually threw a little bit more resources in.
Jim?
Wait for the Broodlords, man.
Man, I'm really on the edge of my seat for this game. Like, I know, guys, at home that this is a little bit of a clown fiesta, but I'm watching this with a massive smile on my face. Because for Jim, this is a really big moment. I feel like he played a fantastic early game, mid game, but now it just feels like he's so ready to end it. And I don't know if that's the right approach. Viper, abduct.
Okay, it's time to go. Can he do it? So many ultras. Can he get the surface area to take down those ultras, to those lurkers? I feel like he has. Right again, all those lurkers are actually dying. The Broodlords are also adding so much DPS in the air. Well played, Jim Rising. GG gets called, and it's now 3-0 in favor of Mexico. What a game. But I was, as you said, on the edge of my seat because it looked closer and closer to another throw of Ultralisk into lurkers.
I thought with 17 lurkers that was actually going to be enough. I have no idea what happened in that final fight. I actually thought that the lurkers were going to do awesome. Is this the final fight?
No,
this is
that's the fight that really looked like it was terrible. But then he salvaged
there
that.
was no more anti-air. Yeah, because there was no more anti-air. So the Mutas actually got quite a few good pickups in the end. I really want to see that final fight one more time because
we'll see it. Don't worry.
Yeah, there must have been like a sick blinding cloud and then ultra splash
massive
attack.
blinding cloud on the pack of lurkers that was in the middle of the ramp. That helped tremendously.
Yeah.
Before that was a little bit hard to see because I mean ultras they take a lot of space on the screen, man.
Big skins as well. You know? Like, I had no idea what I was looking at.
But
I was going with the thought approach. I was like looking for the soup, and I was like, "Well, look at this!" Bap! Oh, Jim Rising! I love it. Yeah, that was cool.
Amazing job by the production once again, getting those slow-mo moments.
Yeah,
that was cool. This could have been way worse once again. And blinding clouds being used by the Viper. You'll see it in a few seconds. Now, nothing is actually hitting. All those lurkers that were already burrowed, they couldn't hit anything during that entire fight. So really nice crisis management here. He didn't panic that much. He was just like, okay, let me go at it. Easily, simple. Just go at it and use that blinding cloud. And that's what he did in the last fight as well. I mean, it is a pretty easy fight when you think about it. It's like, okay, I gotta use my spells properly with my Vipers. And that's about
production. You don't have to do them like this. You guys just showed us highlight play and now you're showing the non-splits. No, you are spot on, Funky. I'm looking forward to this final fight, man. What a game this has been. This is an ultimate feel-good moment for Jim Rising. Obviously had a disappointing defeat against Turkey Dano. This Link counterattack, by the way. That you could very well say that won him the game, actually, because it got so close at one point that if he doesn't kill those 40 freaking drones with those links, there's a good chance that Iasono would have just been a little too rich, man.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. That was really good because he eventually lost most of that army, or actually every single unit here, besides the Vipers that were able to evacuate onto the south, I believe. We can see it on the south of the screen here. But yeah, 33 drones, as well as the hatchery that I didn't even see back then. The hatchery also went down to those Zerglings. And it's still dealing damage. We can see like extra drones being targeted down and killed. That was on the natural. Then it was pretty much the ISO show with those roaches, burrowed roaches that dealt a lot of damage and removed a lot of the economy and drone numbers.
This game was an emotional roller coaster.
Of course.
Even the recap is like,
I've seen that game before and I still don't know how it's going to go. Like, oh, shh. Anyway.
Like at this point, like ISO is still down a little bit in the supply. I think we're getting very close now to this final fight. So what's happening over here? I guess the army of Jim is
Blinding
quite a
Cloud
bit
to
bigger.
the south, 4 lockers have been hit, and then 2 Blinding Clouds onto the ramp. And I think like maybe for that fight, maybe 2 or 3 lurkers actually hit.
Yeah.
And then the Broodlords are just like the damage that never stops, which is also good because Ultralists, they eventually died, and you go down from 14 Ultralists to 8 or 7, 6, going down and down like this, and then suddenly you don't have any DPS left. No, Broodlords were still doing their job, which is hitting from afar. And yes, they did have a lot of damage dealt by those enemy Vipers, but that was not enough. And yes, he
needed like another minute. He needed a minute because like when I look at it now again, I was like, actually, Jim's army there is just a little too big. Of course, you could obviously make the argument that maybe the lurkers should have been a little more spaced out, but there was just very little to tank for them, right? Like even a couple of Evo chambers or anything that like would buy time. But that link counterattack, going back to that earlier stage in the game, I really think that kind of crippled the economy, and otherwise it would have. That now means that Mexico, the top 4 finisher of Nation-Wars 2018, is up freaking 3-0 over China. We're going to head over to a very quick break, but not before. I'm going to let you guys know that the Matcherino page is still online.
Is it?
Yeah, I know you guys probably thought it was offline at this point.
Sick.
No, it's still live. Matcherino.com/nw2019. You guys want to support esports? Well, here you can. And on top of that, you get some cool, awesome products as well.
Yeah, and obviously Matcherino, the company itself, is really happy that you guys sign into to their website and use it to grab yourself some cool swag and increase the prize pool of the tournament so everybody's happy. It's a win-win-win situation. You get swag, the players get more money, the production gets more money, and Matcherino is happy as they are our official partner here on Nation-Wars 2019. So obviously, if you feel like you should do it, well, don't hesitate anymore. You should. So right now, we will go into a quick break. When we return, it's going to be a pretty massive feat for China. They have to go back and climb back into that nation war. They are down 3-0. Can they do the reversal kill? We'll know just after that. All right, guys. It is a rough time for Chinese fans here because they are down 3-0. The national team is down 3-0 after 3 games. How is that even possible? Nobody expected that, but Team Mexico really pulled it together and played an amazing first phase. So now everything is on the line for China. They don't have any games to give out. It's do or die.
Yep. And I'll probably go with Time here. I mean, Time is a star player. He has been the most successful Chinese player. We've called him the best Chinese player of all time. So Time is the only one that makes sense. I'm a little bit worried about the internet, you know, because he was clearly struggling a little bit. He paused twice, and like we said as well, we were talking a little bit in the break. As far as I can see, Time is a real sweetheart as well, and I don't think he's the kind of player that's going to pause 4 or 5 times. I think at one point he's like, I'm just going to have to deal with it. And that really stinks, right? Because we want to see the best possible version of Time. Hopefully it's better now. Hopefully it's more stable, and hopefully he can just really show us what he's made of. It's going to be very, very, very tough.
Hey, what's up, Mana?
Yeah, he's got a new puppy. I saw pictures of that. It's freaking adorable. I'm so jealous. Bernie, yeah.
That's a beautiful doggy. I love it.
Mana, that's awesome. Love it, mate.
I love the photo.
Yeah.
He's being stomped by his own dog at the moment.
Everything about that is a win.
Please don't stomp France, or at least they do have to go through Croatia first.
Yeah, double.
So it's not done yet. All right. See, you ask for puppies, you get puppies. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, that's a cutie as well. Look at that guy.
Hey, 3 in a row. 3 for 3. I'm loving this.
That's pretty
What's up, Enzo?
Dog's like, what is happening, boss? Why are you making me do this? Kitties. Kitties have no passion.
Yeah, they're not enjoying the game. They're just sleeping.
Domingo para Juanito.
Para ver a Juanito.
That's a nice little setup as well.
Yeah,
Looks
like
all right.
this. Yeah.
Happy that I can finally help Mexico with a strong map win. Yeah, I'm happy with his performance, of course. Played an excellent game on Acropolis earlier against Time. He may have to do it again. Yeah, you asked me as well, who do you think Mexico's going to bring out? I have no idea. I don't think it matters that much. Ideally, I'd say you send Jim Rising first, because this is where China gets the map pick. Yeah, makes sense, right? You send Jim Rising first, because with all due respect, he is still the weakest player on this team. So you're going to be like, well, Jim, good luck, have fun, do your best. And if it doesn't work out, no biggie, because we get the next map pick. And then you can send out one of the big guns. You can send out Juanito, you can send out Cham. Because obviously for them, having the map choice is a little more important.
Yeah, no, definitely. And you're also going to wear... I know you're not a huge fan of that, but you're going to wear out a little bit time, before that. Like, even if you win this game, you will have to go through a pretty strong opponent here in the TVZ matchup. Then you have to do it again, maybe against Cham. And then the big boss comes in, special, and you have to switch your mind to a different matchup. You have to still play some quality StarCraft. And it's going to be harder and harder as the game goes.
I can absolutely get behind the map pick of Triton as well, right? Like we saw this man play a fantastic game on this map earlier against Lambo, and he looked really good. Like, I don't think this map is small, but compared to some of the others we have in the map pool, this is one of the smaller maps where biotank pushes are actually doable and quite powerful. So here we go. It's everything or nothing for the nation that I had high hopes for. They looked good earlier, but they're in trouble now. They're on the ropes, and they need an all-kill of this man. In the left top side, we're looking at the main base. The best Chinese player that we've ever had. It's Time.
And on the bottom right-hand side, in the green, the third player, hailing from Mexico. Can he make it a 4-0 clean sweep? Jim Rising. Just played a beautiful ZVZ. Now has to do it in ZVT. So I like what you said about the map. It's one of the ones that I do enjoy playing TVZ on. But the thing is, if you do lose momentum, it is a pretty hard map to deal with run-bys. It's so wide open towards the third base, whether or not you're taking the third on the right side or in the bottom side. Both of those are really super wide open. So it's going to be quite tough to deal with those Zergling run-bys, even potentially Link Bane run-bys, stuff like that. So you do want to be in the driver's seat as long as possible. I mean, it goes for any TVZ ever, but especially on this map, if you do lose that momentum, if you're in the middle of the map trying to micro against Banelings, then suddenly 40 Zerglings show up between your third and your natural, suddenly it's going to be super hard. And even though Time is an amazing player. Well, you can't be at two places at the same time. And sometimes in TVZ, that's basically what you have to do. You have to, go from one place to another super quickly, do the most effective clicks ever in your life so that you can deal with two different locations at the same time. We'll see if our Chinese player has what it takes to do that in this game. And let's see exactly what kind of strategy he tries to go and throw at his opponent to avoid this kind of situation from happening.
Reaper is going to make his way to the other side of the map. We'll see if I can get lucky and catch a little bit of momentum. Getting 2 links is nice. Getting a drone would be fantastic. But not expecting too much fireworks here.
Yeah, if you can get a couple of Zerglings, that's already a victory before the Queen shows up. Now the Queen is out. First Zergling did go down. Now you need to push your Reaper a little bit away so he can regenerate, and maybe you'd be able to grab yourself that first Creep Tumor. Obviously, it's a race against Creep here in TVZ, especially if you're playing Bio. Time, to me, is a mostly Bio player, so I do expect that kind of strategy from him.
Yeah, we don't see a lot of mech out of him, do we?
Yeah, no, not at all. I mean, I feel like the battle mech hype has actually died down a little bit.
No,
people are going back to the usual bio tank or bio mine centric gameplay in TVZ, because it feels like most of the Zerg players, they really do know how to deal with that now. And it used to be a strong opening and a strong composition, but it's not as good anymore. Even the battle cruisers kind of fell out of fashion. It was all the rage for a bit, even though that to the point that people started asking questions about the balance of the unit and the opening. It was tweaked a little bit, but it's just not being used as much as it used to be.
No, Stim on the way, Liberators and Hellions on the way. Obviously, we're expecting Time to look for some damage. Time traditionally is a very aggressive Terran player, sometimes to his own fault, sometimes he gets aggressive in moments where he really shouldn't be, but we do know that's where he shines the most, and I'm definitely expecting him to find some damage here, because he should be good enough to find an opening in the defenses of Jim Rising.
Interestingly enough, he actually queued a second Liberator. So usually you stop at one, because Liberator are quite gas intensive. They're just like pretty expensive units altogether. So building a second one actually delays a lot of stuff. Crow is showing us that this tech lab has not been used for the longest time now, even though it's on the barracks. And usually tech lab plus barracks, you know what it means? It means Stim. And it means possibility of a bio play after that. And now will be started for Time. We will have a pretty decent number of aliens. How much is that? Like 4 or 6? Usually it's 6. Okay, it's 6. And six aliens, sorry, and a Liberator.
9? I think that's 9.
Oh, that's actually 8. 8 now. Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't count anymore.
I was about to say, like, it looks a lot for 6, but I can't see the number from here either. Our TV is kind of far away. Anyway, the Hellions are going to dart into the natural. There's a lot of queens here. It's a little bit risky, man. It's like, even though the link count isn't that high, I think a lot of drones will go down, but at least all the queens here. Time is getting some decent damage up this point. Wants to get a few more big shots, won't get him. 7 it's like a start, but kind of hope that the Liberators can get some more damage done, though, right?
7 drones for 6 Hellions is not that great. The Hellions are not being evacuated at the moment, and they will die eventually. It did kill a lot of Zerglings, and 7 drones is nothing to be ashamed of.
Queen
but now,
in the main base?
double Liberator. 1 in the main base, 1 in the natural, but the one in the main base is being targeted down by 3 Queens. Nice transfuse to save the Queen, and that first Liberator, that's, once again, 150 gas. That didn't do squat here in the main base. It ended up dying without even killing a Queen. This is not the opening that Time was hoping for. He did get the scout on the Spire. That's a rather fast Spire. You should be seeing 8 Mutalisk in just a few seconds. And let's see how Time decides to deal with this. He will need a couple of turrets, because I don't feel like he's got the number of units that he would be needing to go and cross the map and pressure those Mutalisk into being used defensively.
Like, I'm with you, but the only thing I'm a little bit worried about for Jim Rising is I feel his eco is not that strong. He's actually down in workers. He didn't lose that many drones, but I think he just didn't build drones for a while. Then he's banking up for the mutas. Like, I do get it, but it's important. He's been supply blocked for a really bit. Like, he's been on 49 for quite some time now, and we all know that as Zerg, you cannot be playing like Ling Bei Muta of 50 drones. That's just something that doesn't work at all. So, you know, there is a difference between the world-class Zerg players and somebody as good as Jim Rising. Even though Jim is, of course, a good player, there are still these invisible things that are clearly going wrong. And I feel like his economy should be stronger than what it actually is.
Okay, let's see what those mutalisks can achieve here. A couple of SCVs will die onto the natural, but the turret will deter those mutalisks from going deeper into that mineral line. Painting Nest does come in now, but once again, it is the same thing that happened earlier with Cham. Where are those upgrades? Where are those Evos? I mean, you do have a couple of mutalisks in the air, and this is always a pretty cool squad of units. There's a lot of things that you can do. They are really APM intensive. They also cost a lot of money. So all of that really adds up. And for now, we will have a Chinese player with about what, like 20, 24 Marines with 1-1 upgrades against 0-0. And
yeah, good luck.
That's not going to happen anytime soon. I mean, the Evos haven't even started yet. So those mutalisks, they have to do everything on their own.
Jim needs a magical fight with his Banes, man. I don't know how many Banes do we currently have. I think that's it, right?
6
7,
with
8?
no speed?
That's not going to be enough, man. That's 4th base. Like, this is supposed to be a close, contested fight, right? This is always supposed to be a hard cancel. That's why I was worried, man. His eco just didn't feel strong enough to me at all.
Okay, scans here. Time that is, sees the number of mutalisks rising up, which is the reason we're seeing drilling close as fast as this. Widow Mines are obviously really great against mutalisks and in high numbers as well. The tanks, they do not shoot at air units. So getting this is really nice, but also getting a couple of mutalisks here for free with just a simple stim from those Marines seems amazing.
Getting 2 Evos now, but it's just going to take such a long time. I really don't know if he can hang in there for that long.
Okay, get those tanks. If he can get those 2 tanks, that would be amazing, but he only killed a couple of SCVs and Marines there.
Yep, he's going to get a few more Marines. I mean, sure, he's buying time at this point. Cancelling drilling clause is obviously nice. A medevac. Yeah, those are the pickups that do start counting up. Wants to get the reactor here. Really wants to get the reactor. Gets the reactor, but I mean, what was it in the end? 4 or 5 meters going down?
Not that much, because he did lose a couple.
He lost 1 before.
Yeah.
3 more.
No, I'm liking this. I mean, this is not as good as it gets, but almost, right? Like, that was a really great movement by those mutalisks. Now, seizing the opportunity to fight against Marines. I mean, those are 1-1 Marines, but in small numbers. But now you got to get the hell out of here, because that would have been a lot of mutalisks going down. And that's already a pretty sizable number that just did die. 1-1. Get started as +2 attack is about to finish, or at least will finish in 30 seconds. Crow is showing us that +2 armor has been forgotten by time for the longest time, so those 2 upgrades are not going to line up perfectly as they should. He also didn't start drilling close again, so all of that is good. I mean, killing SCVs, slowing down the timing on those fast burrow mines is amazing as well, but he's still going to have a pretty massive... Oh, let's see about those banelings though. Okay, the tanks.
Make it in. Yeah, the tanks are safe. More meters going down. I feel like at this point 10 plus meters have gone down, right? For sure.
Let's see.
12 maybe?
Yeah, 12 mutalisks. Yeah. That's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah, it's like it really does start piling up at one point. I have the feeling that when time gets close to maxing out, normally I would say with his 2-2 timing, but obviously the armor was forgotten, so that didn't really line up.
And drilling close was never started again.
No, but he doesn't have any mines, right?
He does have 2.
Oh, okay.
It's not that much. I agree with you, but he should still be researching that upgrade right now. I think he just forgot about it. Maybe he didn't realize that the upgrade was cancelled.
Yeah, he's still building mines indeed. So if he's still building additional miles, that's a massive Tor shot. Be careful, Jim.
Is there going to be another one? No, but honestly, like right now, I'm telling you that time he wish he was on the map, denying creep and probably like even pressuring that 4th base. And because the number of the mutaflock got so big, he hadn't had the opportunity to do those kind of pushes. And now creep is looking mighty fine. It could be better, but it's still pretty good, like going around the middle of the map, around that Zelnaka tower, on the left side, right side, and in the middle. And still that mutaflock, how many mutas are we looking at right now? 23 mutas. Like, yeah, 16 Marines plus 2 medivacs are going to do pretty decent, but anything lower than that, like a random Tor, a random turret is going to get 2-shotted, or even 1-shotted. I'm not exactly sure. 23 mutas might be enough, but yeah, that's a nice mutaflock. And when you're opening with mutas like this, by sacrificing your upgrades, that's the number of mutas that you want to have.
Yep, well, there goes that turret, and that means that these SCVs are going to be very exposed. Time obviously getting a little bit frustrated with all of this, because he was supposed to be able to get a fight. He might lose the orbital here, man. These Tors are going to show up just a little bit too late. These Jim Rising making plays. These Mexican Zergs and their heavy muta styles are giving time some nightmares over here.
Yeah.
Well, Jim is really making a game out of this. Like, for the longest time, I thought it looked really bad. But now we're really looking at a game, because if Time moves out and loses Marine count to Banelings, whew.
And there's a lot of bases that are pretty exposed at the moment. I mean, 2 turrets is not going to be enough. Here he got a little bit like, oh my god, why is he stacking?
He wants to go.
That was crazy. There were 2 mines there. I know 2 mines is not that much, but I would have killed at least 2 Mutalisks and bruised heavily the rest of them.
That enough.
Yeah, he's had enough, but instant counter-attack.
Yep.
Like he's playing amazingly well. Jim Rising is doing exactly what he's supposed to do with such a high muta count, but he needs to get the hell out of here. The mutas are gonna get demolished by that huge Tor number.
Okay, what's the Baneling count? That Ultralisk Cavern is on the way. 15 Banes. That's not that many though. Like, I mean, obviously, if you get the sickest connections ever, it can get the job done. Muta's still being annoying. I mean, Jim with 4,000 minerals in the bank as well, but he just wants ADC base. Imagine if you can snipe that. And he's getting a lot of SCVs as well, but a couple of Marines are going to save the day. One more Thor is going to save the day.
Okay.
Jim is going to get even in upgrades for now.
That next phase of the game is super important. You can see that the army of our Terran player is actually on the map. He is actually pressuring on the right side, going towards that 5th base. And this is the moment where that army has to shine. If he gets crushed here, he's in a world of trouble, because Ultralisk are going to be onto the battlefield in just a few seconds, but still, Jim Rising is buying so much time that those Ultralisks, I think, are going to be part of the fight. What a beautiful game by Jim Rising. Time doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know where to put his attention in, because those Mutalisks, they're dealing incredible damage in the background.
If you would have told me that Jim is going to make it to Ultras with Kindness Plating, I don't think I would have believed you, but it really does seem to be the reality, man. 6-7 Ultras on the way. Jim Rising is playing an absolutely fantastic TVZ after a relatively rough start, but the Mutas have done wonders for him, and they're still being obnoxious. They're still getting a couple of pickups here and there. Kindness is going to finish up. Time is actually going to be in trouble, man. He's got no money in the bank at all. Yes, he's got an army, but he also lost his main. Oh, no time.
All right, let's see. Kindness Plating is not done. I'm not sure I agree with that decision from Jim Rising to take the fight right now, because those Ultras, they could be literally invincible in this fight if he did wait for 15 extra seconds. Now, Time does have an opportunity. This army is entirely gathered up, and that 5th base is under heavy fire.
Now it's done, but yeah, he did lose a couple, but he's rebuilding more though. He was incredibly rich. The only downside for Jim Rising is that he doesn't really have any gas, so you better win the fight, otherwise you're going to remax on Lynx, and Lynx cannot always get the job done.
Okay, lots of Biors actually getting some pretty decent shots onto those Ultras. The Thors, they're actually helping out in tanking so much of that damage. Now kiting back the Marines and letting the Marauders doing the job, but there is now 4 extra Ultras that are getting some decent shots here onto that bio play, but still the supply looks awfully close. Can Time do a little bit better than killing that 5th base? Can he go up the ramp and kill that 4th one?
I think it was just enough for Time in the end. I think that was just enough, very close, but now the Ultra count is low, and don't forget what I said about the gas, man. From this point on, I feel like it's nothing but Lynx, and that's just not going to get the job done. Those 1 or 2 mines softening up those Ultras really helped out there in the end, right?
Yeah.
Probably want to kite here a little bit. The Ultras being kept alive by Queens, but will go down. And Jim Rising came awfully close after what felt like a weak start into the early game. Came really close to potentially closing it out here already for Mexico, but it seems like Time is not feeling it, even though a few more Ultras do show up, but these mines have been very annoying and just softening these Ultras up a little bit.
Yeah, he's gonna get kited until the end of time. I mean, there's so many medivacs in the air, so that means that even if that fight begins to be a little bit bad, he can still evacuate, and the kiting is pretty amazing. The Marauders doing a crazy job. All that bio is actually all in the red, but those Ultras, they're not gonna get the extra shots to actually kill those units, and with the high number of medivacs that I was mentioning, that army is going to be healed up super fast. And yes, in the end, I think that Jim Rising will have to tap out, but he came awfully close in a game that looked terrible for him at the beginning of the game. But then the Muta play came into it, but that was just not enough. And Jim Rising can be a little bit annoyed about the fact that I felt he actually had it. He had it. But the timing on the fight was probably a little bit too early for our Mexican player. And obviously, Time's micro and execution in that last fight, the first actual fight against Chitinous Ultralisks, was good enough for him to probably clear out that game.
Time handled the fight really well, but I'm totally with you. I think if Jim just stayed a tiny bit more patient and went for the first wave of that fight 10-15 seconds later with Ultras, then all of the Ultras would have kindness plating. You guys could see what the difference it really made. Those first Ultras, they melted. The next Ultras, they stuck around for a very long time. And if it wasn't for the mines and Marauders, those Ultras would have never gone down.
Oh! fireworks. I expected that. So many Zerglings getting close to those medivacs, and a lot of mines did go for some massive damage onto their own kind, but that's not going to be enough time. Did have enough army left over. That looked kind of cool for our Mexican Zerg here, but that was just not enough. And that was close from being a 4-0, man. Like, that was... you put me in Time's shoes, and I can see the amount of units that my opponent has and the number of bases. I'm like, I'm on the clock right there. I have to get a great fight right here, right now. And, well, thankfully for him, he did get that amazing fight. But I think that Jim Rising was a little bit too trigger happy into taking that fight. I don't even think that he needed to defend that base on the right side.
No, he didn't. And he definitely didn't need to go off creep. And he also didn't need to fight with half his army. Like, if those ultras already had kindness, then I don't even hate it that much. Because you blow up a couple tanks, you activate the mines, you get a couple bio units, then you retreat, you remax, and you go for it again. But since they didn't have kindness and off creep, I mean, that just felt like a donation. And at that point, Time got that little bit of momentum that he needed. And the mineral bank was massive, the gas bank not that much. And yeah, he still made quite a few ultras, but imagine those ultras complemented by a whole bunch of banelings as well, right? Suddenly everything in the front line disappears a little bit quicker.
Yeah. A missed opportunity here for Mexico, but thankfully for them, they do have a lot of opportunities going into that best of 7. They are still in the lead, 3-1. So that game and that best of 7 is not done yet for China. They still have to win 3 games in a row. That will be because of Time's performance, because he's the only one remaining. There is no revive available for China. Time has already been revived. It did get that first victory, but we said it. Probably against the weakest player here in the Mexican lineup, it's gonna get harder and harder as the time goes by.
And in that way, you could say that maybe that wasn't convincing enough, right? Like, if this was, with all the respect, the weakest player, and that's just because the other two are really freaking good, he's gonna have to step it up. He's gonna have to play better. I mean, like, it is kind of a unique style, and I can maybe see that if you're not used to playing against Zerg players that play like this, that it can catch you off a little bit, right? Like, we don't see that very often, the super late evos, but just like immediately rushing up to 20 mutas, and the first mutas even being produced of relatively poor economies, right? Zerg being at 49, Terran being at 52 workers. Those are not scenarios we see very often, but yeah, Jim really made it work. He was roaming around, looking for openings left, right, moving up and down, side to side, like a roller coaster with his mutas. Got some damage done. Next up, though, is Special. Of course, this is going to be Special's map choice as well. Winter's Gate. We know that Time has some pretty good TVT, but I think the same can be said about Special.
Interesting. They didn't go for Cham this time. They will go for Special first. Once again, the revive has not been used by Team Mexico. They are still heavily in the lead here, 3-1. So that's going to be a TVT. Maybe they do want Time to, forget about that muta play, because it looked like Cham wanted to go for the same kind of strategy. We've seen it in the first best of 7 of the day, and I expect Cham to go for something along those lines. But now Time, he has to switch back to another matchup. This time, it will be TVT against the MVP of Team Mexico, a guy that has a crazy history in Nation Wars, being runner-up in Nation Wars 2, but also top 4 last year. In the top left-hand side, in the green, is Terran from Mexico, Special.
And his opponent in the reds, representing China, it is... I'm very impressed with Team Mexico,
Oh, yeah.
So close to actually finishing things off here with Jim Rising, putting some very important point on his scoreboards previously versus ISNU, and almost taking out Time as well.
Yeah.
Honestly, I didn't expect them to play this well today. I don't know what they had for breakfast, but I'll take some of it.
I wish I knew what Mexicans do eat in the for breakfast.
Probably something
Huevos
delicious.
rancheros or something. I think that's more
actually.
but I think that's like an American take on Mexican breakfast. But that does
It's
sound
the equivalent of, like, they say French fries and French toast, even though we don't even have these things.
Yeah.
Or like named like that.
Well, we never eat fries.
Well, we eat fries, but we don't call them French fries. We call them fries.
Call them fries.
And also French toast. Like, when have you ever eaten that in France?
Not that long ago, actually.
Really?
As part of a brunch. It was.
But it's
amazing.
not called French toast.
It's called pain perdu,
Yeah.
which is lost bread. Because basically, that's what you do with your lost bread. With your bread that not expired, but that's a little old, Yeah, you learn about cooking here in Nation Wars. That's what happens when you get a production team based in Paris, France. We like talking about food.
Yeah.
I hope you guys are not too hungry. I'm actually getting hungry myself. But I'm hungry
You might
from many
think-
games.
Yeah. We're pretty big foodies here, and you might think we're food expert, but we mostly order off of one single place, though. Yeah, Nation Wars.
Yeah, but a place that gives you a lot of different options.
Yeah, true.
I'm actually liking this a lot.
Well, I
Anyways.
like it too. Just having it every day is definitely.
Yeah. But you did have some Big Fernand earlier,
Yeah.
which is one of the greatest burgers that you can get in Paris. They call that hamburger and not hamburgers.
What?
Yeah, they play the card that it's a French hamburger, so they're not saying
oh my
hamburger.
God, I didn't even know that. Okay, what do we have going here for this TVT? Both players. going
Reaper
for the command
expand.
center on the
Well,
low
gas
ground.
first Reaper expand into a CC normal, and then first deviation is a high number of add-ons that are being added by special, whereas on the side of time, it's straight to units, right? Like the Widow
Yeah.
Mine will be added on, which is interesting because Widow Mines are in a interesting position in the TVT matchup. They don't one-shot everything, so they're usually not used that much. They're also really good about unit that needs to get up close and personal. And
Yeah.
as you know, the only unit that does that in as Terran is the SCV. So it's never gonna connect with a lot of close counter units, but still can deal a lot of damage onto Vikings, Ravens, stuff like that. And it can still be part of the bait, and that's what Time did. You know, he burrowed that Widow Mine below a Hellion. Get a proper connection here with, I don't know, like Reapers, Hellions would be nice as well. Soften up that entire army. Most players will rush to those Ravens because those are the best unit that you can get in early game TVT. There's no questions around. There's no questions asked.
So not just in early game, they're just in the mid game. They're also extremely useful as well. And we saw Special use them so well earlier when he played against Cyan. He's gonna put on a lot of pressure there actually because he has the one Cyclone. And I was actually gonna say Special's micro has come a long way. By the way, once upon a time he was known as the super macro Terran whose micro wasn't necessarily the best, but got him around because his macro was so good. But nowadays, look at this. Really made the use of those units. And like I was saying earlier when he played against Cyan, his Raven control was impeccable. Time finally gets the defense there, but not after trading some of those units.
Yeah,
And when you play Raven against Raven, that control on the Raven gonna be really key. But yeah, Special he looked so clean with the Raven against Cyan. He used the perfect anti-armor missile and then 2 interference matrix on 2 of the Archons. And we already saw him in action earlier in TVT against Kelazor, and we saw that, once he reaches 2 medivacs, he was dropping, he was sending the Raven with it, but he's going mech actually in this game here on the Winter's Gate.
Interesting. That's the first time we've seen a mech player, I think, in Nation Wars. Maybe round of 40 or round of 24 occasionally happened, maybe once or twice. But since the beginning of round of 16, it's been nothing but Biotank versus Biotank with the support of Vikings and Ravens. But this time, Special is going to take a different route using the mech play. And we'll see what happens there. How many armories does he go for? Is it a mech-based, timing-oriented mech? Are we looking at a late-game mech? And also, interestingly enough, does Time goes for a straight-up engagement with a lot of bio and tank himself, or does he transition to air a lot quicker?
Yeah.
Because that's the thing. Liberators with range usually put a lot of pressure on the mech player. So you wanna transition as fast as you can. Now it does scout it. It is interesting that we have a lot of tanks. It's double tech lab tanks being rallied across the map.
Yeah,
for Special.
that's because he's got 2 Ravens. If he can disable the tanks of his opponent, he's just going to be in a really good spot. That goes for both players. They both have 2 Ravens exactly, but in this case, Special is trying to get a ton of tanks, whatever he needs in terms of support. He's even pulling some SCVs here into this fight. And if he can get air control with the Vikings, he's going to be able to progress forward very comfortably. Remember, not only is he going to, I'm saying air control for vision and everything, he's going to have some important Vikings against the Ravens of his opponent. So if he wins the air and Raven battle, then the tanks can kind of reign supreme against everything on the ground. And I think that's what he's counting on. Special is so good at these kind of pushes, setting up in the right angle. He's kind of going back and forth right now, hesitating on where he should be attacking, but it looks like he's going to move towards the natural now.
Are we looking at
Oh my God, he's out of
He
position.
doesn't even have a third CC, right? Like, does he have a third CC special? No, he doesn't. Yeah, this is like a pretty massive commitment on two bases here. With 3 factory building a lot of units, but he doesn't have the,
the
air
barracks.
advantage. It's 5 Vikings against 6. Now the barracks is going to take a few shots. And that's good for vision. He doesn't have to expend a scan here to get the vision onto the army.
He might go up the ramp here if he removes these tanks from the fight with the interface matrix.
Okay, auto turrets will land on both sides. A lot of auto turrets actually connecting quite hard. A lot of matrices used on those tanks from special. But those matrices, they will expire in just a few seconds. And the tank war has been won by special quite convincingly here.
Yeah, but Time had the air control here thanks to these Vikings. There's tanks on the right-hand side. Special's having to move up the ramp, but he has no more Ravens to remove these tanks out of the equation. He gets pushed back, and now he has to take a much later third than his opponent. 50 walkers to 62 in Time's favor. Time with a fantastic hold here, and Special, this didn't work out as he wanted it to. Time was too well prepared here with the defense.
Yeah. No, that was really well executed by Time. I mean, he used his Raven energy way more effectively than his opponents, blocking all of those tanks to just be sure that he gets the Viking control over his opponents. He did have a couple of extra Vikings in the beginning, so the tanks could have destroyed everything in the ground, but since he used that matrix, those matrices, he prevented his opponent from going up this really important the ramp. We mentioned it numerous times on Winter's Gate. That one is one of the pivotal points here. Special is going to take a lot of risks trying to get a proper situation for his tanks, but now Liberator shows up, and even a couple of Marauders are going to be key here in destroying some of those tanks, dealing a lot of damage to mechanical and armored units. So Time, I feel like he's stabilized quite well, and now he's got a lot of bio to also, be able to produce a little bit more units. I mean, bio does get built way faster than mech, so now he should be the one to be able to, move around on the map, get map control, get map vision, and prevent his opponent from ever getting a fourth.
That was interesting. A mech player saying, well, I'm going to be the one pushing you, and I'm going to have way too many tanks for you to be able to handle. And Time just realized what was happening. He just kind of sat back. He's the one with all the upgrades currently. And already kind of Marauder heavy, by the way. He's not going into a ton of Marines here against the mech army of his opponent. It's kind of reminiscent of when we used to see mech versus bio all the time.
Yeah, it's interesting that Special went for that push while adding a third factory. Usually that's not something you do. You do double factory and you do like constant Viking production and you do nothing but tanks. And I feel like that third factory actually slowed him down in the Viking count, and he just didn't have enough Vikings to take that fight. So if you're the mech player, you've got more tanks and you've got more Vikings. If you do siege a position, then you're gonna feel amazing. You're gonna feel so comfortable. In this case, it didn't happen. I'm not exactly sure why Special went for that, but that game is not done yet.
He's trying to corner him. Okay, Time is gonna siege. Tell Special, get off my lawn. But as Time actually moved a little bit forward here. Ooh, one of those tanks.
Okay, let's
barely
see.
Gonna make it out.
Even the Cyclone could actually lock onto a tank that's in the middle of the map. That tank on the left side, yes, is going to be taken out. Now, a lot of bio shows up. Lots of Marauders, as you said. Super Marauder heavy Time that is. It's going to try to take that fight against those many
so
tanks.
late.
They're sieged super far apart from each other, which means that those Marauders, they can't get close and personal. Now he's going to try to load up a couple of Marauders into a medevac to try and get some friendly fire going. But once again, Special gets pushed back a little bit. That fourth base on the right side hasn't been scouted from Special, but he might stumble upon it in just a few seconds.
Yeah, if he can siege on top of it here, and there is a big zoning war here that's happening. Scans being used all over the place. Bio gonna get on top of these tanks here. Time is getting some very important cleanups here. He's already on 4 bases, remember. Special, that was again an important push. Vikings landing on top of some of these tanks before the reinforcements can come in from Special. That's going to be another important cleanup.
GG gets called. Time does it. He actually brings it back 1 game more, and they will be tied up 3-3. It's now 3-2, yes, but Special is gone. You will have to get revived if they want to use him again. Now, Cham is the only player remaining for Mexico.
Yeah.
But Time, he was pressured heavily by a an unconventional build by Juanito here, by Special in this game, but he played it well. And by the time he was able to push back that first attack, then suddenly you see the power of Bio over Mech. And especially if you've got better economy, which is you can take fights, you can trade, and every time you're killing a couple of tanks for just a handful of Marauders, you're feeling good. You're feeling good about yourself because you're going to be reproducing those way faster than your opponents.
Pan was really solid with the defense. I think he understood pretty quickly what was happening because he was moving out. Like, he didn't even know that Special was going back. He moved out, met his army in the middle of the map, and immediately, without even having to scan or anything, he was like, oh, I know what's happening. Went back home, had a much earlier third, and then as long as he didn't take too much damage, he was always going to be fine. And yeah, what patience, really mature play here out of the Chinese Terran. And now it's going to be for Cham to try and finish the job that his teammates started as well. Has World of Sleepers been played yet?
I don't think it did. So that might be the map for Cham here.
Yeah, because he gets the map pick.
I don't think he does.
Oh, he doesn't?
There's still 3. It's still 3-2. So if you're still led in terms of points, you still get the map pick, even though you just lost.
Okay.
So right now, it is.
So it's not going to be World of Sleepers.
But what's the last one that's remaining? Because my memory is really quite garbage. Disco Bloodbath and World of Sleepers. So I don't know. It's a 50-50. I'm not exactly sure what you're going to decide. You're going to be playing a TVZ, so you should be going for Disco Bloodbath and let that last map be available for a TVT, which will make it not as bad, obviously, because both players will be able to exploit the same thing, playing the same race.
Guys, remember to connect the war chest to your Twitch account with your Battle.net accounts. You can level the war chest by watching this very stream where we're having some amazing games here today. So we're going to head to a break. When we come back, it's going to be the conclusion of Team Mexico versus Team China. We'll see you guys right after this.
Welcome back, everyone. Time is on a roll. It was down 3-0, now back to 3-2, and has the opportunity to make it a tight best of 7 between those two nations, China and Mexico, battling it out for a second place in this group and a qualification for the round of 8. We will go into another TVZ which makes me quite happy. You know, I was kind of sad that I wasn't there at the beginning of the match because we did have the both Terran matchups in the beginning.
Yeah.
And now I'm getting all I want with time on a roll, playing a lot of TVZs, TVTs across the board. I'm loving this.
Oh yeah, no, this is a good matchup, Mexico versus Team China, to be a Terran player, I assume, with special and time being on each one of the teams. But yeah, now Cham, you know, he's already scored a very important point there. It's like,
Against time.
we need
That's
you
a
again.
rematch.
We need you one more time.
Some Doritos for Juanito. Go special, obviously. I know the chat is always filled with Doritos emoticons when the Juan is playing. Ooh, that looks amazing.
This guy is back at the same pool with a different drink than yesterday. I think it was like
Oh,
purple.
we had a tweet from him yesterday?
Yeah,
as well? Ah.
Where is he? We need to know where you are.
Is this California? Because I see at BlizzCon. So he might have been at BlizzCon before and now still is in California?
I don't know that California is that sunny right now.
Apparently he's working for Twitch, so he should be in he should be at in California.
Is
Really?
that,
I don't know the term in English. What's this insect called? Damn. The two Frenchies don't know the name.
mantis, praying mantis, right?
Wow. Oh yeah, some more doggies.
Frenchies as well.
Yeah, French bulldogs. Here, Molson's joined in to watch. So I'm guessing Molson's is the second dog that just joined.
Frenchies always go in pairs.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
like us.
yeah.
Eh. And now we'll have game number 6. Time versus Cham. A rematch of our first game of this best of 7. Back then, it happened on Acropolis. And see, I was mistaken. And it's interesting that Time actually chose World of Sleepers instead of Disco Bloodbath. To go
So
for
we're
it.
sure that it's Time's map pick.
I think production did tell us before, and Aromi, he knows everything. He's the tournament director. China did choose this map, right?
Yeah. He
We
knows,
need an Aromi.
he knows everything, but he doesn't tell us that much.
I think he. Oh, that was okay. So that was a mistake. What you said earlier.
So I was right.
So
Yeah.
Cham did choose because it was loser speak after that. I thought that as long as you were losing, you were behind in terms of score, you were the one choosing.
No, it's like
which would
the
have
first,
been a lot.
Yeah, for the first match of the Revive format, Mexico sent their player first, then
Makes
Time
more
picked the
sense.
map. Yeah, but in this case, Cham able to pick World of Slippers. I think that was pretty much the strategy behind the players that they sent
Yeah.
in that order, and he's gonna have a real shot here on that map to maybe close things out. But even if he couldn't, Mexico still would be on match points, and we will go up to that seventh and final map.
The rubber.
Maybe with special coming back out.
The rubber match would be amazing between those two nations. It's not every day that we see a 3-0 go back to a 3-3 situation, but that's not done yet. For this to happen, we will need this guy in the top right-hand side, the heavy hitter from Team China. One of the most amazing Terran that the foreign scene has to offer. His name is Time.
His opponent playing Zerg, and in the green representing Mexico, it is Cham.
So,
A great country, by the way. Both of these. I've lived in China, I've visited Mexico. Fantastic food. Love it.
both situations in both countries.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never been to Mexico.
That was one of my favorite trips, I think.
Yeah?
Yeah. Like, especially, I think, everybody was hanging out together, Pig was there, Roddy was there, and all of the players.
You're in for a
we
great
did a bunch
time.
of restaurants. Listen, that was a tournament where we kept on going to restaurants together with everybody. So not only was it really fun, the food was also out of this world.
How often does this happen?
Yeah, not
Usually
very
people
often.
hang out in their rooms.
Even
and-
organizing a lunch here was hard.
yeah.
Like half of the people didn't show up.
but you
Roddy
know-
was sleeping.
You know what
Come
lunch
on.
means? It means that we have to wake up before noon. And that's tough. That is really tough, especially when you're casting 40 hours of StarCraft in a week.
Yeah.
And you're also drinking a little bit during the nights. After the broadcast,
A little
obviously. Don't be scared. We're not drinking and casting. It's not safe.
So Cham was super convincing with the first time that these guys played, right? On Acropolis. What do you think would be a way to adjust. You know, like obviously we're on a very different map, right? But were you casting the Cham versus Time? You were, right?
No, Cham versus Time. That was the first one of the matchup. You were.
Oh, okay. No, but I didn't know if it was with you.
Yeah,
or...
you and Roddy, you did. But it's just like I would have been like, oh my god, Acropolis TVZ. Why would you do that? And that's actually what I said when I entered the casting booth at game number 3. I was like, why would you send Time there?
I think
it was so dangerous.
He was trying to avoid special, right? Because you would expect the TVT to be on Ephemeron. So they sent Cyan knowing that special would be there. Yeah. There's so many mind games, right? Like when you have to see players on map.
I would have sent Time on Thunderbird, I guess.
Yeah. Maybe they just anticipated the lineup and they were like, oh, Acropolis is fine. And yeah, it wasn't fine.
Yeah, it wasn't fine. This map is a nightmare for TVZ. It's really, really hard to pull off. But at the same time, I mean, Cham was playing an amazing game. Like, there is no way around it. It's not like Cham was playing a borderline bad game or anything and just won because of the map and the matchup. Yeah. No. He played amazingly well. He did what he had to do, and he also went for the same strategy that he actually lost with in the first game against Brazil.
It's
so
just to be his style.
That he stick to his guts, right?
Yeah, and I think it lands well to this map as well. If he was to try and build another, 15 to 20 Muta Clouds and just kind of mass on those Lings and Banes, and as long as he's able to prevent a lot of drones from dying early on, which is what Time's going to be aiming for. But this time around, it looks like he's going to be more with the Banshee than, Hellions and Hellbats that we saw in the previous encounter.
There's two things that pop in my mind right now. First of all, it is the relatively low number not to say, actually, I think it didn't happen once since the beginning of round of 16. No 2 Raxes or no 3 Raxes from Terrans in the TVZ matchup, which is something that usually is a staple. If you see enough TVZs, you're bound to see a 2 or 3 racks, but that's still not happening. Second thing is, Time wasn't able to block Cham from taking that third base with the Rich Gas Geyser.
Okay, so Cham sees this coming, but he hasn't made too many units just yet. I think he's got some Lings, some Queens to work with.
He's believing in the power of the Queens, man.
Yeah, that third base is going to be the most exposed. Nice Evo, but they're kind of trapped in there. Oh my god. They are mobile enough to kind of get out of the way. And I think, what was it? A single drone died so far?
Yeah, I think probably just 1 drone, 6 Zerglings. And now the Queens are dealing a lot of damage. This is amazing for Cham. For once, Time is going to go for the Battle Mech style with double armory. So interestingly enough, we'll not be seeing Bio in this game.
Aspire is already on the way here for Cham. I cannot believe he lost almost nothing.
Yeah. Which means it's amazing for him. He's already on 57 drones. And keep in mind, because he's got that Rich Gas Geyser, you could actually argue that he's got 3 extra drones, at least more, maybe 4, because the Gas Geyser is actually cost 1 drone to be invested in it. And also, he's also mining way more than he should be because of that Gas Geyser.
Oh, so the Queens out of position?
Amazing start for Cham.
Are the Queens ready? The Hellions were to try and run in. They're kind of on the way. Okay,
double Thor, which is interesting, and it's a good adaptation from Time. He knows that his opponent likes his Muta Cloud, and is now adapting to this with a rather old style of mech, which is that double factory with Tech Lab to build Thors, and the reactor Starpot that will build 2 Medivacs to get a Thor harass started.
So Cham now sees that it's mech. You don't want to necessarily get a ton of Banelings against this mech style. You're supposed to go into Roaches. He already has the Roach Warren. So we'll see what upgrades exactly he chooses to go into here in a second with those Evos, but he's still going to get Centrifugal Hook regardless. I mean, remember, he's got all the gas in the world to work with because he's got that Rich Geyser. And the 4th base is already going to be well set up here in a second. It's going to be +1 missile. Starts Glider Reconstitution as well.
Yeah, but I'm kind of worried. I know that mech is not a style that gets hard countered by creep, but the creep is already so massive onto the map, and so many Queens are filled with energy in the middle of the map, so that means that this creep is actually going to go even faster in terms of how fast it spreads on the map, and that gives me a little bit of anxiety, being a Terran player myself. Let's see what those Thors can achieve here with a lot of Hellbats as well. We do not have that many units on the ground, not that many Roaches available at the moment. Mutas will go for the counter-attack. Is there a turret? Yes, there is. And I like the call by Time to go onto the map, even though he knows that Mutas are supposed to be there. because when you're playing mech, you're also forcing your opponent into not overbuilding on those mutalisks.
And those mutalisks are finding some good damage here, getting a snipe on one of those tanks. 4 SCVs have died as well. He's going to get on top of those production facilities. And he's forcing back time right now. Oh my god, what is going on? Time's falling apart. 1-1 completes now. He's had to run all the way back home. Thors are going to be dropped here from some medivacs. Mutas are going to have to fly away. But Cham is being given all the time in the world here. On the other side of the map, he droned up to 85 drones.
85 drones.
And he's getting a ton of units right now.
And guys, keep in mind, this is not 20 mutalisks. Those were like, what, 7, 8 mutalisks at max? This is amazing. This is amazing for Cham. He's got the most incredible economy. He's going into a 5th base as we speak. He also has amazing creep spread. Yes, the upgrades are not amazing, but he'll be able to bank so many minerals and gas that he'll be able to produce that, infamous 400 army. He's going to be able to get cleaned out like once and then maybe restart an entire army in just a span of few seconds because of how Zerg works in that matchup.
To be fair, Time preserved a lot of his supply here, especially in army. He didn't lose anything. He just went on creep, cleaned up some of it. He scans the main base and he now sees that the hive started. It just started, so I think he saw it start. And he must know that he's going to have plenty of time to attack before those high-tech units come into play. And because Cham will be stuck on, lair tech units for a long time, I think that if Time moves across the map when he's close to maxing out, which should be very soon, his army is going to be quite a bit stronger, especially if 2-2 can complete before that. So there is going to be a very strong timing during which he can go across the map and maybe make something happen.
But this timing has to be strong. It has to deal damage, because if he gets cleaned out without at least taking a base or two and killing a lot of units, then I think it's lights out for Time. That timing is key here. And he needs to deal a lot of damage. Let's see. A lot of Banelings are actually going to be used to just kill a handful of aliens, which is not that amazing. But
that's because
if I look at this army, a lot of Hellbats. It's not that many tanks, only 10, which is a decent number. Yeah. But if you're looking at a 200 maxed army, it is not that great. But at the same time, Vipers are not in play. Those tanks, they're going to have a field day and destroy a lot of things. Like Broodlord Tech is not ready yet. And same goes for Vipers. Let's see about that attack. That's a nice concave coming from Cham. But I don't think that's enough. That was a massive fail here for Cham. He's losing everything. And the rest of the army on the side of our Terran player is still pretty massive and should be able to destroy a lot of economy here, a lot of bases at the same time.
And 2-2 completed now for Time. His army is just so strong. He's going to rally everything he's got across the map as if it were bio at this point, even though he's playing mech.
Okay, let's see about those tanks sieging up. He needs to split them up, and he's actually doing exactly that. A lot of roaches are being produced at the moment. He needs to remax really fast, but once again, roaches are not that amazing against 2-2 tanks. They could be instantly evaporated by the amount of damage output that those tanks are actually going to go for. Ravagers are good units here. He can use Corrosive Bile really effectively to destroy a lot of those tanks while being relatively safe, far away from the fight. Let's see this. Can he actually survive that first attack? The Ravagers are trying to get all of those Corrosive Bile to land on those tanks, and he actually does it in the end. Nice stabilization here from Cham. The army supply and the overall supply super close from each other. 126 to the 145, but a lot of roaches in that composition for Cham.
And so many units have died here. We're only at the 11th minute. Look at all the units that have died.
Yeah.
Well over 300 in total here. And Cham being able to re-expand, by the way, at the bottom where that top base died, means that he's still on 5 bases right now. There's going to be some crazy gas income. He's going into chitinous plating. He's going to get a ton of Ultras and Banes to try and crash into this Terran army as soon as it moves across the map. I would say, though, it's pretty scary that Time's already getting 3-3. That's insane. 12 minutes in, he's got 3-3 halfway through done. He's throwing down 2 more starports, a fusion core, and he's going to be fully ready to add a lot of Liberators to his composition, and maybe down the line even go into some BCs if he wanted to.
Can he actually secure 2 bases at once? That is really important, because right now, Time, it does have a high number of bases, but he needs to increase that number, because bases are going to run out of minerals. For now, the main base and the natural are about to expire in terms of how many minerals there is, and His army is quite expensive, Todd, here. So rebuilding those is going to be a lot of problem, a lot of trouble here for Time. He's been trying to replace that army and go and max out again, but it's been quite hard for him. He doesn't have the bank to power up all those factories at once, and the Vipers that were missing in that previous fight, now they are part of the army for Cham, as well as Ultralisk with pretty massive. I was about to say massive upgrades, but that's actually not the case. It's only 2 and 1, 2 for range plus 1 carapace, but those Ultralisks are not going to be amazing, but at least they will take some shots.
Yeah, which is what they're here for. Like, if they can allow the Banelings to really get in there and crash into the Terran army, obviously that's going to be a very scary thought. But yeah, with advanced ballistics on the way and the way Time is setting up on the map, it really feels like he's slowed down a lot and he's going to go into turtle mode. But as I say that, he's moving out.
Okay, yeah, actually,
he's got a big army supply, by the way. 118 to 112 right now. He's trying to keep some units busy at the top side of the map.
The tanks are not sieged up. I don't like this fight here for Time. And massive here on the Vipers, getting all of those tanks at once. Let's see if those Ultralisks that can clear out. That was the most terrible fight possible here for Time. He lost so much units here.
And he's left with only Liberators and Vikings, but we got so many Corruptors in the production tab. Corrosive Buyers are gonna get rid of these Liberators. Time, I can't believe he wasn't siege here. He stepped in the middle of the creep and got absolutely smashed. And now Cham, he's got an opportunity to counterattack. He's gonna get all of the upgrades that he was missing. Somehow these Vikings are rampaging through some of these overlords on the other side of the map.
Yeah, but he's gonna lose those now, so he will sacrifice those for a couple of extra overlords that he can kill. You can see that Zerg is actually 196 out of 140. Now he builds a lot more overlords, so he should be out of this situation in just a few seconds. But this entire map is open here for Cham to finish up the game. What an amazing fight he had. And the Viper play was definitely key in this one to take out so many tanks at the same time. Really great play by Cham. He didn't want our Terran player to be feeling comfortable enough to go at it and get
here
those
we go.
tanks sieged up. But that might be the last fight here. Can Time handle the pressure that's coming in? Banelings rolling in towards those tanks. The Liberators are falling rapidly to the Corruptor fire. And Mexico is about to qualify for the round of 8. This is still close. There's still a couple of planetary fortresses and a lot of units coming out of those factories. But killing that base to the right side was already a massive, massive win for Cham.
That was well worth. The entire map is purple now. Cham is expanding all over the place. He killed that latest base that Time was trying to take, and he was so cost effective doing it. All the Corruptors are still alive. He can get rid of any amount of air units very easily, and the ground is covered. He's getting more Ultras. He's going to be able to add more Banelings if he wants to. Cham playing like an absolute boss here on World of Sleepers, and Time struggling to really stay in it here with the mech play that he chooses to employ.
Yeah, I like that idea. I mean, it worked quite well, and that first attack was nothing short but brilliant. He's actually going into a massive amount of Liberators, and I like the Cyclone addition that would be doing pretty well against those Corruptors. Pushing across the map with turrets is actually going to be helpful because those Corruptors, they're not transforming into Broodlords at the moment. They're really here to take out Liberators. So if you can get some static defenses to defend against that and kill some Corruptors as you go, is really nice. Now Time is trying to get some economy out of the way for a Zerg player with Hellion run-bys, but that looks quite hard. I like that setup for Time. And I think that Cham doesn't really like it. That's why he actually pulled out of here instantly.
He can just not let him take that expand here. Just fight down there. Kind of bring the Terran army out of position. It's very hard for Time to be defending everywhere. The Corruptors are just so threatening against any amount of air as well.
I can't believe this game is still going on. That's really good. Like, kudos to Time. And I guess Cham maybe took a little bit too much time to actually go for another attack and try and finish it, because that army, yes, it is interesting and it's going to blow up buildings quite fast, and if those Banelings can reach the Cyclones, Hellbats, and other tanks, stuff like that, is going to be amazing. But to finish the game, actually, it's not going to be the best ones.
And Cham's actually going for the counter-attack, even though it looked like he was going to be attacked on his own side of the map. Simultaneously, he's going to crash into that planetary fortress, blows it up instantly. Time running out of resources, 155 supply to a maxed out Cham, who's got the entire map. Corrosive Bias here are going to cover his retreat for a little bit. The battle mech transition not really doing enough here for now. As Time's economy is just so massive. Look at his gas. Oh my God. If he wanted to go into Infestors here, do that so easily, but he doesn't even really need to right now.
Yeah, he doesn't really need to, but at the same time, I'd feel more comfortable for him if you were to add a couple of Broodlords and a couple of Infestors into that composition, because I feel he's like one terrible fight away from losing a couple of extra bases, and then suddenly you're looking at a Terran that still has a couple of fresh bases to mine from. I like the Nidus addition though, because that army, yes, it is quite mobile because it is battle mech, but let's see about that fight now. Ultralisk are being demolished by those Cyclones, but Banelings from the right side crashing onto those Cyclones. Every single one of them just died, and now it's 148 supply against the 138. Does he have any NCR to cover for those Liberators? Because if Liberators are able to live that fight against those Corruptors, they're gonna deal an amazing amount of damage.
Yeah, there's only 2 turrets, but Cham stays outside of the range of those as well. He's getting rid of so many of those Liberators.
Didn't die. The Planetary Fortress didn't die, and now every single Corruptor is being demolished. I think that Cham was a little bit too trigger happy on this fight. That was so costly for a Zerg player. What?
Yeah, if he had at least killed the Planetary Fortress and traded his army, but now he attacked, he lost a ton of units, and that didn't even die. Now, it's going to be Nidus time here, starting finally on this map.
Lock onto the Nidus. Okay. That was close. Nidus could be like a huge pain for Time.
There's no Great Aspire, right?
I don't think there is.
Cham used so much of his resources. Look, his minerals is so low compared to his gas. I'm surprised he hasn't got into Infestors.
That last fight was really, really costly. Okay, Liberator are gonna siege up in front of this Nidus. We can see Banelings are actually being loaded into that Nidus, so he just wants to go for a little bit of economical damage. Here, Time trying to seize that base in the bottom right-hand side, but the creep is covering that base, giving him the vision that he needs to make sure that doesn't happen. Time still has a pretty decent number of SCVs, but he doesn't want to bleed out that many.
What's resources lost?
It's in favor of Time, I think, but not that much.
Yeah,
compared to 5,000.
Compared to what Cham has mined. I'm so surprised he's not using these gas, whether it's for Infestors or Broodlords. I think they will do tremendous amount of damage or just be useful in general here. It seems like Cham is just really worried about his army. He's respecting it, so he's like, oh, I gotta max out ASAP, try and be cost effective in the fight.
Okay, once again, the base in the top left has been secured by Cham. He actually added in a couple of spores and okay, even some Zergling run bys is actually a pretty decent idea. I mean,
yeah. A little bit everywhere.
There's no defense there, and the entirety of that those last 5 minutes are actually being played in the bottom right-hand side, so the army is really out of position.
In a sec. All right, here we go. He's going to crash into this army yet again. Corruptor is going in first. Banelings all over the place. He's stepping outside of those liberation zones, so those Liberators really completely useless in those fights. They're just getting shot down by all of these Corruptors, which then could use caustic spray on a lot of these buildings. Some Ultras are going to be left over. And Time will tap out. Mexico moves on to the round of 8 after one of the best performances here that we've had in Nation Wars, and a big upset in my opinion.
2-0 in favor of Cham in the TVZ in the ZVT matchup against Time. Beautifully played.
And finally, somebody that Roddy was hyping delivered. It took a long time.
Is he saying that's my boy? I think that's what he's saying. I thought at first he was really happy that he didn't go to Game 7 because he would have been forced into going in for a double interview. And I'm getting double interview, so I'm really happy about that because this is my favorite part of my day. But talking to the Mexican squad after they got that amazing victory here, I think it's going to be a pretty satisfying. Pretty satisfying.
You're swapping out after this game.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
oh, yeah, you're right.
I'm getting double.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't think it through actually.
But if you want to stay,
I'm getting the winner's interview, man.
Listen,
it's amazing.
I mean, I'll be happy to hear from these guys after what they just experienced. Mexico, I really would not have thought would have necessarily the biggest chance. I mean, obviously, they're still very good. It's just that China, in my opinion, has such an impressive lineup. And they had been playing really well. They've got a world-class player here in Time. But today, it was Mexico playing too well for China there. Not just because of special either. Jim Rising pulled his own weight. Cham with a finishing touch.
2 victories.
Cham beat Time twice.
Yes, that's what I was.
He's the MVP here, as far as I'm
I
concerned.
struggled to say that, but I did say it earlier. I mean, that's 2-0 in ZVT in favor of Cham against Time. So once again, I mean, this map, it's been a roller coaster of emotions. I mean, so much stuff happened. Like that first push from Time, amazing.
I mean, I'm glad we're watching the whole game.
This, the second time they fought just after that first interaction between those two players, the fact that he overproduced, and that's not even overproduced, but he produced heavily Ravagers from those Roaches that he was remaking, was amazing, because Ravagers, they actually tank quite well against tanks. I mean, Roaches, they're basically garbage against tank, but if you turn them into Ravagers, suddenly you've got units that will be able to suffer a couple of tank shots while not dying, and then use Corrosive Ball. Yes, they are really, really expensive, way more than Roaches, but
the killer instinct from Cham was amazing. Like the way he engaged into that fifth base when it was being taken the first time was so key, because if Time had been allowed to set up in that location with turrets and everything, then it becomes so much harder to crash and engage into that. So really huge props to Cham. Can be very proud.
This is where it could have backfired
in the round of 8.
This is where it could have backfired, though. Like, using all of those units to not even taking out that planetary fortress was really massive. And then I was feeling not too comfortable for Cham, because that composition still, didn't go higher in terms of technology. You expected Infestors, you expected Broodlords, but he kept on making Ling, Baneling, Ultralisk, and Corruptor work, and kudos to him, because it is a pretty dangerous composition to work with against mech. Like, you take too much of a blow against a couple of tanks, and then suddenly your entire army disappears.
I mean,
kudos to him.
Imagine if Time had stopped making Liberators, then there would have been so many Corruptors that wouldn't be doing anything there. Obviously, he can still morph them into Broodlords, but he was counting heavily on these Corruptors to be useful, because he didn't even have the Great Aspire. So brilliant play here by Mexico. They will be rewarded with a qualification onto the round of 8. We'll be drawing the matches later tonight. But I guess for them, it's going to be between South Korea, Finland, or Italy.
Italy, yeah.
So it's going to be one of these 3 opponents.
Yeah, that's not going to be an easy feat by any means. And, well, instead of us talking about this, how about we interview those players that just qualified for the round of 8? They are ready with the interview, and we'll try to take a glimpse at what they think and how satisfied they are. Hello, everyone. Can you guys hear us?
Hello, yeah.
Yeah, I can.
Everybody can hear us. That's amazing. First of all, congratulations, you guys. You make it to the round of 8 after making it to round of 4 last year. Now you make it to round of 8. You're just one step away from making at least the same result as last year. How happy does it make you feel? I think it's Jim. Jim, you have to be the first one to speak.
Okay, I think we feel pretty happy. We all play good now. We didn't get carried, but special this time. And yeah, I think we did pretty good. Yeah.
Cham, kudos, man. That was amazing. 2-0 against Time today. How good does it feel?
Feels amazing, of course. I mean, after...
Oh. Rip. I think you froze, man. He was so happy he froze the internet. No, I think you're back.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, it feels amazing. And after a lot of losses, like against Lambo, Scarlet, and Kalasur, I felt like so bad. Like I was doubting myself. But at the end, I was able to do it. I also think that I got better, like a lot better against Stan. So it shows up. So yeah, pretty happy about it.
Especially right now, like during that last game. How did you feel about that the entire game? Because it felt like it was pretty much a bloodbath, and at some point it felt like you were on the verge of being defeated because of that huge tank push that he did, like with that old school kind of mech. But then you stabilized with the Ravagers. Then did you feel comfortable at all, or did you feel that this game could still go either way?
Yeah, well, early mid game I feel really nice because of the gases, and also because of the Mutaharas. I think I killed quite a few SCBs. And after that, I was pretty confident until the push happened. I was like, whoa, what the hell is happening? I'm losing. But after that, I was able to hold with Roaches and Ravagers, and then I could calm down. And then it go on. I took a lot of bases, and then there was one engagement when he was taking the bottom right base,
Yeah.
and I had like 0 minerals. So I was like, fuck, I have to do Nidoses all over the place to actually gain some more money and more map control. So yeah, I was like, yeah, confident, and then maybe not, and then at the end, yeah, I was a bit confident, but
a little bit of
well,
nerves, maybe, or did you still feel cool and you thought that you could still do it, or were you feeling nervous at all?
Yeah, just a little bit. Mostly more against Galazor. That's why I played terrible that game. But right now, I was able to calm down way more.
I'm curious about the game plan after you guys were up 3-0 and then time was revived. Like special, can you take us through like how did you decide who you were going to send first, second, and third, and maybe how the maps came into play as well?
So we thought that if we send Cham, no, we want to send Jimmy Quesos because we thought he would pick World of Sleepers against him, but apparently he didn't pick. He should have picked World of Sleepers against him, I think, because I think playing World of Sleepers against higher caliber Zerg is harder, you know.
Yeah.
So he didn't pick that, so we knew that okay, we have Cham on that map, and I thought that we could do it. My stuff didn't really work. I had planned like this mech build that's quite strong against people that skip Vikings, which I know he liked to do. But I don't know, this game I felt maybe because he was playing with ping, playing Viking is the easiest way to play TVT, so it was a mistake build by me. But I think Jim Rising and Cham played well this time. Like they both could have won against them. Even Jim Rising with the mutas, the Jim Rancher mutas, you know, they were doing well. So if he went for Bailings, he would have won, man.
Yeah, it's Bailings.
Yeah, I actually, Jim, because so much stuff happened in that game, I actually forgot about that one. But you were so close, man. Like you were ahead for most of the game. That you had that amazing mutaflock. Can you tell us what happened there? Like, did you lose yourself in the game a little bit? Because it felt like you attacked just a tiny bit too early onto that fourth space on the right side. You know, with the Ultalisk. The upgrade wasn't finished yet, and then it started to be a little bit rough. Like, what happened there, Jim?
I think I got so excited. And I was like, oh, I got this. And then my army disappeared, and I was like, what the? And the special was like, really, Jim? Really? Yeah, I was pretty excited, and I didn't use the brain. Yeah.
And what about your game against Ayosonu? That was quite a crazy game as well. Like you looked amazing during that game, and then I saw Ultralisk, and I remember about a couple of games in ZVZ recently where Ultralisk were kind of garbage. What happened there? Once again, like you were close from throwing that out a little bit, but in the end you managed to do it. Can you talk to us a little bit about that game?
I asked Cham yesterday how to play versus him, and he told me, I don't know how those he plays. So, and Cham told me maybe use your mudas. Your mudas are pretty good. And I was like, okay, YOLO. I always lose. So nothing changed. And I tried, and it worked.
Yeah,
good stuff.
You guys will face either South Korea, Italy, or Finland in the round of 8. Do you have any preference?
Maybe Reynor, I guess.
I don't know. Maybe
I don't know.
I don't know.
I think they're all hard, but remember, new patch, new life, boys. So,
Let's go.
Let's go, man. There is no shit anymore, man.
So you don't really know for now. Cham, you said Italy, maybe?
Yeah, Italy, just because I think Reynor is a little bit less powerful than Sarah and South Korea.
Okay.
Other than that, they're really fine.
Well, the thing is, like, Reynor is obviously really good, but Korea has 3 very good players, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And so you would rather have to play 1 good player than 3 good players. So it would be better to get either Italy or Finland.
And a player that's going to be hit by a patch that's not going to be good for him, right?
Well, doesn't matter because Jim Bryson is going to win anyway.
Well, you guys have 2 Zergs as well, right? You know that's special.
Yeah, not particularly worried about Ryosis if we play, like, you know.
No, I mean, on Team Mexico, your 2 teammates are Zergs.
Yeah, but they make mutas. They don't make infestors.
So they're not getting nerfed.
They're not getting nerfed.
What about creep tumors?
Creep is pretty good. Damage.
Actually, Cham, in that last game, how come? What was the reasoning behind the fact like you kept on making a lot more corruptors? Because you had so much gas at some point. I was wondering, like, if maybe you were going to transition into Broodlords or maybe go into Infestors, but he just kept on making Liberators, so it worked out perfectly for you. Like, did you just realize that was going to happen, or what was the reasoning behind you not transitioning into either Infestors or Broodlords?
Well, I made Corruptors when I saw he was making Liberators. And after that, when I cleaned the engagement, I saw more Liberators, so I obviously had to build more Corruptors. And I usually, once you have that map control, like you can Nidus all over the place, you can just, link Bailing with Roach Ravager and choose Corruptors, and there's no way for them to lose, especially if he doesn't have Widow Mines, which he didn't have. And once I realized I had like 4k gas and like 0 minerals, I was like, okay, I don't need gas, and I was pulling away from the gases, all the drones.
Okay.
But just because I saw a lot of Liberators, I made Corruptors,
How important would it be for you guys to make the offline finals for this? Because in the past, you've been to France. I'm sure you've had a pretty good time. Like, is it like the main? Was it the main goal here going into this tournament?
I need to get round of 4 because I have a present if I get there. So we need to win one more round at least, right, Jimmy?
You're gonna get a present? Is that
who?
Yeah, I'm getting a present.
From who? Marino?
From me.
No.
Oh, from Jim Rising.
No? Okay.
Yeah, present.
Ah, interesting.
He can't say.
Yeah.
No, we're gonna say what kind of present it is. Just a present.
All right. Do you have anything
Okay.
else?
No.
Guys,
No.
well played. Congratulations. I'm really happy to see you advancing to the round of 8. Do you have any last words maybe you want to say to the fans?
Okay, I can be last. You guys first. Ustedes primero.
Ok. Thanks for the support. Gracias por el apoyo, banda. Gracias ahí. A pesar de que tuvimos un mal torneo. Al final pudimos pues dar la cara por México. Thanks so much, guys. And see you the next round.
Sí, gracias a todos. Sí leo sus mensajes que a veces me mandan por Facebook o por el juego. Y incluso el D6 también ahí está echándonos porras. Y pues gracias por creer en nosotros, que aunque a veces jugamos mal, hoy nos la rifamos y esperamos rifárnosla en el siguiente match también. Así que gracias. Y a mi equipo también, Chivo. Muchas gracias.
They said it in English, I say it in Spanish. No, they said it in Spanish and English. So thanks to everyone that support us. We sometimes play bad, but we always play to win. So I just want to say that to all the haters of NA, we have 3 NA teams in round of 8. You saying?
Just
round
saying.
of 8 is consisted of 3 NA players. And currently I'm teamless, so I'm looking for team. Thank you, boys.
How about one last message to all the Zergs that, you've struggled against recently, and then you're going to meet again in a new patch special?
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Huh? We'll see, man. We're fucking queens are not defending everything anymore.
All right, thank you very much. Have a great night, and once again, congratulations. We'll see you in the round of 8.
But
Thank you.
All right, now we're good. Great interview. I really enjoyed it. There was a lot of stuff to be asked about. Like, there's so many things that happened in that best of 7. And
the interview was as action-packed as the games. We had like a dog barking in the back. We had a bird somewhere. Like,
people in the back actually.
Special hitting the table.
Special hitting the table is one of the highlights of the interview.
Patch.
Of course. No, it makes sense. It makes sense. I really do understand that, guys. The night is not over. We do have another group to finish up and an 8th team to be qualified to the round of 8. Yeah, round of 8 does feature 8 teams in case you guys didn't know. Not 7, not 6, but 8 teams. The question is, who will be that 8th team? Will it be Poland? Will it be Croatia? Or will it be La France? That will be decided in just a few hours, because we will have, just after a quick break, a first game in the losers match here in Group D. Poland versus Croatia. The winner will have to go through France to get that last qualifying spot. So obviously, don't tune out. We'll be here in just a few minutes with the end and conclusion of this round of 8 of Nation Wars 2019. See you in a bit.
Come on. It's not professional.
I'm just setting you up, Todd, for a great
Welcome
intro.
back to Nation Wars 2019. It is time for Poland to take on Croatia. And then the winner to take on France. Are we ready for this one?
We are ready. I am always ready to watch my boy Goblin in action. I think Croatia overall is quite fun, right? Blask is fun. Petak is a little bit of a legend here at Nation Wars, but there's no other way to spin it. And I think this is going to be very, very tough for Croatia.
Well, why do you look so tidy in the shot?
Oh, no.
Sit straight, come on.
I am sitting straight.
Yeah, no, that's better.
I think I'm too heavy for the chair, you know, like it's supposed to be higher, but then my weight is just pushing it down a little bit. I think that is what's happening over here.
You slouch too. I don't. It's like if I was like this, yeah,
No,
like small too.
This is like overly straight, and this is as tall as I can possibly become. Pop up the chest a little. This is a great segment, guys. Well, there's not going to be an interview. We do know that because Goblin still can't afford a webcam. You know what he said, by the way? He said. Because Goblin has like a 15-month sub streak in my channel.
Yeah.
But he has never actually subbed to my freaking channel. He's always out there.
People keep gifting them?
Yeah, he's always...
Does he ask or...?
Yeah, of course. He's always begging. He's like, hey guys, can anybody give me a sub? And but he said if Croatia makes it into the quarterfinals, he said, I will sub from my own money. Now,
Tier 3 or Tier 1?
Tier 1.
For how long?
Probably a month, knowing Goblin.
Wow, what a mad lad.
I've got a rebellious son, Todd. What can I say? These children don't listen to me, but... Now, that makes me a little excited, but I honestly think this is going to be incredibly tough for Croatia, man. Just looking at this team that Poland is sending in. Elazer, Mana, Sol, makes you wonder, how on earth are these guys in their lower bracket match? Well,
yeah,
they went up against France, right? And France is obviously super tough as well.
And France had a really good day, and Nation War in general, I think also, because I feel like if these two teams met many times, it wouldn't necessarily always go the way of France, but it did that one time. Tidrogo, in one of the earlier interviews, though, he did say it. He thought that they were going to meet again in the decider match, but first Poland would have to beat Croatia for that to happen. When your worst, or like, not your worst, but I guess your worst performing player is Sol, a guy who's before been at 7K MMR, I think you've got some first world problems, right, on your team.
Absolutely. And the cool thing about this team, of course, is they have a Zerg player, a Protoss player, and a Terror player, so there's a little bit for everybody. I honestly think that all three of these dudes are always fun to watch. We all know what they're capable of. I think it's safe to say that Elazer had by far and away the best year of the three, right? Elazer really had a resurgence again in 2019. 2018 was a tad disappointing, especially after he missed out on the global finals last year by losing in Montreal quite early. But he really bounced back. Finals in GSL is the world, and obviously a good appearance at the global finals as well.
And then on the other side, we've got Croatia with Goblin. Definitely, I would say their best player. And their ace, Petak, a guy who in Nation Wars somehow is finding wins where you wouldn't expect him to be able to. And then Blask as well, who's somewhat been holding his own, you know. It's a bit of a wild card, one of the guys that we know kind of less about, but apparently he can play some good StarCraft too.
You know that meme, right, from Drake, from the Hotline Bling song, where he has...
I'm going to stop you right there. I don't.
Oh, yes, you do. You do know the one where he's like, and then it's like,
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
that
okay.
I know.
Like, I have the feeling that this meme really applies to Petak. I'm going to wait until the camera is back to us. Obviously, this is a very cool infographic, but I want to explain this to the viewers at home. So there's this meme with Drake, the Hotline Bling song, and then for Petak, it's like winning a game in the earlier rounds of Nation Wars, and he's like, but he's like beating Beyond and Zest, you know? That's kind of the meme that I would make for Petak. This is going to be our lineups for this Nation War, and I think this is a really tough draw for Croatia, man. Goblin going up against Elazer, and I know what the people are thinking. That's the freaking Serral Slayer, Roddy. I know, but it was a pretty unique game, right?
Yeah.
Goblin is obviously capable of defeating someone like Elazer, but I think that's a really tough draw.
If Goblin goes 2 Void Rays into a bunch of Phoenixes, picks up all of the Queens of Elazer and wins the game, I think Pig needs to do a 24-hour special just on that one replay. Because that would be insane.
You can do it. And then Florencio is going to do it, and then Pig has 48 hours of content. It's honestly going to be, I think, very tough. I think especially because Elazer stylistically is maybe not the ideal opponent for Goblin. The map is going to be Acropolis, and I'm already wondering, is Goblin going to open up with some cannon shenanigans or not? Elaser looked, I think, really good in his EVPs, man. Like, I know that he lost against Trap at the Global Finals, but that came down to the wire. It came down to one final close fight on this map. And I think he was a bit caught off guard by the double Stargate. If that didn't happen, I honestly think there's a chance we would have seen him in the quarterfinals again.
It doesn't feel like Elaser has any bad matchup, to be honest. I think he's good across the board.
I agree.
And right now in the votes, people are heavily favoring Poland. Make sure to vote in the chat. POL for Poland, HRV for Croatia. 82% in Poland's favor right now. Wow.
Like a while ago, I would have said ZVT. But I think on this map pool, Elaser is very comfortable in the ZVT as well.
Yeah.
And obviously he defeated Time Trio at LAN at GSO vs. the World.
And I think he worked incredibly hard on that matchup because that's kind of what has been holding him back, you know, in his career at times. I remember him telling me about his practice.
Ooh.
All right, let's get started. In the bottom right of the map, playing as the blue Protoss representing Croatia, is Goblin.
Good old Goblin. And on the left top side, we're looking at the main base of the red Polish Zerg. It is Elaser.
How did Poland do in the last World Cup?
The World Cup?
Yeah.
I think they went out in group stage. Because Lewandowski had a couple bad games, and that's their star player.
Yeah.
Now I have a question, Crow. Was that a 14 pool? A 12 pool? Oh, alrighty.
Did you see how fast he typed that? He was ready.
He knew that what he wanted to know. Crow, I must say, Crow's really been in sync with us, right? Like, every single time you want to talk about upgrades or something as well. I like that drone is being sent out.
It's a big change because when I talk about stuff with Coca, he's not even looking at anything I'm talking about.
Coca's selecting Pikachu over there on the Smash controller. Jeez Louise, no wonder he's missing every drop.
Is he going to turn around and try and get the probe? Apparently, Laser is in quite a rush to get on the other side of the map here to force some units out. Do you feel like this kind of rush is ever worth it? Like, if Protoss reacts accordingly, it's more in the hands of the Protoss, right? To defend perfectly against this.
Yeah, it is. I still find this kind of stuff annoying, though. Like, I personally deal with 12 pool a little bit differently than the pros do it. This is obviously a more optimal way. You can be a lot further ahead because you have pretty quick tag, but this can get dicey. Whoa, what? Okay, well, that's going to get cancelled, obviously, but then at least the Zealot will be in the right position. But this is that moment where it's like a bit awkward, in my opinion. It's like you need to buy time for that Adept to come up, and you can make a mistake. If your Zealot gets surrounded early, you are in all the trouble. Oh, that was late, by the way. Did you see that? Did he have no money or something?
The Cybercore wasn't done yet, I think, also. And maybe then he was macroing the Zealots and started it a little bit late as well.
Couple seconds, I think it was done. I think these links are going to break it, man. I really think that he just started it a bit too late.
Well, he can remake a gate behind this one. Yeah, he's going to do that.
But I can see. Bye.
Oh, looking to the probe. One more pylon. What an architect. Did you see that?
I honestly think this was quite the investment though by Goblin, right? Like, I don't know if this is really like that fantastic. It's obviously not bad because the links
boost probes now.
Yeah, it's very playable. It's Elaser. Elaser is mining gas. Zerging speed is on the way already, but Elaser can obviously have quite a bit of freedom to catch up economically and maybe even secure a lead for himself. So I think it was alright. It felt a bit clumsy on the side of Goblin. You know, maybe not as picture perfect as we're expecting from Protoss players in this tournament, but at least he kept the links out, and that's the main priority.
I tell you what, you won't need any pylons in a while. The investments, it's there, and with the Nexus finishing, it's going to be on 32 out of 62 supply.
It's like Elaser overlords eat your heart out. These are Goblin pilots, my friend. Well, there is our first Stargate thought. Now, the one risky thing here, though, is that I do feel Goblin is a very smart Protoss player. And I think in general, when the economies are a little bit offbeat, and I think it's safe to say that if somebody opens up with a 12 pool, that is the case, right? Because that third hatchery is not even done yet. I think Goblin is pretty good in capitalizing on that kind of stuff. So maybe Elaser is giving him an open invitation to do one of his weird Goblin things that may just work.
Ooh, you gonna shade that? No. It's gonna cancel as the links start heading back. 33 drones to 32 probes now for the time being, as Elaser is looking to try and build up that drone count further. Crisp Spread already on the way as well. And it's going to be a Phoenix here up first. He really is your son.
And there's Stargate number 2. All right.
You know what follows, right?
+1 air weapons.
Yeah.
A fleet beacon down the line.
Well, let's not get ahead of... Maybe he'll just stay on the Phoenix side of things.
Could be a lot of Phoenixes, but I think going a lot of Phoenix into Zealot, he has already used that trick once. I'm feeling a triple Stargate this game, Todd. I'm feeling triple Stargate fleet beacon.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's gonna go all out. Because I have the feeling that if he just goes for a bunch of Phoenixes and then afterwards, I don't know if he can really create enough of a lead for himself. Look at the worker count. It's already a 5 worker advantage on the side of Elaser. And if Elaser can somehow get a scout on the double Stargate, I know that's going to be tough. But
Yeah, he won't.
Yeah, no overload speed, right?
Yeah. It seems like he's one of the Zergs that's been skipping a little bit more on that. Like some Zergs, they want to get it basically every single game that they can. Maybe it's because you have the opener, you sacrificed economy.
I want to give a shout out here, because this is actually really cool. Goblin did not reveal yet that he was going Phoenixes, right?
Yeah.
And look at Elaser, he's making a lot of roaches, but that's actually an insane amount of roaches.
And those are really bad against Phoenix.
Yep, unless he goes all out, right? And he just rallies everything to the other side of the map, and he's gonna try to overrun Goblin and keep him on 2 bases. But if these are just defensive roaches, yeah, this is painful, man, because these are very expensive roaches. There's our +1 air weapons, by the way. What are you gonna do, Elaser? Yeah, he's going back into droning now. Man, these roaches hurt. They really hurt his economy.
And this is gonna force a ton of spores, which are not even there yet. So Goblin, he can even fly in corner of some of these mineral lines, pick up drones. Like there's gonna be a lot of stuff dying here momentarily from the Zerg. And Goblin is looking to try and expand his economic lead here.
That is so smart, man. Like, if I'm scouting this, by the way, I'd be paranoid about the Nidus immediately. I'd be like, roaches are out already? I'm playing Phoenixes? But Goblin was hiding the Phoenixes, and he did it very well. And that's honestly the only reason why Elaser made those roaches, because Miko simply didn't know what he was playing against.
Yeah, the +1 air weapon eventually is going to mean that he also can fight Queens more effectively with those Phoenixes if he were to catch them. I feel like Zergs, they still don't anticipate that well, by the way, you know? Like, they'll still move into a lot of Phoenixes with Queens thinking they can take the fight. I mean, that's what we saw previously when Cyril played against Goblin. I think at some point he was just tired of running around trying to catch the Phoenixes. He was like, oh, I'm going to take the fight head on. And Goblin was like, all right, I accept the challenge. I got +1 anyway, and too many Phoenixes for you to handle, plus the 2 Void Rays. Drones are going to keep on dying. And I mean,
this looks bad.
It feels like you need 4 spores per base at this stage already. And like, if you do that, your economy is going to be even more wrecked. On the other side, we've got double Robo. Goblin in a fantastic spot here, I feel.
Yep, a Robo Bay getting wiped in already as well. We could get a couple of Immortals and then Phoenix. And guess what? The Immortals are great against Roaches. Colossus are great against Hydras. And this just means that Elaser is in a lot of trouble. Because don't forget, these Phoenixes can still help out in the battle as well. Especially the moment that +1 is done. How does Goblin get himself in these super magnificent spots over and over again against some of the best Zergs in Europe? This is crazy.
Yeah, if I did that build, I would not do nearly as much damage. It'd be a disaster.
And the problem is, if I make 3 Phoenixes, they already have 3 spores and 72 workers. And meanwhile, Elaser is sitting at home building 8 roaches. Goblin, next level MVP, hiding his Stargate.
I think he uses his image really well. You know, maybe they met on ladder recently and he played with a lot more ground-based army.
He's a Marjorie boy. Like, that's how he made his top 8 in WCS, right? A bunch of Immortal all-ins, a bunch of Zealot all-ins. A while ago, he liked playing with this target as well. 1 Phoenix is misrallied and he's gonna get picked off. But make no mistake, guys, this game is going incredibly good for Goblin.
Think about it. Yeah, I don't think it's worth it to go for the Hydralisks here just yet. He can just kind of keep on flying in between those spaces. Bailing Nest going down. So Elaser might be thinking about dropping some Baneling or just adding Banelings to his composition, which is weird, right? Because he's not super Ravager heavy.
Well, I think he's worried about like 9-gate Zealot as a follow-up.
Yeah.
And then having Banelings is really good, right?
And he can't even scout. Yeah. Like the idea of scouting right now is just so foreign to Elaser. I guess he would have to morph an Overseer, flight all around the map and then fly inside of that base of Goblin. But that's a big problem, not knowing what Goblin's going into, because right now, Banelings on the ground are not the counter to Colossus, not at all.
Nope. And I don't think that Elaser is thinking about Colossus at all. You may see it eventually. The one thing that Elaser does have going for himself is that he's a little bit ahead in the +1 missiles, right? It's almost done. Well, you know, Goblin is Forge is not even done yet. But I really think that Goblin is building up an army that's going to be so freaking hard to fight if you don't have, let's say, Lurkers or Infestors or at least Vipers, right? If you have Vipers and you can abduct the Colossus, that is something. But I think Elaser is going to run into the meat grinder of the Protoss Death Ball, man.
Can we see units lost? How much has he killed?
Lost?
Fifth L?
Crow? I think they're being too loud in the production room.
Maybe.
Well, Elaser is going to make his way to the other side of the map for the first time. And yes, he's got 100 army supply, but Thermal Lens is almost done.
How many Colossi do we have?
I think 3 already. Yeah, he's getting up to 5.
Oh my god. If he can reach 5 before the fight, this is going to be a very nasty one. Is there any force fields though?
I think even
it's
with
not that many Banelings.
I think even with 3 it's a nasty one.
Yeah.
Because
with 5, like
the roaches are gonna melt. Thermal lens is done. Goblin's army is very strong. Eleza can hope to maybe kill this fort base, but look at the range of these units. A couple of banelings will wiggle in, and yeah, sure, they're connecting. But I still think there's a lot of potential in this Protoss army. The next wave of banelings is a little bit problematic, and Eleza is actually doing a pretty decent job. But I do feel that his army is about to run out of steam, and that's when these Immortals and Colossus can really shine.
Yeah, they're starting to clean up big time here. Zealots at the front are going to tank. The 4th Nexus dies, but I don't think Goblin cares, because he wiped the floor with his Zerg army there. And he's looking to try and chase and kill a little bit more. We see a War Prism in production. That means he's going to be able to reinforce across the map with this army. I mean, there is no Colossus counter in sight here for Eleza. Whether, I guess, the emergency one would be Corruptors, and we see a Spire going down, but it's just going to be too late, I think.
I think Eleza did as well as he possibly could have done there, but I still think he's in trouble. Queens can obviously soak up a lot of Colossus shots, but there's that War Prism Todd that you mentioned. A couple of Zealots are going to get wiped in. 25 Banelings, though. Can that be the answer, Todd? Maybe Banelings roll in on the Colossus, Queens soak up some shots, and Eleza somehow gets the fight that sweet Zerg dreams are made of?
You would need a full surround, I think, to even have a chance. Which Goblin, I think, doesn't want to give him, so he's going to go on the other side. Looking to try and engage here in this area. You see that little patch here of green down there? That would help him greatly as well. Reducing the surface area from Eleza, who's looking to try and swoop in from behind here onto the main army. See?
Yep, Phoenixes do scout it though, so at this point Goblin knows, careful with the War Prism, Goblin. Goblin is setting himself up in a very tricky position though. He's allowing this round to happen. He's gonna fight the army on the right side first. I have the feeling that that's the plan here. The Colossus is gonna need to be brought back, and they will be brought back. A few more Banelings do survive, but Todd, look at the damage output of these Colossi. They are still so good against Hydras and Zerglings.
It's almost as if he baited him. He was like, I'm right here, go ahead, surround me. Moves far away from the creep. The Zerg units lost a lot of speed. Does Eleza even have centrifugal hooks?
I think he does.
Okay, yeah, he does.
But at least Eleza did survive until he's getting Corruptors. And I must say, I'm very impressed with that, man, because I really thought Eleza was in all the trouble this game. Now, Goblin is getting Storm, and obviously Hydra Link Bane Corruptor is not as good as Colossus, Blinkstalker, Storm, and +2. But there is still a chance. There is a fighting chance for Eleza. He's still working with 4 bases. He's now getting an Infestation Pit as well.
Storm's going to be so massive against this glass cannon of an army. It's good against Banelings, good against Hydralisk, and good against Corruptors.
Yep. This is pretty expensive, by the way, since Eleza isn't that rich. I understand that he feels like
it worked.
He needs to make cool plays happen. I get it, but on the other hand, maybe you can only do that if you're also moving your main army around somewhere and distracting your opponent. Because 7 or 8 Banes, you look at the bank of Eleza, you look at the income. That hurts, man. He's hovering around 160 supply, right? Yeah. He's not like he's maxed out.
I mean, there's going to be +2 attack as well, finishing in a second from Goblin there.
Goblin is bringing Wings of Liberty back, man.
Well, is he making a second prism for the main base, you think? Or backup?
Backup prism. No, I don't know. Maybe it could just be for the left side to harass. I have no idea.
Yeah, +2 attack finishing this army becomes that much scarier as well. It's 117 army supply against 108 that we're talking about here.
What's the Corruptor count at? We have 2 more on the way, I see.
Oh, I think he has like 3 Templars with Storm now.
It's a reasonable amount of Corruptors though, right? 15 at the moment?
Yeah.
There is a chance.
I mean, Storm is so scary against them. Yeah, so he's forming the main base. I think it's better this way because he's going to threaten the base at the bottom and at the same time do a big Zealot whopping in the main base here if you wanted to.
The good thing as well is that the Archons actually really shine in fights like this, right? If the Corruptors clump up, they take massive damage. The Banelings are going to have a hard time getting by. And, you know, even the Hydras, if they want to kill the Colossus somehow, they're going to eat some very big damage of these Archons. So they're going to be so tanky, and they will allow these Colossus to just reign supreme. It all comes down to the Corruptors, guys.
Prism in the main base, I believe. At the same time, he's going to engage into this army. That was finally sniped, but Storm is going to land on everything here. These Corruptors, they're in the middle of a bunch of Archons. They're going to have to start flying away. Goblin with a massive force here, looking to try and open up the scoreboard for Team Croatia.
He's getting the Protoss Death Ball. Another big Storm does land. These Corruptors are forced to disengage. Another Storm on top of all of these Corruptors. And most of them have gone down. The Colossus are still alive. And I don't know how this kid keeps doing it, Todd. But Goblin with another strong showing here is looking to put Croatia on the scoreboard. 1-0 in favor of Croatia. This kid has such a good run in Nation Wars, and it's so funny, right? Because after his match against Cyril, you know, like we're talking a little bit on the DMs, and I'm like, you actually been playing lately? Because he hasn't stopped by my stream in forever. I haven't seen him on the ladder. He's like, no, that was Goblin playing 10 games a month. And I was like, oh my God, you're such a baboon kid. Like, what a sweet dream, right? You open double Stargate and your opponent makes 7, 8 safety roaches and then just goes back into droning.
It is the dream.
Yep.
It is the dream, because Roach is not going to do anything. If they attack, you just pick them up, kill them. I mean, you can't even attack, really, with Roaches in this situation. So, Elaser, his lack of scouting, maybe one of his biggest issues right now.
Yeah.
Try to anticipate what Goblin was going to do. It went really bad each and every single time. He still managed to salvage that situation here. You know, even killing the... Like, I thought that fight was going to go way worse for him.
Yep.
I think it's kind of hard to anticipate how much Colossus are. Like, we knew where they were going to be good, but at the same time, they're Legacy of the Void Colossus, right?
Yeah, it's so funny, because when they shoot at roaches, they really suck. But the roaches will always disappear eventually, and then they'll shoot at what they're supposed to shoot at.
That fight was brilliant by Goblin, I think.
Yep, very cool attempt by Elaser, though, right? Like, he needed to do something special, because he's working with an inferior army. But Goblin did a very good job. Look how safe those Colossus are, tucked away into the corner.
Very good splits, and he forced some of the army away here into the main base with the prism that he had there. The storms were on point, Corruptors just couldn't fight, and he lasered. That was already the emergency plan here to go into Corruptors. Ideally, he would have liked to be on maybe some Vipers instead, just didn't have the economy either. Goblin, he has some very, very good splits, I gotta say, for Protoss. Whenever those Banings were coming in, stormed exactly as he was supposed to. Not just the standard F2 attack move, right? That was a little more than that.
It really felt that every storm connected with 15 Corruptors there as well, right? Like, I'm honestly kind of stunned. Like, I know that I'm the biggest fanboy of Phoenixes and +1 air weapons, and I know that people think I'm going to lose my mind. I'm more losing my mind about how easy Goblin makes it look and how he can get away with stuff like this, because he's not playing against baboons, you know? He's playing against guys that qualify for the WCS Global Finals, against some of the best ever. First Zero, and now he gets a victory over Elaser as well. Goblin is truly a very special individual. Sorry, Croatia, but this nationwide ain't big enough for the two of us. We got a date with some baguettes.
Energy pylons to everyone. I want you to construct additional pylons. It's pretty good.
Mondogo.
I love how it's just a photo of the dog. Who cares about the stream? You know what? We'll take it.
Like, we're actually camping right now in the southern part of France.
I can't tell if that's a really small dog or a really big TV. Probably a bit of both.
Maybe it's a projector. That's possible as well.
I think that's a TV.
Okay. Oh, that's pretty cool. That actually looks badass. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for them. That's cool as well. Well done. Look at these memes.
The Mayan warriors. And Canning. Oh my God. Wait, his car is not even painted as the flag of USA?
Well, he's got 4 flags hanging out.
Disappointed.
I think that's good enough, Todd.
I think we need a paint job for him, Canning's car.
Stars and stripes on the side. We should put him in
Bald eagle in the front.
A real American car as well. Like, I can totally see M. Canning in like a Dodge Viper, you know, with stripes and then the stars on the side. Yeah, that would suit him.
And Escalades.
Yeah. Just a couple more victories. All right, so the score is 1-0 in favor of Croatia, because Goblin just keeps on winning with his good old Phoenix builds. We're getting ready for the second round here. Soul, of course, a player that has been having some tough times in Nationwide as well.
And TAC is 35, by the way.
Yeah, but this is one that Soul should win, right, Todd? Like, you can't really ask for much more.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, he's been having trouble. TAC, historically, again, is one of those guys that has had huge upsets. He won a map against Zest, right? And he won a map against who else?
Bjorn,
yeah.
Yeah, when Bjorn was in his world title winning year. So, quite the run. We'll see how this one plays out. Like I said, Soul has been having a tough time. But if you're Soul, you're going up here against Patek. With all due respect, that is a match that Soul should win. There are no excuses here. We know that this man has underperformed from time to time. But this is one that should be very doable for him. In the right bottom side, representing Poland. His nation is down 0-1. Time for him to get a win. It is Soul.
His opponent in the blue playing Zerg. And representing Croatia, TAC. And Croatia, they keep on catching the world by surprise. First in the World Cup, maybe here too in the Nation Wars.
Don't forget, by the way, that Eleze was kind of the MVP of Team Poland as well, right? In the previous Nation Wars that they were playing. Because he was really pushing France to the limits. I think he was the one responsible for all 3 wins. And he was their revived ace player as well. So a massive win here to start things off. Every single time, I think we could potentially get maybe a one-sided Nation War thought, bam, surprise in our face immediately. Like that previous one, Mexico against China, that had a little bit of everything as well. At one point, I almost started to believe in the reverse sweep, you know, after time beat special. I was like, all right, like here we go. This could very well be it. And then it's Cham showing up. He gets absolutely obliterated by Calazur, but he 2-0s time. That is also beating special. I mean, I don't know. You can't script it.
The results all over the place today, for sure.
You can't script it.
If anybody's trying hard to predict, well, you've not done well.
I'm pretty sure that if we had a prediction game here, Kalaris would be winning again with these amount of upsets.
Tasteless in second place. Whatever that means.
Kalaris did win back then at BlizzCon.
Yeah.
He was so proud of it as well. But like we all tried to get cool, you know, we made some upset picks and he's just like going for all the top favorites.
Super try hard.
Yeah.
You know, and Autos is like cursing everybody left and right.
I was like, I think Linok is going to win the tournament. We're like, Dan, he's not here. Dan was so funny at BlizzCon, mate. Like, every single time we're talking about StarCraft, I'm teasing him. I was like, yeah, whatever happened to Linok? He's like, don't even get me started, okay? You guys don't know anything. If you want me to get started about why Linok isn't here, like, he's so funny. He gets so fired up. I really love that.
It's going to be sick to see him at Home Story Cup. Actually.
Yeah, that's going to be so fun. I think he's going to have a blast as well.
Yeah. Some Autos is dancing action. I'm ready for it. All right, Tack. Can he do it here against Soul? Damn, Soul is looking for, I don't even know what to call it, like redemption at this point, by the way. Like he's really been having a tough time here in this tournament.
Yep. Well, in most tournaments, actually, like even in the WCS tournaments, right? Soul has never really had a super deep run. Like name the most remarkable tournament performance by Soul. There's only one that sort of jumps to my mind, and that is when he beat Stats at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice Open bracket. Like that was sick, but then he didn't actually make it to the main event. So yeah, that like he fell 1 round short. That was a really good run though, but that's already like a year ago or even longer.
It's crazy because out of all the people that have made it to 7K MMR, he might be the one that performs the least in tournaments. And to be honest, I think that 3cc stuff that he keeps on doing and that is super predictable at this point is part of the problem too. And this game so far, thankfully, he hasn't gone there yet. And I mean, even if he was to drop 1 down now, he wouldn't necessarily be like super out of the ordinary.
The talk is nuts. Talk is nuts. Roachworn, Lair, 2-base, Zerk. Imagine, oh my god. If Patok puts Croatia 2-0 up here, thought, he just sniped the Reaper.
Oh my god.
Oh, there are Hellions.
Yeah, but they can't go in. Especially with the Reaper being dead, it's less scary.
Now, I've had moments in the past where I'm like, hey, Soul, don't you think like you should get like a bunker here, you know? Wouldn't that be nice? Like, sometimes, despite what he sees, he still does what he normally does. And that just kind of be wrong. Like,
is that the 3rd CC coming up?
Pause.
Dear God.
You're playing a 2-base Zerk. Please.
He's getting scouted.
Okay, at least he's getting a tank. I think that's good news.
Yeah. I think he was maybe about to throw down the 3rd CC here for a second. But usually you want to build up to 16.
Oops. So, I mean, sure, if he gets away with it, it's fine and all. But, oh my god, if he loses, this is going to be so painful. At least he's got a Viking that can push away Overlords.
How is he going to see this? That's the thing. He's not going to... Oh my god, he scans the main base. Okay, he sees the saturation on the 2 of the guys. It's actually 13 on minerals, which is a bit weird.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a super low eco all in. That Viking hasn't killed that Overlord yet. I thought it's so important because we only have 1 tank out right now. Where's that tank?
Where do you think he wants to make the Nidus?
Well,
in the main, I think. There is something at the bottom that's flying towards the main base, no?
Everywhere, I thought, yes. I think you're right.
I think in the corner of the main base, you'd hope that there is a blind spot, which I don't think there is. There isn't a blind spot, right, in the main base? No, there isn't. Ooh, maybe
well, I think
barely. Yeah, he would see it.
Yeah, well, the Hellions are
sees it now.
Dive in. So Patak obviously is going to have to deal with this. He will deal with it. Can that Nidus get shot down? I think the answer is yes, man, because all of the tanks are on siege. Well done. In the end, Soul is going to get away with his 3cc.
Well, he's going to be super far ahead.
Yeah.
If there isn't a Nidus
10 drones, 11 drones? What's happening? What? Why did all the drones suddenly go down? I think he left a Hellion behind or something, no?
Yeah, and Liberator is actually redroning behind this.
Must have been a Liberator, dealing some damage somewhere.
Fact is like, okay, this is not gonna work. Drops down. I like that. He drops down a Spire instead.
One more
He's
Nidus
still
attempt.
going for a Nidus.
One more Nidus attempt. But
I think he knows this is not going to do much anyway, so I like going for the Spire because he's going to have a lot of gas to work with.
God, his army is so small. Like, even if this Nidus goes up, it's like, what's going to pop out? 4 queens and a ling?
8 roaches and a queen.
Yeah, well, whatever it is.
They will get obliterated.
This is not going well for Patak. I also feel that, like, if you want to go for an all-in, you got to stick to the course, man. You got to go nuts. Spam Nidus, you know, send it back up Overlord. I don't care, but you can't really open up 2 base Zerg and then sort of Nidus, but then be like, never mind, I'm going to build some drones again. I feel like that kind of stuff just almost never works out. You go YOLO or you don't.
Can't spell you on Merlot without YOLO.
Exactly. Gotta be decisive, you know. When I see you make 1 steam tank in Warcraft, you don't make 1 steam tank, you make 17.
Exactly.
And you pick off all their buildings. You win on base
Well,
trade.
then again, I'm kind of safe at home with 50 towers, so not exactly the best description of YOLO.
Oh, well, I'm starting to feel a little bad here for Patak. Like, yes, we do know 11 meters are on the way, and you can say that that's good news and all. Meters have potential. But he's down 13 workers.
Yeah, those are going to have to be some very deadly mutas. They're going to have to kill 20 SCVs for him to be back in this.
Yeah, and also maybe a medevac or 2, because don't forget that 1-1 upgrades is on the way. Steam is done. Like, mutas are most terrifying when Terran isn't ready yet. Well, look at this. This looks like a man that can deal with 11 mutalists, Todd. He's got turrets everywhere, plenty of Zerglings. Soul's just playing a really clean game, and I feel like Patak has made this game maybe overly complicated for himself.
And mutas get scans. What is the attack? I guess SCVs for now.
No, but
A lot of mutas really don't care about this Viking, by the way.
oh, Nidus in the main as well. That's kind of cool. Maybe this can get a little bit exciting after all. With
Yeah, if you can protect the Nidus with the mutas, he might be able to find some damage.
That was a double drop, by the way, heading towards the main, but Soul brought it back. I think he was a little bit worried. A lot of meters go down, but this is it. Patak is going to go for it. All of these roaches will unload in the main base. Patak is still down over 10 workers. All the meters are getting obliterated, though, Todd.
Yeah, there was tanks in the back. Soul got perfectly ready for this. Tak will have to evacuate. Starts another Nidus at 6 o'clock, but I mean, he's running out of army. Soul even scans the third base. He wants to see the saturation. He sees 2 drones mining and he's like, yes, I'm doing great.
Yep, he's going to pick up all of his units. Might second guess himself as soon as he hears the Nidus. He's like, yeah, you know what? Why would I take a risk? I don't have to take a risk, and I think that's the right play. You can always send out 1 medevac just to test the waters, but there's no need to go for some really weird scenarios, because you never
Test
know.
the waters. He's going to kill everything.
Yep.
Pretty bad.
Yeah, probably. I think there's a couple roaches on the way. Now double Evo gets thrown down.
He scans even one of the top bases to make sure that there is no expansion there.
Well, these Marines are simply too powerful, and Patak knows it. GG gets called. Perhaps not the most exciting game of this season of Nation Wars. I was feeling it a little bit. I was like, you know, okay, 2 base,
Yeah.
Nidus, super crazy, fast, go for it. But then I felt like he started to second guess himself after he lost the Overlord, and the second Overlord got spotted by the Viking.
Yeah.
It's like still sort of going for it, but at the same time, it's like, now maybe I want to like transition a little bit. But StarCraft 2 at this level, you got to be clutch, you got to be decisive, you can't be second
The
guessing.
execution wasn't great for sure, I think, with the way he managed his economy and everything. Yeah, so a little bit disappointing for Tak. Not quite able to punish the 3 command centers. Just smile. They want to see you.
Todd is having like a monologue, you know, he's telling his life story over here, and the camera is just like, ISO shot Roddy. I'm like, well, I mean,
They were waiting for the Roddy P.
I am intrigued by the words of Johan Melo,
Roddy P
always,
pose.
but maybe this was a moment to take a look at Todd's beautiful face. Unfortunately for Croatia, they cannot get that cheeky 2-0 lead. We did have a couple of Hellions dive in here. We saw a couple drones go down, right? But now the Lynx take care of it, so it's only 7 drones.
What else kills some
Liberator.
Right? Oh.
Ah.
Wait, what? It's in range of the sport.
Yeah, but he's right-clicking drones.
Oof. What a guy.
Oof.
Oof. Pew. But still.
That was the highlight of the game. And that's when you know you haven't missed a crazy exciting game of StarCraft 2, guys. Because that is the best we have. Not the greatest performance of Patak ever. He is a legend of this tournament. He did defeat 2 top Korean players. Unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be against Seoul today. It's nice for Seoul, though, right? To finally pick up a win.
And he's
a little bit
still
of
in it,
momentum.
of course, right? Because usually if he loses, then he's not going to be the revived player. So now that means Mana versus Blask. He's going to be our next matchup. And yeah, Mana is like should be a very heavy favorite, I feel, going into this, right? Like a veteran of the scene against a much lesser known name in Blask.
I think it's going to be a wild one. I think it's going to be like a one base all-in or something by Blask, sorry. Blask did get a 1-6 victory.
If it was Blisk, it'd be a one base all-in.
Yeah,
The Singaporean Protoss.
I have the feeling those guys are the same anyway, though. They're both a little aggressive. Blask is young. He's got a couple cheeky builds up his sleeve. He was able to defeat Su in this tournament. Yes, that's right. The IEM World Champion Su did fall against Blask in an earlier round. But this is going to be a different ball game. Of course, completely different matchup here. The PvP. I think it's going to be quite tricky against Mana, who I'm sure is very eager to do better as well than he did in his Nation Wars match in round 16 against Clem, it was? Or did he play Marine Lord? Who did he play?
He played Clem.
Okay.
He played Clem. A couple of Hellions did run by. A lot of damage in the early game.
He was stubborn, right? Like he could have walled up, but he was like, no, I'm going to wall off at the very last moment. And
That was an unfortunate game for Mana, but pretty fortunate for us, Frenchies.
You guys getting hyped? I feel like there's more people in this building now. I feel like
there is a lot of people in the building.
Yeah? I mean, like before I was there, I'm like, in my break, I'm like warming up some dumplings real quick, and I'm trying to catch the last 5 rounds of Formula 1, and it's just like 17 Frenchies running around, and I see bottle after bottle arriving. I was like, oh my goodness.
Yep.
It's gonna be sad if France gets eliminated again today.
No, don't tell us that, man. I'm actually kind of worried because of the weird pledge that I took to get a tattoo on my butt of Marine Lord if we were to win the entire tournament. So every single round I'm gone. I might be a little bit stressed out.
That is a little bit of a stretch, though.
Yeah,
the entire tournament.
I know.
I mean, they've done it before. Anyway, guys.
We've done it before.
All right, here we go. Round 3 between Poland and Croatia. The right bottom side. We're looking at the main base of the man. It's quite young. He's feisty. He's Protoss. It's Blask.
And in the top left-hand side, in the red, here in Thunderbird, he plays Protoss. He's an amazing competitor for StarCraft 2 for many years. His name is Mana.
And he provided us with a great tweet today.
Yes.
I feel like he was the trendsetter. He was the first one to show the puppy, and now we're getting nothing but puppy tweets over here. Hashtag nw2019. Keep them coming. Let us know how you are enjoying the last evening of Nation Wars for a while, guys, because we're going to be on a little break again after this. I know we've said it before, but people are always tuning in and out.
Yeah.
Of course, next week it's all about the Home Story Cup 20, a very special edition that's going to take place. Well, they say in Berlin, but I looked at the map, and that Tropical Islands place is not in Berlin.
An hour away from Berlin.
I feel like it's closer to Warsaw than it is to Berlin. You know, it's like you may as well call it Home Story Cup in Poland. But
interestingly enough, we will be in our bathing suits, even though it is freaking November, and it might be super cold, but I guess inside the bubble that would be better. Actually, O-Gaming will be there as well. We will be broadcasting the tournament from there in French.
Do you guys know what kind of a setup you're going to be working with yet?
Dude,
I have to feel like
it's an adventure. We have got no idea.
Because it's going to take place on location. That's obviously all a little bit different, right? Like, I wonder if Emil is going to be there again. Is he going to bring like his basement setup to like Tropical Island?
Tropical Island.
He's like, I'll do it underwater, guys.
Tropical
like,
Emil.
Yeah. He's like, just put me in the sauna, all right? It's like, so, Emil, that's not good for the PC, man.
to be honest, I think like a month and a half ago when we started like trying to figure out if we could go to the event, we talked with Naruto, and Naruto was like, right now we can guarantee you a table. I'm not kidding. Like, that's the only thing that he guaranteed us. Like,
you guys are like, that sounds good, we're in.
Yeah, we're in. Like, table? Sign us up.
We'll bring the chairs ourselves. Yeah, we'll bring the chairs ourselves. We'll figure it out with the Wi-Fi. Anyways, let's talk about this PvP, because Blast
that's a wild one.
Yep. Ooh, he's proxying the Robo as well. All right. Now, Mana is expanding, and I'm sure that Mana knows a thing or two about Blask, and I'm sure that he's expecting some early game aggression. You know, I feel like there are safer ways to play than Mana has played. Because, like, I really think if I would play against somebody like Blask, I'd be like, you know what? I'm going to play as safe as you do. Let's stay on one base, because I don't care. Because I have the feeling the longer this game goes, the better it will be for me, right? Like, if I'm the veteran, that's Mana, and I've got the skills that is Mana. But Mana is like, no, you know, I don't mind putting myself in a little bit of a pickle, because I think I can pull off the complicated holds. Does he have a battery in the net?
He doesn't have a battery, and an Immortal is already being chrono boosted out. I'm wondering if Mana was caught by surprise by that pylon that was on the lower grounds. Like, yeah, I'm gonna build some shield batteries because I want to expand, but boom! No batteries, no expand, just a proxy robo and an Immortal, and he actually cancelled. He was feeling the pressure, Mana that is, and he had to cancel that Nexus.
Mana's going double robo. Is that a mistake, or?
I don't know. You're the Protoss experts. What are you supposed to achieve with this? Like double immortal production?
Okay. That's a sick
amazing force field.
Wow, that's amazing. Obviously a mistake there by Blast, but still very well done. Good catch. Oh, that Warp Prism was open 1 second late as well.
Yeah.
I think he's serious. I guess he wants to build at least one observer, and then he maybe wants to get a prism, and he wants to get an immortal. That's quite bizarre, man. Double robo on one base in PvP, you almost never see that.
Yeah, I mean, if you do want a nice force fields here, grabbing himself a stalker blast, that is. But yeah, building double immortal at the same time, that's like 500 minerals. That's just way too, even more than that. It's super expensive. I don't know if you can allow that to happen on one base. For now, Blask hitting at the gateway, already getting himself a shield battery and a stalker. Keep in mind, he did lose his first immortal. Second one will pop out in just a few seconds.
But like, this is what I meant, right? Let's say Mana would have just dropped very quick tech. Okay, this is kind of cool though, counter-attack, but it's a full wall out, so these are going to have a very hard time getting in. Like, if Mana would have just stayed on one base for a little bit longer, right? Like, you're one base, I'm one base, and I'll just drop tech as well. I feel like Mana would never be in this position. But by attempting to expand early on, then abandoning your initial plan, you're already behind because your tech is behind. And I know Mana's got a lot of workers, but he's only mining off one base, right? Yeah. So having a 7 worker advantage is very cool and all. Now it's going to be an awkward game. Not sure if I'm really feeling the glaives follow-up.
I'm wondering about that. So now
maybe on one base is good. I don't know.
Defensive adept. The second one will be whopped in because the pylon is about to be taken out. The Blasky needs to deal as much damage as he can. Now the double robo comes into fruition. We do have 2 immortals and a warp prism already. So Mana wants to push across, well, at least down the ramp. Picks up the immortals after the force field gets thrown down.
Really good focus fight there by Mana. He's getting a stalker. I mean, so far this double robo is actually kind of working out. Mana's gonna get an extra gate as well.
That is cheeky.
It's kind of cool. I really do wonder how this would have done against Disruptors. I have the feeling that if Blast would have gone Disruptors, I think Mana's in quite a bit of trouble, but right now it's actually kind of working out for Mana. Sending a prism to the other side of the map is obviously risky. There is a pylon there. That pylon is going to get picked off, and then he also loses vision of the corner. Now, I kind of would love to see Blast. Promise he's gonna love stalkers. Like, I think the idea is make a few more depths and just shade on top of everything, right?
Yeah.
No, how is he gonna
go for the throat? But I don't know if that's going to happen. And how is he going to handle that warp prison that's about to enter the main? 2 immortals are actually gonna destroy probe in one shot, but also put a lot of pressure on pylons. Nexus, everything that is in the base here of Blask is under heavy fire by those immortal. Actually, the adept will get elevated in the main base, and now Blask, he has to go for something because he will lose this game if he doesn't do anything. That's time. That's now. He will try to go for it now. Adepts will be shading in on top of those sentries, which means no extra force fields on the ramp. The rest of the army should be following quite closely.
The force field was really sick, actually. It's on the Immortal. The other units have to show up, but I think the Immortal count is simply a little too high. It turned out that the double robo choice by Mana was actually quite brilliant. Mana used the recall, I believe, as well, so he brought the other 2 Immortals home.
He's got 5 Immortals, man. 250 damage on mechanical, on those units, on those stalkers. GG gets called. Liquid Mana takes it for Poland and brings them up 2-1 after 3 games. That was necessary. That was a little bit frightening for Poland.
Yeah,
closer than expected.
Closer than it had to be, perhaps, as well, right? I definitely think that this was unfortunate for Blast, losing an Immortal. Look at that Prism. It showed up at the final moments. Just not sure if I'm really feeling glaives on one base. You know, if you want a one base all in and your opponent is on one base as well, is glaives really the ideal tech of choice? Like, I think even Phoenixes would have been quite sick, because then obviously they're going to be very effective against sentries and a Warp Prism and a Robo. But I think Disruptors technically would be ideal here, and I feel the glaives just didn't really work out.
Yeah. A little bit unfortunate that he lost that first Immortal. You mentioned it earlier.
Maybe if he doesn't lose that, right? This all plays out very differently.
This is like 3 Immortals. At the beginning of the fight, 3 Immortals against 3. So obviously, and you also, like, you pile up a lot of damage earlier into the game if you keep that Immortal alive. So
he could have maybe applied way more pressure, make things a little bit harder on Mana, and then maybe some of these trades that Mana was able to get right now, he wouldn't be able to get otherwise. Like, sometimes just one unit going down in a certain situation of the game really does have a big impact on how the next few minutes play out.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, and that means that we're now getting ready for Goblin versus either Soul or Mana. What do you think it's going to be?
I'd send Mana first. Like, but it's not because of the map or anything. But I feel like you open up a path for Seoul to feel a little bit more comfortable getting that win. Maybe if you throw him in again and then he loses straight away, then maybe it's not good, considering that they might still have to play. Well, they will have to play a best of 7 if they qualify today, and they need Seoul to be on his A game if they want to defeat France.
Well, guys, you guys know what time it is. After 3 maps, we're
What time is it?
Well, it's time to let the people know that, they keep asking, how do I support esports, Roddy?
Right.
What can we do? We like Nation Wars. We want to thank you guys. Well, one way you can do it is by picking up a couple of these fantastic items over at matcharena.com/nw2019. We've got t-shirts, hoodies, baseball caps, portraits, sprays, a lot of other ways. A coffee mug, of course, as well.
Everything you love.
Yep.
For your house and for your swag in-game, you can get it on matcharena.com/nw2019. Thanks a lot to Matcharino, who's the partner for this event, making it possible and also increasing the prize pool while, dropping some swag on a lot of people. I'm loving this.
Actually, if you think about it, if $5,000 have already been added on top of the regular price pool that we have, that is an insane amount of money that the viewers did spend already on. So I think we owe them a thank you as well. Instead
thank
of
you very much,
plugging the Matcharino,
you're right.
Maybe we should say a massive thank you to all of you guys that have already purchased apparently a lot of Nationwide swag. And send pictures if you already received it. Somebody showed a picture with one of his Nation Wars t-shirts hanging over. So if you have it, if you have a coffee mug, and you don't have to put coffee in it, show it to us on Twitter.
Whatever you want in it.
Yep. #NW2019. Guys, it's time for a very quick break. And after that, we'll be back with Goblin versus Idamana or Seoul, which is map 4 between Croatia and Poland.
right, guys. We have now a 2-1 situation in favor of Poland in this best of 7. Winner of this match will go on and face France in the deciders match of our last group of Nation Wars round of 16. It's been a long week. We've seen a lot of games and a lot of cool ones, Roddy. We've been casting this entire phase here and this entire tournament in general. But that week has been filled with emotions and a lot of great games as well.
Yeah, a lot of ups and downs. I'm even really feeling it today, right? In the beginning of the day, I was like full on fire. I was like, all right, it's the last day, let's make it one more really fun day.
Yeah.
And in the beginning, I was like, man, this is going to be a really long day. And then suddenly, like with Mexico, it really felt like an emotional up and down roller coaster.
Oh, yeah.
And it suddenly feels like things are going really fast. And now we are in the last nation. I was like, no, we've got one more. That's going to be perhaps the icing on the cake. I mean, for you guys, did you guys script this or something? At the very, very end of the round of 16, it has to be France?
Of course we did. That's what we do here at Gaming. We rig every single game in the tournament in its entirety to get the proper time schedule for the matches of Team France. Now, obviously, it's just the way it happened in general. I think getting the teams to be ready to play the next phase of their group on Saturday and Sunday was a lot for Aeromi, our tournament director, but he made it work. And yes, it happens that we will be playing France versus either Poland or Croatia in just maybe about an hour, I would say, along those lines. But it was just random in the end. But I'm happy it worked out that way. Soul versus Goblin, we were wondering who Poland would be sending out first. Will it be Soul? Will it be Mana? In this case, going to be APVT on World of Sleepers.
I've got a quote for you today.
Yes.
Goblin, I played very little StarCraft today because, we start kind of early, but I was streaming for a little bit, like 90 minutes and an hour and a half. And I don't know how it came up to conversation, but at one point, Goblin is like, PvZ obviously can be tricky, but I kind of like it. He's like, meanwhile, I can defeat any Terran above 5.3k if my life depends on it. Now, I do think he's exaggerating a little bit there.
Of course.
But I do honestly believe that he probably struggles a lot more in this matchup than he does against Zerg. Just because I think he's a really smart player, and I think he just kind of knows the strengths and weaknesses in the PvZ early game and weird scenarios in particular. In this matchup, however, it often just comes down a little more to unit positioning, execution, and stuff like that. Not too many crazy things you can do. We'll see how it plays out. Because we have over here on the right top side, representing Poland, our Terran player. He won his first map. Can he go back to back? It's Soul.
And in the bottom right-hand side, the only Croatian player to get a victory in that first phase. And he make it a second one in a row. Is it Goblin? It is Goblin.
I really would have liked to see Patok just be like a little more decisive.
Yeah.
Because Patok is actually still good, don't get me wrong.
No,
he still hovers around like 6,000 or a little bit higher MMR. But yeah, like Todd said as well, Soul has been 7,000 MMR, right? And with 6,000 MMR, you're really freaking legit. You're top 50, top 60 on the European server. That's impressive. But the guys that are top 8 or top 10, they are a lot more impressive. That's just kind of the way it is in StarCraft 2. So then I do feel that once you start going cheesy, there's no way back, man. You got to go all out, right? You can't second guess yourself.
Yeah, the transition was kind of weird. I agree with you on that tag game. And it would have been great for Croatia to obviously be leading in the points 2-1 after that first Spain. That would have been massive. That would have been a great victory. And it would have shaken up this entire group, right? Imagine if Croatia were to eliminate Poland. That would be another different matchup that France would have to work with in the deciders match.
Now, I don't want to get ahead of myself, because obviously this nation war is far from over, but I do think this is going to be incredibly difficult for Goblin. I gotta say, for the spirit within Team Poland, it is actually very nice that now Soul and Mana got a point on the board, while last nation war, they obviously kind of disappointed. It was literally the Elazer show, and in the end, Elazer couldn't get it done. Now, Elazer was the one dropping the first map, but the other two are stepping up, so that does really create some team spirit, Funky.
Oh, yeah.
So if I were you, I'd be shaking in my boots.
I'm already shaking in my boots, man. I can't avoid it. I'm going left and right with my legs right now. It's oh my god, are we losing there? I don't know. But what's sure is that Soul did lose his first Reaper, which is kind of unfortunate. He did get the probe, but I don't think he got the confirm on that Stargate, did he?
No, I don't think he has any idea.
That would be quite crazy. If he gets a probe, loses the Reaper, but he still sees the Stargate. Now, he didn't see it, which is rough. It's a rough start. Not knowing the first building of choice of our Protoss player, makes a lot of difference in the way you're handling things on your Terran side. Like, do you build a bunker? Do you need to have anti-air? Is there an Oracle that will show up? I know Oracles are not as prevalent in the matchup as they used to be, but there are still a threat. We've seen it being super effective yesterday. But in this case, it will be a Stargate, but not the Oracle. It will be Phoenixes, and he will be scouting right away with it.
Yeah, Goblin, I felt like over the summer I was casting a lot of PVTs of Goblin. And it was pretty much Phoenix Colossus every single freaking game. Like at one point, that's just like, he probably got a couple of good wins with it, but then he just kept doing it over and over and over again. At one point, it really started to become sad because everybody was blind countering him so freaking hard, you know. There's no signs of aggression ever from any Terran player. They just set back, go 3 CCs immediately, and then they make a massive attack with 2-2, and that's really hard to stop if you play Phoenix Colossus. Oh, yeah. Phoenix Colossus becomes a lot more powerful if Terran plays a relatively low eco style. If they throw away a couple of units, well, there you go. Sol goes 3CC immediately and also opens Viking Cyclone. So I have the feeling that Sol is actually like kind of playing the player here. And that's not crazy in StarCraft 2. That's very normal.
It is.
But I'm happy to see that because Sol normally never did this, right? In the past, right? Even last Nation Wars, right? He goes like expand on the low ground against Turkey Dano who's proxying in. And I'm like, no, Sol, you can. Oh, Widowmine.
Yeah, this Widowmine is going to hit. But once again, Phoenixes, they do survive with a couple of hit points after a Widowmine hit. So that's good for him. We'll pick up the Widowmine because it now gets revealed. And
the nice thing, by the way, for Goblin is that he did get a very quick scout, and he knows that Sol is going 3CC. So he also knows that Terran is not going to attack him forever. Oh, what? I guess he just knows by the amount of units that he saw. Because he's actually going up to 3 bases super freaking quick.
Yeah, you're right.
And you don't normally do that if you play Phoenix Colossus, unless you know you're playing against a 3CC opening. So I think that he just saw enough that he has put 2 and 2 together. Because otherwise you can't be doing this. Because imagine if 60 Marines with Stim show up right now.
Yeah.
You're dead.
That'd be quite hard to defend with only 3 Adepts, a Zealot, and 5 Phoenixes. I mean, those units are good, but not as good. Not as good as not as good to be able to take down a couple of Marines with Stim. Colossi will be the tech of choice here on the side of our Croatian Protoss. Couple of Phoenixes in the air, I believe 5 now. 6th will be started in the production tab. Colossi as well being chrono boosted out. No range yet. Now it gets started. As the third base starts being used, the Nexus just finished, and 3 probes are being chrono boosted quite hard here. Yeah. But yes, I would argue that Goblin did put 2 and 2 together and knows that it is a rather greedy build on the side of Sol with the 3rd CC and double eBay upgrades here.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a little bit worried for Goblin here because I feel like his economy should have been a tiny bit better than what it actually is, right? He's only up 5 workers. Now, I know that he hasn't been able to kill any SCVs just because Sol has been positioning his units very nicely. But normally you want to be a tiny bit further ahead. This is maybe the first time that these Phoenixes can get something, but it's just a single SCV up to this point. Now, there is a Forge and a Twilight on the way. Like, I really feel, as much as I enjoy games like this, if the Terran players have bulletproof defense, there's not much happening on either side. Terran can move out, because every single unit that you send out is going to get lifted and it's going to get picked off. And Protoss is looking for openings, but if Terran does everything right, especially once Stim is done, there aren't too many openings you can go for anymore. And the Phoenixes are super important in the eventual fight as well. So you're both just kind of macroing up at this point, and I think that the first big fight is going to be incredibly important and will most likely determine the outcome of this game.
Yeah, we'll see. Sol is actually producing quite a bit of Marauders, which is really nice going against Colossi. Now Scans reveals the entirety of the economy here on the side of Goblin. The 3rd base is being heavily mined from, whether it's minerals or gas, already quite saturated. 68 probes to the 66 SCV. So obviously a really good opening and a really good economical position for Sol. 2-2 will be a little bit late as the armory was forgotten for a bit, or at least delayed. Now 2-2 can start. We'll see if Sol does it, but he doesn't have the resources at the moment, so he will have to wait. And his decision is to go for that double starport reactor, which obviously makes a lot of sense going against Phoenix Colossus. But you need to be precise with how your Vikings are going to hit.
Yeah, you know, it'd be so sick if Goblin could sniff this out right now. Because this often takes a little while, right? Before the Viking count is really there and 2-2 upgrades. I would immediately stop building Colossus and I'd go Storm. Like, I actually think that'd be a very sick play. Or you go Disruptors. Disruptors would be fantastic too. But I just think continuing to make Colossus, you're not going to win that fight eventually against the Vikings, because he didn't go all out on Phoenix production, right? He stopped after 6. There's no Fleet Beacon. There's no +1. There's no +2. So I actually think you're going to kind of accept the fact that those Colossus are going to fall. The Phoenixes are going to fall. But maybe you can just make sure that those Vikings become quite useless, you know, ending up with a lot of Immortals and then either Storm or Disruptors.
We do have a Ghost Academy on the side of Soul. Like, he hasn't started production of Ghosts, but he will go for those enhanced shockwaves that will make those EMPs even stronger than they are currently in the PvT matchup. Second Forge will be added on. I was a little bit afraid for that of that actually on the side of Goblin. Like, his upgrades are not that great. We're looking at a 2-2, well, like 2-2 upgrades being researched at the moment, 50% done. As our Protoss is only working on +1 attack. Now, Second Forge will speed that process up, but he's still behind. He doesn't have the greatest economy, and he knows about that. Like, he's gonna try for a timing now, but there's so many Vikings that I feel those Colossus are gonna get one-shotted 3 times in a row, and that's gonna be quite bad. Now, Blink on the north side, trying to get a couple of Vikings out, which was pretty successful here. But I don't think that you can take that fight. Like, honestly,
near the planetary, no way.
Stalkers, Sentries, and 3 Colossus with only +1 attack against a whole lot of bio and so many Vikings as well.
Near the planetary, you can, but maybe over here, right before 2-2 kicks in, right before a goal star out. I mean, I would almost say it's now or never, because otherwise, like, it's going to get really rough, right? And this army will start falling off. Oh, EMPs could land over this entire army. And hence, Shockwaves is almost done, just a couple of seconds away. It's still before 2-2, so maybe this Protoss army can do quite well. But Goblin, you're really on the clock here, my friend. If Soul gets, like, a 3-upgrade advantage, I really don't think this army can get anything done.
Okay, EMP is pretty decent, but there's still some energy left on that Sentry. I believe that a Guardian Shield is still available. Maybe click that CC, like, he's being super cautious about this. And maybe he's missing an opportunity to lower the amount of income. Okay, now we will blink on top of that CC and destroy it, because at the same time, you could say that Soul is being quite cautious as well, because he does have this army. Let's see about that fight. The first Guardian Shield gets pops in. Nice micro on the Warp Prism to save 1 Colossus for a bit, but it's mostly Stalkers and an Immortal to try to defend against so much bio units here.
Yep, I honestly think that Goblin is going to get absolutely crushed in this fight. He's somewhat trading, but now in the end, it's just a couple of paper Stalkers left. They will all get annihilated. The Manamule gets dropped as well. Maybe a little overeager because there are 2,000 minerals in the bank. If that fight, look how close this fight was in the end. If that's a 1-1 fight instead of 2-2, I actually think Goblin wins the fight. Or at least, like, if he gets in 12 more Zealots, then he absolutely does win the fight. But it happened right when those upgrades finished up. Everything was done for Soul. Right when Soul really wanted to fight, he got it done. Suddenly a lot of Zealots. Okay,
let's see about that. Nice EMPs, but still the Vikings are not the greatest units in the game to fight against Zealots. And now with +2 attack just finishing, that fight's looking pretty decent for Goblin. Let's see, targeting down those Stalkers because they're obviously not as tanky as those Zealots. Now you might want to go back to the safety area base, wait for an extra whopping of minutes. Those will be Stalkers.
I feel like the most Soul thing to do ever is to drop a Manamule and then still lose the game. I don't know if it's going to happen. I still think Soul is in a playable position, but I think he got a little ahead of himself because now all the Vikings are gone. So imagine if one more Colossus shows up. Oh,
I really don't understand what Soul thought there, that he won the game or something, because that was clearly not finished. I mean, we're looking at a Protoss that's on 5 bases. Of course, these upgrades were pretty trash before, but now we're working on 3-2. Finally, the Templar Archive gets thrown down. Like, I'm wondering why it wasn't thrown out before, because that Templar Archive only for a couple of Archons would have been already quite nice. But still, so Goblin is getting it. Now we've got some Liberators being in split on the right side.
Does Goblin have any vision anyway? This is kind of cool, though. This is where there's going to be some multi-prong aggression coming out of Soul. He's going to start harassing with Liberators. He's going to get a couple of probes. But of course, the double drop has a lot more potential, even though this Liberator is probably going to be quite gnarly already. Where is the drop? Our good friend Crow.
It was actually shut down quite hard by some Stalkers on that 5th base. So one of the 2 Medivats were destroyed. Now, a whopping of Stalkers should take care of that pesky Liberator on the left side, but it's still a lot of probes that just went down for a single Lib. Really good play here from Soul, but he's not out of the woods yet. Look at the supply. It's only an 84, and now he gets Liberator back, and now he's going to lose 3 of them.
Wow, that's painful, man. He just lost 4 Libs and a full medevac without really achieving much. Yeah, a couple probes went down, but Goblin has been building up his little bank account anyway for quite some time.
Yep.
Probably going to get a couple of DTs, right? I mean, maybe that's a good way to... No, he's just going to wipe in some
DT
zealots.
frame was not done at the moment he was trying to get that whopping in, so I'm guessing it makes sense. No, but now that 50C on the right side, I think is going to get cancelled by those +3 attack zealots. And at the same time, we could be looking at a Goblin that wants to pressure that 4th base. He does have just a lone Colossus, but a couple of Archons and a lot of Zealots plus Stalkers. Those hit quite strong.
Shadow Strike on the way as well. Somewhere out there, Fear Dragon is just like, woo, I'm feeling something inside of my body.
What's happening here? Is Nation Wars on?
A little Winkle. He's probably watching. Fear Dragon is watching most of the time as well. I feel like Goblins should actually go push a little bit because he had a 25 army supply advantage after sniping all those Libs. I know it's hard to find openings. You don't want to fight near the planetary, but maybe maybe you want to achieve something there. Sort of caught up in upgrades as well, right?
Yeah, it's now 3-2. It's actually better upgrades here on the side of our Protoss player. 2 EMPs that were rather decent, but the Archons haven't been hit. The Medivacs on the right side are making their way to a potential 5th base of our Protoss players. Still no Storm being researched. So do you want to go for like massive amount of Archons? I'm down with that, but...
I think he's just not a fan of Storm. Well, he's getting it right now, but yeah, it's obviously... he delayed it for a while, right? It is nice to have it. I think he doesn't want to rely on Storm in winning the game because I think he's very worried about the Ghost
and I think the Warp Prism has been sniped on the right-hand side. Now the Medivac and the Marines will get cleaned out, but he does need another Warp Prism.
I think the real move here for Goblin is to get like 2 more Robos. Is he working with a single Robo still?
He is.
I would love to have a triple Robo setup here. Like imagine you can build 3 Immortals, 3 Disruptors at once, and then suddenly all the Vikings are going and you build 3 Colossi at once. If you sit on this amount of money, I think there's no reason not to have at least 3 Robos.
I'm definitely there with you on this one, no worries. I'd also like seeing a couple of extra bases to the northwest side of this map.
This army is strong, by the way, of Soul, man. It's really strong. And Goblin's army, like Goblin made a lot of very basic units when he had to defend, right, against the counterattack. That made sense to me. But those units shine when the army supplies are small. The bigger they become, the more they start falling off. So this is really cool. He's splitting off a couple Zealots. He's going to go for a little run by. Is Soul turning around? Seems like the answer
Soul
is yes.
turning around with everything, even the Vikings that are not really useful there. And at the same time, Goblin is taking a lot of space onto the map, adding a Warp Prism to the right side for quicker reinforcements.
DTs with Blink.
This time it will be DTs with Blink, as you said, might be able to snipe that turret. Now it is a Marine run-by. It's not even Marine drop or Marine counter-attack, it is a Marine run-by, which is sometimes quite useful. And this time it was 15 probe that just went down to a couple of Marines. So kudos to Soul for getting a lot of damage done with simple 250 minerals on this phase.
I love that. The idea of
nice
anything you can do, I can do better. I'm very worried for Goblin.
I am as well.
He's so Stalker heavy. There are 32 Stalkers in this army. EMPs will land on top of everything. I don't see a single Storm in sight.
DT's man is not scanning. Okay, finally he does use an EMP, but those DTs are still alive. And Soul is actually losing that fight to those DTs. They're pushing out so much damage. And Soul, once again, in a really pesky, really bad position, just got cleaned out as he was losing so many SCVs to those DTs with Blink. And now extra DTs being wanted into the base, and Soul might already actually feel kind of bad about using those Mana Mules earlier.
Oh my god, I think he's in so much trouble, Funker, because look at the bank. Soul has no money in the bank. Goblin is super duper rich with 2.5k minerals, 2.5k gas. He's gonna snipe the planetary. How many Dark Templars does he have on the field right now? I feel like it's okay. He has over 10 DTs and a couple have gone down already. Goblin is everywhere at once. Yes, he was losing the fight, but Soul did not scan.
Why, Soul?
Those Dark Templars must have killed so much.
Why? It's not even the kills that they did. Like even if they are not killing units, every time they shoot, they deal 65 damage with +3 attack. Imagine how bad this is for a bio army that doesn't have that many HP. I mean, I'm at the same time, I'm really happy for Goblin, but I'm also frustrated at Soul because he didn't use that scan and he felt comfortable in this game, even to the point that he used that Matter Mule, and now he's clearly losing this game.
Like
it might be a misclick though.
I know, like I don't think it was, to be honest, because I feel like the timing of like how that fight played out, it really did feel like a Matter Mule, but maybe, just maybe in Soul's defense, that was an actual misclick. I don't know how he does it, man. Goblin just keeps on winning all these games. I'm amazed by this kid, and he has actually played quite little StarCraft lately. He's ridiculous.
I don't know how Soul is supposed to bring back this game. He's actually going to go for some snipes here. The nuke will land, but the probes have been evacuated. This base is not mining that much. Soul is totally broke, man. He's got 24 SCVs. He doesn't have any extra bases. This is the army. This is what he needs to do now. Colossus is actually going to give its life to the Dominion. But is it gonna change anything? I don't know if he can do this. I don't know if he can do this with a 95 army supply. I know the Liberators are kind of worried. I kind of worrisome. But now the DTs will actually blink into the army. Archons reach the Liberators, and I feel, oh my God, no! Soul is actually pushing it back. He needs to win some time. Goblin needs to win some time. He's also quite broke himself.
Okay, I mean, that was an amazing fight. A lot of those Dark Templars are very expensive. Now Goblin is only a little bit broke. Those Liberators were fantastic. I do feel that Soul is on the clock in a very, very big way, right? There's a couple of defensive storms soon available as well. Advanced Ballistics is sick. There goes a scan.
Once again, massive EMP, still not a storm. Now this one is actually going to land onto that bio, but will it be enough? Blink Stalkers are the only remaining units, and you don't want to fight with those. 7 extra Stalkers are actually being whopped in somewhere. It's actually from the right side. Gonna go in the back, taking out those Liberators. Will it be enough? No, those Marauders are actually dealing tremendous amount of damage to that gate ball. Is it going to be enough? Is he actually gonna win this game with only 95 supply and a broke Terran here? How is this possible? What is this game?
Oh my God, that pylon went down on the last moment as well. Just a couple of Zealots would have had a massive difference there. Now Goblin is only the one losing all these probes. And there is still a planetary fortress that is mining. There are Dark Templars roaming around, trying to be as annoying as they can. But Soul is taking out 3 bases in the span of the last, like, 15 seconds. Goblin recall. Does he have a base on the left up?
He's so Stalker heavy. He's still fighting with Stalkers. I can't believe that he's trying to pull this off. This seems so highly unlikely. The probes have been recalled to the left side. Apparently, it's 33 probes to the 24 SCVs. Now the planetary fortress still mines. The DT being as annoying as possible to avoid that orbital from being landed on top of that base.
What a ridiculous game.
What a ridiculous game indeed. And now the Liberator finds an opening.
There's no Stargate.
Will kill some more. There's no Stargate. And that Liberator is actually 12 HP with 14 kills. Yeah. I can't believe what I'm seeing, man.
I don't think Stalkers can reach that ever. You're going to need a Phoenix, but you don't want to build a Phoenix right now because you're quite broke. One more Dark Templar did get picked off. Soul now goes back to building 4 SCVs. Jeez Louise, what an absolutely ridiculous game of StarCraft 2. But with Soul mining now from this base, it should be quite all right. I do think that gateway units fare a lot better when the army supplies are small, right?
Yeah.
So 6-7 Zealots, if they can get on top of Marines, they can really shine. Or indeed the Blink DTs. Well, here we go. Goblin's going to try to snipe one of these bases. Yeah, and that's a start.
He cannot afford to lose a single unit there. And now with this bio in the low numbers, as you mentioned, now the Zealots will go and be up in personal against those Marines and Ghosts. But the MPs were pretty beautiful. And here the Stalkers will not be able to take on that army. The medivac count is quite high here. 4 medivacs for that amount of bio is pretty decent. And now the income is so massive. The supply is now in favor of Soul. That Liberator was definitely a champion. 21 kills before it dies. Whoa, what a game.
I mean, these Stalkers, if they can shave off just a couple of units, maybe they can start like making the difference. But the problem is with this base up and running, that's just not going to matter anymore. It felt like he won it and it felt like he lost it. But in the end, he does somehow win it with the ultimate desperation push with a couple of Liberators and Advanced Ballistics. I mean, the Stalker syndrome was real there with 32 Stalkers and Archons. I mean, Sonly, EMP, and Advanced Ballistics, Liberators. Yeah, they gave Soul the absolute dream fight.
I can't believe this game. I mean, like, Goblin was making it work with an army that, when you think about it, it is so many Stalkers. Like, it doesn't look like much. And it wasn't supposed to work that well. And it did amazing for the longest time. And then when everything was on the line, then suddenly Soul takes the best fight he could have hoped for with those Liberators, with range, as you mentioned, that were covering this entire fight. That Mana Mule, I thought, would come to bite him, you know, and would come to haunt him in his dreams. We're actually getting the slowest of motions on this one. But that was quite crazy, because that attack that was just next to, just after that Mana Mule, this fight is terrible. That fight is just horrible. You lose every single Viking now that the Colossus production comes in again, and you're not trading effectively, and then the counterattack and the harassment that went onto every single base looked amazing.
And this is where the DTs, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's 3-4 DTs in the front line, so they're getting maximum damage off as well. And then an EMP did land, but they're still getting so many shots off every single time. It's a dead Marine. They're blinking as well on top of these units. And at this point, look at the bank, and then a Prism shows up. Look at this point. How on earth, from here on out,
I can't believe,
did Soul win this game? He's broke as a joke. There are DTs everywhere. There are DTs sniping bases. There are DTs active in his main base. There are Zealot run-bys. How?
He brought it back from so far away, man.
How am I going to explain this to my children? That Goblin lost this game.
I honestly can't explain it to you. Like right now, if he's building, let's say if he's building like Immortals 3x3, stuff like that, like you make it a Immortal Stalker fight, then you would destroy that army. But those Liberators, oh my god.
Yep.
How much they dealt.
The Archons are derping a little bit on the right, and I know some people might think like, oh, what was Goblin doing there? But it's actually a little bit tricky, because if you fire with 15 Stalkers at a Liberator, that's massive overkill, right?
Yeah.
I still really think that here, I honestly felt like 7-8 Zealots is all you need. You push his armies back, but then that pylon goes down, and then there's a Warp in, and I really thought that Warp in could make the difference with the units coming in from the right side, right? A couple Stalkers there. I'm like, 5 Zealots here. 5 Zealots and all those Stalkers that could have got the job done, but...
Even Colossus would have been so useful in this fight, like actually dealing damage to those Marines and Marauders. But yeah, he was once again really Stalker heavy, and those things, they cost a lot of money. They are really expensive, and that bank, it disappeared like this, you know?
Oh, that's the beauty about DTs. Like, DTs are awesome, and you can do really cool stuff with DTs, but if you ever think you're really rich, like, warp in 2 rounds of 8 DTs, you know, that bank actually disappears very, very quickly. That does really start piling up. Oh, what a game. I mean, that's not a Goblin game. I don't know what is. Oh, this is ridiculous. I love Goblin games. I live for Goblin games.
That was a ridiculous game. And now Croatia is actually has its back against the wall. They will have to revive Goblin again, most likely. It's now 3-1. As we have a lot of tweets coming our way. nw2019 here on Twitter. Hashtag, and we'll get it and feature it into the show. This is Ptak.
Yeah, that must be a really old picture of Ptak.
It is.
Because like he looks very young there. Yeah. I think right now, like the chart...
35.
35, yeah. And like, that does not look like a 35-year-old man.
That was his Wikipedia photo from when he actually won those games.
That's only 3 years ago.
Yeah, but...
hey, it's Anders. I'm enjoying my #1 last Goblin tearing up Nation Wars. This is him to tear up a Mighty Kebab, which probably gave him more of a fight than Elise. Well, those kebabs do give your stomach a little bit of a fight.
Oh, yeah.
I think that this picture was taken in Krefeld, and yes, be careful there.
It is an active fight.
Oh, Hajin! Hajin! It's Hajin!
It is Hajin. Hajin in the fitness club?
Yep.
Is that it?
In the gym.
Yeah, in the gym.
Probably
I wanted Hajin in the club, you know.
Probably rocking a Misfits t-shirt like she's always doing, you know what I'm saying?
Hyping Team USA in interviews, being objective in the interviews. You have to go back then. Nobody's okay with that. Hello, Skok. Le day off parfait. Which means the perfect day off, indeed. In 3 steps. We've got tartiflette. You never had tartiflette, but you need it. You need it, man. It's so good. Another melted cheese-based.
Looks like a lasagna.
Meal. Yeah, it's a cheese lasagna, but like with actual great cheese and potatoes
I'd be willing to give that one a shot. It looks pretty appealing to me.
And then watching Nation Wars. Yeah,
all right.
Liking this.
So we're all tied up after a pretty ridiculous PVT between Goblin and Soul.
It's 3-1.
Yeah. Oh fuck. I thought it was 2 and 2.
No worries, no worries.
Oh, yeah. So that means it's revival time already.
Revival time.
Rematch.
Rematch. I'm loving this. Like,
we should have been all tied up.
Give me a, a game that's as good as this one.
Have fun, Funky.
Thank you. I'm gonna grab my good friend Todd to cast that game. And Goblin versus Soul. I'm liking this already. That first game was rather amazing.
It was epic.
It was an epic game.
As two worlds collided. Sorry.
Two worlds collide. Croatia, Poland. And now round 2 will happen on Winter's Gate. In the top left-hand side, the blue Protoss. He is the last hope of Croatia. Obviously, give it up for Goblin.
His opponent in the reds. He's on match points representing Poland. It is Soul. Finally redeeming himself here.
Yeah, and I'm now worried that we would have to face a comfortable Soul, in that next best of 7. Because honestly, I can tell you that first Matter Mule says a lot. It's like, finally, I'm gonna grab myself 2 wins. I'm feeling liberated, and then I can tell you, he was shaking in his boots quite hard because it looked like this game was pretty much done. Like, he was getting owned quite hard after losing that fight, getting harassed in every single base, DTs in his natural, main base, Zealots in the third base. Like, literally, he had one push to make it work, and he did make it work. So now he might feel even more comfortable, even to the point that I feel he might lose this game just because, he gave it his all. He did his job. He won 2 games. And now he can leave the rest of his team.
It's a little bit early to call that, though.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, Goblin definitely had some great moments in that previous game that he played against Soul. Those DTs all over the place. But at the end, it was a little Stalker heavy. It's kind of hard to make work against a very complete Terran composition. And Terrans nowadays, they don't shy away nearly as much to go into that ghost phase of the game. They've gotten pretty good at controlling them. Obviously, Enhanced Shockwave also is a big game changer when you see those EMPs landing on massive chunks of the Protoss army. It's gonna be a pretty heavy proxy here by the look of things. Goblin not willing to try for some heavy macro here in the rematch. And it's gonna be a proxy robo, a Twilight Council. And I'm not sure what next.
Isn't it like the quickest of DT drops?
Yeah, either that or he can go Glaives as well, but then I don't think you would have needed to hide it nearly as much. So yeah, likely it's going to be a Dark Shrine.
Yeah, we'll see that in just a second, yes. As the Dark Shrine gets thrown down, a couple extra gateways here. In that faraway location, the first Zealot is going to try to deal as much damage to that SCV, cancel the CC if possible, at least kill the SCVs, but the micro on the side of Soul was nice enough. So that CC is already finished.
He probably wishes he hadn't lost the shields onto that Zealots, because now he could have been able to engage, but there's 5 Marines anyway. This is just kind of to keep Terran busy anyway. Just keep his mind away. It's like, oh no, I'm pressuring you while I'm making a Nexus. Don't worry about anything.
Yeah, don't cross the map. That's not useful. You don't need to know that I don't have a Nexus on my natural. So let's see. Do we see a Raven?
Where's that rallied?
Oh. All right.
It's so huge that he hasn't seen it, right? So, like you're counting on the scans not being available at the key time there. And also, there's not going to be turrets, obviously.
So also Terran, I feel like they're feeling more and more comfortable by skipping detection because of the fact that we tend to open, or we at least have the opportunity to open with Raven. But this build is actually designed to hit before any Raven is available.
Ooh, he pulled back before that was revealed here. Okay, DTs are now available. It's gonna drop units and start warping in as well.
Okay,
and that warping will finish on time, but is there a scan available?
Hit the mine!
Starts flying away. Oh, he loses the prism.
Oh, this is so massive.
Both make it out. And I don't think there's going to be too many more scans. So one of those needs to get inside of the main mirror line. The other one inside of the expansions. eBay is not going to be on the way.
Panic eBay.
And he's going for a Raven already, you see? Tech Lab on the starport. He needs to start that. He wanted to go for that Raven, but he doesn't have the gas.
No, he doesn't have the gas because he had to pull the SCVs with this entire thing. Now, it's actually going to get out.
Oh my God. Absolute disaster for Soul.
Bring back the DT. Bring back the DT from the natural. Now, another SCV builds at the supply depot so that DT cannot come back.
He swipes away at the depot, makes it burning, so it's going to burn down. Now goes back into that mineral line. That's going to force either another scanner or he's going to have to wait for that turret to be finished. Goblin finding so much damage. In the meantime, he's going for Blink. He's getting an Immortal. And he has the second Nexus.
This is
Goblin in a
damage.
fantastic spot.
Yeah, this is massive damage. I don't know if that's enough, though. Because you're still... I mean, he was still on one base. The Orbital is still alive. He did lose a lot of depots, but that game is not done by any means. Like,
yeah.
Like it would be a normal DT timing, right? Like it would be a normal DT timing, and that would be the damage that it actually dealt. That would be over.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like that Nexus was really slow. So
I wonder if he's going to be able to anticipate the Raven almost coming out and maybe evacuate there. Oh, he is.
He does.
Goblin's. Wait, I was going to say he's a genius. He like turns around.
It's like, really? Todd said I was a genius? Let me throw away my DT, man.
16 kills on that one DT, by the way. Absolutely insane. And the fact that he's going for Blink behind this is going to make his defense better, but that's... Oh my God, he's on the map.
Yep. Where is
Recall?
that Widowmine?
He don't have the energy. Oh my God.
Okay, the energy is not there.
Can we just let these two players keep playing against one another? This is amazing.
Until the end of times. I don't want to see anything else besides a PvT. A never-ending PvT between those two guys.
He almost has Blink, by the way. He might eventually end up catching this Medivac.
Are the Stalkers still on the map, or did he bring...
Oh God, the mine. Oh, it's going to connect onto the DT. Okay.
He brought them back. So that means that there are not going to be any counter damage
right
at this instance. Is it? It is! Blink finishes. He blinks on top of it. Okay, now extra DTs.
Is there a Banshee already out, or is that the first one he's getting?
Yeah, that's the first one, but Cloak is about to finish. So those are going to be...
Goblin's going to attack.
Some interesting Banshees.
He defended, like he puts Soul so far behind. He then defended, and he knows that Soul won't have too many units, so he's just going to attack, hoping there is no bunker, which, I mean, there is one about to finish, but he might be able to get the cancel on.
Yeah, he sees the bunker, and he sees that it's not over. Yes, you can block those Archons because they are psionic units.
He Matrix too early, by the way. Now Goblin just pulled back. He's going to wait for the Matrix to end, and he's going to re-engage.
All right, a couple extra Zealots are being whopped in. You have Stalker with Blink. Once again, blocks the Archon. This is amazing. The Immortal is actually going to make it super hard for Soul to keep his bunker alive. And this might be the end. I don't know if he can hold on. There's too many units and too many quality units here on the side of Goblin.
Where's your Mana Mule now?
Have to GG. 3-2 is now the score between those two teams.
And Goblin,
well played,
is keeping Croatia alive. Very nicely played this game. Wow, what a unique build. Really capitalized on the fact that Soul wasn't really scouting anything here. And once those Dark Templars got in and escaped that first scan, Soul was always going to be in a world of trouble there.
So the funny thing is, like, if he doesn't lose the Warp Prism, I'm telling you that this game is literally over. Like, of course, he did deal some amazing damage, and he put himself in a really great position, but he was still in a little bit of danger because he didn't take care of every single unit. But if the Warp Prism is still alive, and he gets another DT in the base, then just imagine the amount of damage that he was able to do with only 2 DTs. Imagine with 3 or 4. That would have been quite crazy. I like this.
Soul even reacted
sick.
Soul even reacted pretty well with the eBay and the Raven, but I think that first scan that he had, or like second scan rather, like the one that was inside of his middle line, was a little bit too low, which allowed the DT to get out. I mean, obviously he didn't have Steam Pack as well to work with, and just a very unfortunate position here to be in as Soul. Just didn't see this coming.
What a cool game. And what a cool build. I really like this build from Goblin. Really cheeky DT rush. Comes in super fast, and the usual openings that rely on Ravens are not going to cut it against those early DTs. We're looking at one base DT build with a super early Cybercore, so obviously a difficult one to handle Aster and Raven are not out, and scans and e-base, like, you know, YOLO e-base or at least line e-base, it's not something that you really can afford in the matchup. So usually you will skip on that, and if you don't have the right timing on your orbitals, or if you do miss your scans as Sol did, then you're in a world of trouble.
Yeah, very good job by Goblin here, but Poland is still in the lead.
They are.
And we're going to find out if they can close things out here after the break, or if Croatia can get the equalizer here with Goblin being the man on fire right now. So let's just go to a break, and when we come back, the conclusion here of Croatia versus Poland.
All right, guys, it is mana time to go at Goblin. He was the last player for Croatia. He was revived already after losing what looked like a one game in the matchup previous against our good friend Sol. In the rematch, he was able to grab the victory with a DT rush, and now it's time for some PvP action with my main man, Johan Mello.
Yeah, I'm excited, man.
I am.
For this PvP, both players, I think, are pretty good in mirror as well. We know that Goblin, he was successful previously in WCS, pretty deep in the tournament. He met T. Drogo, and he won a very close series. So he's capable of playing with the best. Of course, Mana has been around forever. And as someone who's had the misfortune of having to play against him in mirror at times, I can tell you he's also excellent at it, whether it's with Blink Stalkers or any units that Protoss has to offer. So in terms of what to expect, we're going to be playing on Triton, but in PvP, you know, it's really a matchup where you can be very tricky, sometimes stay on one base, do like proxies and everything like that. I feel like Goblin is more likely to be the one to go down that route. And Mana, one of the best courses of action here might just be to go the extra mile with the scouting.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Unlike Sol. We didn't even know if there was a second Nexus for the longest time until he saw DTs inside of
Reaper as well. So, but yeah, I feel like even if Mana is not at his peak form and his peak performance these days, Mana is always a threat, and obviously in Best of Ones in Nation Wars, he's got a pretty massive history with it. 6 selections for the Polish national team. But also, I feel like PvP is a matchup where he always performs pretty decently, you know? Like, you can see periods of time where Mana is not as comfortable in PvZ or PvT, but PvP, I feel like he's always performed at a pretty high level, whether or not he's feeling comfortable in general in StarCraft 2. So I would give a slight edge to Mana, but let's see how this game turns out. Speaking of the devil, here in the top left-hand side, in the red, or Team Poland, he is Mana.
And his opponent in the blue, representing Croatia, give it up for Goblin. If you were to tie things up here, you'd have an incredible amount of momentum heading into the final map of this nation war. I don't even know.
All right.
It would be so hard for Poland to pick a player out to go back against him. I guess it also maybe depends on the map. But Goblin, he's really proved himself here in the entirety of this tournament. Even if Croatia was to lose there, I think it could be pretty proud. Obviously, I'm sure he would prefer winning.
Of course.
Because the winner of this plays against France for a spot in the top 8, which is very doable for both teams as well.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. And
it's not going to happen, but it's doable.
Doable, but no. I guess we will know about the map in just a few seconds, but I guess you would revive Elaser anyway. I mean, he's still the most informed player. Last map would be Disco Bloodbath. Does it tell you something in terms of whether you throw Elaser again? Because once again, Elaser lost in the beginning against Goblin on Acropolis, which is a pretty decent map for PvZ.
I think it's between Mana and Elaser most likely, and it might depend on Mana's performance here. You know, if they have a really close game that he could have won and everything. Obviously, Mana might just win here and then it's over in any case. But yeah, it's going to be a double Stalker opener from Goblin and a 1 Stalker, 1 Sentry from Mana, who, as predicted, this is a bit more of the defensive build, right? You build that Sentry so that it builds up on energy and then you can scout with Hallucinated Phoenix, which is smart, but then you can't really get out on the map nearly as much as the opponent who's going to have Stalkers and he's going to be running around looking for proxies, maybe putting on a bit of aggression. And the Proxy Robo is designed to counter this exact build, where you have a Nexus early on, and you try and play defensive with shield batteries and some of your own units on your side of the map.
We were talking about that earlier, Roddy, during his game against Blast. Mana went for that as well. He went for a rather early Nexus. And we were wondering, like, if you're playing against a guy that's supposed to be all-inning you, well, at least has a tendency of all-inning in PvP, why would you go for that? I know that Goblin is supposed to be a better player than Blast, but he also has that tendency of being aggressive. So once again, Mana is taking a little bit of a risk here, going for that Nexus. He does throw down a freaking early Robo on the back of this, but he still has a Nexus that's going to be quite hard to defend when Immortals are going to be chrono boosted out right in front of his porch.
If you have absolute faith in your build order and you think that you can defend against these attacks, then I think it's okay to open the way he did. But obviously, it's still really, really hard to do, especially against somebody like Goblin who's done this so many times. You can count on his execution to be on point. Adepts are now going to show up, and there is not a probe here in the wall ready to build a pylon. But he shaded from too far away that force fields would actually have trapped him. And another gate is going down for Goblin here. He's really committing to this.
And he's waiting to show his Immortal.
Oh, look at what he's doing. He warped in sentries. So he's going to want to look for that space between the Nexus and the ramp. You see there is some very easy force fields to land.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why Mana's getting a Prism. He wants to be able to save his own units against some sort of force fields there. The Prism is almost out. He's buying some time. He's faking that he's going to engage. In the meantime, Goblin's doing a ton of damage to the Nexus. Force fields haven't gone down yet. And now the Prism is there. Now he can engage. Because even if he gets force field, he can save his Immortal.
Let's see this micro. Okay, 1 Immortal is actually going to be separated from the rest of the army, but the Warp Prism is going to help out in relocating those units. Now, a unit just died on the left side here for Goblin. The Immortal dealing a lot of damage, but nicely done by Mana, dodging a lot of damage here, but still a way more units on the side of Goblin, and especially 2 Immortals against 1. Mana in a lot of trouble. He's about to lose his Nexus. Force Field will put the pressure onto that Immortal. He needs to be picked up into that Warp Prism. The Nexus will die in just a few seconds, and Goblin takes out the Nexus, and Mana is in a world of trouble here. Let's see, the Warp Prism is a little bit far away though. He cannot pick up units here.
Ooh, he needs to evacuate. Maybe
so
the
close.
shield battery is helping a ton. Both players with tremendous micro here. 2 of those Immortals are solo on both sides. And Mana is going to be falls back into his ramp here. Where do we go from there? Those Goblin press forward. I mean, there's 3 shield batteries in position. His immortals are already very low, but he's got more army. 29 supply in total against the 18. These immortals are kind of trapped. They're going to have to be elevated outside of this wall.
I think 1 immortal just died on the side of Goblin, which is pretty massive. Mana with the amazing pick-off here. 3 immortals against 2. Now the immortal just falls on the side of Mana. It is 2 against 2. 3 stalkers against none. So still, Goblin with a pretty sizable lead here in the army supply. Can he finish the game? Can he bring us to a game 7?
Oh my god, and Goblin, he's keeping up with the pressure. I can't believe this. Mana is behind his wall. Goblin is not even scared. This pain train can't be stopped. He's going to shade on top of this army here. And he's going to go for the kill.
Is it the right decision, though, to go up the ramp? I'm not sure about that. The pylon will fall, but not disconnecting any gateways.
I don't know if it's the right decision. I'm a mediocre defensive player.
Oh, once again, amazing pick-off here in the Warp Prism. He does lose an Immortal, but there are so many gateway units to clean out the entire army. Still an Immortal here in the Warp Prism. Can we see an amazing defense on the side of Mana? This is so close, guys.
Yeah, these immortals, they have to be picked up and dropped back down. Second
immortal shows up
every 2 seconds here. So many of those are so low. Mana's immortal in particular, he's so low on hit points, he's almost dead.
A third immortal shows up. I can't believe what's happening here. Probe can't be pulled out of the line. Now 1 immortal just died on the side of Mana. It's 2 against 2. This is so close. Probe's dying and the entire economy here is dying on the side. Nice shot here from Goblin. He got the immortal here. 1 against 1 and so many more probes. Goblin has done it. Now Mana is broke. The immortal falls and once again that Nexus build is just not enough. Goblin does it. Game number 7 is about to happen.
Oh my God.
What the hell is happening? Goblin is such a god. Mana playing such a greedy build, I feel, against an opponent. I mean, it's not the greediest of builds.
He just made the Nexus. Other than that, everything was perfect. He made the shield batteries, he made the units. It's just the micro on the Prism and the guts on Goblin. That was so gutsy. Like, after you kill the Nexus, you're not necessarily supposed to press forward, but he's like, I'm better than you. I'm just going to kill you. I'm going to micro better. I'm going to pick up and drop those immortals back down all the time. And he just got better trades from there.
God, his kids.
It was insane. Like, after the initial Nexus snipe, Mana was actually ahead on the walker count.
Yeah.
But it still worked because Goblin, he's fearless. He gets in your face, fearless. He makes it a slugfest.
And he believes in his own ability to micro better than Mana. I mean, a player that's been around for many years, whether it is on StarCraft 2 or even StarCraft Brood War back then. And he was like, yes, micro your immortal as much as you want, but I've got more gateway units. So yes, your immortals are never gonna die, but the rest of it is going to fall. That micro onto those immortals without using the prism, because it is actually a little bit too far away to get a pickup here on those immortals. Look at this. This immortal not dying here at 10 HP makes a whole lot of difference here. Even the Wallin is actually playing against Mana because he cannot do anything that he wants. He has to go for it on the left side. The Warp Prism being used to go again for some many more damage. The immortal falling here. This is so sick. Goblin, just as you said, fearless, I think, is the best word to describe the performance of our young Croatian Protoss here.
I don't know, maybe you watch some IEM VOZ or something, because he's not backing down from any fight. In fact, he's running towards any fight as if he's on a mission.
He's on a mission to qualify his country to the deciders match, man.
He's not backing down from anything. He just keeps going forward, inside of Mana's base, inside of shield batteries, inside of everything. Probes being pulled, no problem. He was already ahead in supply anyway. And that Warp Prism micro really gave these immortals, I don't even want to say Blink, because Blink's a mediocre upgrade compared to what these immortals were able to do.
That last shot on the left side with the slow motion, I'm loving this. Production is doing amazing, Goblin is doing amazing, Mana falls to the amazing Goblin for Croatia. Now, we said that we might get ahead of ourselves, thinking which player would Poland revive. But it's now happening.
Yeah, now we're not getting ahead.
It's down to the wire.
Yeah.
We're not getting ahead of anything. It is now. Who do you revive, Poland? Who do you send? Who's going to be the guy that has to go against crazy Goblin and that actually doesn't give a damn about anything?
If you take in consideration that last game, it's kind of hard to justify sending Mana back out. Then again, I mean, you can look at it and say, well, maybe going for a Nexus is not the best idea against this guy. But then, obviously, it's PvP, right? Like, a build order kind of counters one another and like a style of like how you're going to play. So It's just very hard to predict what Goblin's going to do as well. Imagine Mana plays safer in the next game, and then Goblin's the one that expands. Then suddenly he's outsmarted you, and then you're in this uncomfortable situation where like you're the one that has to play aggressive, even though you didn't really want to. You were trying to react to the guy. You were trying to hard counter him, but he countered you. So it's just really tough.
I agree with you. I'm really agreeing with everything you said in the fact that he has the mental upper hand against everybody in the Polish team. That's crazy to think about. A team that's composed of Elaser, Mana, and Soul, 3 players that are a staple of the European region. They are now in a weird situation where they're actually losing the mental game against what is he, like 17, 18-year-old Croatian kid that won in every single matchup. Keep in mind, he should have won his first game against Soul. He could be like right now looking at a 3-2. He could have won. He's 17, as production is telling me right now. So it's really interesting that because of the format in general of the tournament, but also the performance that he showed right now, he's had the opportunity to beat all of these guys. And now, right now, we should be seeing the player that's been revived. The reason we're actually looking at my face or Todd's face, it's because the Polish, they're like,
they're taking their time, and
they're taking their time, and they should. It's a very
important choice.
But it's interesting that it happens this way.
Yeah, I think maybe Elaser just open Pneumatized Carapace, scout a ton, make sure you know what is going on, and just don't try to play guessing games with him because everybody's got it wrong every single time they have so far. And Goblin, he reminds me of that. You know, we keep making this joke like Roddy's son and stuff. Once upon a time, there was a pretty cocky orc player in the European scene who also was going for fights all the time, never went creeping in a game where creeping is actually pretty good. And he just kept on attacking all the time. And Goblin definitely is playing very similarly. And it's going to be Laser coming back out here to try and take him out in a ZVP. I think that's wise because Elaser, he has the opportunity to research Pneumatized Carapace, scout a ton, make sure he knows what Goblin's doing, and counter it appropriately.
Oh my goodness.
The proud dad is joining me.
Well, not just that, but I'm watching that game and that's just insane, okay? Like, it's just a 1-base PvP, and I know that the real beauty of StarCraft is obviously, you know, the 4 or 5-base scenario, the complicated armies, but oh, those 30 seconds were ridiculous. How is he winning a fight, Immortal against Immortal, and then there are 3 shield batteries and he doesn't have any shield batteries and he has to go up a ramp?
I would have left. Like, after I killed the 1 gate at the ramp, I would have been like, oh, my work is done. I'll pull back. Goblin is like, actually, I'm going to kill you. Like,
he's actually... I mean, for as funny as he is, and like maybe he has his shortcomings in some departments of StarCraft 2, but he is really good at this freaking Immortal War Prism stuff, man. The amount of times that he saved it on 1 hit, and then by the time he dropped it, I'm like, you can't drop it, it's gonna die immediately. Bam, barrier is ready again and stuff. Like, ridiculous.
You know why this makes me even more happy, by the way, is because Has stopped cheesing. So Goblin, he took over the baton, he put the hat on, and he said, I'm the captain now.
You know, the sick thing is, I feel like for the last year and a half, I've seen Goblin do 2 builds in PvP. He either does his stupid Void Ray Adept all-in, or he does 3-gauge Robo. But he's so freaking good with it that it doesn't matter. And man, that DT game as well. Like, you remember, he had the DT game against Innovation, right? On Disco Bloodbath in the round of 32, I think it was. And he actually, we all felt that he could have done an insane amount of damage, but he messed up the DT micro, and then 2 DTs died against the first scan, and Inno had a relatively easy hold. And a lot of people also said, is like, if Goblin would have split him up there, I actually think he would do an insane amount of damage, and he does the build again a round later, and he makes it work. I mean...
Imagine the pressure on Elaser now to save the day for Poland.
I think Miko is still kind of confident. I think he will look at that first game, and he's like, all right, double Stargate. I made 8 roaches when I really shouldn't have. That was by me.
I need to scout. You need to scout against Goblin. That's a fact. Don't try and play mind games. Don't try and blind counter him, because he's the one that's countering you.
All right, Todd, here we go. Every single nation war is just delivering, man. You can't script this. You can't make it up. You can't predict these results. But what we do know is that it's now or never for Poland, one of the strongest nations, we thought, coming into Nation Wars 2019. They're 1 map away from being eliminated. In the left top side, Disco Bloodbath. We're looking at the main base of the man that made the finals of GSL vs. the World in 2019. It's Elaser.
And his opponent, he's got all the momentum in the world. His weird style just seems to keep on working all the time. Representing Croatia, it's Goblin.
This is the map that he did slay Cero on.
Just saying.
Yeah, just saying. Just
cheeky double Void Ray into Mass Phoenix.
But that started off with a cannon rush, and that's very, very important to keep in mind. That's not going to be the case this time, by the looks of it. Goblin is opening up relatively normal.
There were some funny reactions, by the way, after that game. I think it was Harstem that tweeted lol question mark.
And Drogo actually gave him a lot of props as well. It's like amazing try, man. I think that kind of stuff is really cool, right? Because obviously those Protossers, they play Cero all the time, and then suddenly you see this wonky kid from Croatia who always says how he never plays. By the way, fun fact, coming into Nation Wars, Goblin stated multiple times that he is quote-unquote the weakest player on the team. He's like, Blask is gonna carry us all the way. He's like, I might steal a map every now and then. I mean, the kid had
the biggest troll.
Yeah, he had an amazing 2019, right? Like, it feels centuries ago because we've had so many StarCraft tournaments lately. But he did make it into a top 8 in the WCS event this year in Kiev. Now, if you go by those results, you'd be like, why are these commentators going so crazy about Goblin winning these games? He's a top 8 WCS player. That was just once. It only happened once.
Yeah.
After that, it went worse. People started figuring out a couple of the builds he had. And then he just kind of stopped playing. Like, he hasn't streamed in forever. He hasn't really been active in the StarCraft 2 community.
And that's been a blessing, because now they forgot how to play against him.
Exactly. He's like, if I just never show how I play, I can show up and I can still do my old tricks.
Oh, but let's be honest. I really think the best style against him, like you open safe, you get metabolic boost, then you get pneumatized carapace, and you just scout. Just scout a bunch against him. Just see what it is that he's doing. I mean, obviously he's going to open with a Stargate, right? In which case he's going to be able to easily fly around and kill overlords, but you need the information. Don't try to play without it.
You know, Todd, you said Elazer must be feeling the pressure. He might be a little bit nervous. I was like, well, don't worry. He's confident. He's experienced. Apparently, he misplaced his hatch there. We caught the tail end of it. Crow is showing us as well. Those are things that do happen, right? When you are feeling it a little bit, when you know it's all on the line, and you're not just playing for yourself over here, you're playing for the country of Poland as well, that has a very passionate StarCraft scene, of course. You already mentioned the Net Wars guys, they're always there.
Yeah.
On top of that, they have a couple of dedicated community casters. Indy is always out there. Emil in the past, before he got his job at Twitch. So I'm sure that Elazer is feeling it. And on top of that, like, if Poland was about to lose, let's say, to France later today in a close nation war, that would really sting for them. But it's somewhat acceptable, right?
Yeah.
But normally, you look at this, Poland against Croatia, be like, well, they've got 4 amazing tries at beating Goblin twice. That should be doable. So yeah, there's a lot of pressure in that regard.
Even T. Drogo said in the opening interview of this group that he fully expected Poland and France to be playing in the decider match. So I think that's what a lot of people expected, but this man right here, he has other plans. Again, another double Stargate. He's going to be going into Phoenixes and hiding them. And we saw, that's the same build that he used the first time when they've played. And he was very successful with this. Elazer skipped on pneumatized carapace again.
Yep, he hasn't scouted yet, but now I want
this time he would expect Colossus, right? There is this whole mind game, right? So what would he do to counter that?
I think the big question is, for me, is Elazer blindly going to make 7 roaches again?
Well, probably not.
If he does that, I'm going to lose.
No.
Oh, that's just 2.
No.
If Goblin doesn't show his Phoenix yet, does the Zergling spot something there? If he makes like 5 more roaches here, it's a disaster for Elazer. Oh my god. Did Elazer not learn anything from that previous game? Well, now he's
if he keeps on doing the same...
he cancelled them. He cancelled them. Maybe Goblin showed him a split second too early.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you still lose a lot of larva, but I still think it's all right, right?
Yeah, you get a lot of your investment back in terms of minerals and everything, so he's able to get spores. I'm pretty sure that this time, by the way, he will get spores earlier, because last time he was like on 1, and, you know, like those Phoenixes, they really started to have a ton of damage very early, and the lair is already there.
Yep.
I feel like this is already way better, but obviously, Goblin will still always be achieving damage there.
Yep. I think a pivotal moment here, Todd, a real turning moment in this game is going to be when +1 air weapons is ready and Goblin feels like he's got the Phoenix count that he needs to fight the Queens. I think so far this is going pretty damn sweet, man. Look at the drone count. It's 48 against 46. And I think that's
that queen.
No, the other queens are nearby. I think good decision by Goblin not to go for it. Well, he goes for it in the end. And he really wants it.
The Phoenix. Oh,
he gets it. And he gets saved. This is a good start for Goblin, Todd.
And again, like, he forced a lot of spores, which for Elazer will make it easier to defend. But that's extra minerals that he's losing. We have the double robo behind this. And Goblin, whatever he makes out of this is going to be pretty good against what Elaser is going to be making, which by the look of things is going to be a ton of hydralisks, more units getting caught here. It's 56 drones against 50 probes.
And that's another exposed mineral line. That's way more drones going down. Maybe an Overlord or two. Maybe he gets all three over here. This is some really sweet damage, man. Goblin gets all three Overlords. Micros, the Phoenix is like a boss. He hasn't lost a single Phoenix yet, correct? Bro,
Yeah.
flawless.
He's lost nothing.
1,400 resources going down against 0, guys. He can soon decide to fight the Queens as well. It's hard to fight the Queens once the Hydras start popping up, though. So maybe it's better to just avoid them altogether and find the stray Hydras, right? The one Hydra that's by itself, or one or two Hydras.
I mean, he just needs to fly around and achieve some damage. That's about it. It doesn't need to overcome it, I think. Especially as he transitions here into Immortal production. We've got a Forge, a Twilight Council being added on as well.
I find his Phoenix micro really smooth and somewhat satisfying to look at. He keeps pulling back the low HP Phoenixes, still hasn't lost one.
Does Goblin watch your stream a bunch?
Yeah, in the past he watches all the time, but that's what I said, like he just didn't show up for months anymore, and that's just because he wasn't playing. I don't know what he was playing. He watches a lot of anime, I think, and Marvel movies, like, I don't know. Goblin is just taking a little break. One Phoenix does finally go down, but this time thought there is a very quick infestation pit though. That wasn't there last time.
Yeah. What do you think this is for? Hive and Vipers? In case there is Colossus and maybe like Parasitic Bomb as well?
Because with this army composition, it's not that likely that you can get a quick Templar Archives. Whoa, he's going Lurkers, Adaptive Talents? If I was Goblin, I'd see that. I'd be going Carriers, man, hands down.
Yes, he just finished Robo Bay, I think. Yeah, okay. Colossus production is going to start. He's getting charged as well. Economy-wise, this is pretty good, I would say, for Goblin to be ahead in Walker. 3 bases against 3 bases. The fourth was just so delayed for Elaser.
All these Phoenixes still alive as well, right? So there is always potential to do some more damage. I'd go further than good. I'd say it's very good, actually. Like, I'd be more than happy with it. This is, of course, a bigger map than Acropolis, so it's a little harder to make your way to the other side of the map. What a performance in this Nation War by Goblin, Todd. I'm a proud dad. You're right. Like, no. This is actually really sick. I did not expect this level of entertainment of Poland versus Croatia. Now, Goblin has to be careful here. I'm not even sure what to hope for, because my honest thoughts are, like, I love Goblin, and if he gets it done, that'd be amazing.
Yeah.
But it's going to be so difficult against France, while I think Poland against France is a real 50-50 in my eyes. So from the neutral point of view, I almost think that France against Poland...
I'm watching Goblin play right now, and I'm worried for France if Croatia wins. Like, he's just playing out of his mind.
Clem is very good against Goblin, like, very good. I think, and also Goblin's weakest matchup is against Terran. So I think having those two Terrans there, I think that would be a disaster for
There
Goblin.
it is, Pneumatized Carapace on the way now, +2 missile as well. Hive about to finish, which Goblin just found out about, by the way. He hadn't scouted that yet, so he can start reacting to this. I mean, the Templar Archives was already on the way anyway, so when you know about the possibility of Vipers, you're gonna want to add item plus. His supplies blocks him.
Yeah. He's supply blocking Elaser, that's an achievement, by the way, because we know that Elaser loves building those Elaser Overlords. So you know you've killed a lot of Overlords when you supply block Elaser. Adaptive Talents is on the way. Now, I do think Elaser got a lot better at ultra late game, and he is at 86 drones now. So I think Elaser's game plan here, Todd, is very simple. He's like, I'm gonna defend. Like, this kid is gonna attack me eventually with some basic ground units. I'm just gonna sit back forever, make Spore Crawlers and an amazing amount of Lurkers and Vipers, and we're gonna go ultra late game.
7 Lurkers.
Yep, and of course Infestors will be added as well eventually, guys, but you can't get everything at once. And I know some people out there are probably looking at a game like this, be like, why doesn't Elaser just go Infestors? Fungal Phoenix is so good. That's because it's hard to rush into Infestors, and if you do that, you have nothing else. So then even if you land a Fungal, you won't kill the Phoenixes, and you'll take even more economic damage. It truly is not an option to go straight into Infestors.
And Nidus is starting, actually. How many... We don't have any Immortals, or is it just one?
We definitely have a couple.
Oh, whoa. We got 5. Huh? Okay. Because you need Immortals against Lurkers, ideally, especially if they were to come in siege. But to be honest, he has Phoenixes. I think for Elaser to Nidus and try and set up some sort of big siege would be a big mistake. Because these Phoenixes, they would fly in, pick up the Lurkers, and everything else would die instantaneously on the ground.
I think Elaser should just turtle forever, man. Like, it's no secret that ultra late game is very good for Zerg in this matchup. And I think the more Spore Crawlers he can get, the more Spine Crawlers he can get, the more Spellcasters, the better it's going to be for him. But we are not there yet, guys. This is not that phase of ultra.
He doesn't see this army coming, by the way. He's out of position with a lot of his army to defend against this.
Base trading is going to get a little bit risky as well.
I mean, he can recall.
Yeah, but do you recall everything then? We'll see. I think he just warped in. Oh, he's warping in everything offensively. All right, so it's showtime now. A couple of Zealots will get wiped in at home. No, this is going to get wild.
He's going to recall, I think, with everything.
Ah, he better. Oh my god.
Oh, but Elaser is going to set up an attack on the 4th base as well.
This is starting to look a little bit bad. There are a couple Zealots getting potentially a cancel on this 5th
Oh, he
base.
doesn't have an observer, I think, for the main base. Maybe.
A couple Phoenixes show up. Not the most beautiful engagement there, but it's going to be good enough in the end. Most of the Hydras did get lifted. Do we have detection here? Where is that observer? Where you need it the most? Yeah, there
You should get a Dark Shrine, by the way.
I agree.
I know I say it every game, but now more than ever, when you have this many Phoenixes.
I totally agree in scenarios like this, Todd. I don't even want to be that guy anymore because I've said it so many times. Now, that worked out well for Elaser, right? A lot of damage, he's buying time as well. There is the Infestor upgrade. I really think that if Goblin, instead of going the double robo this game, he would have gone straight Carriers. This would have been a nightmare game for Elaser. Unfortunately for Elaser, that is not the case.
I mean, he might do it down the line.
Yeah, but
60 probes, by the way, when he's maxed out.
like
It's not that much.
No, because he just lost a bunch. There is
Yeah.
the extra Stargate, by the way. The thing is, though, what I feel about Carriers when they shine the most is when you have the upgrade advantage. But I feel right now it's a 12-minute game. Like, if he would have gone straight for more air stuff, of course I understand it's a different game then, and maybe Elaser can do some other stuff. But I actually think there's a realistic chance he would have had at least +2 now, and with the amount of damage he dealt, maybe even +3 on the way. Now that's not going to be the case, so then I think Carriers are going to be weaker. Meanwhile, Elaser is just hitting left, right, and center at this point with more Nidus networks. Thought that Dark Shrine would come in so handy that you mentioned.
Oh my god.
I couldn't agree more. He's got observers.
Yeah, Phoenixes need to get there. Try and evacuate, pick up before. Nope. Oof. That last lurker was almost too late. With the evac.
Well, there are the Carriers. It's so important that he gets +2 immediately, by the way. Like, that's the only chance I think Goblin has, because I feel the game is slowly but steady slipping away from him, right? Look at the bank that Elaser is building up. You need to continue those air upgrades, because with +1 Carriers, you're not going to win the game.
But I feel like if Elaser keeps attacking and Goblin defends well, there's going to be Elaser throwing away units without achieving a ton, right? Look at this. Pick up on the lurkers.
This wasn't maybe not the best move here by Elaser. These lurkers not totally ready
Storm.
yet. Good feedbacks as well. Storm does land. Oh no, this is not a good fight at all for Elaser. Elaser, what are you doing? Oh my goodness, is there observers? Yes, there still is observers. The lurkers are going to get revealed as well. Goblin chasing down his army. Obviously, there are some casualties on the side of Goblin.
A big blinding cloud here in the middle of the Protoss army, but not going to matter. Goblin smashes through this army.
That was a win for Goblin, and there's our +2 air weapons as well, Todd.
Oh my god, he's killed so much more. 14,000 worth of units with 10,000.
Laser's gonna try to do this one more time, but he has to be very careful, because if he loses 40 supply once again, there's a good chance Goblin just grabs everything and is gonna try to end the game.
It's good that Goblin is not too fast expanding here, you know, in terms of the 5th base and everything, because it's more surface he would have to cover. And the defense has been there for the most part. You know, they've traded, but Goblin is ahead in supply. And even though Elaser has a big bank, he's thrown away a lot of very important units. And, like, it's just hard for him to pick what he goes into from there, right? So I'm sure there's going to be some Broodlords in the plans. But in terms of gas, Elaser is broke. Like, he took the 5th so late that he hasn't been on 10 gases for most of the game.
Now, there are a lot of Corruptors being built, but this is that moment where Goblin could absolutely decide to just sprinkle in like a Void Ray or two. And don't forget that like Corruptors can be good against Carriers, but they need to be in insane numbers.
Mothership.
And these are 0/0 Corruptors. Now he starts +1 flyer attacks, but it takes a long time. People really underestimate the importance of air upgrades in certain fights. If Goblin can take a fight with like +2 against 0/0, or maybe +3 against +1, the Corruptors are going to have an almost impossible time of dealing with the Carriers.
How about the Mothership? I think it's going to be... I mean, it's not a game where Elaser has like a ton of Infestors and Vipers to work with, and Spores as well, so it's actually going to be pretty useful to move around and just be very dangerous with the army. Like, this is the one spot where he made the most Spores. What about the right-hand side? Okay, now he's done a pretty good job building that. It feels like the 6th base is going to be the harder one to take for Elaser. He's probably going to go forward a little bit.
What's the Infestor count at? We have 4 Infestors on the way. Those are the first 4 Infestors, so...
I think it's going to be time to start using some Prisms and dropping the main base and stuff with Immortals to try and sack them away, because they're going to become worse and worse against this.
Goblin Scout sacrifices the Phoenixes. I think we all know that if this game just continues like this for 4 minutes without anything happening, I think we know how those fights look, right? He does start +3 immediately. I really want Goblin to start fighting, because you can fight 4 Infestors, you can fight 8 Infestors. We know that you can fight 30 Infestors.
Yeah, but how can he attack into Lurkers and Spores?
And that, well, Carrier is actually very good in just sieging from far away. And like, even if one gets abducted, that's not necessarily the end of the world, but you gotta try something. Like, you gotta be active somewhere.
There's that cooling tower as well. Make sure he doesn't get trapped.
Goblin could warp in 2 Zealots in dealing with this. He's gonna recall to the left side. Like,
yeah, looking to try and catch this army there.
Oh, this Nidus could really hurt that.
Where's the Dark Shrine, buddy?
Yeah, doesn't have it. Like, the one thing that I am truly missing as well is the second Robo in the Robo Bay. What I love so much about Carriers working together with Disruptors is that Disruptors actually deal damage to Spore Crawlers as well, right? So that's kind of a good way to start sieging.
Oh, the Mothership! Oh my god! Oh! He's gonna survive.
Unfortunately.
Took a beating.
I feel like it's a waste of supply. Carriers do show up. They will push these Hydras back into the Nidus.
And with 6 Infestors on the way now, Elazer finally has the gas income he had been looking for. He's spending most of his bank.
He's quite broke.
He just threw away a bunch of units.
He is really quite broke.
I mean, he did make, what is it, like 40 Spores or something? A ton of Spines.
He's got 49 Spore Crawlers.
Oh my god.
That's why good luck with those War Prisms, right? Like, trying to get in there.
The main is still somewhat exposed.
There is a Robo Bay, by the way.
Yeah, if he could fly on the left side past everything.
Recall into the main?
Yeah, sure.
Go for the... Hey, that
sounds like a quick exit.
+3 is almost done. So when it comes to air upgrades against ground and Corruptors as well, right now Corruptors have 0 air armor and the Hydras only have +1 carapace. I honestly feel, as scary as it is, these are the best fights you're ever going to get with +3 air weapons. The longer it goes, the more even the upgrades will be, the stronger the Zerg army will become. It's very simple.
Yeah, both players, they're just going to work on their composition. Elazer, I think he was struggling a little bit in this game, and he said, you know what, let's slow things down.
How did they get here, though?
Did they just walk this?
Yep. Yeah.
Went for a little midnight hike here.
Yep. Well, +3 air weapons done. Now armor is on the way. Goblin is not really showing us any signs yet of truly wanting to move out. +2 carapace is more than halfway done. It's going to make the Hydras and stuff a little bit stronger.
The Dark Shrine.
Dark Shrine is going to be excellent.
It's still really lacking War Prisms, I think.
Yeah, but I think it's almost impossible to sneak a Prism in here, right? Like,
yeah, with that attitude, it probably is.
50 Spore Crawlers, though.
Mate, on the left, look at the main base. On the left side, that would fly right past. That's probably not even lose anything more than the shields. And then boom, the floodgates are open.
I mean, if you can snipe the
Crow
Greatest
agrees
Spire.
with me. Look at Crow. He's looking at it. He's like, yeah.
Crow's like, yeah, 12
That
studs.
Greatest Spire would be the first thing to fall.
Well, Goblin is going to get an Oracle, and that really gives us the idea that he wants to go for it. He wants to start relying on Revelation to keep track of the Infestors.
He's getting every upgrade. Look at this.
I really feel that this is it for Goblin. Like, this is when his upgrades are the best. It's going to be very hard because the Vipers can abduct the Carriers, and it's going to be hard to really contest that. You got to fight a couple Spore Crawlers. That's kind of inevitable. But like I said, the longer you wait... Look, now Air Carapace is on the way as well. I really do feel Goblin is on the clock.
Yeah, but he can't really see that super well. I guess he doesn't know where the upgrades are right now. One Revelation might tell him. I feel like when we see everything, it's very clear-cut for us what the best course of action is going to be a lot of the time.
That's of course true, but Zerg doesn't have Chrono Boost, right? So you're always supposed to be ahead in air upgrades. Because I've never seen a Spire being Chrono Boosted.
It's just so scary to fight against this many Spores as well. Feels like an impossible choice, right? You can't wait, but you also can't attack. Like, you'd love to fight, right? If there was an agreement that they were going to meet in the middle, I'm pretty sure Goblin wouldn't back out of this one, but Zerg is just staying on creep and with all of these Spores. That makes it so hard to fight.
He's getting Resonating Glaives. That's kind of random.
Yeah. Shadow Stride just completed as well. That base is not going to last too long.
Elaze is feeling a little bit funky. The army's out of position, so maybe he's going to utilize this moment to start killing all the Spores over here.
What happened to the mothership?
It's over there.
Oh, yeah, I thought it... Oh, he's planning a recall, maybe.
Well,
he might just attack there, wait for the army to move down there, and then recall into that 12 o'clock base.
Doesn't want to get all of the interceptors out just now. We'll get a cancel on this hatchery on the left side. 6 more gates thought, so the remax with a prism or something is possible. But do we have a single prism out on the map right now? I don't think we do, right? Oh, there is one. I don't know where it is. Chilling.
Yeah, ready to go into the main base. Yuk, he's going to clear the path.
Yep. Carriers. I mean,
the main is usually where a lot of the production facilities or tech is going to be. So even if you kill, like, let's say a Spire and a Hydralisk Den, it's already something very nice that you can get out of the way and force Zerg to have to remake elsewhere.
Elaser is making another Spire somewhere else. I think that's quite smart. He already has 2 Spires and he's making like a backup Spire.
What's the mothership for? I don't understand. Like, it's hidden in the corner. Like, did you just want to keep it safe? Because Elaser almost found it, I feel like. He was pretty close to it at some point.
I think he wants to do cool recall plays. That is not something you want to fight without any way.
Okay, mothership was found, I think, at the top. It's being attacked.
Yep.
All right, well, minus 400 in the chat.
Yep. Feel like here we go again. And he fires one up again immediately. I think he is planning some 200 IQ big brain recall. That's the only explanation I have for these motherships.
Another revelation gonna go down. You have to be careful this time. The spores out there. I mean, the infestors, they use a lot of infested Terran, but they still have plenty of energy to work with.
Yep. And obviously, the more time goes by, right? And the infested count is high. 20 is very high, but I feel like that is still beatable. Like, it could be worse, you know? When it's in the high 30s, this is kind of funny.
They try to start it at the same time. Oh my God.
Well, those are very good storms, by the way. Amazing storms on top of the infested Terrans. A lot of the infestors took a lot of damage as well. Fungals do land on the carriers. It's a very chaotic fight. How many interceptors are left? I think it's quite...
35, it's going down.
Okay,
infested Terran doing a ton of damage. Not many of the infestors died. There's still some High Templars to work with, but the carrier count has been reset mostly.
There isn't much NTR left here, right? But I guess a few more infested Terrans will be spawned.
Yeah.
The big problem with Storm as well is that it feels like you're storming your own interceptors. And obviously carriers without interceptors do absolutely nothing. It felt like those were amazing storms and the fight still didn't turn out that well.
Well, there goes the Hive. I mean, you might as well go for the Great Aspire. It was just right above.
Yeah. I think there is a backup Great Aspire as well. I saw it for a second.
He's maxed out of 200 and he's getting 5 more overloads right now.
I think he cancelled it because he was broke. He had one more on the production tab a while ago, but he cancelled it.
Still getting 5 more overloads, okay.
The laser overlords, not the safety overlords.
I mean, you say that. I see you on your stream, Q a new base.
Yeah, otherwise
you're barely surviving with 4 pylons and 2 gases there, and then you die in the next fight. I'm like, that could have been extra units, bro.
The thing is that if I can't warp in near my Nexus, I don't feel safe, okay? I need to warp in a cannon, I need to warp in some Zelo.
I'm sure when you're back to the lobby and queuing again, you feel real safe.
5 Archons. I guess Goblin wants to spend a little bit of his gas. Now there is a mothership once again. Let's see what the big brain move is with the mothership. We can get something crazy.
It needs some feedbacks, I think. All right, here we go. Infested Terran going to be used first and foremost. Fungal landing. Mothership kind of exposed there. It was at the front. I'm surprised the laser didn't try to grab it. Lurker's going to pull back for now.
Elaser is really catching up in the upgrades, by the way. You know, Carapace is pretty much all the way done.
I think Goblin...
Flyer Carapace is done.
He can't stay here. He's going to get surrounded by spores here in a second if he does. And then it's going to be the beginning of the end.
Yep. How many spores do we have left at this point? We had 49 at a certain moment, but we do know that Goblin killed quite a few spore crawlers. The infested count is at 20. Like, it's scary, but maybe there is hope here for Goblin. If he lands a 6 storm, if all of the interceptors get out and they start spreading out a little bit so they don't all die immediately, carriers can win fights like these. Time warp as well. Oh, here comes Neuroparasite Hut.
Yeah, here we go. Storm is going to land on a lot of these infestors, actually. They're going to die. And give the Protoss its army back. Wow, this neural range is actually pretty crazy here in this. No more storms to work with, but the look of things, Broodlords are going to come in. There's not that much entire. It's mostly those infested Terran cleaning up. Mothership is going to be pulled back inside of the army. Another minus 400 here. And Goblin's going to want to look to escape from that position here. He's getting chased by Broodlords and Corruptors.
Yeah, the Broodlords are doing such a good job in keeping the Archons at bay, right? The Archons just cannot get in range of those Corruptors ever. And then the Corruptors are able to get a couple of really good shots off on the carriers. Meanwhile, on the right side, the laser with Hydras and Lurkers was able to take out this Nexus as well. It's been one out of a game, and even though Goblin has a 10, well, he had a 10 supply lead, it really starts to feel like this game is slipping away from him. The fights are gonna get only worse from this point, even though 16 Infestors did go down. But I have the feeling that Elaser is gonna be able to rebuild them. I think Goblin's gonna have a hard time. But maybe with only 4 Infestors, Todd, is there some hope here?
Yeah, he's gonna get 3-3 upgrades here in a sec. Problem is Goblin can't really harass any of those bases, and Elaser is mining from a very healthy top right-hand side base.
It is only 40 drones though, right?
Goblin's losing patience, by the way. He's engaging into all of these spores.
Yeah, but against only 4 Infestors, maybe it's the right call. I knew that he killed Infestors. I didn't think he killed like 16 out of 20. So he's going forward, trying to get as many interceptors out as possible. The thing is as well, the Broodlords are very good against the ground units. But if Elaser loses just the anti-air battle, then all of those Broodlords are sitting dogs. They're gonna go down, and Elaser could lose the game as well. This Link counterattack could be devastating. And Todd, there's only a single pylon powering that Nexus.
Oh god. Okay, well that base is actually gonna get sniped. That's the healthiest base that he has. On the other side, we've got a counterattack from Zerglings, but nicely placed unit. He might recall there. Yeah. Saving that base is just so important. Get out of here. You're not welcome here.
3 more Infestors on the way, but Elaser is gas-starved like crazy. Goblin has done a really good job in somehow keeping this economy in check, right? I can't believe that Elaser is hovering around 33 drones at this point.
Is that a hatchery queued on top of where the Protoss army is? Okay. I think Elaser needs to move the spores a little bit more forward.
How many spores do we currently have, Crow? How many spore crawlers? Still 40.
You just feedback stuff with this.
And bring this High Templar forward. Is he actually going to kill it as well?
Oh, that High Templar is going to hit that Infestor.
That was a weird relationship. Okay, guys.
Oh, we already used recall, so that's going to snipe that base. He has to run all the way back. Big warp in, but I mean, there's lurkers here in that position.
I love
He needs to evacuate with the probes at least. Oh, there's an observer.
Yep. I love that we have a random Colossus showing up again. It's like, where did you come from?
Security.
Yeah. How long did you survive? You've been on a little holiday, my friend. Elaser did make 10 more drones, and I think that's an excellent decision because he needs a better economy than what he's currently working with.
He's taking every base, by the way. Even this one on the left-hand side, both of the ones on the right-hand side, even though one of those is very attackable by the Protoss army. Goblin might be trying to catch this army here, and he might catch... Oh my god.
That's nice painful little pick-off. And Elaser is not even close to maxing out, so losing Hydras and stuff is really painful as well. Losing the Lurker hurts. A couple drones going down over here as well. Look at those Infestors, by the way, by themselves. Jeez Louise, Elaser, that's risky, man. Those are the only ones he has, Todd. If Goblin pounces on that army. Whew, what a game!
Yeah, 34 workers to 32. This game has been absolutely mad.
127 army supply on either side. Elaser is making 30 Zerglings, probably just to run around, maybe pick off a couple of stray Zealots. Once again, the winner of this match will move on to the deciders match, the last game that we'll have for you guys in the round of 16. That's going to be France versus, well, either Croatia or Poland. And then we will know the top 8 of Nation Wars 2019.
And then we'll draw the quarterfinals, actually.
Oh, really? Tonight?
I think so.
Dude.
Or announce it.
Goblin's army looks powerful. Looks really quite good. Still good control as well on these oracles, revelating the army of Elaser one more time. Elaser with only 12 Infestors and 12 Corruptors and 3 Hydras. I mean, right now, starting to believe a little bit in the power of this Protoss army, this Golden Armada, Todd. Even though there is a couple units on the ground here and there as well. These fights are gnarly, by the way, for Protoss, because these links are so well upgraded.
Yeah, but so are the Protoss units. Oh my god, we got a big engagement here. Goblin, I don't know if he meant to engage into this here. He's pulling back right now. It's so dicey for both players, right? Yeah. Both armies just have so much potential. That Corruptor almost got super lucky here. He's actually going to escape barely. Goblin's looking to fight here.
Yep, well, his army is bigger. He's got 6 carriers, they're very well upgraded, a couple of Zealots on the ground as well, and still a few Stormy boys alive. Thought this could very well be it. It's obviously important to keep track of your observers. The High Templars get fungled, and the High Templars will go down against the Broodlings, and the big fight is going to take place here. Neuroparasite does land on these carriers.
It's so hard for him to target these Infestors, though. So much of his army is neuraled right now. Corruptors going to town on these carriers. The army of Protoss is evaporating so fast. His supply is plummeting. Look at it. Did Goblin just overextend? Did he finally lose patience the one time he shouldn't have? He can't even recall. Most of the army would die anyway. Some of the High Templars at the edge of the map, they were trying to escape.
That was a disaster, Todd. There's no other way to put it. The army coming in from the right side, losing all the High Templars before the party even really started. A few more there will get fungal. They're going to try to morph into an Archon. At the same time, Zerglings have been harassing the mineral lines even further. Goblin's army was bigger before the fight started, and he ended with, well, half of the army. It's 60 against 132 supply. Ilazer hanging in there for dear life. He hasn't been able to max out for the last 10-12 minutes in this game, but he's making the absolute most of his 160 supply.
Yeah, he used the spores really well, kind of stayed close, stayed patient. And
the Broodlords, man, they've been real key as well.
Yeah, I mean, those neurals were used from so far. It's just so hard in the fight, right? Because the Broodlords, they keep you at bay with the key units that would be able to kill the infestors that are using neural. So then your army is just kind of working against yourself here as Protoss, which makes it very difficult. And I think we're seeing a little bit of desperation here from Goblin trying to run in there with Zealots. Everything's going to get fungal. This is going to be super cost effective here for Ilazer. Goblin, he fought valiantly here, but he finally lost patience in a moment where perhaps he should have been a little bit more patient. Ilazer sends Poland to the decider match here, where they will face France coming up next. Croatia is eliminated, but they can keep their head up high as they put on a hell of a fight, in particular Goblin.
Yeah, I think Goblin truly, in this entire round of 16, played his heart out, man. Like, this guy deserves a standing ovation. Beat Zhuge he beat the Muzz Zero, was able to take out Zero one map as well in Disco Bloodbath. In the end, Croatia fell 3-4 against Finland. Today, I think he was nothing but spectacular, Todd. I think there's no other way to put it. The game against Mana was nuts. The DT game was cheeky. He should have won the other game against Seoul as well. And then he had that almost flawless first win over Ilazer. And this game, well, it was an absolute nail-biter till the very end.
Yeah, Goblin put up such a good fight there. I'm actually really surprised that he didn't use more prisms. And also that he finally lost patience and stepped on creep. I guess losing all of these motherships also was a little bit demotivating. It's so expensive to actually go for it. At first he was using it pretty well, but then he kind of hit the one that got found. And from there, it really started going downhill.
It felt like he was setting up a play that never happened. Like,
yeah.
We don't really know what's going on in the mind of a player, like you often say as well. And I think he was maybe looking for a sick opportunity to use the recall somewhere at the right moment. Unfortunately, that right moment never came. I mean, this was a very action-packed game. And like we have seen games like this time and time again. And I know certain people are no fans of it. But I think there is a big difference between a Zerg being maxed out on like 200 million sport crawlers and 10k in the bank. Or a game like this, right? Because I truly felt that Ilazer was... well, not even a bad fight away, but like half a bad fight away from losing this game. At one point, he's stuck at 150 supply basically forever. He couldn't get any higher. All that he had was 20 infestors, and then after one big fight, he only had 4 infestors left. Yeah, this fight started off so promising. But
I think he lost detection. You see all of these infestors with low hit points?
Yep. I think
he hadn't tagged the army. Yeah. If that had happened and he killed more infestors, which actually Ilazer unburrowed here for some reason.
No, you're spot on. I think the observers got taken out there. And once again, the interceptor count got super low as well, right?
Like, yeah, it's so costly, right? Yeah. You'll spend your bank right away when that happens.
Couple carriers going down. But this is like that phase in the game where, well, this fight was actually quite good for Ilazer, I thought, even though he's eating a couple of big storms to the fight. But the Broodlord positioning was so brilliant. All of these Archons, like, what are they doing this fight? They're doing absolutely nothing. It's kind of awkward here. On the dance floor.
Next to Big Gabe.
Ilazer said, I bet you look good on the dance floor. All it takes over his army. Well, and if you're a Zerg, he was right. It did look good.
Charlie had the apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. The infestors were looking at her.
First thing you know, the supply goes low.
Supply got low.
Oh man, but it was such a nail-biter. Like, you know, in the end, this fight, like, it almost felt a bit unnecessary, right? It almost felt like this was kind of the fight that Ilazer was looking for. Obviously, you can't start a fight losing your first 4 High Templars. The High Templar count wasn't super high.
That's just at 81 kills, by the way, I think it is.
Yeah, 79.
333 in upgrades. And yeah, that was just desperation. He was down to his last few units. Goblin didn't have the economy. They were on 44 workers, but
you see what his message was? Like at the end? I was like,
but I think it's better this way.
No, I don't think it's that bad. I think upside down this? I don't even really know what that means. But all right, well, guys, that's going to be it. Heartbreaking defeat for Croatia. There's no other way to put it. Goblin played his heart out. It was beautiful. It was awesome. It was really exciting from start to finish. It was one of those nationwides you look at it and be like, Poland's just going to take this, right? Well, they had to work for it. They had to go deep. But in the end, Poland will advance for the last match of the round of 16. Todd, which is going to be?
Versus France. And it's coming right up next. It's going to be amazing. And after that, we'll draw the quarterfinals. Guys, we're going to head to a break. When we come back, it's going to be France going up against Poland. We'll see you guys right after this. Welcome back, everyone. You're watching Nation Wars 2019, and it's time for a final Nation War of the round of 16 here. It's going to be Poland going up against France for a spot in the round of 8, which will be drawn later tonight after we're done with that final match. And I'm pretty excited about all of it. France, can we do it? We need to return to our former glory, but Poland is obviously pretty damn good.
I don't want to say that I hope the round of 8 is half as good as the round of 16, because we always want things to get better, but it's really been a treat, man. Like, it really doesn't happen that you get this lucky with this many cool series, cool games in a row. It's been so much fun, and I can only hope that this continues. But you're right, we have one more to go. And I think on paper, at least, this is supposed to be an absolute cracker as well. Poland maybe has not been as convincing as we expect them to be, because you look at that lineup, you're like, damn, that's an amazing lineup. That's really strong. Those are the 3 best players in Poland right now. But they can still do it. Like, I would never count them out.
I mean, he was also on Goblin playing out of his mind, right? The fact that Poland struggled a little bit more in the previous match. And for some reason, we're looking at...
Yeah, this happened earlier today. I mean, I know that it feels like it happened.
God, I expected we were going to look at the group right now, but...
No, this happened earlier today. So, you know, to give you guys a little up-to-date, we started at 4 p.m. today. What time is it right now? It's 11. This has been a long day, and we still have an entire nation war to go. But obviously, Mexico made it. I wouldn't say against all odds, but I think a lot of people looked at China there. But Chen playing out of his mind in that one, getting 2 victories overtime, sent them into the round of 8. So it's good to see Mexico there once again. And this is obviously the group that we are finishing up right now. Poland, both nation wars, you know, Croatia first against Finland, then against Poland. Goblin getting 3 points against both nations. I mean, that's spectacular. There's no other way to put it.
And it's a rematch here. France won 4-3 the first time these 2 nations met one another. And now it's still... Everything is still on the line here between these 2 teams. The French lineup there, T-Drogo, Clem, and Marine Lord, 1 player playing Protoss and 2 Terrans.
Yeah, no Zerg.
Gonna be a lot stronger in the next patch. They need to hold on here. They need to qualify.
Yeah, you make a good point there, right? Like, it's a little bit memey, but at the same time, Terran is absolutely getting a couple of things. And also, Protoss players are going to have a better time dealing with late-game Zerg in the next patch. So, if they do make it into the quarterfinals, then the dream is truly alive for Fonka to get that Marine Lord tattoo on his butt. And I think we'd all love to see it.
I'm sure he'd be delighted. France versus USA finals. Somebody's guaranteed getting a tattoo.
Well, bald eagle is cool. Marine Lord's face
on your butt.
Yeah, explain that to your girlfriend. Like, honey,
mistakes were made.
Honey, have you watched The Hangover? It's like, well, yeah, not exactly like that, but this is, of course, the lineup of Team Poland. We just saw them in action. Yeah, it's been quite a story. Elaser carried hard in the first nation war against France. He won 3 maps all by himself, but he couldn't close it out. Today, Man and Sol were getting a couple of important victories on the board. But in the end, I mean, this is a true team effort. It should be for these guys. There is no weak link in this team. There's a Protoss, a Terran, and a Zerg. It's a very likable team. 3 awesome dudes. I mean, on both sides.
Sol finally also, you know, came into form and played pretty well in one of his previous games. Obviously, the last one was still pretty rough. It feels like in every game that he loses, everything's going wrong for Sol. You know, I almost feel bad for the guy.
But scans for 1DT, that's... yeah.
T-Drogo versus Elaser is going to be our opening match here on Acropolis. I'm pretty sure both teams will have anticipated that to happen. The TVT is going to be on Ephemeron. That's going to be Marine Lord versus Soul, and then Clam versus Mana on Thunderbird. Really hard to predict, just looking at it like this. It's honestly going to be about who's playing better tonight.
Yep. Elazer was able to get the victory over Drogo last time. Was quite close, of course. I mean, I think it traditionally always is between these two. And the other matchups, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you give a small edge to Clem. But I don't know. Of course, guys, you can still link your war chest to your Twitch account so you can gain some XP by just watching these games if you guys haven't had the time to ladder. Now, I don't know what kind of excuse there is to not ladder, because laddering is beautiful. But if you didn't, you can connect your account so you can still gain some XP and unlock skins by just watching this nationwide broadcast.
All right, I know Funkaz not here, so it's with a heavy heart I have to announce we're going to head into the interview without him. I'm sure... He'll be watching from afar and enjoying it, but I believe we have the captains on the line here. Hello, T-Drogo and Mana.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hello, guys. Well, Mana, I'm going to start with you. How come you're doing the interview today and not Soul?
Soul actually went somewhere to Asia to find like a monk to practice his mentality.
Yeah.
I think after the game on Ephemeron, when he scanned a couple of times and didn't kill a single DT, that didn't work very well. So I think he's searching for guidance somewhere in the Asia region.
What did he say? What did he say to you guys after that happened specifically?
Oh, he didn't say anything. I said to him it was pretty bad.
And he didn't answer?
No, he went straight to Asia.
One more question about that game earlier on World of Sleepers. Did we get verification or not? Was that a mana mule or was that an accident? Did he think he won the game? Do you know? Do you have any info for us?
I would say it was a mana mule, but we didn't discuss that. We were busy just discussing the future of our team.
How did you guys experience that game 7 between Goblin and Elazer? It must be nail-biting, right? To be on the sidelines and watching a game like that?
Absolutely not. I don't know about you, but like for the 15 minutes or 20 minutes in the game, I was already sitting very comfortably. When I saw Infestors in the production tab, easy.
Okay.
Well, that's because you're a massive whiner, but Goblin still had the chance, I think.
All right, guys.
Yeah, we saw that. Yeah.
Oh.
Whoa!
All right, guys, let's focus on the last match here in the round of 16. It's obviously been a very long journey for both you guys. It's getting late. Drogo, you predicted that there was a very good chance that you two were going to meet again. And you were right all along. Now, the first time it was close, you guys did end up on top. Did anything change in the approach here on how to take on Team Poland?
Yeah, we prepared a lot this time. Last time, we happened to win. Was nice, but no, it's not even going to be close.
Okay.
How about your matchup specifically? Let's start with you, Mana. You're facing Clem. How is your versus Terran and versus Clem in particular? Are you feeling confident about this one? I guess you anticipated he was going to be the player you were going to face?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same people on the same maps as in the previous match, so we are very comfortable with the matchups that we have. We are very well prepared. I think it's going to be very easy.
And T-Drogo, you're facing Elazer again. Like, you guys have so much history practicing against one another. Like, these games are always really fun to watch and follow. How do you feel about this one?
Should be a fun game. I feel like Miko it was kind of funny to watch him play against Goblin. You could tell he was scared. He was not in a good state of mind. When he misplaced his third archery, then he had to cancel it and rebuild it, like super early in the game. You only do that if you are extremely nervous. So I think he's still going to be a little bit nervous against me. So should be nice.
All right. Well, it's been a long day. So I think that unless you guys, I mean, obviously I don't want to ask about strategies because all of that is going to be secret. So let's just get a couple of predictions going and then we're going to talk with the winner afterwards. Mana, what do you think it's going to be this time?
The score doesn't matter. We're going to win.
All right, love the confidence. Drogo.
4-1 France.
4-1. All right. Well, gentlemen, good luck. Give us some awesome games. And I'll see one of you two afterwards.
Bye-bye.
The Monastery. All right. I'm glad we got that one in as well.
Yeah, we had to.
Yeah. I mean, this
last time we saw him, after all.
I gotta admit, this is truly when you miss Funka, though. You realize it. Like,
yeah, I was like, what do we ask?
Yeah, Funka's like the map choices.
Okay, would be like something in your language for the viewers. And I'm like, oh my god!
I mean, I think
every goddamn time.
I think afterwards that's cool, right? Like, I think afterwards, but like in the beginning, it's like
T-Drogo something in French for the French audience. I mean, I've been there too and has that, but yeah, it's It's a lot of the same questions at times. Yeah.
And he's like, well, I mean, it depends a little bit how the days go as well. And obviously, like, all of these guys are in Europe, and it is getting a little bit later. And we want to see peak performance because, like, imagine we get another nation war like the one before. There's a good chance that we end up today around like 1 a.m.
Yeah.
And obviously, then we don't want to drag it out like 10 minutes with a couple of basic questions. I would say, let's just get these games going. But not before. We're going to take a look at a couple of tweets. My sensible chuckle when Protoss loses. Protoss tears.
How dare you?
A rather offensive mock. I'm offended.
Oh my God, that looks amazing. What I would give to get this, a proper cheese raclette with potatoes.
Oh, is that big thing melted?
It's a cheese.
Yeah, I understand. But like, how does it come off like this?
Yeah, because it was like next to a fire before.
You can really warm a cheese up when it's that big?
Bro.
I've never seen it.
You've never had this?
No, not like this.
Well, we've got to make a few reservations next time we're here.
A romantic Sunday night. Sunday night? Where? Oh, wait, it is Sunday.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I thought it was Saturday. Jeez Louise. Time flies. What can I say, man? Too much StarCraft lately. I've been losing track of the days.
Look at that beautiful cat. Chilling. Actually looking straight at it. Looking at the supply. Look at this. That's a good cat right there.
Cat knows what to look at. Jeez, that was a game. All right, now come on, laser mana, soul, break some baguettes. That's a pretty good Photoshop.
Yeah, the baguettes are going to break. On your back, all right?
GG Goblin and laser for this insane SC2 level. Love some positivity.
That's one of the casters in French, Phantasma.
Good looking setup as well there. I dig it. Get behind it. I kind of want to like show off my setup now when I'm at home and be like, guys, I'm enjoying Nation. I'm gonna tell my mom, it's like, Mom, go into my house, take a picture of the TV, connect the laptop, you know.
With the dogs, yeah, right?
Yeah, Rico and Rhonda get in there as well.
And your brother's got some amazing dogs.
They're pretty much mine. Okay, he's too busy with the
Here's the problem. You are at every tournament. How are we gonna do that? Well, it would have to be I guess them, right? Ask them next time.
Yeah, maybe I'll just like put on a VOD and then I'll save it for when we're live. Enjoying some amazing StarCraft with the puppies. All right, guys, here we go. It is time for the final Nation War of the round of 16. Seemed like you guys are slightly favoring France. Both nations seemed very confident, at least both captains. Let's get this party started. For the last time in the round of 16, here on the right bottom side of Acropolis, we're looking at the main base of Petit Drogo.
You guys can still vote in the chat for who you think is going to win or who you're cheering on. POL for Poland, FRA for France. Starting in the northwest, playing as the Red Zerg, presenting Poland, is Elaser. Two players that have played, I think, some of the most insane amount of games against one another.
Yep.
Like when these two, who are two of the guys that play a lot, practiced together for so long, I think they probably have somewhere in the hundreds of games against one another.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Because, I mean, they already have quite a few official matches against each other. And then it's no secret that they have practiced quite a bit in the past. I think both very motivated players in general as well. Maybe Drogo sometimes takes a little break, but when he's feeling it, he's going hard. And I think the same can be said for Elaser. Last time, it did go in favor of Elaser. They squared off on Acropolis as well. So it's a rematch. That was a close match, but in the end, Elaser was able to get it done.
Yeah.
With a lot of banelings, right? A lot of baneling run-bys.
Yeah. The baneling drops in particular is like what he executed masterfully.
Yeah.
T-Drogo, he likes to open a lot of the time with Stargates and Adepts, just Oracles and Adepts harassing, trying to lower the drone count or keep it down. And I wouldn't be surprised if he went for something like this, but he's capable of going for a lot of different builds. I would say those Stargate is probably his best one. And Elaser, we saw, like, if he can reach that phase of the game where he's baneling, drop in and stuff. I mean, Elaser looked a lot better the last time he played against T-Drogo than when he played just now against Goblin, I think. And T-Drogo talked about it. He said, well, Elaser was playing so scared. And I think, like, I also could tell that he was playing very differently against Goblin than he would against T-Drogo.
Drogo said he prepared a lot of stuff, Todd. And I'm looking at the production tab and I'm seeing a forge. This is a very odd timing for a forge. So this is definitely something that he's been sitting on. And he is switching things up. I do agree with everything you just said, by the way. And Drogo said it as well, right? Maybe a little shaky. He misplaced his hatchery in the beginning of the game. There were definitely a couple of things that could have been better. And even though Mana said he was never worried because infestors were out, I mean, that's cool and all, but when my teammate will be down at 150 supply and is not able to break it for 10 minutes straight, I think it's safe to say you're on a pretty thin lifeline, right?
Absolutely, yeah. You know, Elaser, we've picked up on the fact he doesn't scout a whole lot. He doesn't get pneumatized carapace in a lot of his games. So I wonder here if he will do that, and maybe that's what T-Drogo's counting on. Did T-Drogo get a sentry? No, he didn't. You know what would be sick if he made a sentry and sent an hallucinated oracle across the map, because then that would fall some spores. So even if they get cancelled after that, it's still pretty annoying. But it is just the quick +1 for now.
I do find it crazy, like you said, that Elaser just doesn't scout. Like, it's not even that he skips it once in a while, right? But I think both games against Goblin, obviously the first one that he lost, and it's, whoa, that's a fast lair, by the way. What? 3 minutes and 35 seconds? Wow.
I mean, he's droning up as much as he wants. He's not getting harassed by anything.
Yeah.
The lack of spores is disturbing. He's getting just the single one, but that expansion is just so exposed. If it actually had been a Stargate, it could have been in danger. Some crazy mind games going on between the two, which again, from two guys that have played each other so many times, you can always expect their games are going to look a little funny sometimes.
Yeah, well, Drogo is going to have some very quick +1, of course, because he opened up with that Forge, and now he's just producing a couple of Robo units. A very passive start here, very macro-oriented. Drogo going up to 3 bases as well, he's not under any pressure. Gotta say, don't think that's the prettiest wall I've ever seen, but we're gonna let it slip. A little too much surface area on that cybernetic score for my liking, but you know, it is what it is.
It's the tankier building. Why not?
It is tanky, but also not a building.
Calculated.
Yeah. Maybe you could say once you have Warp Gate, if you don't have a Stargate, it's not the worst thing in the world to lose it, but...
And then you're warping in Zealots.
Yep, and then you're
not loving life.
There's like Mudas flying around here like
12 links being made, by the way. And roaches.
I feel like if he's making this many units right now, I wonder when he's stopping.
Like, is he just going to drop a Nidus? The gas of Elaser is actually not very high. And he's not taking extractors.
Goes back to a few more drones for now. I think just Roach, Ling, Ravager, Bane. I guess we're going to see a Baning nest soon, even though he's not...
Doesn't have the gas.
Yeah, not yet, but...
I mean, he's not taking extractors. Like, this is so weird.
I'm sure
it feels like he's worried because there hasn't been any Stargate units, so he's like, oh, adepts are coming. But no, they're not.
Like, he made units, but he made them a little bit later than he did against Goblins, so it hurts his economy less.
Yeah, he's taking 2 more extractors now, so he's going to need that. But it's like so mind games heavy here between these two yet again, you know? T-Drogo, he took one of the most passive approach. Like, what units have died so far this game? Can we check that? 2 links, that's it. They've both played so passive. It's particularly unconventional for Protoss to not be aggressive at all like this, because then Zerg drones up a lot, but because Elaser is expecting units that are not there because he's not scouting. He actually didn't cut corners and he made a bunch of units. So the worker counts. He's still dead even.
Yep, it's actually quite good for Drogo. He's been getting away with all of this. It all felt perhaps a little bit risky, but of course he does have a defensive robo, so maybe you can say he's going to be all right. Now we're going to see, indeed, that +1 melee, the Hydra then, the Baneling nest. You know, Elaser is finally going to drop everything. He's at 68 workers at this point. I still think the moment that 4th base is up, you want to squeeze out 10, 12 more drones.
Oh, and by the way, that wall, we've seen walls on this map on the 3rd base where links kept on getting in. This time, it's pretty clean. There's going to be a cannon, probably a shell battery somewhere in there. He doesn't want units to be able to get in. And that's quite great. Obviously, down the line, I think Elaser, every single time he's going to have +2 melee about to complete, and he's got Banelings. He's going to be looking to drop some Banelings.
Drogo's like, you're going 4 bases in drones, then I'm going 4 bases as well. 7 High Templars at once being warped in. We don't have Storm yet, so it's just going to be pure Archon, Immortal,
Terminate?
Zealot.
+2 is so early.
Yeah, I know. That's the one thing that Drogo really has this game that you normally don't have, right? Like, that's the absolute quickest +2 you're ever going to have in this matchup.
Oh, everything's across the map? Probably Elaser. Like he was getting in position to maybe try and attack this 4th base, so now he's going to lose a queen, a bunch of drones. It's a disaster.
Yeah, he's looking to cancel that 4 though, but at what cost? Because obviously the damage in the main base is only going to get worse.
And T-Drogo's moving out. Instead of defending the 4th, he's trying to get in position where he can attack the other base that's over there.
And +2 is done, so maybe this is some sort of a timing. It's +2 against no upgrades at all on the side of Elaser. These Immortals are taking a little bit of damage, but he's going to be able to save them. Now Drogo is going to be able to snipe the 4th base as well of Elaser, who has also lost 11 drones in the process. And Elaser, to me, thought he looks like he's in trouble because I just don't like his army very
and he
much.
moved down the ramp, so he's going to be trapped a little bit in that location here.
What?
T-Drogo gets on top of the army and opens up the scoreboard for France in a fast and furious game where he rushed +2.
Yeah.
I had never seen a timing like this before. Elaser completely misreacted to it.
Well,
Took the fight too early, didn't have the units to really deal with it.
you've pointed out a couple times today, Todd, and I don't think you could be any more right. Elaser just refuses to scout, man. And it's like, brings me back to a little moment I had at the WCS Global Finals in Korea. I was a big fan of the double Stargate of Trap, and I was like, don't you guys think this build is really good? And Reno is like, well, it's good against Zergs that don't scout. And then Hero Marine is like, well, you know, Elaser never scouts, and it just keeps on happening, and he's really starting to just lose games because of it. Funky is getting into the studio, he's all pumped up. What a weird way for the first game in this nationwide to play out, right?
Yeah, I think weird's the word here. I never thought I'd see a quick +2, 4 Archons, triple immortal timing. That big warpins. I mean, he was still going for +3. He had a decent economy behind this, and Elaser moving down this ramp, trying to save that one base. I mean, he probably felt like he had to, and he probably had to, but he just didn't have the forces to really deal with this army.
You know what's crazy? If you look at the clock there, that is 7 minutes and 40 seconds into the game. You look at that army, you're like, that's a monstrous army, all right? It's like 4 or 5 Archons, a bunch of Immortals, +2, Zealots, War Prism.
He cut every single possible corner.
Yeah.
Didn't go Stargate, didn't go for any kind of harassment. The way for Zerg to exploit this would have been to drone up like crazy. There's nothing coming your way. Just literally stay on 0 links, go up to 75 drones, and then start making units. But Elaser, because he doesn't scout, he was worried about attacks that just weren't coming. He made a spore for nothing. He made a bunch of units for nothing, and then he didn't have the economy he needed to.
No, absolutely right. He made, what was that, like 14 links, 16 links, 7 roaches of 52 drones. Didn't hurt him as much as the previous games, but that still hurts. Like, either you keep on making units or you stop making units. That means that France will take the 1-0 lead as we're getting ready for Game 2 here. As it's going to be a DVT between two of the finest Terrans that Europe has to offer. Marine Lord and Sol, they may not be cracking that top 3 right now when it comes to European Terrans, but they're right behind that. So I'm getting joined by Funky. I see you smiling.
Hello, mon ami.
You're getting a little pumped up. Is this gonna be one of those biased casts, by the way? Because I gotta say, I really want my StarCraft 2 commentators to be professional and neutral, Funka.
You know, professional is my middle name.
Okay.
I am a professional caster, and I'll keep the bias in my pocket. It's not gonna happen. No worries.
Just like I was yesterday, you know, 110% neutral.
Yeah, that was a really great game from T-Drogo, though. I really liked his take on how to beat a Zerg player like Elaser that tends to skip on the scouts. And yeah, if your opponent is cutting that many corners, you're gonna have a bad time as the first push comes in. But let's see about that game number 2, because in the top left, this man has been having one of his greatest day in Nation Wars. Could he be the savior of Team Poland here in this game number 2? His name is Sol.
In the right bottom side of Ephemeron, we're looking at the main base of the man whose nation is leading 1-0 here in the Deciders match. It's Marine Lord. Do you know that Cyril made a tweet today replying to Marine Lord?
What did he say? What was the tweet by Marine Lord, actually?
Okay, so I think Cham made a tweet to Eligolek.
Okay.
Because they reported a loss to time. And
I've seen that first tweet.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Marine Lords is like, wow, what a professional, you know, checking illegal like immediately, something like, or I think that's what Elaser said. And then Marine Lord replied to the Zergs, is like, yeah, I bet you guys won't be checking illegal like very often in the next patch.
Ooh.
And then Cyril replied saying, okay, moron lord.
That's one of his cute nicknames, though.
I know.
That's not the first time I've heard moron lord. That's actually how I call him usually.
I've heard it from Cyril.
Oh, yeah, no. I get why the fact that it came from Yuna Sottala actually makes it an interesting take here.
It's funny because once at the Homestead Cup, like, you know, we went over some nicknames and I was like, yeah, you know, some people actually call Marine Lord Moron Lord. And there was one guy who listened to that cast that apparently really took that to heart and he hated me for the next 6 years.
No way.
He went around different channels. He's like, brother, I'm so unprofessional. He called Marine Lord Moron Lord, which wasn't even accurate because I just said that's
You reported it.
Yeah, exactly. I was reporting the news.
Don't hate the messenger, man.
Exactly. Like one guy, he's like, no, Rotterdam will never really do it for me. And he came in my channel as well, and he's like, I just want you to know that I was really disappointed when you called Marine Lord Moron Lord. I was like, that's not what happened.
Oh.
And he couldn't drop it.
I'm so sorry. Was he a French guy? Probably, right?
No, I don't.
Not even?
No,
His English was too good?
No. What? I think you guys have perfectly fine English.
Ah, thank you very much.
A little accent, but...
A little accent, like my good friend Todd.
Yeah. I can understand everything. It's all good.
All right, let's see about that opening. It is interesting that a lot of those players recently in Nation Wars have been going more towards the one rack expense kind of build instead of the double gas heavy committal on one base before taking that expansion. So I'm guessing both players are expecting, the same build on the opposite side of the map. So both of them went for that opening and are actually sitting on 2 bases at the moment. Same number of workers at the moment, 24 to 24. The first deviation is that first tech lab on the factory, and Marine Lord, okay, will escape with that Reaper. I like the decision making there. He was in a rough position. He was like, okay, let's go back to the base and let's see what happens. And interestingly enough, Soul fires up the tech lab, doesn't switch it up, just go for straight tanks.
Now, I'm just thinking a little bit to myself, right? Like, who do I think has the edge here? And it's actually very hard, right? Because we just haven't seen that much of Marine Lord lately.
Yeah.
We do see a lot more from Soul. But I've also realized that over the last year and a half, every single time I strongly believe that I think Soul should be the better player and has a little edge, I feel like he ends up losing the majority of his most important matches. So I'm really kind of in the dark. Like, my immediate response is, I think Soul. But then I'm like, yeah, based upon what, right? Like, when was I right about that? How do you think? Being neutral this time, not being your French bias.
Well,
what do you give
I've been disappointed countless times by Soul in important tournaments. So I agree with you in the fact that usually he doesn't perform as good as his level on the ladder.
That's the thing as well, right? We wouldn't think so highly of Soul if we wouldn't know that he's actually so freaking good. That's the thing. Like, it's not that we are setting him up to fail. It's like, no, we know what he's capable of, but he's just not really showing it very often.
I don't know if it's pressure and if he crumbles onto it. I don't know, but that's already wrong. Like, for instance, random 3 SCVs going down. And if you're already in a position where you don't feel too comfortable with your own state of mind, losing those 3 SCVs is something that actually pushes you a little bit further down the tilt lane, And that's not good for a player like Soul. Then, in terms of pure skill and pure amount of training they've been doing recently, I guess Soul has been more on the training side of things, where Marine Lord has been a lot of trolling on Twitter and a little bit of training on the new patch. I talked with him a lot recently after his games, talking about how it felt and everything against Poland, for instance, and he said to me, I'm actually practicing a lot, but I'm practicing on the new patch because I'm expecting to be at my best level if we reach the round of 8, which is kind of dangerous because they do have to play this game today to qualify. But I would argue with you that on paper, Soul should have a slight edge, but his tendency of not performing at the highest level gives, in my mind, a slight edge to Marine Lord.
Okay, Marino is definitely, it seems like he's a tournament killer, right?
He is.
And he does rise up to the occasion and then sort of maybe outperforms even his own expectations. Obviously, in this game, not too many things have happened yet. Both players just macroing their way up. Stim is quite late on both sides. And obviously, without Stim, you don't want to get too fancy in general. Ravens can complicate things, but both of them are making Vikings as well. So it seems like we're just heading to 3-base against 3-base scenarios, even though Marino is moving out. He has a 1-tank advantage.
Yep. Let's see about that clash that could happen in the middle of the map, because Soul does know about the fact that Marine Lord was moving across, which is not the case for Marine Lord. They didn't have a scout.
I like that by
early.
Soul, actually.
Yeah, sealing that position in the middle of the map, sieging, like, you want to go down that way on that bridge?
Double armory.
Let me kill that right away. Double armory?
Double armory. Still building Vikings. Did we
cancel Stim?
I think he didn't finish up on the right side. He canceled it. Scan goes down though.
Didn't see the armors.
But I mean, it could just be like Stim finishing up, right?
Yep.
Maybe that's why it's not spinning right now.
Honestly, there's nothing guaranteed for Soul after this scan. Like, he might just believe that he's playing against a bio player. Like in this for Marine Lord, it is a little bit cheeky. It's a little bit unconventional. If he can, just withdraw a little bit of that pressure and incoming attacks that could be coming from Soul, then I like in this position.
Now, I don't know if Soul got better against Mech over time, but I just remember a really funny best of 5 that I casted between Soul and Uthermal, where Uthermal played Mech and Soul played Bio. And in the first game, it was a relatively quick Mech push, and then it just ended. And the second game, Soul was like, maybe I should be a bit greedier. And once again, he just ran into a brick wall. Eventually, he couldn't break Uthermal, so 2-0 for the Mech player. Then the last game, I kid you not, he opened Reaper into 3 CCs on location, and then he just went a couple barracks, and then he went 4-5 base, 5 orbital bio, still against the passive Mech of Uthermal, and Uthermal won again. And Soul was so tilted. He's like, I hate Mech, this is so stupid, I don't know what to do about it. But in Soul's defense, this is roughly 5-6 months ago, so there is a good chance that maybe he has improved a little bit in how to tackle Mech.
Okay, does Soul wants to attack right now? Because it is... I feel like if Marine Law were to be broken, it would be around that time now, because 1-1 didn't finish on the Armory. He doesn't have that high of a unit count at the moment. But if he is able to to defend himself right now, as we've got 4 extra factories at the moment.
Sorry, okay. Do you think that this scan is a little bit of a tell?
Yes.
Okay, you've got a lot of tanks, my friend.
Yeah, you've got a lot of tanks and not that much bio. You don't have that much. Okay, now Scan's the main case. Like, there's something wrong here.
Yeah, he wasn't 100% sure. He's like, hold on, wait a minute. And
Am I being trolled right there?
Yep, immediately going double starport. Look at that base, by the way. Yeah. Look at all those depots on the right top side.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. It actually removes a little bit of the amount of space that you can use for potential drops later into the game. Obviously, if you're the mech player, you're not going to be dropping that much. I don't know what is there, but those 5 factories actually finished. Nicely scouted by Marine Lord. Barracks on the right side, couple of Marines will give the intel that some Marines are about to be dropped, but Marine Lord is already safe on that regard with 3 turrets to the natural. Now, the timing on the 4th base is actually going to be an important one. If you're the bio player, you want to make it as painful for the mech player to grab himself that 4th base. Because obviously, if you're working on double armory, you get 8 extractors worth of gas, then suddenly your production is going to skyrocket.
Kind of smiling. Look at Soul. He's suddenly building 6 Vikings at once. He's like, yeah, to hell with it. Like, I'm not going to keep building Marines. He's not getting 2-2 upgrades, by the way. I don't know if that's on purpose or not. He might just be going full Sky Terran here, right?
Yeah. Now, that's one of the options that you have. I mean, this map is kind of wide open. You can still play bio.
If he and snipes that command center.
That base is dead, man.
That'd be...
I think that, let's see, he's actually playing the style, and I like the scan on the right side. Yep. This is an entire bait. Like, you think I'm going to go there? No, actually think again. I'm going to kill the 4th.
Very good pickoff. Very, very good pickoff here by Soul. Some very smart army movement there, setting up a couple of little tricks as well. And Marine Lord just realized that he got jebaited. What's the Viking count at this point? 12 against 14.
12 against 14. And yeah, if Marine Law wants to make a play here with his Viking amount and his double Medivac worth of Hellbats, that would be the time.
No idea about all the Vikings though, right? This is the first time he sees it. Now, that's a good anti-armor miss as well, but it's on both sides. Is Soul taking the fight a little bit too early or not? I think with the reinforcement it's going to be okay because he's building 6 Vikings at once.
Yeah.
He's winning.
And Marine Lord needs to realize that he will need Thors at some point. Yes, he does have better upgrades at the moment. He does have +1 armor. Sniping those Medivacs were actually a pretty decent idea. But now he needs Thors because the next step will be Liberators, as you know, to take out those tanks as he pushes forward.
Really smart by Soul, man. I mean, these Liberators are going to be an absolute nuisance. I don't think we have a fusion core, right? Okay, well, there we go. He drops it immediately, so that's obviously the right choice as well. I don't like this from Marine Lord at all, man.
Yeah,
he loses the Viking War, he loses his 4th base. Soul stopped going bio immediately. So, okay, now he goes 2-2. He's like,
I guess I do like that in the fact that he needed those Vikings to be out as soon as possible. But then if you started and you do have the infrastructure to build a lot of Marines and Marauders, having +2/+2 makes it that your bio army is so much more efficient, right? So just getting those upgrades, even if you're not building a lot of bio units at the moment, means that if you have to go back to producing those Marines and Marauders, they will have the upgrades that are necessary to take decent fights against well-upgraded mech.
Now we're gonna get the first little Hellion run by over here by Marine Lord. Get a couple of SCVs. Soul does him scout. So even though Marine Lord, his 4th base was quite late, that's a juicy shot, but not gonna get all those Marines. At least he's double expanding now, so he's going from 3 to 5 bases.
Yeah, and that was important for Marine Lord to do that, but he's now pulling away from that 5th base, so he does need to have a couple of units there if he wants to defend against that potential attack coming from Soul. Let's see about the turret ring. He also needs a couple of turrets. If he wants to feel comfortable going against a high amount of Liberators, those turrets are going to be key, because Thors, yes, they do pretty well against Liberators, but they're also rather slow. So you do need to use some static defenses, and turrets are a great mineral dump.
The Liberator is obviously going to be a big pain to deal with, even though Thors and Vikings can be alright, but there are plenty of Vikings on the side of Soul. Barracks is going to get sniped. Liberators, just annoying for now, not getting too many kills, but also pulls the army a little bit out of position. I'm not sure if Soul can really get something done with it. Like, he's building so many units at once that I don't think you really want to take a game-deciding fight. Marine Lord is moving out. Soul seems to have picked up on the fact that Marine Lord is moving out. This is going to get wild.
Yeah, this is going to get wild, but I like the 3-tank setup with a lot of turrets there, because that army is not going to get stopped easily. Like, that's a lot of Thors, that's a lot of tanks. That's also quite a sizable number of Hellbats. Now, Soul will try to siege from the left side position. This is a pretty nice positioning for all those tanks to be in, but 2 bases could be destroyed at once here by Marine Lord with this move out.
Yep.
Oh, vision? Yes, that's nice. Marine Lord repairing the planetary fortress. Is it going to be enough, as a couple of tanks will be dying?
Soul had enough tanks in the end, so I think it's going to be enough here for Soul. He's very close to getting that planetary. These bases are in trouble, though. All of the Vikings are going to show up. The Liberators are going to siege on top of the Thors, and this is going to be a very funky fight. The Liberators.
How many Liberators are there?
Enough, more than enough Liberators. Oh, yeah. Look at these Thors just melting, and I think Soul just takes a commanding lead in this game.
Oh, yeah, definitely. With that move, 4 Liberators still alive now. Bio with 2-2 will push out onto that base. Yes, he was able to repair it as long as possible to keep it from dying against those tanks, but now the Marines and Marauders will help out tremendously with that high damage output. So can Marine Lord build another army, a really expensive one with that, while losing his 5th base? That's going to be quite hard. Now those 2 bases have been destroyed, so no planetary fortress anymore, which means those Hellions are going to have a field day destroying SCVs left and right.
Yep, there is definitely some potential to harass, but I'm worried about the army, man. I don't know how Marine Lord replaces an army like that. On top of that, he's simply lacking anti-air right now. He's got 3 Thors and 3 Vikings against 17 Vikings and 10 Liberators. I don't know how you're ever supposed to tackle that. Yeah. I must say, I really like stacking the Vikings kind of on top of the Liberators as well, right? Which makes it so much harder for the Thors and the Vikings of Marine Lord to snipe those Liberators. Oh, don't club your army, though!
Okay, let's see. The Thors do get a couple of decent shots onto those Liberators, but you said it, there's like 1 million of them right now. There's 10 in the air, and a lot of Vikings to cover for them. Now, Hellbats are going to go up in personal next to those tanks on the left side, but now so many Liberators are actually sieging that high amount of tanks and Thors, and they're getting obliterated at the moment.
Libs are sick. Soul spreading some freedom right now on Marine Lord. Some liberté.
La liberté! It's supposed to be our friends. What is happening here? Now, really well played by Soul. He realized that the situation was quite dicey, scouting the mech transition from Marine Lord, but that air transition was quite beautiful. But as Crows just showed us, in terms of economy, Marine Lord is not doing too bad. He did kill 2 bases, which meant that a lot of the income from Soul was going down the drain for a bit. But still, the amount of units that Soul has at the moment is really threatening him. Freedom is going to be spread onto those tanks, even Vikings landing. And those Vikings, they do extra damage to mechanical units. And as you can see, that entire army from Marine Lord is getting evaporated at the moment.
Yep, Liberators sieging in range of missile turrets, but it doesn't even matter. Soul with a beautiful TVT victory, and that must feel so good for Soul, who has struggled a lot in some of these high-profile matches where he didn't always live up to his skill. I think in this game he just showed why we always talk highly about him.
Yeah, that's a good day for Soul.
Yep,
that's a good day to be Soul, and this fight is the most important one in this entire game.
Yeah, I wasn't sure either. I was like, that seems like a lot of Liberators, but can the Thor snipe it? And then here you're like, nope, not a chance. And like, you look at the amount of shots that rain down on the Thors, and I think at this point it became almost impossible for Marine Lord to ever get enough air units out. I think what would have helped so much was one scan of Marine Lord on top of Soul's base to realize that Soul is trying to catch up in the Viking production, right? Because technically, you know, if Marine Lord is ahead in Vikings, he should stay ahead in Vikings. But he had no idea that Soul was producing 6 Vikings at once, and that is what really, I think, turned the tide.
Yeah, no, very well played by Soul in this game, getting a really important victory. here for Team Poland in this best of 7. Once again, we're looking to know who's going to be the 8th nation qualified to the round of 8. And it's now tied 1-1. I mean, really important victory by Petit Drogo, but even better victory here on the side of Seoul, because we've said it, he kept on disappointing a little bit in those high-pressure tournaments, and getting that victory against Marine Lord and taking out a really important player for the French team in that first phase makes it so much better. This is an amazing day for Seoul. He's been playing amazingly well today. He actually showed up and woke up at his actual level today, and it is really important because keep in mind that was a 4-3 victory against Croatia before. If Seoul is not able to take that game against Goblin, I think it's a whole different story, right?
Well, he did his best to not take it, but World of Sleep is quite a game. If you guys just joined us, maybe some Americans waking up. Seoul against Goblin and World of Sleep is quite the clown fiesta. We're getting ready for game 3 here between France and Poland. It's not going to be Marine Lord against Mana this time, which it was last time.
No, I think it was Clem Mana also, right?
I thought it was Marine Lord going up against Mana last time. That's some crazy. Production will take a look for us, but at least it is Clem versus Mana. We are loading into Thunderbird. I like how production said yes. What does it mean?
What's that?
Production said yes.
No, they didn't hear the question. The question is, who did Mana play against in their first match against France?
I'm pretty sure it was Marine Lord.
Yeah, maybe you're right. It was a Terran player, but production is checking at the moment. I feel like I'm talking to a supercomputer. Like they answer me, checking.
It's the voice from the intro video. Earlier this week, Mana did play one match against Terran. In the round of 16.
All right, let's introduce those players in the bottom right-hand side. Okay, so Marine Lord did play against Mana last time. It was the opposite side. So Clem did play against Seoul, and Marine Lord was playing against Mana. You were right, Roddy. In the bottom right-hand side, as a blue Terran, representing La France, he is one of the new youngster kids on the block. He is Clem.
He's been quite frustrated about this matchup in the past, but I always feel he's been quite good. We've got a live audience over here in No Gaming. You guys can see him. They're chilling somewhere behind the TV. Perhaps a couple of cheeky ones as well, even though it's Sunday night.
No, they're actually in the studio at the moment.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, no, I mean in the French
studio.
On the French studio.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
All of them?
Yeah.
Jeez.
There's like 12 or 14 people on the couches.
Must be nice and warm.
Yeah, it is warm in here. Or is it just me that's getting a little bit scared?
No, it's not just you. Obviously, guys, on the left top side, I mean, this man deserves a little introduction.
Sorry about that.
Dramatic music representing Poland. It is Mana. It is cute puppy Bernie. Adorable.
Yeah, I can't see it as being a cute puppy at the moment. I see him. I see Mana as a threat that has to be destroyed. So I can't get hyped about his dog yet. But I will go back to be hyped about his dog after this best of 7 is over. Whether we win or we lose.
Do what happens in a couple of games of StarCraft 2, Funk.
Yeah, that's not the puppy's fault.
Don't include Bernie in this. Just because you don't like Protoss, that's not Bernie's fault. He didn't pick his owner.
I guess you could have a worse owner than Mana.
Oh,
but Gregorz.
Mana also had a family dog that he has posted quite a few pictures of in the past. Looks like an absolute dog.
If he's a dog person, he has to be a good person. That's how it works.
I believe in that. I think Mana is great to the pups. We'll see what happens here in this PVT. Mana traditionally likes to be a little aggressive in this matchup. You know, he likes to get early war prisms. Three-gate aggression is something he's done quite often in the past. I'm very shocked. Is there no Marine on the side of Clem? Oh, there is. Okay. I was about to say, like, everybody does Reaper Marine these days because I feel like this probe trick of, like, showing up when the Reaper left, like...
we got fed up with it, man. Okay, I'm going to delay my reactor. I'm going to build a freaking Marine. How's that now?
I forgot, like, who did it, but I watched the Korean Protoss once, and I was like, I really like that scout timing. You know, it's not too early. It doesn't hurt your economy, but you still scout if there's an expand or not. I was like, I'm going to start doing that. And I did it for a while, and I got away with it, but then eventually people started building a Marine, and I feel like now it's the standard, because, like, so many Protoss players have realized that harassing the SCV is fantastic. Mana is going for 3-gate Robo. Of course, Thunderbird is a very good map to play defensively.
Does he get the scout?
I say that.
Oh, he's going to get the scout. This is an amazing scout for Clem. Like, you see everything you need to see, and he might get away with a probe kill. Yeah, nice regeneration on that Reaper, getting that probe kill.
That was some Roddy Reaper defense I've ever seen. Reaper sees everything and gets a probe kill. Like if this is a ladder game, I'd be like, aye. What do you guys say? Ready for the next one?
So reaction from Clem is actually getting a Viking right away, and I like that decision from our French Terran. Did he cancel the Warp Prism?
No.
Oh, it's out, right?
Up.
No. Okay, it is in the middle of the map. I was wondering about
he's just going to go for the 3 adapter rest. That's actually quite cool, and I'm a slightly bigger fan of this than, like go all out with Stalkers. And there we go with 3 Stalks as well.
What about double-pronged attack? Dropping the Adept in the main base and pressuring with Stalkers into the natural? Oh no, he's actually going to join up with everything and going from the left side.
Mana really loves this stuff, and he is very good with it, but I also feel like he's maybe done this a few too many times.
Oh, he's switching it up. I like it. Stalkers in the main base, Adept in the natural.
That's kind of cool. Gonna wipe in a couple of extra Stalkers as well. The Adepts are just gonna stay there for now. Oh, we don't mind actually blew up an Adept. He's gonna put up the Adepts now as well. He knows that the tank is in the natural. The Stim Pack research is quite exposed, but all of the SUVs are being pulled immediately. Look at that tank sieging up on the north side, by the way. Oh, those tanks is doing some sick friendly fire. Look at all the SUVs. They're so low.
Okay, actually, Clem is investing a lot in this defense, but he's losing a lot of SUVs in the process. That's 9 going down, and now a 10 probe difference between those guys. Even an observer being planted down here in the main base, which means that mine could be taken out. All those Stalkers are in red health. Really nice micro from Mana.
If that Widowmine would fire, that's a triple kill right there. At least he saved Stim research. I think that's very important. Robobay on the way from Mana. Oh!
Nice dodge!
Come on.
Mana. Playing a sick game. And actually going into a Robobay.
I didn't even see it. I knew that there was one on the north side, but I had no idea there was another one. I don't think Crow saw it either. Did you, Crow? Long day, huh? Oh! Mana's feeling the pressure a little bit.
Yeah.
As he's accidentally misrallying workers.
Oh, is he actually... he's working on the minerals next to the third base of Terran? Is that what's happening? No, well, not at all.
He is freeing up the path in the middle of the map, but...
Yeah, you don't need 3 probes to do that.
Exactly, so I think that was just a genuine mistake.
Okay, Stalkers being as annoying as possible here in the natural. Can they get a couple of extra SCVs? It looks like they will. Stimpack will finish up in 4 seconds.
Hyper-aggressive in this matchup, huh? Like, he's obviously transitioning, so this is not an all-out, all-in. There is a Forge on the way, he's getting some extra gates. There is a Colossus, he's going up to 3 bases, but... He's like, yeah, I know about Widow Mines and Medevacs harassing me, but I have a Warp Prism, and I feel like I can be the aggressor. There are Marines on the left side as well, but Mana saw them, and he's going to be safe for now.
I mean, playing like this is quite the double-edged sword, right? Like, if you miss, you mess up your micro, if you mess up your execution in general of things, that Prism is going to be all right. You could be in a lot of trouble, right? Like if you mess up those kind of timings, but Mana is doing it pretty beautifully here.
Does he know about this army move?
I don't think he does.
He had observers though. He's getting batteries, so he does know.
There's no way Clem can do anything right here, I feel. 3 sentries.
1 swipey, a Guardian Shield. Is there a Guardian Shield available? There should be, right?
Yeah.
Thermal Lens not ready yet, but Guardian Shield is ready. Immortal is in range of the tank.
Look at the Warp Prism micro.
Mana is playing very well here.
Yeah, he is. Maybe in the macro department, he's not doing that great. I mean, the probe production has been halted for a bit, but he was getting pressured, so it does make sense that maybe he stopped that for a bit. But it is still 47 SCVs against 51 probes, which is not that much for Protoss, considering he did kill 10 in the early game.
I agree with you on that, but matter of fact...
No, he has the boost available.
But there is a little bit of freedom soon, and don't forget that the 3 bases are already up and running, right? While Clem is just building his 3rd command center right now. So even though the worker count, it looks close at this point, Mana should be able to create a nice 10-12 worker advantage soon.
Okay, Warp Prism is being used at the opposite side of the map, might be able to pressure that 3rd base. With Medevac is also kind of pinned there.
Imagine if he gets a cancel.
If he gets a cancel, it's massive. I don't see it happening. Since there's a lot of bio running towards that Warp Prism. Like, leave my CC alone, man.
You never know where the bio is. Like, if he would have been rallying things to the other side of the map, that would have been an absolute disaster. But just a couple of slow zealots won't achieve much there with that many units nearby.
I like this. Let's see if Mana reacts. It looks like he doesn't. Let's see. Kaboom, baby. That's 10 probes. That is massive. Nice target fire here from Clem. And what about the Medevac in the north side? Is it still there or is it the same thing? Okay. So yeah, Mana was probably busy looking at his minimap, seeing if that Medivac was moving, but that was actually coming from a different side. And I think Clem was one of the guys that was using those Widowmine drop at weird mid-game timings, because usually you know about that early game 1-1-1 Widowmine drop, but that's something he's been doing convincingly for a long time now, that going for those weird timings with Widowmine drops. So it's really good that it actually worked in this game. 59 SCVs against the 57 probes. So obviously, economically speaking, he is doing all right, but the question is, will he go higher in terms of upgrades? He does need that. He has double eBay and an armory, but for now doesn't really have the resources to power up those new upgrades.
Getting Storm as well, but I like what Clem is doing, already getting his Ghost Academy, he's getting plenty of Vikings. I have the feeling that this is one of those games where, like, can you try to end it with like an early push? Maybe, but I honestly think that as the Terran Summoners, you have to be like, all right, I'm just going to try to win this in the late game. 4 bases, Liberators, Advanced Ballistic, Vikings, and Ghost. I think that's the best way to play this map if you end up in scenarios like this, and it seems like Clem is going to agree with us.
Dropping the natural, maybe? Oh, where is the second Medivac? There was a Medivac on the left side. Okay, it's still moving. Okay, finally, Clem fires up the 2-2. So I was wondering if he changed his mind and he was like, okay, maybe I can win with a 3-base timing.
Oh, here we go again.
You should know. Okay, this time he's going to react, but the splits were not that great. And in the main base... what a god. That's well played by Clem.
Yep.
Going on 2 sides. So he's slowing down mana quite a bit. He's investing in 2-2 himself.
Yep. Now, I'm really impressed by the damage that these Widowmine drops have found, because you made a good point about the work count being maybe a little too close for comfort for a Protoss, but it was like, well, that's 3 bases. He can actually like start skyrocketing a little bit now. But Clem said, nope, I am going to beat that work count down over and over again. And now Clem is actually the one who's got a freaking 7 worker advantage. While going into a macro game, some people will be like, that's always scary, Protoss death ball. But I honestly think with the new EMPs, if you get the good compositions, these Terran armies, they don't do that bad anymore.
Yeah, talking about that, where are those enhanced shockwaves? It hasn't been started by Clem yet. Should be investing in that upgrade. Like, there's no reason not going for it. If you're using Ghost, just please invest into that. And I don't care if you think you're not good with Ghosts or anything. If you're planning on using them, just get the upgrade. You see, it's going to be even easier than before. All right, Liberators being added on. Will we see Advanced Ballistics? And Mana on the opposite side, War Prism with 3 Templars inside. Loving this. I'm loving every single Protoss that actually puts the effort into getting those Templars into that War Prism. And even though it's quite hard to pull off in terms of mechanical skills needed, it is quite amazing to dodge EMPs with.
Yep, it almost feels like at the absolute highest level, it's a must. Right?
It is a must.
I personally, like whenever I play StarCraft at my little nerd level, I don't do it. And that's not because I don't think it's good, but that's because I know I mess it up, Like fly Prism in range of Marines, these try-hard Terran players, they snipe it. And I'm going to be in trouble, but at this level, it really kind of is a must if you want to land the big storms. There is a fusion core. There is a second starport on the way. I like what Clem has been doing, man. His macro has been on point. Maybe from this position, he can get a couple of good shots off on a Colossus. Like, I know it's near his shield battery, but he can still give it a little go.
Yeah, I think he's waiting on the enhanced shockwaves to go for the attack. Maybe go for a different direction. Here, a couple of Zealots will go for a counterattack, but this is a planetary fortress. Clem is playing a safe game. Doesn't want to mess it up. And his shockwaves is done. No blink yet. And a couple of sizable EMPs here hitting this army.
Yep, I like the start of the battle a lot.
Yeah,
I think it's been very good. Disruptor is in the front, but you can't leave it too exposed.
Ooh.
Clem thought about sniping it.
Yeah, like, you wanted to go for it.
Yeah, he's like, maybe not.
You could tell. Okay. Nice. The Zealots will actually find a pretty decent spot here. Oh, nice feedback, but still an EMP available. Clem is going for it, I think. Maybe he wants to take care of those Zealots before he can actually invest all his attention onto that attack.
I'm starting to get really worried for Mana here. Like, I know he's been beautifully patient and stuff like that, but this Terran army is only going to get closer and closer, and then it will be harder and harder to land those Purification Novas. Almost connects with his own units there, because he shot from so far back. 19 SCVs did go down. Maybe a Zealot shut up in the main base, because a lot of SCVs were low on HP. The Disruptor count is growing, and this Bio army is maybe a little overstimmed at this point.
I think that Clem has to go back now. I really do believe he has to go back. That's 29 SCVs that just went down. If he messes up this attack and loses his army, there's nothing he can do to climb back into this game. He will have Liberator range in just a few seconds. And he might want to go and try to play a normal late game now that he has those Liberator with range, because that army, as you said, was already softened up by a lot of stim packs being used. And the Disruptor number is actually quite crazy. Okay, he doesn't have Liberator range.
Nope, he has a Fusion Core, but he didn't research it yet. Purification Nova goes forward. EMP will land again, but I really feel we're one big hit away from absolute disaster. He starts Advanced Ballistics now, but he's going to need to buy some time. Was it just the 5 Zealots, by the way, that killed those 33 workers?
Yeah, maybe whopped in a couple more, but those 5 Zealots were probably the ones that were trying to hit at that planetary fortress. Or maybe, I'm not exactly sure.
He ran them into the Natural afterwards, but I felt like it took a while before the kills started adding up. But once they did, they started adding up real quick.
All right, let's see about that attack. Mana is in a great position here with a sizable number of Disruptors, and without Advanced Ballistics, it's going to be so hard. And here, those Blinkstalkers, yeah, they're actually going to go ahead and blink onto that third base. So now Clem has to evacuate. There's a lot of interesting buildings here. A couple of barracks and also an extra command center here. That could be the targets.
Yeah, he's not going to get it yet, but he did soften it up, though. So he can maybe always come back for it or prevent it when it tries to morph into a planetary fortress. This time, Mana is looking for an opening. Advanced Ballistics is almost done. And that should make it a little bit easier.
Oh, this looks terrible. The Disruption shot are actually going to connect so hard here. And Disruptor shot once again connecting quite hard. 116 army supply against the 97. Once again, massive Disruptor shots. Liberators will finally siege up and push that army back. But that was great damage that was done on the back of those Disruptors. Lots of ghosts did go down. And the economy of Clem is not that amazing anymore. 58 SCVs against 73 probes.
That's the most important thing, right? Like that fight, you could say like, that was a little victory for Mana, right? Yeah, absolutely. He got a couple good hits. But he got a victory off the back of dealing a lot of economic damage. And that makes it twice as good. Because Clem was already struggling in maxing out. And now suddenly you knock him back 50-55 supply. Meanwhile, Mana is still sitting on the bank.
Yeah, he's actually climbing a lot in terms of that bank amount. 1,000 gas in the bank, 1,700 minerals as well. He's also going to invest into Blink DT +1 attack for air units, as we do have a couple of targets that have been added on, as well as a fleet beacon.
Clem is going to have to scan here. If he doesn't scan, he's going to be in trouble. I do think Mana should be a little bit careful, right? Because I feel like he could take an absolutely horrible fight here. I kind of like the army of Clem. Clem seems to agree, but his Mana is going to disengage wisely. Do we have scan? Yeah, I think he's scanned. And
yeah, the DTs are dead, actually.
Okay, the Tempests are on the way. But we still, how many Vikings do we have out? Is the Viking count somewhat reasonable?
Yeah, 11 Vikings.
So I don't think that 1 or 2 Tempests being out is absolutely devastating. There is hope, but obviously things look good for Mana because he's sitting on a little bit of a bank. But I feel like there's a lot of potential in this Terran army.
Yeah, both armies can actually destroy each other quite hard. That's the state of late game TVP these days, I feel. So now both are going to go for the counter-attack. Keep in mind that Protoss can actually go for a recall if Protoss players actually feel that they need to go back. Tempests are being produced at the same time. Liberator will siege onto that planetary fortress, and Mana is going to lose a lot of units here while losing 2 bases in a row.
I actually think blinking onto the left side there would have been sweet, right? Blinking underneath those Liberators.
He can't do that, can he?
No, but I mean like when he was there before with the
Oh, yeah.
Just like instead of blinking defensively, he should have blinked offensively. I think he's worried about there being suddenly Marauders and stuff, but the entire army of Clem is here. Clem is getting an insane amount of probes there. Obviously those Purification Novas are connecting in a big way as well. Like Mana's got an insane amount of money, but it's mostly minerals. He doesn't have that much gas, so if he loses his army with only 36 probes remaining, he's in trouble. Because if you lose a fight like this, you often lose it hard, and then Zealots are not going to save the day.
DT in the bottom side actually prevented that base from going up, which is super important, and I feel like Clem has done the damage needed to go back into something, a rather defensive situation. Now, the Tempest count is actually rising, and Clem will still siege that position and push forward. Nice EMPs here on top of the Stalkers. The Liberator zones are pretty massive here, and he's actually cutting the army from the main base. Disruptor shot onto the high ground, but didn't connect in the way that he anticipated.
That could have been an absolute disaster. The next one so close to finishing.
Oh my God, those storms up onto the high ground. Those were massive, though.
Another one as well. Mana's doing a very good job and not really taking the fight yet. He's just letting this damage, this army damage itself.
God! those storms, I can't believe there were so many Templars that were waiting to storm onto that bio, but Clem is dealing a tremendous amount of damage. Even some Tempests that just got built in the main base are dying to the Viking shots. And I don't know what Mana is supposed to do. It's going to take such a long time to get rid of those Liberators and actually be able to go up that ramp.
Yeah, I do feel this army's kind of stuck, right? Because the Viking count is low, so eventually the Tempest can just pick away at this fight. I know that it looked alright for Clem so far, but I would love to see him get out of here with a couple of units. Maybe on siege everything right now, put up those bio units, run to the right side.
Yeah, stim those units, get the Nexus. Yeah, Disruptor is Clem looking. Clem is looking at it. He now needs to siege. Blinkstalkers will be blinked on top of those bio units. Marauders doing a lot of damage. Liberators getting some juicy shots here.
Clem is doing this so well, man. He's making it so hard. Like, Mana knows that he can eventually win the fight here, but Clem is just dragging it out and out while dealing a lot of damage and rebuilding an army at home. Look at that, 60 SCVs against 27 probes. Clem did a fantastic job there. Eventually, that army was bound to be defeated, but he dragged it out for such a long time, and he got so much bonus damage.
That was a brilliant play. I don't think that Mana wanted to go for that, full-out counter-attack or actually base race, because in that situation, he actually lost the fight, right? Clem destroyed way more buildings, way more economy, faster than his opponents, and actually ended up being ahead after that quick sequence. So well played by Clem, but this game is not over yet.
One of the oldest rules, right? Never base rated Terran. Isn't that what they teach you in StarCraft 101?
Yeah. I mean, now that recall is available, it's not as easy, but I do agree that in general, it is still quite good for Terran to go for the base trades, especially with that high amount of Liberators.
Planetary Fortress is going to finish off. He had a missile turret.
Yeah, at that moment, you're not looking at it. It's like, yeah, I have a missile turret or whatever. Yeah, I'm going to scan this thing.
Well, this is another important pickoff here for Clem, as he's going to get this Nexus.
Especially if he gets the probes, but they've been evacuated to the top left, which is kind of nice because Mana cannot afford to lose those probes. Like, he has 31 on the map.
Yep, he is broke as a joke.
Can we see the number of probes on the left side? Sorry, Roddy. On the left side on that base. Yeah, there's 2 probes here. So the economy from Mana is pretty much down and out here. He's not mining that much. DT to the certain side. This space is so hard to take against Protoss. You get abused all the time. Nice storms here. And let's see about the disruptor shots and the Zealots actually dealing damage. But the Liberator have free reign here. Liberty is actually falling down onto Mana. Vikings landing against Immortals, and that's going to be enough. Clem will get the victory here after game number 3. Amazingly played by the French youngster in a really tough situation. Quite a hard one with that full-on base trade, but he handled that super well. And even like going back towards the base, and I expected him to go back because he did save a couple of bases while he destroyed 3 of his opponents, but he did go back, and that was the right choice. Kudos to Clem. Really well played by the French youngster.
Now, beautiful army movement there in the end. He's showing us how to play some late-game TVP. If you just sit at one spot forever, it's gonna get problematic. It's gonna get difficult. The Tempest will get shots off in your Liberators, but that Protoss army is only good A, when it's all together, and B, when it's a very slow fight. And Clem is like, we're not having a slow fight, my friend. I'm running around, dealing economic damage. Just a really beautiful display of Terran army movement. And don't forget that Clem definitely was in trouble from time to time in this game.
Oh yeah, no, he was. He really kept his head cool and made a lot of really right calls here. Even the first defense looked like it was really painful in terms of the numbers of SCVs that died. But I think it was the right idea, like not letting the Protoss player to do whatever he wants into his main. Just push him away and just stop the snowball effect before it actually comes in. And those Widow Mine drops, man, they're a key.
2 mines getting 10 probes.
The slow is now.
That's pretty much as good as it's going to get. I don't think he really could have gotten much more there. Very well done. Obviously, he continued it. In a game where Protoss could potentially run away with the worker lead, Clem said, nope, I'm going to put a halt to it. This was an interesting fight as well, because both players were very patient.
Yeah, like, I really do believe that any lower level Terran would have like crumbled a lot of pressure in a position like this. Like, you've got a Protoss that's sitting behind his shield batteries, and he's also shredding your economy at the opposite side of the map. That's when things really go bad, right?
At one point, Mana had money in the bank and had a bigger army, had more workers as well. So really quite a comeback, remarkable. Fighting near planetary fortresses is always very hard. A couple of these disruptor hits were fantastic. but Clem still kept it together. Like, you look at it right now, he's down 30 supplies, down 15 workers, he's down 2k resources as well, but as soon as Clem was able to get a whole bunch of Liberators with advanced ballistics out, that's where his party really started. Like, I don't know if they were going to see that or not, but
I think we'll see it.
Like, blink here to the left. Like, there's nothing covering those lips. Obviously,
I think he's not looking at it at that moment. So he goes back to the Stalkers and he's like, oh my god, 7 Liberator zone. Like, I have to get the hell out of here. But
like, you can't possibly know that either, right? Because if he does blink and he gets your baited by 5 Marauders, then everyone's like, oh no, what a terrible blink. So it's hard to make those calls.
But the call that Claim made when he was, when this situation happened at first, splitting those Liberators and bringing them back to defend that Planetary Fortress was brilliant. But that actually helped him so much. That Disruptor shot could have been so bad for Clem, but in the end, just didn't connect with enough units.
If that lands in the middle of the pack, Mana just A-moves his entire army, cleans it up, and I think he runs to the other side of the map and potentially wins the game.
Yeah.
That's like one mouse click. Like, if you click it one time, because it's like a little mind game, right? It's like you're playing chicken, you know? You're driving into each other with cars, and it's like, who's going to give up first? And like, Clem walks to the left, and Mana just clicked right. If Mana would have clicked left as well, I don't think Clem can split there anymore. Whew. Yeah, that was close.
Hey, what a roller coaster, man! I'm getting hot in here. Like, this is too tense. This is too tense. That is the last game, the last best of 7 of the round of 16 of Nation Wars 2019. We have one last team to qualify. Who will it be? Poland, France. We still have a couple of games to go, but France does lead after 3 games, 2-1. With a pretty beautiful performance here from Clem, the youngster. Kept his head cool and brought it back in a game that looked quite dicey at times.
Yep. He is going to put France in a pretty excellent spot, but I think things are far from over. Right?
No, like, it's not over.
We're about to join another TVT. We just saw that Soul is perfectly capable of playing some mighty fine TVT.
TVT or PVT?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I mean, obviously, Clem doesn't have to come out. Yeah, Drogo, maybe you could send out Drogo, but I guess Soul does have the map choice. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, I'm really wondering. I mean, Clem, I think, feels comfortable going into a TVT, but I also feel that on paper, Drogo should, like, most of the times take the win against Soul. So now the question is, do you fear the map that much as Drogo? And do you also believe in that, 70% or 65% chance that Drogo wins this game? Because if you do lose Drogo at this moment in the game, before going for a potential rematch against Elazer, that's also a little bit dangerous. So I think it's still up in the air which player France decides to send as their first player in that next phase of the game. Once again, we would like you guys to know about those crazy hoodies and mugs and everything that you can get on Matcherino, which is our partner. You guys made it already for $5,200 added to the price pool.
Almost
so
53.
Obviously, almost 53. I think we can make it 53 before the end of that night. But as we said with Todd earlier, or maybe it was with you, I think it was with Todd. Like, yes, we say that a lot. We talk talk a lot about Matcherino, but first of all, those are the partner for the tournament, and they're doing a tremendous job adding a prize pool to the tournament, which is quite amazing, and getting you a couple of nice items. But thank you so much for already spending a lot of money to increase the prize pool by $5,200. That's amazing. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for being that invested into the tournament. That really means a lot to us here at OGaming and to everybody that's building this tournament. So thank you very much. We will go into a quick break. We will go and grab ourselves a little bit of water because, as you can see, I'm turning a little bit red. I need me some water. And when we come back, it's going to be the next phase of France versus Poland. So obviously, don't go anywhere.
Re-bienvenue.
Re-bienvenue.
Nation Wars 2019, where France is taking over. And I know the dress code here for casters is smart casual, but I'm going to wear this one here in honor of Clem with the blue, white, and red, as I'm a proud Frenchman currently.
Yeah.
We're up 2-1, and France is looking pretty good.
Yeah, we are. We are looking good. I know it messes.
I don't mean us. I mean the players that are playing.
We are.
Oh, we too.
We are looking good. Like, look at this. Please, can we close shot? No? Production. Look at this. Look at that smile.
The whole broadcast turns into nonsense. It's like we're winning. We're just one game away from being really depressed as well, too.
Yeah, of
the
course.
Equalizer, no, but that was really well played here by Clem. Pretty epic game.
And that was not a done deal. Like, I mean, that game was not won easily by any means. Like, I had time to, rise up maybe 5 or 6 degrees as I was casting this game because, Mana did bring up the heat in this game. But Clem, cool as a cucumber, played it smart, played it easily, and actually brought it back. This is pretty amazing, coming from a 17-year-old Todd.
Yeah. It's crazy. Like, those 17 years old, man. He, Rainer, just absolutely amazing how well they seem to play
Goblin earlier.
Matches. So France chose to send Clem back out first. And with Sol being the last player from Team Poland here, it was always going to be him. But Sol got to pick the map here, which is going to be played on Winter's Gate for this TVT. And Sol, he's had a little bit of a hard time. We mentioned it a bunch of times here so far in his Nation Wars. He did have a clean win earlier, but now he's got all the pressure in the world on his shoulders. Starting in the top left-hand side of the map, playing as the red Terran, it is Clem.
Clément Desplanches. In the bottom right-hand side, representing Team Poland, he's had his best day in Nation Wars in 2 or 3 years now. He is Sol. For the first time performing at his level, doing a fair amount of work in their best of 7 against Croatia, and now taking the win against MLord. And obviously, MLord is not as throwing as much time as he used to in StarCraft 2 in those recent months, but is still a really difficult opponent to play against, especially in Nation Wars, which is basically his garden. That's where he feels comfortable. So that was a really important victory. And think about it, like if Sol did lose this game, it would be 3-0 in favor of France. That would be a really difficult spot to be in. This is not the case now. It is 2-1. It is still super playable for Team Poland.
He's definitely going to have some confidence going into this, already having beaten Marine Lord in a mirror matchup as well. I mean, obviously it was mech.
I agree.
You don't expect Clem to necessarily play mech here. On the contrary, I think it's quite unlikely he would ever do so, but doesn't always mean too much either. Obviously, I feel like both of these players, they're just going to be a lot more comfortable in general playing bio versus bio. And Sol from there, like if he stays calm, if he plays his absolute best, I still think he's one of the best Terrans that we have over in Europe. So is Clem. It's time to put that 7k MMR, to use. He's got it once. That means, I mean, if you can ever reach 7k MMR, it must mean that in tournaments, you're supposed to win a lot of your games against some of the best out there. All alike, Clem. He's one of those guys on the rise. It felt like he had plateaued not too long ago, and now he's again playing really well in this Nation Wars.
Yeah, he also reached 7k MMR just after he came back from South Korea, where he spent a couple of weeks there practicing. So obviously, 2 players on the rise, 2 young players, 2 young Terran players that are waiting eagerly for that next patch, but are still performing super well in this current patch. So interestingly enough, once again, both players going for a Rax expand, Reaper expand, if you will. A Reaper expand as they're scouting what their opponent is doing. And Sol does get a perfect scout of everything that's happening there. Let's see, Clem, can he save his SCV? Get in! Yes!
It gets right back
forward.
Oh,
nice. Nicely done by Sol. That's actually going to cost him a Reaper, though.
Yeah, he loses the Reaper, and what was he able to see? I guess, like, to no surprise, you were able to see the starport anyway. He lost the SCV shortly after that. That SCV thought he was a Reaper, by the way. He was trying to jump the cliff.
Yeah, that's not happening, man. You don't have the power. You don't have the technology. Can we take a look at the units loss? Just wondering. Yeah, Clem did lose 2 SCVs. I think that's I don't know. That was the scouting SCV and then the CC the building SCV. or the command center.
And a bunker already here for Soul, who does not want to be tricked at all here in this game. He knows that Clem's a pretty aggressive player himself. He goes into a Medivac first, which a lot of Terrans, they like to rush that Raven to start building up on energy, but Clem, like I just said, he's very aggressive. He loves to drop in there. He's not one of those Terrans that will hesitate. If we were to get to that mid-game or late-game stage where Doom drops also can come into play, is again gonna be that guy that, you know, sometimes will get close to his opponent's main base, scan there, see if there is units in position, and if there isn't, he's gonna want to look to get in position and punish hard.
All right, Raven will be produced on both sides now, but first of all, there will be that Medivac drop that you mentioned. 6 Marines and a mine. I really like it. He could actually be dropping on that third CC and get the cancel on top of it. That's really nice. 6 Marines in the early game is a lot of damage outputs. This is amazing. This is already dealing a lot of damage here onto Soul. 3 SCVs just went down. The Widow Mine connecting with a couple of Marines and Hellions.
And that actually damaged the Raven as well, which is pretty annoying. A Hellion in the natural will even be able... He's going around.
Yeah, he even takes the fight here because he does have the power of healing. Because of that Medivac, the Hellion will go out alive, and that's 5 SCVs for a rather small investment.
Yeah, second Raven is already on the way. Both players now, they've got their third CC on the way. But Clem, he plays so fast-paced. He's always getting into his opponent's face, always being the aggressor. He's really good at not overextending either, right? It's not like he's just being aggressive and leaving whatever it is that he's got there to die after dealing some damage. No, he gets out of there when he needs to.
That was nicely done. That's just like some light harassment that was not too costly, but did the trick. He actually escaped with the Medivac, with the Hellion, with 4 Marines. Now he brings back the Medivac, repairs it.
Do we have 2 Ravens for Soul?
Yeah, I think both of them have. Oh no, it's actually only 1.
Yeah, he stopped at 1.
Interesting.
And he already swapped the starport. So that's going to be a big advantage that Clem's going to have. And because Soul is going into double eBay pretty fast, I also think that he's going to have less units.
Yeah.
So when Clem's finally going to hit the timing, which you know he will, his timing is actually going to be very strong if he can use those interference matrices on the tanks of Soul, which I believe they're pretty much equal on the tank count for the most part. 2 and 2 right now, and with Soul actually getting his third one a little bit quicker.
Okay, the scan reveals that it will be bio, well, actually confirms it in case Clem was wondering about it, knows about the add-on arrangements as well, which is also always a pretty good indication on what it will be doing. I don't think the scan did see those eBays, right? Okay, so he doesn't know about the eBay timing, but he might infer it because obviously those guys, they play each other all the time on ladder, being super high up there. And
let me tell you something. Whether or not he saw eBays, he was going to move across the map and pressure.
Oh yeah, no, you're right.
It don't change much. I mean, eventually, Clem will be the one to have to start some upgrades as well. He's delayed that quite a bit here himself. To be aggressive, drop inside of the main base. There is nothing in position to help and defend immediately. That's going to be really annoying for Soul. He's going to send back a lot, and Clem is looking to try and pounce on another location. In the meantime, auto turret's going to be used here.
Okay, but he has Tim, so now the auto turret's actually going to buffer for those tanks. Really well played by Clem here, because it could have been super dicey.
And the Raven almost died.
Okay, Stim is going to be finished up in 4 seconds. Clem will evacuate. Yes, he didn't kill that many SCVs, but look at the amount of indirect damage that dealt. All those SCVs were not mining anything. Clem did eventually lose a tank to this, but he's now...
Position.
Ooh, does he have the range on the CC? I don't know about that, but he actually does. This is an amazing position for Clem. He's going to put so much pressure onto that third base. At the same time, Soul actually loads up 2 Medivacs and goes for the counter play here.
Oh, the command center is not falling. The tanks are going to clean up a lot of these Marines. Clem sees that there is no army nearby. He's going to drop on top of the tanks. And Soul is not paying attention. So he's not even on sieging or anything. He's re-engaging on the other side. Both players trading their tank line. But Clem, he's killed a bunch of SCVs.
Okay, he's going to evacuate with a Medivac with 2 Vikings on top of it. He's actually going to drop with those. Clem did lose a lot of units doing this. Look at the army supply. 54 against 43.
He's dropping Vikings out of Medivac.
That is pretty cool. Okay, can he save them? Okay, boost is available once again. In the natural, we've got 3 Steamed Marines. Clem's going to go for the greedy play, trying to drop those again, but we'll have to evacuate. The CC stays alive, and this game is pretty much stabilized. A little bit more economy on the side of Clem, but a massive army for Soul. So I wondered if Soul would go for the counterattack with those double medivac, but he actually dropped on top of the tanks on the left side. But here is the counterplay. Soul does have a lot more units. He also has +1/+1, and he's got 4 or 5 medivacs heading towards the natural. And I don't think that Clem has any idea that it's coming. No, it's Soul that scanned.
Yeah, I know. He just scanned to see if there was anything in the area to spot him from coming into that natural. Somehow Clem seems to have gotten a whiff that this was maybe happening. He moves in position, and he's going to target the
Ravens!
Interference Matrix goes down immediately on those tanks. He's going to get the cleanup, even get some of the medivacs. Clem, with a brilliant defense, takes a massive supply lead, but now Soul wants to do some damage onto those SCVs. There is a Big Daddy tank here as a bouncer that's going to push back those Marines.
This is too much for me.
He trades. Even though he's losing his units, he does damage, but when Soul goes on the counterattack, he gets very heavily punished. He lost everything, not killing much here.
Yeah, brilliant defense here for Clem, because if every single medivac was able to unload, it would have been quite a tough hold for Clem. But the Ravens still being alive here in this game. He actually have both Ravens?
Yeah.
Does he have? Oh, he does have both Ravens against zero. And those 2 matrixes, they changed everything in that sequence.
You might just kill him.
Yeah, we'll see if he can. There's 2 tanks.
He shouldn't go through the inhibitor zone, so that's why he's doing on the right-hand side. But I actually think he's scanning. He wants to matrix, but there is a bit of zoning out happening by Soul. You see what he just did, moving at the ramp? He just said to the Ravens, you have to pull back. But the Ravens come back in. They're like, no, we're not going to back down from the fight. Gets back at the ramp. The tank has been matrixed. It's going to fall as well before it can come back into the fight.
Those first tank shots were pretty massive. On the opposite side, Soul actually intercepting a lot of units. That was brilliantly done. He killed a lot of Marines. But now 2 Liberators will be sieging up that position, actually killing tanks with the cover of his own tanks. And Clem, he's done it. GG. He gets game number 3, and France is 1 game away from qualifying to the round of 8. Woo! Brilliantly done by Clem. That was a really close game, and that doom drop onto the left side could have been the nail in the coffin for the French Terran. But smelling that there was something going on and anticipating this and reacting properly with those 2 Ravens that he was able to keep alive was key.
That's what I'm talking about. That's
what I'm talking about.
That was amazing. He kept up with the aggression so well. Imagine, by the way, if that command center, like the one that still wasn't finished here, if he had killed that when he was on the 3rd base and burning down, Soul would have been infinitely behind, but Soul actually defended pretty well, given all things. But yeah, Clem, he's playing so aggressive here.
And keep in mind, Clem was also pivotal in winning against Poland in the opening match of this group. He was the one to eventually beat Elaser in a 2-1 victory, narrow victory. Once again, those Ravens, they were so key, because right there, I love this decision from Soul. It's like, I've got a lot of Marines and I've got Stim and I'm so close to your tanks. If I Stim right there, what are you going to do? Well, Clem answers that question with another question. What are you going to do against those 6 auto turrets that are defending my tanks at the moment? Are you going to give me all of your Marines? No, you're going to go back. That's what's happening.
Yeah, that was so close, actually. The command center went really low on hit points. I liked the pickup here. I realized the tanks were exposed, but all alike they were for Clem on the left-hand side. But they both essentially reset the tank count. But yeah, Clem being close enough here to react to this just on time, even with the Matrix on 2 of those tanks, was amazing, because he even caught some of the medivacs here, even though they were empty.
Yeah, 3 medivacs.
Still a very important snipe. And he caught up on the upgrades, by the way, which they were fighting so much that Soul didn't even dare starting +2 infantry for the longest time. And those matrices, those Ravens, they really make those games. So the fact that Soul only made 1 and then lost it was really quite bad against Clem's 2 Ravens.
Yeah, and that's interesting to me that he was able to save it, because he went really ham on going and destroying all of those tanks from Soul while landing those Vikings, dropping those Marines on top of it. And the Ravens were part of the army at this exact moment, but he actually escaped to the north side with us. And that changed this entire game. If he had lost those Ravens at that moment, at that particular instant, he would have been in a lot of trouble for the rest of this game. But brilliantly done by Clem. So now France is just 1 win away from making it to the round of 8. They're about to face a revived player from Poland. Usually it is Elaser, and I do expect him to be the revived player once again, as we're getting a couple of tweets here.
StarCraft 2 memes. About to take a bite of Clem's TVP.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty delicious.
Yeah. I have a dream.
Oh, that's from the Joker.
Yeah. Brilliant movie, actually.
Yeah, well, too bad Seoul wasn't able to hit France with the car here.
No.
This time around, quite the opposite, in fact. And now Poland's going to be down to one last and final player here to try and go for the reverse sweep. Who is it going to be? We think a laser, most likely. Yeah, it has to be, right? Like,
yeah, I don't.
T-Drogo and Clem are left, and then one revived player. So who's really good against Terran and both against Terran and Protoss? I guess Elaser has to be the best shot.
Yeah, it is most likely going to be Elaser. He had to play a lot of games today and a lot of drawn-out games, but I do still think that Mikolaj is going to be the choice, and he is. Elaser is the last possible player here for Poland. He is their last hope. Can he do the reverse sweep? He would need to win 3 games in a row against Clem, then against Drogo, and then a revived player, most likely Clem, I would say, once again, but it could still be Drogo. I don't expect Marine Lord.
It depends how the games go, maybe, as well, right? Between Clem versus Elaser, potentially T-Drogo versus Elaser, you know, depending on what we see, sometimes that can affect who's going to come back out, who's really feeling it, who thinks they can make the proper adjustments. But Elaser, he's got all the pressure in the world now on his shoulders. For someone who has played on the biggest of stages, you know, at the global finals, he's made the semi-finals in the past, made it to the GSL versus the World Grand Finals
this year.
This still feels like he should be nervous because, again, it's different. You're representing your country. There's a lot of people watching. They feel like you're playing for you as well, not just for yourself. And Clem's handled the pressure so well so far. He's really been playing amazing today.
Yeah, he's built up a lot of momentum. I mean, winning against Mana, and especially in the way you won against Mana, right? Like, that was not an easy game by any means. He also won 2 games against Elaser in their first encounter, in that first matchup of Nation Wars. So, obviously a lot of momentum going for the French youngster, but this guy in the bottom right-hand side is one of Poland's finest. Of the greatest Zerg players we do have in Europe and in the Western scene. He is Elaser.
His opponent, representing France, and in the blue, of course, a little bleu, it is Clem. Having a pretty good day so far.
Yeah.
But it's not over yet. It's not over until the soup is too low.
It's not over until it's fini. Yeah, I don't know why I went for that. If even my French co-caster doesn't get it, and most of you guys might be really confused in the chat, and I apologize for that. But I hope for great games. I'm also wondering, Disco Bloodbath as an opening here for Elaser, who was the one to pick out the map. There was still a decent number of cool maps for ZVT, I feel, in this map pool.
Yeah. Cool maps, yeah.
Yeah,
that's
cool.
what I said when I played Moon on Twisted Meadows.
Cool maps. Well, it is.
And of course, guys, remember to stick around after this as we are going to draw the quarterfinals. And then there'll be a bit of a break. We're back on the 30th of this month with the round of 8. Very excited for that, as we have yet to find out who the last team to make top 8 is going to be. So far, France is looking pretty good, but Poland not out of it just yet. I mean, we've seen so many 7-map series today. Like,
oh, yeah.
And close ones in particular, not just close series, close games all around. Wouldn't be surprised if that were the case here to happen yet again, as Elaser tries to fight back.
Yeah, and even as we will be waiting for Nation Wars to come back, you guys will have some quality StarCraft to watch, as Home Story Cup 20 is happening next week, starting on Thursday. And that will be an amazing... as we are getting a couple of laggy moments here. Oh, lag. I do understand that.
Emil!
That's Indy. Another Polish guy, but...
It's always Emil. Yeah, Home Story Cup is going to be live from Thursday to Sunday. It's going to be starting at 10:30 a.m., I believe, every day.
Oh, yeah.
And finishing 11 or 12, pretty late.
I'm so scared, actually.
There's so many...
starting at 10:30.
So many good players, so many interesting guests, a lot of great casters. Rotterdam's there, the Muslim, Loco. It's going to be amazing. Artosis is there.
Artosis is there. I'm so happy to see him. It's been a long time since I've seen the guy.
I'm going to see Artosis dance. That's what I'm hyped about.
Yeah.
When Artosis drinks, he dances. And he's an amazing dancer. Not many people know that.
It's going to be Artosis, yes, the dad, but without any kids this time. So he's going to be...
Artosis unleashed.
Unleashed. Yeah, it's been the longest time since I've seen Artosis in a tournament. A lot of the Yo-Gaming SC2 casters will be there as well. That's going to be quite amazing. I'm looking forward to it.
Time.
What's that?
I see your mugs all the time, so it's not as special. Sorry, guys. All right, speed's on the way here for Elaser, who's for now just droning up, zoning out this one Reaper, working on his creep spread. On the other side, we have a Liberator being made here, as well as Hellions. Clem, we mentioned it, he likes to play aggressive. He's the kind of guy that, you know, in TVT, he goes for the Doom Drop. Versus Zerg, sometimes he'll run past those Queens to try and kill a bunch of drones. Elaser versus Terran so far in this tournament, his defense has been amazing against Hellions attacks.
Yeah.
Like, he wants you to actually dive, so he can clean up on the ground. But the Liberator might be the X factor here.
Yeah, Elaser has been on the greedy side of things, whether it is in ZVT or in ZVP. He's played a lot of really, really greedy games, not investing in pneumatic carapace every single game. I have to say, it's been triggering me a little bit. I'm like, why would you not invest into this? Sometimes you get into some kind of a pickle because you don't know what your opponent is doing, and you might be able to know about that if you did invest into overload speed. But that's part of his plan. He wants to cut as many corners as he can get to reach that critical economy and critical situation to take an opportunity to win those TVZs easily with a massive amount of drones. But Clem has been so aggressive in this matchup that he actually made him pay for his sins.
Where's the Liberator, by the way?
Here
it is.
Where?
Okay, he faked it. Okay, Liberator was setting up here around that main base. Very good reaction here by Laser.
Really good reaction, but the Liberator is actually going to escape.
Is that 0 drones dead?
I think it is.
Wow.
Yeah, beautiful.
That might be about to change, though.
Not even.
Go forward.
Evo chamber block. You said it. Elaser, perfect in terms of defense since the beginning of this TVZ matchup.
And here so far, because sometimes we say this and then boom, 15 drones get fried instantly.
Yeah, that's called
I wouldn't mind.
Caster's Curse, right?
Well,
I've heard about that before.
This one, really.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind being too wrong about that, but you said it. Defensively speaking, Elaser has been quite amazing here. A couple of Crypt Tubers are actually going to die to the AoE damage. That was pretty sick.
So smart. 1-1 on the way now. For the Terran.
Galaxy Brain from Clem. All right, round one, as you said, is being fired up quite fast from the French youngster. And on the opposite side, Elaser is going to go for Hydralisk and Lings and Banes. So a really strong frontal composition that can take fights against bio and tanks. So it's interesting that he goes this way because we've seen out of our Mexican Zergs, for instance, a lot of committal on those Mutalisks. They are a part of the Zerg arsenal, and they're really, really good in this meta. If you can make them work, if you can put on some pressure. First push from Clem, 2 tanks and a lot of Marines.
I gotta say, Laser, as good as his defense has been against early game harassment and like preserving drones alive, the creep spread has not always been necessarily the best. Like right now, he's working pretty hard on it. But if Clem attacks you on the left side with a bunch of tanks, actually this attack's not looking that scary because he didn't bring everything. But if eventually down the line he brings a bunch of tanks here and keeps on sieging, which I think he's gonna do, this could be pretty scary. I mean, right now there's too much for Elaser. We'll be pushing this back.
Great defense by Elaser. There is no way around this. I mean, he just played a beautiful defense here. Didn't lose that much. It was a pretty decent push from Clem. I like that he kept his Hellions back, you know, because that counter-attack, that counterplay from Elaser was quite beautiful with a lot of Zerglings. But the defense was nonetheless almost perfect. Not losing that many Banelings, not losing that many Zerglings. A couple of Queens did fall in the end. But that's, you know, that's plenty. I mean, like, you're good with that if you're a Laser because you do have those 81 drones. You're investing in a lot of technology at the moment with Hydralisk speed, burrow, +1 attack melee, +1 carapace. Even a Nidus gets thrown in there. I don't know exactly what it is for, but it is there.
He's going for vehicle plating, by the way, instead of the attack upgrade here is Clem.
And that's a sign that he will go for mine and pores, I feel.
Which makes sense, right? If you're going to go Marine heavy behind this, having a lot of tanky units at the front is going to be better. Obviously, the prospect of Widow Mines blowing up huge chunks of Ling and Banes, if that can happen, makes your Marines all the better in the back. We see Drilling Claw starting a Sensor Tower as well. Great wall here from Clem, who's going to get on top of a Queen there. Now Banelings are in position. Actually, okay.
Can we take a look at how many drones died? I think it's still 0. 0 drones died. It's like, this is unreal. Okay, that could change now. They kill the extractor, click on the drone. Yes!
One drone!
First drone did die.
Get out of the game! Sorry.
Fireworks, instantly.
Pneumatized Carapace finally being researched here for Elaser. Wants to make sure he's got some fast overseers to work with.
Yeah, that's smart. And he's also already going for the Nidus play as well as the Hive. Does Clem realize? Yes, he does, with a lot of Marines being stimmed and even SCVs being pulled out of the line to take care of that Nidus, and that should be enough. Ooh, a Baneling actually came out. That was super close from being 2 Banelings, and that would have been terrible.
That was a hot package here.
Yeah. Okay, there's too many vacs. Oh my god, that was a Widowmine drop. Good stuff here. Killing 12 drones. Nidus on the north side. But
he's got Drilling Claws, so it's even more annoying to remove these, because he needs detection.
Yeah,
what is going on? Like, he's mass Nidusing. Like, Elaser's behind in supply. He's gonna send his units through a mid-grinder. I mean, I know it's Banelings, and it's dangerous, but...
Okay, the Queens gets taken care of here. A lot of Creep Trimmers are actually going to be targeted down quite intensely by our French Terran here. Another Widow Mine about to reload.
The drones could clean that up.
Yeah. No, they don't have vision. I think the Spore was too far away.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a trap!
This is so smart. This is really smart play, to be honest.
He just kicked a hornet's nest.
Yeah. Not a good idea, man. Look at those mines. Okay, now Marines actually making their way towards that 5th base. Clem is playing a really beautiful game.
Look at the soup! He's ahead in supply. 121 to 85 in army.
Double Ultra is Cavian, actually.
3-3 starts for Terran as 2-2 just completed for Zerg. He's going to start additional upgrades now. We got a Spire on the way, but Clem, he should be setting up to go for a massive siege here in a moment, which is going to be so hard for Elaser to hold on against.
Nidus comes in once again. But a couple of units out there to defend against this. Hellbats will get blown up by a lot of Banelings and Zerglings, but the Bio should take care of those Zerglings now.
And this is not cost effective at all for Laser right now.
Ooh, that last mine.
Sick micro.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if he can make it work here.
And I feel like Laser using all these Niduses is a way for him to try and buy time, but at some point Clem's going to say, all right, enough. I'm just going to go and kill you.
Whoa. Okay, Widowmine connection, pretty decent onto those Zerglings. A little bit of friendly fire as well.
There's a fight on the 3rd base of Clem as well, I think.
Whoa, those Widowmines, they were so cost effective, but there's no way he's gonna prevent Zerg from going up to those Hive units. Ultralisk are gonna be part of this.
This is so weird. He's just mass Nidusing and sending Banelings through, like opening the gates of hell inside of Clem's base.
And that's quite costly, right? Like you mentioned the soup.
Yeah, but Clem can't really do much about it, because if he moves across the map with his entire army, then he's getting punished on the other side of the map.
He intercepted a full energy Viper there. Is he going back to the safety of those mines that were forgotten a little bit by Elaser? Nice splits here on the Medivac. And the kiting is nothing short but beautiful. So many Zerglings are dying to this, and this is Marines with like literally 3 H points.
He might have oversteamed a little bit.
Okay, Baneling run by.
Pretty much maxed out, and he's got some fantastic upgrades. Banelings being traded for Depot, not worth it, but they're going to connect onto those SCVs finally, 7 of them. I mean, they still got 74 workers.
Yeah. Okay, the drop. Yeah, he takes care of the Spore, actually loads up those Marines and Marauders, and I know you guys are going to get maybe a little bit offended by the fact that I'm still saying that Clem is playing amazing, but he is playing amazing in this game. Like, there's so much that Elaser has the opportunity to do in this game, with a lot of units, with a lot of bases, but Creep is being pushed back. The defense against those Niduses. Look at this difference in resources lost. This is pretty massive.
And 3-3 is now kicking in. This is going to be a very strong power spike here for Terran.
Does he have what it takes to fight against Ultras?
To our observer, by the way, who's doing amazing. He's catching pretty much everything.
Yeah, much love to Crow, obviously. Now, Ultralisk are hitting massive shots off Bio, as well as Widow Mines connecting. Here, Viper is left alone. Actually going to drag a lot of damage thanks to those Widow Mines going for some friendly fire, but he doesn't have any Vipers to complement that army. Now, another Ultralisk does fall, and I don't think he's got vision here on those Widow Mines.
Yeah.
So he needs to clean that up after that, because if he keeps fighting there, he's going to get crushed. Look at the supply. It's 186 against 154 TOS.
He's walking on top of a minefield without any overseers here. Laser's running around. He doesn't know where to go. He's trying to go on that fifth base of the Terran player, which is being attacked right now. But that means that some of his units are fighting by themselves. There's so many Widow Mines all over the place.
That was
the
so
command
costly.
center might even survive here.
Look at this.
Are coming in one by one, and all of those links are getting blown up to pieces.
This is painful. I mean, right now, that Baneling trap? Nah. I don't think it would change that much, but still, like, missing that Baneling trap shows that Elaser is a little bit flustered right there. I mean, the French Terran is playing so fast, 21 Widow Mines on the map. He realized that Elaser is not dealing with those quite effectively, so he's pushing on this. And Widow Mines, they ignore armor. That's what they do. They don't give a damn about it. Okay, that's good. You've got chitinous plating. You guys are big Ultralisks. But what about all those Widow Mines? Let's see about that fight. There's so many of them, and the Bio gets kited. Well, kites a little bit more towards those Zerg units, and Ghost even goes for a couple of snipes.
It's just so hard to fight against this. He just keeps on running into Widow Mines. Everything's getting blown up. A laser falling in supply rapidly. Clem scanned at the bottom left. He saw that there was no base there, so he knows he's extremely far ahead now. More than double the army supply, and he's going to press forward. He wants the victory right now. He wants to send France into the round of 8. A laser has no answer. He's going for a desperation Nidus inside of the main base, but he just doesn't have the army here to deal with this.
Yeah, Clem is just playing too fast, man. Like, he's playing too fast. Elaser doesn't know what he's supposed to do against the youngster here from France. The Terran player is about to finish this game. Yes, this Nidus is cute, but those Zerglings, they're going through the mid-grinder tog. So many units. GG gets cold, and Clem qualifies France for the round of 8. What a game. What a perfect TVZ he just played.
Resources lost was 27,000 to 15,000. Clem was just so cost-effective the entire game, and Elaser, he did try to reach the late game thanks to those Niduses, but when you keep on getting bad trades like this, eventually the attack is gonna put you in a lot of trouble, and that's exactly what it was here. And also, that was a big warning here, what happened, because he saw Banelings coming out of the first Nidus that was used, so immediately the plan of Elaser was revealed. So even though here, those Banelings got some good connections, after that, Clem realized that he had to be extremely careful about those Niduses, because it was Banelings being sent inside of those, and if he went across the map a little too fast, at the time I was questioning that. I thought he should go across the map and fight, but in retrospect, he was so right, and he completely understood what was happening, and that he needed to stabilize on his side of the map. He needed to wait for Elaser to throw away units not being cost effective, and then eventually he could go for the attack when he had 3-3.
Claim was playing so fast, man. He played one of the fastest game I've ever seen him play in TVZ, and he was just slowly just destroying Elaser that kept on making a lot of mistakes, right? Like moving onto those Widow Mines without any detection, losing Vipers left and right. Like he couldn't get a comfortable situation. He was kited perfectly by the Bio, and just a beautiful game, man. He didn't have to use any Liberators in this game to fend off a massive amount of Ultralisk, and at some point it looked like Elaser was just running around trying to find damage. And that just never occurred. That never happens in this game. Clem with beautiful macro, nicely done splits, nicely done reaction time, perfect drops.
Some of the
nice army composition.
Like Widowmine usage. He had so many of them, and they did an incredible amount of damage all the time. Elaser was really struggling cleaning those up as well. I mean, he did so many overseers, he felt like. And then when he finally got some of those at the end of the game, it didn't really matter because he didn't have the army anymore. These Ultras, they felt... I've rarely seen Ultras getting rickrolled like this. That was... Yeah. It felt like they were not doing anything at all. Vehicle plating level 3 completed at the end. I mean, the upgrades were so on point for Clem. And he sends France to the round of 8. Fantastic performance here by Team France and Clem in particular.
Yeah, and for once, the rematch actually went the same way, and it was even slightly easier for France. After winning in match 1 4-3, they were able to defeat Poland in a 4-1 victory. Really well played by the French team. They will now be either facing South Korea or Germany
or Italy.
In the quarterfinals. So obviously
on the new patch.
On the new patch, obviously, but
we are the champions.
I'm gonna get a tattoo of Murray Love's face.
It's going to be a very interesting prospect, obviously, with Home Story Cup around the corner as well. Like, we'll see more action from a lot of the players that we have here at Nation Wars, but we still have to draw the quarterfinals, which will be done in just a bit here. And then we're back on the 30th. So stick around, guys. Let's find out together who gets a tough draw. To be honest, everybody's going to get a tough draw. Really. Yeah, unless you're a first place finisher, you're not really happy about playing anybody.
Yeah, those 8 nations that qualified are obviously quite the skillful ones. And now France is a part of it, which makes me really happy. And we'll actually be talking to the guys right now. 3 guys that just won against Poland. Guys, can you hear us?
Yeah. Yep.
Félicitations. Congratulations. That was amazing. That was really good. I mean, it went even better than the first time you guys played against Poland. How does that make you feel? I mean, did you went Super Saiyan or what happened there, Clem? That last game, you played so fast, man.
Yeah, I mean, when I played against Mana the first game, I was really stressed. Like my hands were shaking a bit and stuff. But against Eraser, it was fine, and against Soul as well. So yeah, really happy.
Did you think a couple years ago? Did you ever think that you would be playing for France and doing so well and sending them to the round of 8 of Nation Wars?
No, probably not. Probably not.
How old were you when you made Grandmasters the first time?
I actually don't know. Maybe 11 or 12, actually, maybe.
Nice. I love it, and that actually makes me sad a little bit at the same time. Pretty crazy.
So you guys will be playing against either...
we just said it, South Korea, Germany, or Italy.
Any preference in terms of who you might play against, or not at all?
I want Italy.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I guess Italy would be great. The rematch.
The post-patch rematch.
Yeah.
I saw that coming, Marine Lord. You want to talk to us a little bit about that, or what do you think is going to happen post-patch?
I'm not sure if Zerg is going to be weak or it's going to be fair. But with the amount of nerf, thinking that it will be fair, it's pretty ridiculous, I think. They did such a bad job this year with balance, I think. Especially with the map pool. I think post-patch, and especially with the next map pool. I didn't see yet, but it can't be Zerg favored as much as it is right now. So it will probably be hard for Zerg.
Marine Lord, in the past, you won Nation Wars, winning every single one of your games. And there was a player on the team that didn't win any game. But today you were the one that didn't win any game. So did it feel a little bit different? Did it feel bad?
I won too many games already to have this kind of feeling,
Okay.
But yeah, today it felt good to get carried for sure. Yeah. It was a pretty rough match against Poland. I knew I could lose against Mana or Soul. And I felt like I was favored a little bit against both of them. But I could still lose. So it felt a little bit bad to lose this way.
How come you
still,
choose?
it's okay.
Why did you play mech exactly? Is it just your style on this map, or is there any specific reason?
Usually I feel like Soul is a little bit weak against mech, especially if I harass a lot. Sadly, I didn't have time to harass a lot. I couldn't read exactly what he was doing with his starports. I didn't know if he was going full Vikings or if he was going for Medivacs. And that's a big deal when you want to harass, because if you get your Vikings, then you lose the straight-up war battle in the air. So yeah, it was mainly that.
Drogo, mon ami.
Yeah,
that was really cool what you did game 1 against the laser.
Thank you.
Where did that build come from? From the depth of your own head, or like a...
Yeah, I wanted to make a build. I had several ideas, but it didn't work. Then I was like, forge first, pull probes out of gas, so that way I can take a third base at the same timing as I did the first game to fake him out. But then when I watched the VOD, I realized he just never scouted, so all of the mind game aspects completely didn't work. But because he never scouted anything, he still made a lot of useless units. It was like very bad for him. So after the early game, there was no way I could lose. I just won with an A move, which was the goal of the build, to win with an A move. So I'm glad that worked.
Galaxy brain over there. That's pretty crazy.
And then Clem, can you take us through some of your games? You mentioned earlier being your hands shaking a little bit when you were playing against Mana the first time. So what was the plan there exactly? And talk us through how the game went for you.
Against Mana, I wanted to make like 2 Widowmine drop. I mean, 2 times 2 Widowmine drop, so like 4 Widowmines and 2 Medivacs. But I saw he went for like Prism, so I went Tank and Viking. But since my hands were shaking a bit, my defense wasn't too great. So maybe I got a little behind, but in the end, I don't know, I made it.
But when he was maxed out and he had like a ton of Colossus and Disruptor, like is it a stage of the game where you're thinking this is going to be so hard, or were you still confident? Because you did such a good job negating the damage of the Disruptors.
I didn't see Tempest for a while, so I thought maybe if I could get a good Liberator mount, that could be great for me. And yeah, his Tempests were a bit late, I think.
And then after that versus Soul, you played so aggressive. Like he almost didn't have any opportunity to really leave his base for such a long time. Like, do you always play this fast? And also, how did you see the attack coming after that? Because when he dropped...
Yeah, that Doom drop. Like, could you smell it, or what happened there?
Yeah, I didn't see it, but I smelled it. Like, that was a little bit obvious, I think. And I know Soul is a very greedy player, so I didn't want to let him do his macro and be ahead.
All right. I'm wondering, I know your dad is following closely what you do. Gros Papa, is he around? Is he yelling, jumping up and down, like, my son has done it, he qualified us for the round of 8? Like, what's happening there?
Does he have a bottle of Champomy prepared? Which is champagne
He's
without
watching
alcohol?
the games on his phone. He's like, just around me. That's pretty great.
All right. Guys, it's time. I know you guys want to say some stuff in France. You're obviously broadcasted on the French stream. We've got like 15 people waiting there, super hyped up about your victory. It's time. Tell me everything in the language of Molière. Drogo, you need to start.
Drogo, capitaine.
Capitaine Drogo.
Vas-y. Ok les gars, on a passé le plus dur là. Sarah nous a cassé la gueule. Raynor nous a cassé la gueule. Et les heures, il nous a pas cassé la gueule. Et maintenant, les infesteurs, ça existe plus.
C'est terminé.
Je vais mon coloc, attendez. Les infesteurs, ça existe plus. On a 2 terrains énervés. Marine Lord, il a un cerveau gigantesque. Clem, il est trop rapide, il est trop furieux. On va les tataner, on va les défoncer. On va aller jusqu'à Paris, on va aller en playoff. Et à la fin, on va win. Je rigole même pas, on va win là, les gars. Parce qu'on est bon et parce qu'on a un bon patch pour nous. Parce qu'on n'a pas de Zerg, parce qu'on est trop malin. On savait que ça allait se faire nerf Zerg. On n'a pas pris un seul du coup. Denver, tu sors, tu vas être nerf. Voilà.
Big rain.
Marine-Lord, did you hear about what Franca said, the France one, right?
Of course. Yeah, I'm gonna practice pretty hard. I like the next patch, so it will be just like another reason to practice. That's perfect.
By the way, like we need to put subtitles on what just happened. This felt like a war movie, and he was pumping out the troops.
Yeah, that's basically what he said. Like he pumped out all the French troops, all the French viewers, this amazing community that actually helps us being where we are. Like those 3 guys and everybody that's playing in France, and the fact that we can still do StarCraft in 2019 with a gaming SC2 and also build tournaments like this with the help of Blizzard and the help of Maturino. It's because of you guys. So really, thank you so much. Merci beaucoup pour ça. Marine Lord? En français? En français, s'il vous plaît.
Bah, merci à tout le monde qui regarde. Il y a beaucoup de viewers, du coup, c'est cool. Et je vais essayer de faire mieux qu'aujourd'hui la prochaine fois. Ça sera pas très dur, je crois. Mais c'est ça le principal.
Tu veux pas être le nouveau Stéphano, c'est ça?
Ça sera dur d'être aussi mauvais que lui. Il a quand même une sacrée performance. On se rappelle des games contre Mana et contre Zigaliang, c'était incroyable. C'était beau.
Clem?
Alors moi, je dirais, croyons-nous, je pense qu'on peut le faire jusqu'à Paris en top 4. Ça va être compliqué, mais on peut le faire. Et même si on doit porter Marine Lord jusqu'à la victoire, on va essayer. On va faire notre possible.
Il est pas très lourd en plus, donc c'est cool. Facile à porter.
Clem, one last thing in English. I'm curious if you have a message maybe for your dad, who's been like very supportive of you. Not everybody has been as lucky as you. I can tell you my parents were not happy about me playing video games. So is there anything you'd like to say to your dad?
In English?
Yeah, it's better. Everybody knows.
Yeah, I think it's really amazing that he just follows me and watch every game that I play. Like I think he watched the entire Nation Wars and every game that I play. So that's just awesome.
That is awesome.
I still hear you clicking, but
that is awesome.
The game is over, buddy.
It's like he's queuing ladder games. What do you think he's doing? Like,
all right, guys. Congratulations again. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in the round of 8.
Bravo.
Yeah.
Salut les gars.
Salut.
What a happy bunch.
We need to put subtitles on that T-Drogo segment.
Yeah, that was really great.
Guys, that was insane.
So
that was like a pre-war fight.
Exactly. Pre-war pep talk. Like, if it was like a game of D&D, like Dungeons and Dragons, and if he started that the battle by saying that, I can guarantee you that the Dungeon Master would have gave like +3 strength and, and dexterity to everybody in the party, because that was a hell of a pep talk. Drogo is the captain we needed. And he's pulling his weight, but also obviously Clem, who's been playing amazing. Marine Lord with this galaxy brain, has got the opportunity to do really well. And now we're in top 8, man. And there's 7 other nations that are in top 8. And those nations will be drawn into a single elimination bracket. You know about that. You've seen the video countless times. So this bracket will be drawn not that longer after that, actually.
Yeah, here's the full results from the 4 groups that we had. Of course, Italy, Canada, South Korea, the United States, Finland, France, Germany, and Mexico all made it through the round of 8. And I believe we're going to be heading to a short break.
Yeah, quick break.
When we come back, it's going to be the round of 8 drawing. So stick around, guys. We'll see you guys right after this short intermission.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the live drawing of the final brackets of Nation Wars 2019. We have our 8 nations qualified. And I've got with me Romy, our good old tournament director.
Yeah.
Are you happy? Are you looking for some people to be quite stressed out about the nations they're going to be facing in the quarters?
I think the 24 players are stressed out. But should be good for them.
Yeah, you have to know that Ayomi actually enjoys seeing people being a little bit stressed out. You know, a little bit of emotions. That's something that Ayomi kind of enjoys.
He doesn't mind taking the blame.
Yeah, no, of course,
which is good.
You have to have those kind of shoulders if you're a tournament director, obviously. So our 8 nations qualified. In seed 1, we've got South Korea, Germany, Finland, and Italy. Seed 2 are France, USA, Mexico, and Canada. And the only rule that we need to figure out as we are doing this live drawing is that the nations that were in the same group cannot face before the finals. So that will change a little bit where they will be put in the bracket, and we'll try to do it as we're drawing those nations. Here in this bowl, I do believe we have the seed 1 nations.
Correct.
We will do all 4 nations in a row, and we'll put them in the bracket in the order, and then we'll do the second seeds, and we'll do the adjustments necessary for those nations to avoid playing the same nation that they were in the group before the grand finals. So we can go.
Yep.
So remember, that was South Korea, Germany, Italy, and Finland, our first place finishers. So we're going to draw one of these now. It's going to be Italy. At the top of the brackets. So in our first match, when we return for the round of 8, most likely.
All right, second nation can be either Germany, Finland, or South Korea in the same side of the bracket. So that could be a potential semi-final matchup. Finland.
So it also means like France cannot face Italy now.
Yeah, so they cannot be in the top side of the bracket.
Yeah.
They have to be on the opposite side of it. All right, interesting. So Italy, Finland could be a semi-final matchup. That reminds me of something.
Yeah.
Semi-final of a big tournament.
Global finals, right?
Yeah, global finals, I think. Rainer, Cyril, anyone? You guys know those guys? All right, Germany and South Korea are the 2 nations remaining here. Germany will be right after that. And the last one should be, if we didn't mess that up, South Korea.
Hopefully.
Yes, guys.
Very good.
Yes,
all right.
guys.
So
We're owning this.
We're going to be able to show the asset now.
Yeah. We'll be showing the teams where they are in the brackets. So, if I'm not mistaken, if for some reason we're drawing either France or Canada, it will have to go to the bottom side of the bracket.
It goes to Germany.
Yeah, it will go to Germany.
So the teams that we can draw with Italy and Finland are?
They are USA and Mexico.
Okay, so
basically,
yeah, Italy and Finland will face these 2 countries. We're about to determine which one faces who exactly now.
So if for some reason, as we're drawing the second seed, we actually start with a nation that was either in Group Italy or Group Finland, we would have to send them against Team Germany.
Right.
All right, let's do this. Second seeds. It's now that it's getting interesting, and I have to admit, I'm a little bit stressed out. First nation drawn is Mexico, and it is a possible matchup. So Mexico will actually happen, and they will be playing Italy in the first round.
Which means France has to play.
Don't make me do that on live. I can't do those kind of math.
It's gonna be Finland.
Like this. Okay, let's.
No, sorry.
No, and actually you're wrong. The tournament director is wrong. I told you don't do that.
So second one.
Okay. Who's going to be playing? That actually works. USA can play the second team. They will be playing Finland. So we do have our first quarterfinals in the upper side of the brackets.
A possible nib against Cyril. I'm already salivating thinking about that. It's going to be great.
France will be playing Team Germany.
Tough draw. I think it was always going to be a tough draw anyway, but yeah.
It had to be a tough draw, but you know what? 3 well-rounded teams, or 2 well-rounded teams. I'm liking this. In Canada, as the last seed, will be playing South Korea.
So, a pretty looking brackets.
You tell me that.
South Korea and Canada, they've met many times in the past in Nation Wars. Canada actually has had some success versus South Korea before.
Yeah. Didn't they say they wanted to play South Korea? I do remember that. As they were qualifying, we did ask them this question, and they were happy playing against South Korea.
Because of ping and everything, so...
And also they know them pretty well, so I guess that makes sense that they want to play against South Korea. Here is the bracket for Nation Wars 2019. In the round of 8, we'll have Italy going against Mexico, Finland playing against the United States. In a classic, opposition of European football, we'll have Germany versus France. And in the end, South Korea versus Canada. All of this looks amazing, man.
Yeah, and we're back on Saturday the 30th at 7 p.m. Central European time. We'll be sharing those times precisely with different time zones on social media. Before that, remember that date, Saturday the 30th, 7 p.m. CET. It's going to be great.
It will be great. Hey, Romy, last words?
It's going to be a good round of 8 and a good offline final. So I think it's going to be really funny.
Guys, thank you very much for watching Nation Wars. This is far from over. The quarterfinals will be returning, but not after a quick Home Story Cup 20 that will be happening on Thursday next week. So obviously, if you're a fan of StarCraft, if you like yourself some pretty crazy games and a lot of good feelings, don't hesitate to tune in to Home Story Cup 20. For us at Nation Wars, it is over tonight. Thank you very much for watching. We'll have a good night of sleep. I hope you enjoyed, and we'll see you next time.